魔法が降る散髪と出会ったエクエストリアの地でダークエネルギーの危機疑念に満ちた王国ゼブラ帝国とポニー悲惨な戦争で迷信に煽られ欲望に消費されます。プリンセスらはとても暗い時代に権力を握りトワイライトと友人たちに導かれて後戻りはしません。戦争の残酷な怒りが大地を貪り尽くし、かつて繁栄していたエクエストリアは今では核の荒れ地となっています。魔法とフォーランドが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語、暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅にリトルペットの荒涼とした土地を見よう。ニシェと呼ばれるバンカー、嵐からの避難所、戦争で引き裂かれたこの世界で活躍するユニコーン、リトルピップ、グランドペガサスエンクレイブ、彼らは空に向かって逃げます。果てしなく続く雲、かつての記憶、ポップスターのベルベット、レメディが忍者のモンモデル、リトルピップはこの荒涼とした世界で追求します。ロックピッキングとハッキング、彼女の芸術を生き延びるウェイストランドの危険を乗り越えながら彼女は自分の役割を果たします。魔法とフォーランドが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語、暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅にリトルペットの荒涼とした土地を見こう。大地に刻まれた過去の傷跡、リトルピップは砂の中を進み続けます。廃墟の世界、それでもまだ夢が咲くウェイストランドの心には新しい日が迫っているかもしれない。知らんだ戦争の響きは夜のささやきのようにリトルピップ、光を放つピーコー、ウェイストランドの陰に希望が舞い上がり始めます。彼らを一緒に再建し新しい扉を開きます。
I found myself laying down on a straw bedroll in the common lot of Arbu, watching colorful ponies trot about. Many of them stopped to wave hello, or trotted up to greet me. Friendliest town in the wasteland had been the claim on their sign, and they seemed determined to live up to that. As one pony, a fairly ugly puce-colored mare with a withered left hind leg and a cutie mark that looked like a stew pot, told me, "Well, we gotta be good at something, and everything else about this town sucks. So it might as well be us that's the good part, right?" Most of the storefronts had boarded over windows, except for the Helping Hoof Quick Care, whose windows were covered in aged flyers and posters, and Virtue Comics, which no longer had a front wall, much less windows. Still, the entire place was clearly in use, the home for a half a dozen pony families. We would be spending the night here. The good ponies of Arbu insisted on being gracious host after we came to the merchant's rescue earlier today. I was too numb to argue, or really, to feel anything. Part of that I knew was the painkillers that Velvet Remedy had doped me with before wrapping me in enough bandages to be a museum exhibit. Come see the mummy of the rare stable dweller. Beware of the curse. I couldn't remember how the fight ended. I couldn't remember much past holding the unicorn scribe as she passed from this life. I had a concussion. Velvet Remedy warned that I might have blacked out. "Thanks again for your kind help, stranger," the merchant pony was saying to Calamity. "That might have been the end of me if you hadn't stepped in." Velvet Remedy trotted up to me, seemingly from out of nowhere. She gave me a gentle kiss on the horn as if I was her little filly. "How is your head?" I grunted in response. My head was full of crying shadows. "You'll be okay, little Pip," she said soothingly. "Just rest." She sighed as soon as she said it. "Why do I even bother saying that?" "Where were you just now?" I asked, changing the subject. "Helping patch up the merchant's Brahmin," she replied, indicating the two-headed cattle.
One of them took a few bullets, and the other had a sliver of glass wedged in her hoof. It will be another day or two before the first Brahmin can travel, so the merchant will be joining us here for dinner.
I nodded. That was nice of you. I wondered how the hell you could notice a sliver of glass in the bottom of a creature's hoof. I mean, they were standing on it, right?
Oh, she told me,
Velvet said casually as I vocalized the last question. Then she kissed my head again, informing me,
I'm going to go sit with Calamity.
She trotted off, leaving me wondering when she had picked up an ability to communicate with animals. The gears of my mind felt broken, and I was sure I was missing something. Getting up, I started to look around. I had nothing better to do, and my usefulness seemed to be limited to shooting things. I played another of the audio logs of an unnamed mall security guard. Spent half the day at my niece's birthday party. First time I actually wanted to be called away, so naturally no pony had any problems. I was tempted to feign a call anyway. I know that is awful and selfish of me, but Darling is suffering from wartime stress disorder, and there's really nothing I can do to help. I hated just standing there, feeling useless, sharing worried looks with my sister as Darling went on, muttering things like, "So what if it's my birthday? We could all be dead tomorrow. I hate this war. Why does it have to be like this? Is it really too late to come to a peaceful resolution? I'm not sure all zebras are bad. No pony was enjoying the party. According to Sis, Darling has been depressed for months now, and nothing she does seems to pull her out of it. She was really hoping the birthday party would raise the girl's spirits, but if anything, it seems to have made her even more withdrawn. Sis is at her wit's end. I advised her that it was time to call the Ministry of Peace. Darling needs help that we can't give her." One of the Arbu ponies trotted up to me, a canteen around her neck. "Would you care for some water?" I realized I was parched and nodded. My pit butt clicked softly as I levitated the offered canteen close. The mare looked apologetic. "I'm afraid all we have is dirty water here. The purifier's down again. Been down all week. We've captured as much rainwater as we could, but we're saving that for the children." I nodded, understanding, and took a small drink. Just enough to be polite and to wet my mouth. Then, remembering that it might be a long time before I had water even this good again, I took a deeper sip. The goddesses only knew what the water would be like in Canterlot. Velvet Remedy had loaded up on canteens of pure water before we left Timpani. Get your sorry hides out of here. Y'all ain't wanted here." I jumped at the voice booming from the loft above what had once been a custard's cake shop. "Grandpa Rattle, you get back in your room!" The mare with the canteen shouted back. Get out, and don't you ever come back," the crotchety old buck yelled, levitating a stick and wiggling it in a threatening manner. "I've got a shotgun." He had a stick. The mare looked abashed. "Please don't mind Grandpa Rattle. His mind's a bit gone." Above, I saw the green mare with the orange mane, whom I'd spoken to before, appear at the old buck's window and gently but forcibly guide him back into his room. The canteen mare gave me an embarrassed smile as she reclaimed her canteen and trotted off. I shook my head, feeling a bit woozy, and looked around for my friends. I glanced towards where Pyrelight was sleeping, perched on an old vendor sign above where the Brahmin were tethered. She was glowing softly, mostly healed and sleeping off her injuries. I trotted closer, admiring the subdued majesty of the sleeping phoenix. I clicked another audio diary entry.
Today has been the latest chapter in the continuing war between Mr. Beans and Jamocha Joe, and I must say, I really don't like where this is headed. Jamocha Joe is threatening to sue Mr. Beans over his latest advertising campaign, which features the assertion that all our beans are equestrian grown. According to Jamocha, the ads are trying to paint Starbuck as unpatriotic, suggesting that some of their beans might come from zebra lands. I tried to point out that the ad said no such thing, but he wouldn't listen. I talked to Mr. Beans about the new ads, and he said, and I quote, "Hey, I'm not saying his beans are zebra beans. I'm just saying, do you know where his beans come from? 'Cause I don't. But our beans are pure 100% patriotic pony beans. That's all I'm saying, okay?" Just awesome. Mr. Beans reminded me that winter was almost here, and that winter makes or breaks a pony in the coffee business. He needed every edge he could get against Starbucked. I told him that maybe he should instead try to make coffee that didn't taste like it was filtered through something used to wipe a mule's backside. But that's how coffee's supposed to taste, he told me.
Sandy Shore. That was the name of the black-coated bandit's son. I kept watching him from across one of the picnic tables in the Arbu Common lot as I ate from the meaty bowl of stew that the good ponies of Arbu had offered us. Sandy Shore was lethargic, slow to respond, and very withdrawn. His eyes were red from crying, but he wasn't crying now. He was just staring at his stew with very little interest. I empathized. It was an absolutely delicious stew. Radigator is good eatin', but I just didn't have any appetite. I put another spoonful into my mouth, chewed, and swallowed mostly from rote memory. My pit butt clicked slowly at me. The stew was made with mildly irradiated river water. After the radiation exposure at Gummies, I wasn't so concerned about the negligible amount I was ingesting from the dirty water used in the stew. I was a touch worried about the colt, but I had to imagine he had ingested worse, often. And at least the water in his glass was pure rainwater.
So, what's the market here?
I heard Velvet Remedy ask. She and Calamity were chatting amiably with several of the Arbu ponies and the caravan merchant at the next table. Steelhooves was sitting nearby, keeping watch over Elder Cottage Cheese in his medical pod as the repair spells enchanted into his armor slowly patched up the gaping holes created by Amaranth's anti-tank guns. I'm not sure what Steelhooves planned to do with the Elder now. I didn't think he knew either.
We're always looking for parts to keep up that damned piece of shit water purifier.
Emerald Fire, the green mare I had met before, told her.
And more Radaway, especially for when it's broke. Which is like every day that ends in Y. Beyond that, basic supplies. And by the fucking goddess, if we could just get some toilet paper.
By the goddess? Which one? Or did they actually follow that one here? Velvet Remedy had caught that too.
The goddess?
She asked politely.
Yeah, you know, unity and all that crap. We're all going to be together as one, ain't we?
Emerald Fire's raised voice brought laughter from nearby picnic tables.
Lowering her voice, we had one of her wandering preachers come through a few years back. It was a bad year for us, so we took some solace in him.
Velvet Remedy nodded and then redirected the conversation.
So, what do you barter with here?
Mate, the milk-colored mare spoke up proudly. Come from generations of radigator hunters. She thumped a hoof on her chest. I understood now why she didn't want us killing the monsters in the hatchery. The giant radigators were their livelihood. I faded out the conversation. I was having trouble keeping focus. I looked down at my stew and realized I'd eaten more of it than I thought. My head was throbbing even behind the painkillers. Sandy Shore had pushed away from the table and was wandering off towards a section of the strip mall, which had once been a Helping Hoof Quick Care. Amongst the faded posters and flyers papering its windows, I spotted a gray one with black block letters. Remember what separates ponies from zebras. Not stripes, not cutie marks, but what is inside. There is good in all of us. No pictures, no ministry affiliations. It almost looked like it could have been locally made. Embarrassment pushed through my numbness. I hoped Zenith hadn't seen it. I looked across the lot to where she was eating food of her own cooking. Alone, save for the merchant's cattle, one of whom had bandages wrapped around its leg courtesy of Velvet Remedy.
What are the marks on your flanks?
I heard Calamity ask as I got up from the table and made my way over to Zenith.
They look like brands.
That was an odd tone in his voice. Yup, it's an Arbu mark, Amir told him proudly. We get it after we eat the heart of our first kill. Only ponies with an Arbu mark can vote in the town council. I settled down next to Zenith, tuning out the conversation the others were in. I was having trouble following it anyway. Probably the concussion, or maybe it just didn't seem so important. It was hard for such little things to seem important when I kept seeing Sandy Shore hugging his father, crying, or the mare whose eye had become a horrific black moon sun thing, or the unicorn scribe murdered by her own rangers in some sort of political move I still didn't understand. I looked at what Zenith was eating. "Please tell me they didn't refuse to offer you food," I said, my hackles rising.
No, she said simply. I cooked for the medical pony and myself. Neither of us cares for stew of meat. I just hope I did not offend.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. "We should be apologizing to you," I replied earnestly.
Why?
"Well, because—" I glanced back in the direction of the poster. Maybe she hadn't seen it.
You did not write that.
Damn it, she had.
Nor any of the ponies alive today, here or elsewhere. You should not apologize for what ponies who are not you did long before you were around to stop them.
My head swam a bit, and it took me a moment to realize we weren't just talking about ponies. I nodded, understanding. None of us would blame me for what happened in the war. I paused, realizing that wasn't correct. Well, Steelhooves would, but I think even he is coming around. My thoughts returned to the poster. They could have at least painted it over, though.
They are hunting their prey to extinction, Zenith informed me. Soon there will be no more meat to barter with. I do not begrudge them for not spending what little they have on such luxuries as paint.
I thought of the number of radigators we had seen at the hatchery. When I had been thinking we might have to fight them, there had been a lot. But when viewed as both food and trading supplies, there were hardly any. I hoped the river held significantly more and found myself wondering what a bad year amounted to here in Arbu. My brain seemed to slip. I felt like I had lost a bit of time. Back at the tables, I heard Calamity asking where the new graves were. I felt a sudden urge to pay my respects to the bandit I had killed, no matter how ludicrous or meaningless the act would be.
Oh, we ain't buried them yet, an Arbu buck replied. Ground's too muddy. Got the bodies locked up in the clinic cellar for now.
Emerald Fire shot a dark look at the buck. Calamity nodded. Velvet Remedy coughed with alarm.
Hey, isn't that where Sandy Shore was headed? Don't worry, miss. Got the cellar locked up tight. No pony's gonna get in there without a key.
Yeah, because apparently the only pony in the entire wasteland who can pick a lock is me. No, wait, there's at least one other. Probably part of the Philadelphia Steel Rangers. Or maybe some pony who works for Red Eye. I stopped, suddenly suspicious that my lock-picking rival must be Red Eye himself. I had no facts to base such an assumption on, but it felt right. The sense of duality was too perfect. The certainty slipped from my wounded mind almost as quickly as it manifested. I found myself staring at a puddle and not knowing how long I had been doing so. I looked up swiftly enough for my head to pound, but every pony was where they were when I saw them, except Sandy, who was sitting morosely in the corner between the clinic and a dark vertical wall sign for Starbucks, the coffee shop that wasn't Java's Cup. As the first rays of sunset dipped over the cloud cover, the wall sign suddenly lit up, bucked on by some ancient timer miraculously still running. Other lights flickered on, about a third of them still functional, illuminating the mall in patchwork pools of light. My eyes caught on the sign and lingered there, an image of two very attractive mares. Twins, one with a cream-colored mane and a coffee-brown coat, and the other with the same brown for her mane and a creamy coat, who were intertwined around each other almost as much as their tails were intertwined around a cup of steaming coffee with the Starbucks logo, all backlit by lights that flickered and threatened to go out. My mind supplied a logo for them. "Buy our coffee and we'll let you watch us make out."
What was that?
Zenith asked. I flushed with embarrassment as I realized I'd said that out loud. Nothing. Just looking." I winced and quickly clarified. "At the coffee shop over there." Zenith followed my gaze.
Are they bucking the stars, or are the stars bucking them?
"I think they're bucking each other." I replied before I realized she wasn't paying attention to the lebencestuous mares. I thought about turning to see her expression, but my eyes didn't want to leave the sign.
Are you all right, little one?
"Concussion," I answered. Then, in a transition that only made sense to me at the time, "Velvet Remedy talks to Brahmin now."
Yep. She's a real kind pony, that one.
One of the Brahmin responded.
Polite, too.
I began to nod. Yes, she really... Hubza what? I jumped up, stumbling backwards over Zenith, and fell on my tail. The Brahmin's right head smiled at me, while the left one continued chewing its cud obliviously. You can talk? I stammered, then flushed. I'm sorry, I didn't know Brahmin were... well...
Smart?
The Brahmin head asked as I picked myself up, looking at Zenith apologetically. The zebra just shook her head. Yeah, I admitted, feeling foolish. She chortled.
Not many pony folk even try to talk to us. Not that I blame ya. Most of us are dumb as posts. Ain't that right, Herbert?
She said, looking at her other head. The other head kept chewing. I looked to Zenith, but she was just watching me with amusement.
Yeah, I don't really get any good conversation from him,
she said dourly. I felt stupid. Sorry, concussion. Brain no worky. I'm Little Pip.
Well, howdy there, little Pip. I'm Bess, and this is my other half, Bob.
Bob? I asked, wondering how one head could be male and the other female. I looked Bess over. She sported several bandages, including a bandaged leg and a medical brace courtesy of Velvet Remedy. Definitely a female Brahmin, judging by her bulging udder. Although I couldn't recall if I'd seen any male Brahmin. Not that I'd been paying enough attention to notice if I had.
Yep, Bob,
the Brahmin told me.
I just call him Herbert to get on his nerves.
Oh. From the looks of Bob, nothing much could get on his nerves. I didn't think Bob was even aware that a conversation was going on.
Most Brahmin got 2 heads but only half a brain between them. I'm one of the lucky ones,
Bess claimed.
If you can count being saddled for life with Bob here, Lucky. Anywho, tell that mare friend of yours thanks again for patching up my leg. Did a fine job, she did. Polite, too.
A mare from the Ministry of Peace took Darling away yesterday. Apparently she's being held at a WSD treatment facility in Manhattan. I've picked up a renewable 1-month pass on the Luna line so that I can visit her regularly. We had our first snow today. Winter brings its own set of problems to the mall. Now I'm in charge of shoveling snow from the sidewalks and rooftops, keeping the lot salted so no pony has an accident. Business is picking up for the coffee shops, but most of the other stores are suffering the normal drop in customers. Only the regulars are up to braving the snow. Caught a couple hoodlums spray painting disparaging things about Princess Luna on the backside of Sunny Suds. One of the delinquents tried claiming WSD as a defense for his actions. That pissed me right off. Having a family member who is really suffering, I'm sick of seeing ponies use WSD as an excuse for what's really just bad behavior. Then the other little bastard turned his spray can towards me and I finally got a chance to use this cattle prod. He was still shaking when the police ponies arrived. Spent the afternoon giving statements. Miss Weather's damned poodle peed on my leg while I was talking to the officer. I really wanted to club that little monster with the prod as well. As the audio log ended, I trotted slowly over to the table where Velvet Remedy and Calamity were still chatting with the Arbu ponies. The merchant had finished eating and was rolling out a sleeping bag just inside the shattered storefront of what had been a comic book shop, sandwiched between Sunny Suds and Custard's Cakes. I could see another Swordsmare's poster on the wall above rows of empty shelves.
This is the 5th time this year that the damn water purifier is burned out. Honestly, I think the little bastard is simply beyond hope. We keep fixing her up and jury-rigging her together, but there's only so much we can expect.
Emerald Fire was telling Calamity.
Once it's gone, I don't know what we'll do. We've tried negotiating with the Steel Rangers for access to their water talisman, but all they do is shoot at us.
I came to a halt blinking. Wait. I looked up at the dark silhouette of Buckland Cross, scattered lights illuminating small bits of the shadowed pier that towered out of the water just downstream of Arbu. Turning to Steelhooves, I asked, "That bit of bridge had a water talisman built into it?"
No,
Steelhooves replied with a slightly derisive tone.
but Elder Cottage Cheese brought several back from his raid on the Ministry of Peace Hospital out near Friendship City.
Friendship. I paused. Hold on, several?
Yes, even then I think he was planning ahead.
Damn it!
Grandpa Rattle screamed out from his loft.
You fuckers still out here! Get out of Arbu before it's too late!
Emerald Fire face-hoofed. Will some ponies shut him up? A couple of ponies, including the one-eyed milk-colored pony, scooted off.
I've got a shotgun!
I ignored him, turning to Emerald Fire. They have several water talismans in there, and they won't give you clean water? My mental haze was fading, sharpening into deadly focus. The green pony, with the cute little flame for a cutie mark above her Arbu brand, nodded.
We don't have much. Radigators have been getting scarce, but we're willing to trade what we've got for good water.
I felt a simmering anger. Why should you have to? It's water. You need it to live. Steelhooves bristled. Calamity jumped up.
Whoa there, Lil Pip.
He neighed as he flew over me.
Nothing wrong with selling necessities if and that's what you got to sell.
He whispered hastily.
Do remember, these folk make a living selling meat.
Steelhooves nickered under his breath.
Applejack sold apples. Got a problem with that?
I stopped, checking myself. In the stable, the needs of life were provided by the stable. Basic food, water, a place to stay, even barding. Work was assigned, too, according to our special talent. We paid only for luxuries, either from the allowance that the overmare assigned or from the gains of profitable hobbies. That worked for stable, too, but it was not the way of the equestrian wasteland. Still, I couldn't help but feel angry at the Steel Ranger's refusal. That's different, I insisted finally. You're talking about ponies who work for what they sell. The ponies here risk life and limb hunting. Even gardeners toil to grow their vegetables. But the Steel Rangers? This is a water talisman. It provides water freely. They didn't even create it. They stole it.
Scavenged,
Calamity corrected curtly. Fine, scavenged. So they work to get it too. But that doesn't mean they shouldn't share. My voice was rising. Unbidden, a stupid song started playing in the back of my mind. You gotta share, you gotta care. It's the right thing to do. I hated the song, but at the same time it struck me as impossibly sage. Sandy Shore's glass had been filled with pure rainwater. But what would happen when the rainwater ran out and the water purifier still refused to function? I killed the poor colt's father. The least I could do was make sure the water he was drinking wasn't fucking poison. I owed him that much. I owed him a hell of a lot more.
Little Pip,
Velvet Remedy asked cautiously.
what are you thinking?
Load up Elder Cottage cheese, I barked to Steelhooves. If I was the leader here, then I was damn well going to lead. We're heading to Buckling Cross, but this time we're not giving their elder back for free. We're bartering. Steelhooves neighed.
Judging from what happened this afternoon, what makes you think they even want their elder back?
He walked towards me.
I've been thinking about this all evening, Little Pip, and I am convinced they were hoping he would die at our hooves, or at least that they could claim so with little opposition. Dead, he is a martyr for their cause. Alive, he's the elder who keeps sending Steel Rangers to their deaths in the Canterlot ruins, and whose leadership led to the crippling of the Manhattan contingent in his efforts to take Stable 2 and Stable 29.
I stared back at him, taking that in. Think they'll attack us again?
Probably.
Good, I hissed.
Little Pip!
Velvet Remedy gasped. I turned to her. I didn't start this, but I'm itching to end it. One way or another, we're coming back from Buckling Cross with a water talisman. I scowled. No, make that 2. We're getting one for Stable 29, too.
Calamity shook his head. Lil Pip, think this through. Do that, you sign Arbu's death warrant.
I stepped back, stunned by his words.
Right now, they're nothing to Steel Rangers. Give 'em a water talisman, and you give 'em something the Steel Rangers want. And you know the way they'll come to take it.
I grimaced, thinking of the Steel Rangers' attack on Stable 2. Oh, I have not forgotten. Velvet Remedy cringed, her voice soft and still slightly raspy.
Little Pip, I know where this comes from. There is part of my heart that wants revenge on them too. But this isn't right.
No, I stomped. I think it is. And I think it's about damn time. I looked over my friends. They were eyeing me with concern, maybe even fear. I understand if you don't want to come with me on this one. I won't think less of you. Zenith had held her tongue as she had done for years. Still saying nothing, she trotted to my side. Calamity shook himself, spreading his wings.
I ain't saying I don't want to go. I'm just saying we do it smart. Friendship City ain't too far from here. We take the first water talisman there, and Velvet Remedy talks him into a trade that includes water rights for the Arbu ponies.
I nodded. Calamity's plan was much more sound than mine. So you're in?
Hells yeah!
Calamity grinned.
You think I'd pass up a chance for an adventure with you? After all my whining about being left behind?
Velvet Remedy face huffed.
Some pony should stay here with Firelight,
She began, then sighed.
but you ponies are going to get yourselves killed without me.
She looked to me sternly.
But I don't like this, and I'm going to do the negotiations. I don't think any of you are diplomatically inclined toward the Steel Rangers right now. Are you?
Calamity asked her.
No.
Velvet admitted.
But unlike most of you, I can fake it.
Spent time with Sis today filling out applications for a place in one of the Stapletech war shelters. The non-refundable deposit took most of my paycheck, but it will be worth it just to take the worry off my sister's head. Ever since Darling was taken, she's been slipping from me. I think she's been drinking, although I can never smell it on her breath when I'm over. I've been to visit Darling twice this month. She is definitely looking better and has some of her cheer back. Whatever the Ministry of Peace is doing to treat her, it seems to be working. She's almost like her old self now. Only thing I've noticed that seems a bit off is that she seems to have forgotten things. I asked her about her birthday party and she got strangely quiet, then told me she doesn't remember having one this year. The mayor I spoke to at the hospital says that temporary memory loss is a side effect of her therapy. Honestly, it was just so good to see Darling smile again that I was fine with that. Saw one of those little hoodlums that I caught spray painting a couple months ago. He was dressed up fine, mane combed, looking presentable. He stopped on the street to thank me for helping put him on the right path. I was so stunned I told him it was my pleasure. Asked him how that other buck was doing, and he looked away, saying something about trying not to think about bad influences. Things at the strip mall have been interesting. Mr. Beans and Jamocha Joe have stepped up their advertising war. I fully expected to get an earful from Mr. Beans last week when Jamocha erected, no pun intended, that huge, hot and steamy Starbucks sign with the twins espresso and latte laying all over each other surrounded by steaming cups of Starbucks. But he seemed almost cheerful about it. Found out why yesterday when the new Java's Cup sign went up. Not as much sex appeal, but the billboard was huge. Easily 20% larger than the Starbucks billboard. And the whole thing is done in patriotic colors with an image of Princess Luna in the corner endorsing it as the best thing to keep you up all night. I have to wonder if he had permission to use her image like that. Jamocha Joe spent most of today trying to persuade me that the Java's Cup billboard was too big against regulations and a hazard come next windstorm. I told him to file his complaints with the zoning office. The sun was setting as the Sky Bandit flew towards the black form of Buckling Cross.
Whoa, Nellie!
Calamity shouted, pulling up sharply as half a dozen automated turrets turned our way. Velvet Remedy threw her shield around him as guns opened fire. Bullets and lances of colored light filled the air around us. I focused, my horn glowing, as Velvet Remedy cast her disintegration ward over us. The light of my magic flickered around each turret on Buckling Cross. Not just the ones shooting at us, but all of them. For good measure, I extended my spell over the sentinel robot I could make out on the bridge. Calamity danced in the air, trying to keep the Sky Bandit from taking more than a few minor hits by putting himself between the guns and us. The shield around him was taking so many bullets it looked like a sparkler. I focused harder, working as fast as I could. I knew I could do this. I'd effectively done it before. Just yesterday, I crawled under the Sky Bandit and swapped out the spark batteries. I had the technical expertise. This was easy, but it was taking longer than I wanted. Calamity's shield went down, a stream of bullets tearing through it and slashing across his side. Flesh wounds, little more than scratches, but over a dozen of them. He yowled. We suddenly dropped several yards as he briefly forgot to keep flying. Calamity spread his wings and caught air again as Velvet Remedy threw up another shield as quickly as she could. All the turrets shut down simultaneously. I had unscrewed their maintenance plates and pulled their spark batteries. They were dead. The Sentinel robot as well. I scowled, floating several dozen spark batteries back to the Sky Bandit. I was going to give the Steel Rangers every chance to do the right thing. But if the exchange earlier today was strike one, then this was strike two. Calamity lifted us back up and flew in for a landing. Responses came back from Stable Tech today. Sis found them in the mail. She was weeping over them when I got home from work. I've been accepted. She is not. I've been given a special broadcaster. When the call comes, I'm to make my way to Stable 34. The broadcaster will be my proof of acceptance according to the letter, which warned me not to lose it. I offered to give my sister the broadcaster, and thus my place in Stable 34, but she refused. She says she should be out here anyway. If the warning comes, she'll try to make it to Darling. I spent most of the evening pleading with her as she drank herself into a stupor. The rest I spent crying and trying to convince myself that it doesn't matter anyway. The stables will never be used after all. There's no way the zebras would dare use weaponized megaspells. It would mean their destruction as surely as ours. I have to believe that. It's bad when work has become the high point of my day, but I'm not sure how long that will last. Java's Cup is still losing a lot of business to Starbuck, and Mr. Beans is getting desperate. Today, Mr. Beans added a new vending machine to his coffee shop, an Iron Shot's Ammo Emporium vendor. Now you can buy your caffeine and your bullets in one easy stop. No good can come of this. As we landed, Velvet Remedy tossed up a shield in front of the Sky Bandit, molding it between the ruins of several chariots, and then stepped out. Several Steel Rangers came charging towards us. A rocket whisked out of one of their battle saddles, impacting on the shield, which immediately collapsed, in a stark reminder of the limitations of our unicorn's magical power.
Greetings, Steel Rangers,
Velvet said, magnifying her voice magically.
We come in peace to negotiate the safe return of your esteemed elder.
I was willing to forgive the missile, but if they shot at her after her greeting, that would be strike three. The Steel Rangers slowed to a brisk trot. They were not firing, at least not yet. Buckling Cross is the property of the Steel Rangers, one of them called out, her own voice magnified by the armor she wore. Leave at once. Any negotiations will commence afterwards.
I know what this place is, Night River Seed,
Steelhooves announced, stepping out of the Sky Bandit and striding up to Velvet Remedy's side.
and you would do well to mind your place. You are in the presence of two elders, one of whom is speaking to you.
Star Paladin Steelhooves? The Nightmare asked, clearly recognizing Steelhooves' unique voice. She stammered, trotting in place a moment. We don't recognize your authority anymore. You're a traitor.
No, I am a loyalist to the Ministry Mayor and the true purpose of the Rangers.
Steelhooves told her flatly.
And you are a wet-behind-the-ears knight barely graduated from Initiate Night River Seed. Send out the pony in charge here.
That would be me, sir. Steelhooves stood silent, then calmly.
You're kidding.
The Steel Rangers stared back at us, 3 more joining the 3 already facing us. I spotted 2 more stepping out of the doorway, high on the stone arches above, taking sniper positions. Steelhooves' voice couldn't hide his disbelief.
You're kidding, right?
No, sir, Night River Seed said, shifting hesitantly into a battle stance. And I'm afraid I have to ask you to leave.
I can see you are afraid, Night River Seed.
Steelhooves replied.
We have come bringing Elder Cottage cheese, whom we will return to you in exchange for 2 of the water talismans stored here in Buckland Cross. After that, we will leave, not before.
Velvet Remedy was looking uncomfortable. Clearly her intention to be the negotiator had gone up in smoke. I brought up my eyes forward sparkle and slipped out the sniper rifle, targeting the two ponies in sniper positions. Even with my skill and targeting spell, it would be a tricky shot to hit either of them. But even if I missed, I could at least pin them down. The Steel Rangers looked as taken aback as they could, considering they were completely concealed behind metal armor. I'm sorry, what was that?
After the disgraceful actions of Paladin Amaranth and the previous exchange, you are lucky we are asking so low a price for the return of your elder,
Steelhooves informed her flatly.
whom your own pony shot at, so be careful whom you call a traitor.
Night River Seed hesitated once more, then took a step forward. We can't comply with those demands, and you know it. Request denied. Now get off our citadel! The two light machine guns on her armor's built-in battle saddle clicked as they reloaded, pointing threateningly at us. But my EFS was not registering her as hostile. It was a bluff.
Are you really going to attack an elder with 200 years combat experience backed by a team of wasteland heroes who have defeated a dragon?
Steelhooves asked warningly.
You can't win.
I can't give you one water talisman, much less two, she spat back. Your offer is absurd, and you are trespassing. This sounded like it was going downhill, but no pony was red on my EFS compass yet. We could still talk this out. I was beginning to really hope we could. I hadn't realized how badly the losses at Stable 2 and 29 had depleted the Manhattan contingent of the Steel Rangers. The battle earlier today must have taken out their remaining hierarchy. All that were left were the knights left behind to guard the fort and probably a hoofful of scribes. These weren't the ponies who attacked Stable 2. They weren't the ponies who attacked us earlier either. They weren't even the ones responsible for refusing water to the civilians of Arbu. Pow! One of the snipers fired at Steelhooves. The knight wasn't even red on my compass. I think it was an accident. The bullet ricocheted off the ghoul's magically powered armor and struck Velvet Remedy. She fell with a yelp, bleeding out of a hole in her flank, her blood running down over her nightingale cutie mark. Everything went to hell. Stop shooting at us, I yelled. Surrender! The two unicorn scribes were clearly panicked. With all the alarms and the explosions outside, I wasn't surprised. One of them cast a blinding spell that filled the stairwell with strobing lights. I closed my eyes tight and fired blindly with the poisoned dart gun, not wanting to kill these ponies. Unfortunately, they weren't showing the same restraint. A crackle of lightning cut the air, making my coat hairs all stand on end and filling the stairwell with the smell of ozone. I backed up the stairwell, pressing against the wall, nearly tripping on the steps. One of the unicorns had combat spells. I fired again, hoping that if I couldn't hit them, I could at least keep them from getting any closer. The two water talismans we had come to procure dangled from my horn on chains. They were amazingly small things, no bigger than a particularly gaudy necklace. They radiated a cool power from the large sapphires in the center of their golden latticework, but were otherwise almost unremarkable. I had braved the internal rooms of the pier and picked one of the hardest locks I had ever come across in order to get them, but my relatively stealthy entrance was obliterated when the alarms went off. I felt a cold breeze and could clearly hear the sound of Steelhooves' grenade machine gun as he battled knights with a fraction of the skill, but just as much ridiculous firepower. When I dodged into the interior of Buckland Cross, Calamity had been swerving through the air, dealing with the two remaining Sentinel tanks, the ones I'd missed. Another bolt of electricity lashed out, this one hitting me square in my breast. My body locked up in intense pain. My magic imploded and the dart gun went tumbling down the stairs. I teetered, gasping, and fell back through the window. Free fall, just for a fraction of a second, but long enough for the pony in my head to be convinced that I was falling to my death. Then I hit the metal girder. I opened my eyes, blinking, my vision still swimming with foreign colors and shapes from the blinding strobe spell. I was laying on one of the understruts that had formed a latticework beneath the Buckland Bridge, looking up at the underside of street. A cold wind blew across me, carrying the first drops of another rainstorm. I turned my head immediately and regretted it. It was a long way down. Okay, being very, very still, Just float myself back into the window, I told myself. Not a problem. The two unicorn scribes appeared at the window above me, their horns glowing. Motes of magical energy formed around one of them, forming into eldritch daggers. I whipped out little Macintosh, slipping into Sats, and fired twice. Calamity flapped his wings, and the Sky Bandit lifted away from Buckling Cross. The rest of us huddled in the Sky Bandit, which was now considerably more riddled with bullet holes. Next stop, Calamity insisted we would start putting on armor, while we still had much of a passenger wagon left. Zenith was tending to Velvet Remedy, who was breathing heavily as she slept. The bullet had lodged inside her flank, and Velvet had spent the battle digging it out while Zenith applied healing potions and zebra poultices as needed. Velvet would be okay, but she had lost a fair bit of blood and needed to rest. In the end, only 2 of the Buckling Cross ponies surrendered. We let them go on one of the Cross's boats. I watched them as the crane lowered them, shuddering under waves of deep hurt at how very few ponies were in that boat. We had stripped the fallen knights, scribes, and initiates, 14 in all, and built a funeral pyre. They deserved that much. I wondered if the outcast could claim Buckling Cross for their own now. We would take our 2 water talismans to Friendship City in Stable 29. But first, we needed to rest. Arbu had offered us sanctuary, and I was eager to take them up on it. The light from the pyre danced into the sky. As if summoned, a streak of green and gold appeared, whirling and pirouetting amongst the flames. I played the final audio log that I had been able to recover as we flew through the darkness. I woke up in the hospital this afternoon. Apparently, I've been in and out of surgery for 2 days. Fortunately, the company is paying for most of the cost, seeing as I was injured on the job. I'd gotten a frantic call from Mrs. Weather, who was screaming about murder. I rushed to the mall as fast as I could, telling her to send a terminal message to the police. We had a doozy of a storm the night before. When I got there, Sunny Sud's laundromat was a complete disaster. Turns out Jamocha Joe was right about that fucking huge-ass billboard of Mr. Bean's. Damn thing came crashing down this morning, a good 3 hours after the storm had passed, tearing through Sunny Sud's roof. The murder victim, turns out, was Mrs. Weather's fucking poodle. She was screaming and hollering at Mr. Bean, so red-faced I thought she would explode, claiming that he murdered her poor little walking piss dispenser. Like he was the one who left her damn dog in the laundromat while she popped out for a cake. I can't say I didn't laugh. I didn't even see the batty old unicorn produce the firearm. I still don't know whether she was actually trying to shoot me or if the bullet was meant for Mr. Beans, and her aim is just that bad. I'm told the police have her in custody. While I was in surgery, my Stable Tech broadcaster went off. I missed the call, but that's okay. According to the message, this was just some sort of test run, like those fire drills they used to make us do in school. I've decided not to mention it to my sister. She's already too much of a mess. Sis is here looking more depressed and anxious than ever. I don't think she's been sleeping. I told her the doctors all say I will be fine. I'll be up and about, good as new by the end of the week. But I don't think she was really listening. I've been shot, and that's all she seemed to be able to focus on. Well, that and the other thing. Apparently, while I was in surgery, ponies from the Ministry of Morale paid her a visit. According to Sis, they were asking all sorts of questions about Darling. Weird things. Like what she said at her birthday party and about her internship last year with 4 stars. Sis was freaking out. I think she's losing it. I've seen this sort of thing before. As much as I hate it, I think it's time to call the Ministry of Peace. They're the only ones who seem to be able to deal with wartime stress disorder. Where is every pony? I asked, trotting out of the Sky Bandit. Hello?
It is late,
Zenith intoned.
They are likely all asleep.
I nodded. Night had fallen during our battle on Buckling Cross. I looked about. All the stores were closed up, but there was light pouring between the boards covering the windows of Starbucked. I contemplated heading there, but decided that I didn't want to break into any pony's home. Instead, I made for the comic shop, with its collapsed front wall. I could hear the snores of the merchant, but I was so weary and emotionally exhausted that I could sleep through a firefight. I was not a good pony. I wanted to be a good pony. I tried to be a good pony. But today... Hey! A voice hissed at me from the darkness. I turned to see Grandpa Rattle huddled in the shadows. I looked for any sign of a shotgun, and by that I meant a stick. Instead, I noticed the red marks above his hind hooves. I knew such marks well. They meant he'd been shackled, and recently. My eyebrows raised in alarm. Shush! They don't know this old man can still pick a lock, he told me, astutely judging not only what I had seen, but what I had made of it. You and your friends want to hightail it on out of Arbu. This is a no-good place. I blinked. What do you mean? They seem perfectly nice to me. Take a look in the basement if you don't believe me. But don't say I ain't warned you. The basement? In the quick care, where they kept the bodies they were going to bury tomorrow. I had a sudden, dreadful, sinking feeling in my heart. Grandpa Rattle looked about nervously. Y'all get, hear me? Get! Then he shambled back into the shadows. I considered following him, then turned and galloped silently for Helping Hoof. There were 3 ponies in Helping Hoof quick care. They were chatting around bowls of stew, cigarette butts, and a game that involved black chits with white dots. They looked like a family, one of them a mare hardly older than a filly, just barely old enough to have her cutie mark. And, I noted, her Arbu mark. They also looked like guards. Either way, they never saw me pass. The lock on the basement door was a surprisingly expensive one for a struggling town like this. Not that I didn't figure they could have scavenged it from somewhere, but I would expect such a valuable would have been sold during their last bad year. It was still the easiest lock I'd picked that evening. The smell hit me immediately, followed by the sounds of flies. But then I was expecting to find bodies. I closed the door behind me without a sound and descended the steps cautiously, turning on my pip-buck light. The 2 water talismans clinked together softly, still hanging from my horn. One of them I had procured for this town, risking my life and the lives of my friends, killing ponies I didn't want to kill. Self-defense didn't make them any less dead. Clink, clink. The basement was an abattoir. Blood both new and very old stained the tile floor in splatters and streaks, running towards the drain embedded in the center. Bodies of ponies lay on the tables, carved not just open, but apart. Skinned and flayed, the meat removed. I recognized the dead from Arbu and the bandits alike. The remains of more ponies were piled in barrels in a corner. Beside the barrels were the refrigerators. They were lined up like soldiers wearing uniforms of discolored white, except where they were stained with blood. Trembling, I approached one of them, my skin crawling as I stepped onto the sticky, wet floor. I reached out telekinetically to open the first refrigerator, feeling a sick terror at touching it even with my magic. It was locked. So were the others. That didn't stop me. I unlocked the first one and braced myself. I swung the door open. I saw the meat. I turned, reeling. My gaze caught a pony skull hung on the wall next to the stairs, where I couldn't see it before. The skull was mounted on a plaque. Beneath it, some pony had soldered the word Unity. We're all going to be together as one, ain't we? It was a bad year for us, so we took some solace in him. They ate him, I realized, my mind teetering on the darkest edge of night. They killed the preacher and they ate him. Clink, clink. The black stallion, who had been Sandy Shore's father, lay on one of those tables. His ribs were cracked open. They'd cut out his heart. It's an Arbu mark. We get it after we eat the heart of our first kill. But I killed the colt's father, and I certainly wasn't going to. Oh, goddesses! I felt suddenly and violently ill. I stumbled against the wall, retching, trying to purge myself of every last bite of the evening's meal. My head began to pound again. I felt dizzy. My concussion. And I'd killed for these ponies. I shuddered and vomited again, then spit repeatedly, trying to clear the taste from my mouth. I wanted to wash my mouth out with Rataway. The water talismans knocked together. Clink. The feeling of illness passed, leaving me just feeling violent. You're cannibals? I shouted as I burst back into the quick care, telekinetically lifting all 3 ponies and choking them. What the fuck is wrong with you? The wasteland isn't fucked up enough? The mother of the family, the same apricot unicorn mare who had been collecting the bodies, levitated a knife from the table. I knocked it away with my own magic. You fed the cult his own father, you sick monsters! I raged, seeing nothing but red. The youngest mare was passing out. The other 2 struggled, the father trying to bucket me even though I was across the room. He only succeeded in kicking over the table, spilling black chits and pony stew all over the floor. There was a rifle holstered on the underside of the table. The apricot mare focused, turning the whole table to fire at me. Bang! I felt the bullet impact my armor, bruising badly as it failed to penetrate. It hurt, but I didn't let myself even wince. Where is the cult? I growled. I needed to find him, to save him from this place. Him and any pony else here who could still be saved. As for the rest... The father weakly pointed towards Starbuck. Thank you, I hissed as I pulled the zebra rifle. Flap, 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 flap. I dropped their burning bodies and trotted out the door. A pony stumbled towards me from the darkness. I swung the zebra rifle around, but stopped as I recognized the merchant. I heard a shot, the merchant pony said, looking worried. Are the bandits back? I studied the pony a moment before asking, my voice dangerous and low. Did you know? The merchant froze, reassessing the situation. No, what? That Arbu is full of cannibals. That the meat they are selling you is pony meat. Did you know? The merchant pony blanched, looking immediately ill. The pony swayed, fighting to stay on all 4 hooves. That was answer enough. Go look in the basement, I said, pointing back the way I came. Mind the bodies in the fire, then go tell every pony you meet. I turned toward Starbuck, where light still poured out behind the boarded-up windows. I could hear my friends galloping towards me, but I ignored them. Instead, I marched towards the door of the coffee shop. The righteous fury of hell followed behind me. DJ Pone 3 here, and I've got to tell you, I don't know what to make of this one, children. For weeks, I've been telling you of the heroic deeds of the stable dweller. Our heroine of the equestrian wasteland, our bringer of light in this time of darkness. But today, another village in Manhattan has gone silent. Arbu is dead. Reports have reached me that every pony in the town, over 24, have been killed. And listen, children, I don't know how to say this, but it looks like it was the stable dweller who was responsible. A witness from Buckland Cross reported seeing her opening fire on ponies in the Arbu Commons. Now, children, I don't want to believe this. I don't want to believe our heroine has turned on us. There must be more to this story than what I'm hearing. If you know anything about it, please contact my assistant Homage at Timpani Tower. Anything at all. I don't know exactly what went down or why, but I'm not going to stop until I find out. And when I do, you'll know too. This is DJ Pone 3 bringing you the truth, no matter how bad it hurts. Footnote: Maximum level. Chapter 35. Cold Dawn Light. I heard something about a town south of here being attacked, but details are sketchy. All I know is there haven't been any refugees showing up here. Which means either the attack wasn't too bad or it was very, very bad. Heroes. We all need heroes, children. Now more than ever. It's a good fight that they're fighting, and they're doing it on behalf of all of us. But the equestrian wasteland is hard on heroes. No, it's brutal to them. It beats them down, it tears them apart. Eventually, every hero falls. Inevitably, every hero fails. Now listen close, children. Heroes ain't machines from some equestrian robotics factory. Heroes are ponies just like us, doing the things that we should be doing because there ain't nobody else doing them. The true mark of a hero is not that they never fail, never fall down. I've said it 100 times and I'll say it again. The one great truth of the wasteland is that every pony has done something they regret. No, you know a true hero by what they do after they fall. By the way they pick themselves back up again, shake themselves off, and throw themselves back into that good fight. Despite what they've done and despite the bleak prospects of a happy ending. Sad truth is, most heroes don't survive, or they become overwhelmed by the cruelty and despair, and disheartened they give up. But in the Stable Dweller, the bringer of light, I've seen a hero of an entirely new tier. I was convinced, still am, that this heroine will never surrender to the wasteland, never give up. There is, however, one other fate that may befall heroes. When the horrors and the pain of the equestrian wasteland become too much for them, they can snap. They can turn into the very monsters they choose to fight. Sadly, children, it can happen to the very best of ponies. Even Fluttershy had her gardens of Canterlot. Now, we don't know if that's what happened to our heroine of the wasteland, or if there's more to the story than we've been told. We just don't know. But I can tell you this. The pony who first reported the slaughter of Arbu was from Buckland Cross. Now that's a Steel Ranger's stronghold, and I got my reasons to take a critical eye to what they have to say. So I've started doing some digging, and I started that digging by trying to contact a gal I know at Buckland Cross, Riverseed, a trustworthy pony. Turns out she ain't there anymore. No pony is. Buckland Cross, where our witness of the Arbu massacre claimed to be from, is dead, completely wiped out. Now, children, I know this looks bad. 2 communities in the vicinity of our heroine wiped out. I'm still holding on to hope, but I'd be remiss if I didn't send out a word of warning, just on the chance that the equestrian wasteland's facing a whole new kind of dark. So, if you see a band of well-armed ponies, including a Pegasus and a zebra headed your way, or a Pegasus-pulled passenger wagon flying nearby, until we know better, maybe you best be someplace else. But if the Stable Dweller should come to your door, don't lock it, because if our hopes are true, then she's more in need of our help and our support right now than ever before. And if our fears are true, then, well, children, she might just see that locked door as a challenge. How bad? Calamity demanded, his snout pushed up against Grandpa Rattle, as if the 2 bucks were going to kiss. I need to know, 'cause I'm trying real hard here to make this make sense, and it ain't happening. I love Lil Pip, and I want this to be right somehow. But all I'm seeing is a group of good folk who took us in, fed us, offered us shelter, and got slaughtered for their kindness. I just wiped out a town. A whole town. I just murdered so many ponies. My rage had burned itself out, leaving me an empty husk. I wasn't sad or angry. If anything, I just felt hollow and slightly confused. The events of the last... How long did it take? An hour? Less? I couldn't remember. My thoughts and memories were all jumbled and refused to straighten out. My comprehension of what I had done was as much from the evidence in front of me as from my fragmented recollection of my own actions.
They were cannibals,
Steelhoof stated, not for the first time.
You saw it yourself.
The basement, go! See for yourselves! That's what I had told them. My friends had caught up to me just after I stepped into Starbucked, but not before I started shooting. The Colt was in there, Sandy Shore. I remember that now. They were at a dinner table, eating again. The bastards had already fed the boy his own father, and it wasn't enough for them. I remembered the fire pit, hot coals and flame, and the rod of iron, with the twisted ending that took the shape of the Arbu brand, glowing. In my rage, I assumed they were going to brand him, but in the wake of things, that didn't make much sense, and I think one of the other ponies there had been in the firefight against the bandits this morning. I remembered that Calamity had been shocked and concerned as he watched me open fire. Velvet had been nearly hysterical. "The basement!" I had shouted. "Go! See for yourselves!"
Ain't no ponies here worth saving, boy,
Grandpa Rattle told Calamity.
except for the kids. Any pony worth being called a pony left this town years ago. Found other ways of surviving.
You're still here, Calamity pointed out harshly.
Some pony had to stay for the little ones,
The elderly buck replied.
and to warn folk away.
Calamity looked like he wanted to argue that, but Grandpa Rattle continued.
Every other pony here was a willing party to murder and worse. Those who didn't, some went on to Friendship City or Gutterville. Some just joined up with bandits. Hell, boy. Half the folk you shot up this morning used to live here.
Calamity reeled a bit at that revelation. The little ones, the children of Arbu, were huddled together behind Velvet Remedy's shield spell. My unicorn friend had maintained the shield since the fighting started, dropping it only when I floated a new filly or colt from one of the old stores. She hadn't fired a shot the entire time, just stood there, inside her shield, guarding the children. By the time I had come out of Starbuck, the colt and 2 young fillies in tow, the others had come out of the clinic. They had seen what I had seen, but by then it didn't matter. The rest of the town was awake, and they were shooting back. If it hadn't been for Velvet Remedy, the town might have killed its own children in the crossfire. Calamity had shot back in self-defense, firing to wound and incapacitate. I remember his look of horror as I finished off a pony he had taken out of the fight through crippling. Steelhooves had also fought defensively, letting me enter each place first. But unlike Calamity, my ghoul friend didn't pull his bucks. Custard's pies was burning from the missiles he had fired. Something in the architecture must keep the fires from spreading, I thought, because all of Arbu should have been burning to the ground. I looked at the children. They hugged each other, crying, terrified. Cowering behind Velvet, casting horrified or hateful looks at me. I stood there and soaked up their hate. I couldn't blame them. The poor children had just seen me murder their parents, their families. More than one had heard their mothers scream out, "Rape!" as I first ripped their clothing from them, looking to see if they had taken the brand. I swallowed as the first feelings returned to my soul, pain and self-horror at what I had done to these children. What I had let them see in the name of saving them. Oh, goddesses, what damage had I done? There were 5 of them in all, plus the colt whose father I had killed, plus 1 young buck with them, not much older than a colt. He was old enough to have his cutie mark, but his flank did not bear the mark of Arbu. He had eaten knowingly, but he had been unable to bring himself to kill. I spared him. He could be saved. In the entire town, he had been the only one, save for Grandpa Rattle and the children. Even in my rage, I hadn't wanted to believe that the whole town was vile. Surely, I kept thinking, there had to be a few more. Even just 1? Now, listening to Grandpa Rattle, I understood why. Except for the young buck, each and every attempt to find a redeemable pony had failed. Calamity turned, trotting towards Velvet Remedy, barely casting a glance my way. He stared at the unicorn who had become his lover through the shield of magical energy she was maintaining around herself and the children.
You said Lil Pip had a concussion, right? Could that explain all this?
My Pegasus friend looked desperate.
She's not thinking straight, not herself, right? That could... excuse this?
Velvet Remedy stared back at him through the glow of magic, eyes narrowing.
She shouldn't need an excuse.
I stared silently, watching my friends argue about my actions, take sides. I was struck mute, like I was in shock. Only shock didn't feel this dead. My headache had returned. Actually, it had never left. But the pounding was getting worse now. Bad enough I couldn't ignore it anymore, not even with all that was happening.
Pardon?
Calamity asked, eyes widening.
They were cannibals.
Velvet Remedy snorted.
Maybe it's hard for you to see, being so quick to eat meat yourself, but these ponies, what they have done is evil beyond the pale. Hey!
Calamity shot back, raising his voice to match hers.
I get that they were cannibals. Puts them right up there with New Appaloosa on the list of places I ain't going to settle down. And the fact they fed me pony makes this a place I would never come back to and would be warning other folk about.
I winced. Calamity equating cannibalism to trading with slavers on the morality scale.
But I wouldn't go slaughtering them for it,
Calamity continued.
Far as I can see, they only ate bandits, raiders, and the like. Ponies who needed to be put down. Ugh!
Velvet gasped in exasperation.
There are some things you just don't do, Calamity. I'm not a naive stable filly anymore. I've seen how hard the equestrian wasteland is. I know that you have to do awful things out here. Looting dead bodies? Okay. Killing monsters and vicious animals all the time. Other ponies, not as much as you like to, but yes. Even killing ponies is often and regrettably necessary.
Velvet Remedy had been a stable dweller like me. She grew up with the same morality I did. Only she had always held hers better than I had. The wasteland began to erode me from the first night out. Velvet's sense of right and wrong was made of sterner stuff than mine. And what she had seen in the basement was far beyond what she could accept.
But you treat having to kill them with respect. You bury them, or if you don't, you at least don't dance on them, urinate on their corpses. And you don't carve them up for snacks. You do what you must to survive,
Zenith intoned softly. It was the first thing she had said since the shooting started. Velvet turned on her, eyes wide.
Are you seriously going to side against little Pip on this with the argument of cannibalism? Yay?
Unlike Velvet and Calamity, Zenith's voice only grew softer.
You cannot begin to understand what I let them do to me in order to survive. If they had put pony meat in front of me and told me to eat, I would have. It would not have been the worst thing I let them do, not even that week.
Velvet took a stumbling step back from the dour zebra, turning to Calamity.
They didn't just kill bandits, Calamity. You saw the head of the preacher pony. They had it mounted on their wall like a trophy. And if they murdered him, how many more? I don't reckon I know,
Calamity replied.
Point is, none of y'all do either. They fed you the meat of ponies you killed. Probably fed you the heart of one of them.
Velvet Remedy continued.
Ain't happy about that. And they've been selling it to merchants, spreading their filth across the whole wasteland.
Velvet pointed a hoof towards the children clutching each other behind her.
And they have been indoctrinating a whole new generation to do the same.
Velvet, I said softly. Too softly to be heard. Don't defend me, Velvet. You were right about me back in old Appaloosa. I'm a murderer, a monster drowning in the blood of all the ponies I have killed. I'm the thing in the mirror no better than a raider. Except I wasn't, was I? These were bad ponies. They needed to die. I was saving ponies by wiping them out, wasn't I? Corrupted kindness, the little pony in my head said angrily.
Arbu wasn't a town full of ponies,
Velvet Remedy asserted.
It was a cancer that needed to be destroyed before it could spread any further.
Velvet, I said again, a little louder. Calamity was staring at her in silence. Neighing loudly, Velvet exclaimed,
Arbu was mutated flesh that had to be cut away in order for the wasteland to even begin to heal.
Velvet, you're scaring the children. My voice was soft, but just loud enough for her to hear. The beautiful charcoal unicorn turned, aghast, tears forming in her eyes as she looked at the terrified expressions on the faces of the fillies and colts behind her. I'm not corrupted kindness, I whimpered back at the mare in my mind. But I didn't believe it. Not anymore. Trixie had been right. Or I had made her right. If you haven't found your virtue yet, Monterey Jacket told me, you best hurry up while there's still anything left of you to save. Was there anything left of me to save? You just slaughtered over 20 ponies, the little pony in my head responded. What do you think? My head was splitting open. I realized I was crying. Calamity turned to Steelhooves now.
What about you?
What about me?
Steelhooves responded laconically. Calamity shook his head.
Is there a way for me to be okay with this? I want to be okay with this for little Pip, but...
Little Pip is our leader.
Steelhooves replied.
It was her call.
It was? Calamity blinked. His brow furrowed under his hat.
Oh, hails no!
The Pegasus launched himself through the air, flying up to the Steel Ranger outcast. Steelhooves stood his ground. The idea of Calamity intimidating the huge ranger struck me as ludicrous.
You're the elder of Applejack's Rangers now. You don't get to play the good little soldier card anymore.
Calamity informed him.
Tell me, what would Applejack think of all this?
Steelhooves' deep voice rumbled dangerously.
Applejack was a farmer. What she didn't put into her friends in trying to save Pony, she put into her apples. She understood the need to get rid of bad apples. And I think she would be repulsed beyond the telling of it to see ponies eating other ponies.
Calamity flapped his wings, moving back a pony's length.
But to kill 'em all?
Steelhooves whinnied.
She wouldn't have done that, no. But she had other options. She would have had them all arrested, rounded up, and carted off to the Ministry of Peace, where they could be fixed.
Calamity nodded.
But that's kind of my point. Lil Pip had options. She could have come to us. Why didn't she come to us first?
I was hating how Calamity was talking about me like I wasn't there. Like he couldn't bear to acknowledge me. But then, did I deserve better? Would I have been able to look at him, even if he had just done the same thing?
She was enraged. She was not thinking clearly.
Steelhooves informed Calamity bluntly.
The only thing she's done wrong here is that she let her anger control her. Is that what you need to hear, Calamity? Then yes, I don't approve. I would prefer she had killed these monsters with cold-blooded calculation.
Steelhooves was right. Calamity was right. I had totally lost it. But they were bad ponies. They were horrible ponies. They deserved it. All of them? The little pony challenged. Even the young ones? I tried to save the young ones. I rescued them. But I had traumatized them in the process. Was what I had done any better than what the raiders did to Silverbell? Still, I'd only killed the responsible ones, the adults. The mayor in my mind spit back at me, asking, "What about the young mare in the clinic?" My mind swam. I was still having trouble remembering everything that had happened. It was like trying to put together a puzzle while gagged. I couldn't hold the pieces in my hooves, and they kept slipping away. Fat, 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 fat. I remembered that much. 2 3-round bursts. One into the mother, one into the father. I hadn't killed the young mare. Are you sure about that? My little pony was quick to point out. She's not here amongst the living, is she? Are you sure you didn't choke her to death? Were you even paying that much attention? I didn't. Couldn't have. Did I? And even if I didn't, what had I done? I'd left her lying unconscious next to the burning bodies of her murdered parents.
So much less evil, little Pip.
I was evil. But she wasn't a filly, I thought desperately, clinging to any illusion I could keep. She had her cutie mark already. Stable think, the mayor in my mind chided. You were older when you got yours. She had her Arbu mark. She'd killed and eaten. How do you know her kill wasn't a damned ratigator? My little pony spat. She was a guard. The rifle under the table proved that. The Arbu ponies had guests in town. Guessed they weren't going to kill, so they had guards, protecting their dark secret, ready to kill to defend it. She was one of them. She knew what the town was doing and that it was wrong, and that she was still protecting it. The little pony in my head shut up at that. For what absolutely little it was worth, I had scored a point.
Go up to my room,
a voice said beside me. Grandpa Rattle had walked up to me at some point, and I hadn't even noticed. I felt like I was missing time.
There's a safe under my bed. Fetch the book inside. I know you can pick a lock.
I turned to him. It was like he was forever away. I had the sudden sense that I was drowning in all this air around me. What's in the book?
It's my ledger. Every pony they killed. Every pony they ate.
Velvet Remedy had heard him. Why? She asked softly.
Why would you keep a record of something like that? 'Cause I knew this day was coming.
Grandpa Rattle replied.
And my mind ain't what it used to be, particularly in daytime.
Velvet Remedy closed her eyes. A tear reflected the light of her shield spell as it trickled down her cheek.
I didn't figure it would be folks like you, though,
Grandpa Rattle added.
Actually,
He said, pointing at Steelhooves.
I figured it would be him.
I found myself in Grandpa Rattle's loft, staring at his bed, at the scuff marks on the floor, at the iron shackles that had been used to bind the old man to his bed. I remembered running through the fire in Custard's cakes and galloping up the stairs. I lost my balance twice on the steps, feeling dizzy. I blamed the headache and the smoke. The loft was filled with smoke, forcing me to press against the hot floor. The heat was oppressive, but the fire wasn't spreading up the stairs. The ceiling of the bakery below wasn't catching the flames. I coughed, trying to open the lock on the safe, but it was impossible. My mind just couldn't grasp the image of the tumblers. Every time I tried, my thoughts got jumbled, fell apart. My headache was like a railroad spike being hammered into my skull. I floated up my screwdriver and a bobby pin. I would have to do this the old way. It was too hard. The lock was ridiculously difficult, or I was just too messed up to function. After breaking 4 bobby pins, I gave up. I just laid there on the hot floor, coughing and hacking, trying to still my head. The coolness of the water talismans was washing over me, buffeting against the heat, keeping the room bearable. Why didn't you go to your friends first? The pony in my head would not let me rest. I don't know, I told her. Why didn't you talk to Grandpa Rattle? You could have gotten this ledger. You could have known for sure. But I did know. I had seen. Enough. I had killed for these monsters. The Steel Rangers, those poor ponies up at Buckling Cross. They didn't have to die. They didn't deserve to die. Not for Arbu. Especially not for Arbu. More memories came back. I could remember gunning down the milk-colored one-eyed pony now.
We helped you! She screamed at me as she dropped her shotgun, having run out of bullets.
My mind flashed back to the Ponyville Bridge. Had I not said the same thing to Monterey Jack?
You've never been forced to give up your principles for the greater good. To sacrifice yourself and become a monster because it was the right thing to do.
Red-Eye was no longer my dark and twisted reflection. He was my reflection. I was a monster. I hadn't even been forced. I did it because I was mad. If anything, he was better than me. No, I wouldn't let it be like this. I wouldn't let myself become this. I had made a mistake, a horrible, evil mistake. But this wasn't me. I was better than this. And I still could be. I had to find a way to make this right, to fix this. You can't fix dead. No. But I could spend my entire life doing everything I could to make up for it. I would. I was corrupted kindness. But I could be more than that, couldn't I? Was it possible for a messed up pony to have a true virtue as well? Yes, a voice in my head insisted. My memories flashed to our last visit to New Appaloosa, to Silverbell seeing Pirelight, her eyes going wide with wonder as if suddenly a whole world had opened up to her. A world of beauty. That voice out of nowhere, it was under E, took on a filly's tone. I'd never felt joy like that before. It felt so good I just wanted to keep smiling forever. And suddenly, part of me knew for sure.
Call me crazy, but after we go, I half expect that filly to spend the next few days trying to make New Appaloosa as pretty as that bird.
That, in that moment, Silverbell had found her virtue. A real one, pure and true. And if the pony who had epitomized corrupted laughter could also be something greater, then so could I. My headache had faded. I glanced towards the window. The sky was getting lighter. Dawn was almost here. I'd been in this room for hours. How? How had I lost so much time? I pulled out another bobby pin. This time, I got the lock open. It wasn't nearly as hard as it had been when I first tried it.
Howdy, children. This is your favorite voice of the airways, DJ Pone 3, bringing you the news. First up, a warning to travelers. The fires in Everfree Forest are creating a major travel hazard from Splendid Valley to New Appaloosa. And I'm not just talking about the air quality, although considering some of the things burning up in that place, that might be a righteous concern. No, I've got reports of some truly fearsome monsters that have been driven from the forest. Caravans are cautioned to steer clear of the whole region until further notice. And now for a little something different. Mail Pony dropped old DJ Pone 3 a letter today, written from our dear Ditsy Doo out of New Appaloosa. Love that gal. Well, she was listening to the 2 reports I made regarding the stable dweller and the news out of Arbu, and she wasted no time in weighing in. Here's what she has to say about the stable dweller. I've seen her get raging mad at what the raiders in Ponyville did to me, and to a filly, and to so many others. She went crazy. She pulled out her gun and she started saving ponies. I was one of those ponies. Maybe you too. The bullets she fired are still saving ponies today because those raiders aren't around anymore. I bet she saved a whole lot of ponies in Arbu. P.S. Yummy, yummy muffins. Homage is awesome. Zenith is awesome. Lil Pip is awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Took you long enough.
Grandpa Rattle grumped as I returned with his ledger.
Fall asleep in there?
I set it down before him. I don't know.
Well, I ain't got all day.
He snapped, floating the ledger up.
Dawn's almost here. Won't be lucid much longer.
Velvet Remedy was curled up with the children, singing a soft lullaby. She got most of them to sleep. At the elderly buck's words, she stopped singing, turning to him.
What do you mean?
Grandpa Rattle looked to her without a trace of shame, as if he was too old and too weathered to be embarrassed about what he was saying anymore.
Told you, my mind ain't what it used to be. I've been kissed by Luna since I was old enough to have a cutie mark. But that don't help come dawn.
Kissed by Luna? I asked, my actions apparently having not killed my curiosity. Grandpa Rattle regarded me.
That's right. Means I'm clear-headed and more perceptive at night. A blessing from the goddess. Recent years means the nighttime staves off the dementia.
The old buck floated the ledger in front of Calamity.
Well, you gonna read it or not?
The rust-colored Pegasus looked at the book floating in front of him, then shook his head, pushing it away. The book broke out of Rattle's levitation bubble, thumping to the ground.
I don't need to,
Calamity said, walking past Grandpa Rattle and up to me, staring at me.
You did wrong, Lil Pip. Says the pony who shot her because he thought she was a raider,
Velvet Remedy whispered.
Don't matter what the book says,
he continued.
You lost control.
I know, I said softly. Calamity lunged at me. I stiffened, too startled to react. He grabbed me, crushing me. I tried to fight back, but he was bigger, stronger. He was hugging me?
I've seen your heart, Lil Pip.
Calamity reminded me, clutching me tight.
I know you're a good pony. Maybe the best pony I've ever met.
I felt his tears.
And if that heart cries out in pain and rage and fury, then I've got to believe it's for good reason. And that I'm just too jaded to see it.
The early morning breeze washed through the Sky Bandit. 6 children, 1 young buck, and Grandpa Rattle all accompanied us, scattered about on the benches of the passenger wagon. This was the second time in 200 years that it had felt full, even though there were still plenty of empty benches. Velvet Remedy had been nothing less than amazing in getting the foals to come along with us. We were taking them to Friendship City, someplace they could be safe. Surely a place called Friendship would take them in, and if they needed persuading, I had a water talisman to offer. Now Velvet Remedy's attention was on me. Her horn was glowing as she looked into my eyes.
If it would make you feel any better to claim your temporary brain damage, I could probably give you a doctor's note.
Velvet chided.
Your concussion was less than 16 hours ago, and what you've done since is pretty much the opposite of rest.
It's at least 3 days' flight to Canterlot. I reasoned. I'll rest on the way. My headache was back, although not as bad as before. I hadn't been able to eat, but I really didn't want to. I wasn't sure I could ever eat again. I would never put meat in my mouth for as long as I lived. Velvet nuzzled me softly.
But you shouldn't. You don't need to excuse yourself, I mean. You didn't do anything wrong.
She took my face in her paws and made me look into her eyes.
I know you, little Pip. I can see that you've been bucking yourself into pieces about this ever since it happened. Possibly even while it was happening. You're not a monster. You're not a villain. You're a mare who loves ponies and cares about them, and who had finally seen too many hurt too badly to stand it anymore. Goddesses, if we were only all like you.
Velvet? Something in her voice worried me. She looked down, dipping her horn.
If any pony is a monster here, little Pip, it is me.
What? No, that's...
Yesterday, you killed a bunch of ponies who were murdering and eating other ponies,
she said softly, a tone of real sorrow in her voice.
Yesterday, I put the life of my pet above the life of a pony.
I shook my head quickly, and now it was my turn to make her look into my eyes. You put the life of a beloved member of our group, a thinking and feeling creature, above the life of a pony who shot her. Velvet Remedy gave me a wet, grateful look, but said nothing.
What are these marks?
Steelhooves asked Grandpa Rattle. Calamity may have neglected the ledger, but the leader of Applejack's Rangers was giving it a close inspection.
Say what now?
Grandpa Rattle asked.
Hey, how'd you get my ledger?
You gave it to me.
Steelhooves said evenly, patiently.
Oh.
He looked around.
We're leaving Arbu, ain't we?
This was not the first time Rattle had seemed surprised at the change in his surroundings.
Yes.
Steelhooves said.
Now, if you please, what are these marks?
Grandpa Rattle peered at the ledger.
That there's how many times I warned folks off before the others killed 'em. One mark for each time I told 'em I have a shotgun.
I see.
For him to keep such records of his attempt to help.
Zenith leaned close, whispering to me.
I suspect he was not expecting rescue at all. He was preparing his defense.
Grandpa Rattle turned his appraising gaze to Steelhooves.
You're him, ain't you?
Steelhooves looked up from the ledger.
Excuse me?
You're Paladin Steelhooves,
he exclaimed.
I remember you. You're that ghoul my daughter kept lusting after.
Velvet Remedy's ears perked. I stifled a laugh. Steelhooves nickered and tried to turn his attention back to the ledger.
You must be mistaken.
No, you're just none too perceptive,
Grandpa Rattle insisted.
Never knew she was even there. Always pining for Applejack.
Steelhooves looked up abruptly.
Do I know you?
Scribe Rattle.
Grandpa Rattle paused.
Former. Left after my daughter got pregnant.
At Steelhooves' quick stomp, Rattle swiftly added,
Not yours, with that buck what's-his-name from Arbu.
Steelhooves cocked his head slowly.
Scribe Rattle. Transformations magic. Abandoned the Rangers after your daughter was disgraced, I remember now.
Grandpa Rattle's expression darkened, but he nodded.
You knew transformation magic?
Zenith asked.
Yep. Steel Rangers was trying to figure out a spell to turn Steel Rangers' armor into clothing and back. Wouldn't work, I told him. Armor's already full of spells.
He looked suddenly eager.
I can change your rifle into a stick if you like.
I've got a shotgun.
I do not have a rifle,
Zenith pointed out.
Oh.
Turning to me.
How about you?
Can you change it back? I asked.
No.
He had a stick. Looking past him, my eyes caught those of the young buck I had pulled out of Java's cup. The young buck had been staring at me silently since laying down on one of the Sky Bandit's benches at the start of the trip. You have no Arbu, Mark? I recalled asking him, my heart almost giddy with relief. No, he had told me backed into the corner of his room. Last week I was supposed to kill a mare and eat her heart, but I couldn't. I'm sorry. I know I was supposed to, and Daddy was furious. Then his expression changed, a flash of insight. You killed Daddy, didn't you? There had been such an odd look in his eyes. It wasn't blame, it was resignation. Now for the first time since then, he spoke. What happened to Clear Glass? It took me a moment to realize he was talking about the only other pony in Arbu of similar age. The young mare guard. The mare I hadn't intended to kill, but who I was sure now that I had choked to death without even thinking. I cringed, looking for words.
I killed her.
The voice wasn't mine. I turned, looking at Steelhooves in surprise.
Coming up on Friendship City,
Calamity called out before anything more could be said.
This time, let me do the talking,
Velvet Remedy said to Steelhooves.
Your diplomacy leaves a lot to be desired.
The ghoul nodded wordlessly. The events of the night before were weighing heavily on him. And for him, Arbu was not the heaviest burden. I got up, steadying myself as I was hit with an odd dizziness. It passed, and I moved to the window, staring out at the Pony of Friendship, a huge statue made of greened metal that stared out over Manhattan Harbor. Living inside that metal structure surrounded by water was an entire town of ponies. I could see lights pouring out of tiny holes where the metal had rusted through. Friendship City. I was thrown against one of the passenger wagon's benches as Calamity banked a hard left, dodging the shot. I can't believe Friendship City is shooting at us, I cried out. Smaller pops were followed by a massive crack of thunder below us. An explosion of black smoke and flame burst in the air a dozen yards away. The rifle ponies firing from the crown windows of the Pony of Friendship were not much of a threat, but the shells from the harbor artillery were a whole different matter.
You haven't been listening to the radio, have you?
Steelhooves rumbled.
Your friend DJ Pone 3 has had some unpleasant things to say about the massacre of Arbu.
What? Another shell burst in the air. Calamity veered harshly, throwing me again. Velvet put her shield up around the children to keep them from getting tossed.
We can't land here,
Calamity shouted.
I've got to head back.
Sounds like one of those 2 rangers you let go at Buckland Cross reported Arbu in the worst possible light.
Steelhooves informed me bitterly. I was dying inside. Homage? Oh, goddesses! What did Homage think of me? Did she hate me?
I have them recorded if you would like to listen later.
I wanted to gallop to her, to order Calamity to head to Timpani Tower straight away, but I couldn't. I had already delayed far too long. We needed to go to Canterlot, to deal with the goddess, and to turn our attention to Red-Eye. Right now, thousands of ponies were in danger just from Red-Eye's threat alone, and I was surely already testing his patience. I remembered thinking, in that one brief moment of memory I had kept for myself from the Helping Hoof Clinic in Timpani, it was the only way to make sure Red-Eye listened. I had communicated with Red-Eye somehow, presumably through some pony or griffin in his encampment. I hoped that I'd been convincing him that I had a plan and that I just needed time. A lot of time. More importantly, Homage needed the truth. Truth she could trust in. And I was the last pony to be able to give her that. She needed to learn what had happened from a source that was not as biased as I was. If she learned the truth, it couldn't be from me. Anything from me would be tainted. And if she did not, or worse, if she did and hated me for it, it would kill me. But like a ghoul, I would keep going anyway. If I lost Homage, I was losing something I didn't deserve. And if the whole wasteland turned against me, if every pony feared and hated me, it wouldn't stop me from trying to make Equestria a better place. Even if it meant that I would forever be seen as the villain of the piece. Calamity flew us away from Friendship City. We waited an hour after landing in the Manhattan ruins, then worked our way towards the harbor on hoof. The rest of us stayed behind, watching from an observation platform, as Velvet Remedy led the survivors out onto Friendship Bridge. Her horn was glowing. Behind her floated Elder Cottage Cheese's life support capsule. Firelight perched on top, enjoying the ride. Friendship Bridge was a drawbridge that had once extended all the way from Manhattan to the island. I was astounded how close to intact it still was. There were gaps, but none looked longer than 100 yards, and there were rope bridges spanning the collapsed sections. How did they do that? I mused, staring at the extensive rope bridges through my binoculars. It seemed like an incredible feat even for unicorn magic. Calamity tapped my shoulder, then grinned and fluttered his wings. Oh, duh. At some point, Friendship City had become home to at least one Dashite. Through my binoculars, I could see that the ponies of Friendship City had fouled the Manhattan half of the lifting bridge, locking it flat, and had re-engineered their half so that only they could control it. As I watched, Velvet Remedy, Grandpa Rattle, and the children approached the far end of the Manhattan side. It had to be Velvet, and it had to be her alone. DJ Pone3's warning had painted Zenith and Calamity as signs of danger. And only Velvet Remedy had the diplomatic skills to talk the ponies of Friendship City into letting the survivors in. Well, not exactly alone. She had Pyrelight. I was suddenly reminded of how much solace Pyrelight had given me in Philadelphia. In the crumbling ruins of the buildings behind us, Zenith was talking softly with Steelhooves as she built a cook fire. "You are swift to condemn those who eat the meat of other ponies," she said softly.
I'm a ghoul,
He replied. "And I'm a zebra," she responded. "And like the medical pony, a vegetarian. Yet you took greater offense to survival tactics of Arbu than I did. Why is that?"
Zombies eat the flesh of ponies because they are monsters.
The zebra nodded sagely. "I see." We watched and waited. They were far away, but I thought I could see Velvet Remedy lifting her hoof. There was, I had been told, an intercom that would allow her to speak to the guards on the island, if they were willing to listen. Steelhooves moved up next to me and sat down.
Calamity, mind if I talk to Little Pip alone?
Calamity looked at him for a moment, then nodded and flew off to where Zenith was cooking. I looked to Steelhooves nervously. "Clear glass?" I asked slowly.
You sent a merchant pony, an innocent, into a basement. A place where he could be easily cornered, even though you had left one of the guards alive.
He responded.
Us as well. It was the sort of tactical error you wouldn't have made if you were thinking clearly.
He looked at me.
That is how I knew you were not.
I closed my eyes and looked away.
Take the pain slowly.
He told me solemnly.
What you became last night is going to hurt you for the rest of your life.
I nodded. Part of me wanted to cry, but I would not let myself because the tears would have been for me. And I didn't deserve them. The ponies of Arbu didn't deserve them either. As much as my actions horrified me, showing me the monster I could and briefly did become, there was no question that Arbu needed to be purged, just like any pit of raiders or band of slavers. If any pony deserved my tears, it was those whom I had saved. The night had cut a deep wound in me, an abscess carved in my soul by a blade of my own wielding. That great hollowness festered with despair and self-loathing. But I was slowly filling it with determination. Steelhoof stared out over the harbor.
I need to thank you, Little Pip.
For what?
For failing.
Steelhoof said, surprising me.
All this time, you have been some pony to look up to. You have made me want to be a better pony, but at the same time, you were too good.
He looked at me.
You are an impossible standard. Tonight, you have made it easier for me to live with myself.
I just stared. My heart twisted, unsure how to feel. A drop of rain hit my horn. Another splashed against my nose. Steelhooves turned away, staring out across the harbor again as the rain began to fall. Eventually, I did too. Raising my binoculars, I caught Pyrelight flying towards the island, carrying something. The ledger, I knew. Good evening. This is DJ Pone3, and have I got news for you. Major update on the situation at Arbu and Buckling Cross. My associate spent the last few hours talking with a merchant who was at Arbu and saw much of what went down. First and foremost, let me say hallelujah. Sounds like our wasteland savior hasn't fallen to the darkness after all.
maybe stumbled a little bit, but listen to this. The ponies of Arbu were cannibals, folks. That's right. They ate ponies. And as if that wasn't sick enough, they've been selling pony meat, claiming it was radigator meat. Eating a radigator kebab lately? You sure about that? Great goddesses, and I thought I'd seen all the fucked up shit this wasteland had to serve up. Well, turns out our stable dweller discovered the truth. Unfortunately, here's where things get sketchy. See, when our heroine showed the merchant what she had discovered, the good pony hightailed it out of there and didn't look back. But what the merchant could tell us is that before the shit went down, the ponies of Arbu were treating our heroine to a meal and a place to sleep. And yes, children, you guessed what was on the menu. But before she knew the truth, our heroine tried to help the ponies of Arbu. She went to Buckland Cross to negotiate for clean, purified water for the town. And the rangers on that broken bridge started firing on our heroine before she even got into shouting range. According to the merchant, it was quite the light show. I don't know about you children, but that gives me new suspicions about what happened at Buckland Cross. And it put some serious questions to the witness from Buckland Cross, who first reported the events at Arbu. I'll let you know more as soon as I do, children. But for now, I think we can all breathe one hell of a sigh of relief. And now, it's Sweetie Belle, singing about that one great truth of the wasteland.
It rained for the next 2 days straight. Water was still falling from the sky in sheets as we flew over the foothills that slowly climbed up towards the base of the mountains. Dark cliffs shot up abruptly to loom over the landscape. Somewhere up there, obfuscated by the rain, were the ruins of Canterlot, the former capital city of Equestria. We were all soaked to the bone, but Calamity had suffered the most by far. I shivered from the cold. My armored stable utility barding was pasted to me like a second skin. The fur of my coat trapped between it and my real skin in a most unpleasant way. But still, I was better off than I had been in days. This morning was the first that I had been without headaches. For the first time in days, I felt I was actually thinking clearly. Velvet Remedy proclaimed my concussion gone, but still wanted me to rest. I'd been doing nothing but resting since she had returned from Friendship Bridge. Alone, save for Pyrelight, Friendship City had proven good to its name and taken the refugees from Arbu and cottage cheese as well. They hadn't asked for any payment, any compensation. They just wanted to help, the way ponies were supposed to. I had sent Pyrelight to them with one of the water talismans, not as payment, but as a gift. The other water talisman was now safely installed in Stable 29. Star Paladin Crossroads had been talking about rebooting the Crusader when we left. With the override codes, Cross was convinced they could rewrite the Crusader's programming, turning it into an obedient and beneficial custodian. She still hadn't decided what to do about Buckland Cross. Steelhooves gave her some advice, but left the decision up to her. I believe his diplomatic failure had left him wanting to distance himself from that place. I stared at my forehooves. As we approached Canterlot, a new concern had pushed its way into my mind. My pipbuck. We were supposed to take everything off before we entered. Our armor, our saddlebags. I was supposed to float it all. But you couldn't float a pipbuck. Well, you could, but all you would have is a fancy radio. It had to be attached for the EFS and SATs to work, not to mention the medical assistance and auto mapping. I could take it off. I had the tools. But without it, I would be a fraction of my usefulness in the most dangerous place we had ever set hoof into. Could I do that? Was it right to expose my friends to even more danger because I might otherwise be forever bonded with, well, with my cutie mark? Keep your eyes peeled for a safe place to put down for the night, Calamity called back over the roar of the rain. To be honest, none of us were as concerned about safe as we were about dry. We all moved to the windows. I lifted my binoculars, but they did little good. They just made the gray of the rain closer. Suddenly, Steelhooves galloped to the front of the Sky Bandit. A moment later, he turned to me.
Little Pip, can you get me on the roof?
Can you stay on the roof? Velvet asked, concerned. Even with the mounting?
What's wrong? I asked even as I kicked on my EFS and answered my own question. With my targeting spell, I could recognize several hostile targets, at least a dozen, all airborne. And 3 friendly ones on the ground. And the second it took me to count, one of the red marks passed over the one of the friendly lights and extinguished it. Now there were only 2. "Calamity!" I shouted as I drew out my sniper rifle. "Get us as close as you can. We need to see what we're shooting at." Floating up the sniper rifle, I slid into SATs and took aim at a shadowy, flying figure I could not clearly see. The targeting spell, however, didn't give a damn about the rain, and my EFS was quick to identify the targets. Bloodwings, a whole damn flock of them, attacking 2 fleeing figures on the ground who, as best as I could tell, were completely unarmed. I opened fire, determined not to allow that number to drop any further. "Hello out there. Any pony awake? It's time for a special late-night edition of the news. I have with me communicating over broadcaster, one Grandpa Rattle, longtime resident of Arbu and new citizen of Friendship City. And he's here to set the record straight. The whole pony about what went down 3 nights ago. So sit down and hold on to your hats, children, because this is going to be a hell of a story. But first, I have something that I have to say. And this goes out from me to that heroine of the wasteland, our little bringer of light. I'm sorry. When you've seen as much as I have, when you see as many heroes fail and fall, it's hard not to expect it. It's hard to keep believing. Even when you know there's some pony out there you should believe in. You didn't fail us, Stable Dweller. I failed you. And you have my deepest and sincerest... A particular Toast to Repair pony once told me that she would always be tuned in, listening to my message of hope. Well, listen close, Stable Dweller, 'cause this is the honest truth straight from me to you. That message of hope, that's you. You are my message. Now then, Grandpa Rattle, why don't you tell us a bit about yourself and this book you want to share with us tonight? Ain't a book, it's a ledger. A recording of every sick thing the ponies in Arbu did. By the time I'm done reading 2 pages, I guarantee every one of y'all will wish y'all could have been there to do what the little mare did for you. Footnote: Maximum level. Chapter 36. The Very Strange Tale of Midnight Shower. I got shit make you horny, make your mare horny, make you hard, make you happy, make you strong, make you smart, and, of course, I got the drug, the shit that'll make you fly. Dash. Blam! The bloodwing screeched as the bullet from my sniper rifle tore through its abdomen. The dark shadow tucked in its wings spiraling downward, disappearing in the storm. Sheets of rain lashed across the sky bandit. I was relying more on SATs than my own vision. Above us, Steelhooves was doing the same. The rhythmic booming of his grenade machine gun and the shrieks of the bloodwings filled the air. Where the hell did they all come from? Calamity shouted, firing the twin guns of his battle saddle as the dark form of one of the giant bats swooped up in front of us. There were far more than the dozen I had originally counted. It was a whole damned flock. I heard the thud as one of them landed on Steelhooves above, biting at his armor in a futile effort to pierce it. Another swirled up out of the rain and slammed into the side of the Sky Bandit, rocking it, sending me tumbling backwards off the bench I had perched on. My sniper rifle clattered to the ground. Green flame erupted across the side of the Sky Bandit. The burning bloodwing let out an ear-splitting screech of agony and fell away as the heavy rain washed away the flames. Higher light flashed through the air, piercing the air with a battle cry as she dove after it. I blinked, struck by the impression that the Balefire Phoenix had a vengeful hatred for the creatures. Another bloodwing latched itself onto the opposite side of the passenger wagon, viciously thrusting its head into the windows, gnashing at us. Velvet Remedy's combat shotgun roared, and I was splattered with what had been inside the creature's head. As Zenith knocked the body of the bloodwing away, I threw myself to my hooves, leaving the sniper rifle and drawing out little Macintosh. We were in the thick of them now, and Applejack's trusty little revolver was the fastest and most powerful weapon I had. For a moment, I felt bad for our zebra. Her fighting style was useless in this situation. I leapt to the window, slipping into Sats, and taking aim at the first dark shadow I saw. Blam! Blam! The first shot went through the Bloodwing's back. The second tore a hole in its left wing. It fell from the sky only for another to take its place, lunging towards my window. Blam! 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 The creature's momentum carried its body into the side of the Sky Bandit with a meaty thump. I heard the impact of meat on metal and a tearing sound. The black mass of two Bloodwings tumbled into the drenched air behind us. Steel hooves entangled between them as they fell, disappearing into the torrential downpour. I cried out, throwing out a telekinetic net, but he was gone. A second later, several more Bloodwings were swirling about us. One of them was engulfed in green flame from beneath. A few yards back, Zenith kicked open the door to the passenger wagon, staring out at the black forms whipping about us in the blankets of rain. Before I realized what she was planning, the zebra leapt, soaring out into the air and landing on the back of one of the giant bats. She drove the spear of her hellhound helmet through the monster's head, then jumped from its falling corpse towards the nearest opponent. And I had felt sorry for her, I thought, watching as she impacted the creature's wing and slashed it off with her hellhound claw horn before falling into the darkness where more unsuspecting Bloodwings awaited. I should feel sorry for her enemies. A giant bat dove onto Calamity, its huge wings dwarfing his own. I spun, targeting, and fired. Blam! Click, click! Little Macintosh's remaining bullet tore into the monster. It squealed. Calamity tried to buck it off, but the bat sank its huge, razor-sharp fangs into the Pegasus. Calamity screamed. Velvet Remedy galloped past me, firing repeatedly with her combat shotgun, tearing the monster to pieces before it could drink. The Sky Bandit lurched in the air. Calamity was hurt badly, and the ripped corpse of the giant bat was still latched onto him. But he was not dead. A moment later, I saw how horribly close he had come to dying. The Sky Bandit dropped, jolting with turbulence as Calamity fought to land. The ground came into view, and I could see the two figures we had rushed in to save. Two young zebras, no older than the young mare with the Arbu mark, Clearglass. As I reloaded, a Bloodwing dropped on one of the zebras, knocking her to the ground. I tried to move faster, but it took only a second. The monster plunged its fangs into the zebra's side and drank. The zebra withered into a desiccated husk, faster than her brain could die. No! Damn it, no! I howled. Snapping little Macintosh shut, I targeted the monster with Sats as it cavorted over its kill. But the Bloodwing was torn apart by a charging Zenith before I could pull the trigger.
I do not understand,
Zenith said.
Why were the three of you traveling such dangerous hills? And in such a storm?
We were huddled under the glittering dome of Velvet Remedy's shield spell. I watched as barrels of rain cascaded down over the barrier of light, struck by the strange beauty of it. The surviving young zebra had been dried by repeated use of Velvet's cleaning spell, as had we all, and was wrapped in a blanket from our supplies, which had needed similar de-drenching. Zenith had built a fire and was sitting next to it, across from the other zebra, a pot of purely vegetable soup beginning to bubble between them. The young zebra had just seen his two childhood friends die in a most horrible manner. He needed more than a blanket. I knew it wasn't much, but I had come to believe in the miraculous power of hugs. Zenith, however, didn't hug. Zenith didn't touch unless it was to hurt something. Velvet Remedy was tending to Calamity's wounds, using her magic and Zenith's bleed-stopping goop to remove the fangs embedded in the Pegasus's back safely before medical potions could be administered. None of us had seen any sign of our Applejack's ranger. Getting up, I trotted over to the young zebra buck and lay down next to him. "I'm so sorry," I whispered. I should have been faster." I paused, unsure if suddenly embracing this strange zebra was the best thing for him after all. And, to my shame, a tiny part of my mind warned that I had been fooled into caring for evil folk before. I mentally dropped an anvil on that part of me, and then banished it to the moon. Instead, I put a tender hoof on one of his, holding it gently. Just a simple touch. He started, looking first surprised, then grateful. "We had to," he said at last. "We were too old." Looking at Zenith, he questioned, "You are not from Glyphmark?"
"Glyphmark?"
Zenith asked. The younger zebra nodded.
"I am sad to say I do not know of this place. This is a zebra village?" What do you mean too old?
Calamity asked, grunting. He gritted his teeth as Velvet Remedy pulled the second fang free and quickly applied a hoof covered in Zenith's mixture to the flowing wound. The zebra looked at us strangely. Who are you, ponies? Friends, I answered gently. He looked at me with suspicion, then sadness. My friends are dead. He turned to Zenith. Quoth and Zuna had been my friends since we could walk. We did everything together. We even got our marks together. He choked, tears forming in his young eyes. We got kicked out of the tribe together. Now I hugged him. I held him and let him sob into my side. The downpour finally relented, leaving a light drizzle in its wake. I looked into the sky, turning my gaze towards the mountains. There, nestled in the open jaw of a cliff, were the darkened spires of the Canterlot ruins. We could be there in hours. We were going the other way. Velvet Remedy's beautiful voice rang across the hilltops. No more living in this gilded cage, shackled to what is supposed to be. I am ready to exit this stage. It is time for this bird to fly free. Calamity cut in with perfect timing, his voice a pleasant counterpoint to the luxurious voice of the unicorn mare. I've been blinded 'cause I've closed my eyes, saying just what they told me to say. Time to get up and shake off the lies, break their rules, stretch my wings, and just leave. Together they belted forth the chorus of their duet, their voices daring the slate-gray sky and the ceaseless rain to even try to make the day gloomy. I'd missed this. We were trotting towards Glyphmark. Calamity flew alongside me, pulling the Sky Bandit no more than a pony's height above the ground. The mere idea of boarding the flying thing had driven the young zebra to panic, so we walked, escorting him towards his new home. It was better this way anyway, I thought. I had been cooped up in that passenger wagon for days, recovering physically from my head trauma and psychologically from the most soul-destroying worst day ever of my lifetime. Physically, I was healed. Mentally, I was capable of pushing on. What I had done would never heal. The reality of that turned my thoughts to steel hooves. Another reason for the walk. I had to trust he would find us, and when he did, it would be best if we were on the ground. Otherwise, he might shoot a missile to get our attention. I cannot hope to change things if I do not even try. I cannot heal another if I lay down and die.
There's a whole world beneath us,
and a whole sky above us. As the voices of Velvet Remedy and Calamity joined forces once more for the last line of the verse and another rousing chorus, I turned to my zebra companion. Zenith trotted along beside me, the young one between us. Do you still wish to seek out the tribe itself? There is no need, Zenith intoned gravely. My daughter is no longer with them. The young zebra had wept openly, unable to stop once he had started. He had blubbered, sobbing and mourning the loss of his friends. And in the spaces between his words, I began to construct a picture of what had happened. The trio of friends had come from the tribe that Zenith's daughter had been a part of, the tribe that formed from those who were left behind when the slavers fell upon Zenith and her village. Zebra foals, all of them. My parents and husband were slain in the fight, Zenith had told us. My daughter was too young for Stern's slave pits and she had no place in Red Eye's schools. So Stern left her there, along with the other children. An entire tribe of children, living under the shared belief that being an adult meant being ripe for the slavers. That having adults in the tribe invited attack. And while the slavers would not take the children, that didn't mean that they wouldn't do much more horrible things to them.
And just how do they decide when a zebra is suddenly too old?
Calamity had asked. The answer was obvious. It wasn't a matter of birthdays. It was a matter of maturity. You were too old when you got your mark. Just like in Stable 2. When you got your cutie mark, you were an adult. and from that moment, you joined the workforce. Only here, in the zebra tribe, it was a dreaded event. I nodded to Zenith. She had suffered in the slave pits for many years since the attack on her village. Her daughter was young, but hardly an infant, and the zebra with us only vaguely recalled when the mare had herself been ostracized from the tribe.
If she still lives, my daughter will be in Glyphmark.
Glyphmark! Sucked. I looked down the hill at rows of sad, dilapidated shacks, with their sunken roofing leading up to a half-collapsed building in a yard of junk. The whole town was surrounded by a wall of scrap that couldn't keep a rat hog out. The ground was dark and lifeless mud. The hoofful of zebras looked battered and dejected, their eyes downcast, their heads low, their manes and tails tangled and unkempt. It looked like a town just waiting to die. I could make out letters spelling Angel on the front of the ruined building, the last remaining word of a forgotten name. Whatever angel had once watched over this town, it had fallen. As we approached, the zebras looked up fearfully. I saw two of them nudge a third forward. The mare stepped towards us. "We surrender! Just don't kill us!" she called out. "We don't have anything, but take whatever you want." I could feel my barely mended heart breaking.
This is Glyphmark?
Zenith asked in a tone of disbelief. The young zebra buck with us nodded, rocking slightly on his hooves, looking sucker-bucked. Velvet Remedy trotted forward.
Hello,
she said gently, her voice calming.
Do not be afraid. We mean no harm. We are just travelers who happened across a newly marked buck and offered to help him make his way here safely in all the rain.
Conflicting emotions swam across the faces of the zebras. I could tell how desperate they were for the approaching strangers to intend no malice, yet how hard it was for them to believe it.
Having brought him here, we will depart at once if you wish. Although, I would ask your indulgence. We have trotted far and seek a safe place to rest.
Safe? The zebra mare asked, her voice cracking with a bitter laugh. Honey lady, there is no safe here. We are all just waiting for the slavers to come. The only question is whether the raiders or the monsters will have left any of us alive for them when they get here. She waved us into the town anyway. With every step, the town got worse, bleaker. As if despair and hopelessness had sunk into the very planks of the shacks like the cloud and was radiating out of it.
How do you survive here?
Velvet asked, her voice almost a whimper. I knew what she was seeing. There were no crops here, no gardens. The zebras were armed with crude spears and small, badly maintained pistols that were no match for creatures like Bloodwings. These were not hunters. Trappers of small game at best. The zebras were all emaciated. I could see the shadow of their bones through their coats. They were all starving. When Velvet put words to her observations, the nearest zebra responded, Nothing grows here. This town is just close enough to Canterlot that the cloud has poisoned the ground. At our looks of alarm, she added, But far enough away that it is not in the air anymore. The zebra mare who had ushered us into the town explained.
The building up there was a laboratory for veterinary medicine.
I was surprised by how educated she sounded. The tribe of children was far better off than those who they kicked out. But I had to wonder how long that could last. Without adults, there would be no replenishing of the tribe. In a few more years, the tribe wouldn't be a tribe anymore. Just one child telling another to go away.
There is an old hydroponics bay in the basement. Most of what they were growing down there is poisonous.
The zebra mare stared at the ground and shuddered heavily.
We learned that the hard way. But we've been surviving on what was not and what was left in the vendor machines. But even that is almost gone now. I'm sorry, but we have nothing to feed you.
Velvet Remedy waved a hoof.
Banish the thought. We have some supplies. Let us feed you.
I exchanged looks with Calamity, then nodded. Those supplies were meant to feed us while in Canterlot and on the trip back. But these zebras clearly needed them far more than we did. And, in comparison to me, they were far more deserving. None of them had slaughtered a whole town in a blind rage recently. And their suffering made mine look petty.
Veterinary medicine?
Calamity questioned as we drew close to the building. What had looked like scrap from a distance still looked like scrap up close. But it was clearly military scrap. Broken down military robots huddled around war chariots, so rusted and decayed they were barely recognizable. Piles of empty ammo boxes littered one corner, as well as parts of several turret models. A much larger version of the flying contraption we had discovered in Old Olney was strewn across half the lot upside down. Stone pillars flanked the scant remains of a road leading into the yard around it. A cracked placard read, Angel Bunny Pharmaceuticals. The name was not so forgotten after all. I remembered Zenith's claims that Fluttershy's pet rabbit had created the combat drug Stampede, and found myself wondering if the rabbit had somehow built this company. Then, I face-hoofed at my own foolishness. Knowing what I did of Fluttershy, it was the most natural thing for the Ministry of Peace to have a branch dedicated solely to the welfare of animals. And of course she would have it named after her favorite pet. The military took over, I surmised as I spotted the hulk of a Sentinel robot. I wondered if part of this lab was repurposed for creating Stampede. With a start, I realized that the poor zebras in this town were living under the shadow of Doom Bunny. The irony was so bitter I had to bite back a laugh.
What about trade?
Calamity asked. No caravan stop here, the zebra mare told us. There is nothing here that any pony wants, and we have nothing to buy supplies with. Velvet Remedy gasped in horror as a zebra hobbled out of one of the shacks, teetering on only 3 legs. The remains of the 4th looked badly infected.
You don't have a doctor either, do you?
Not anymore. We made the full circle. There wasn't much of the town to see. Our host waved a forehoof. Sleep wherever you want.
Is this all?
Zenith asked slowly as another zebra walked by, eyeing us curiously. I found myself staring. The zebra had used charcoal to outline her stripes so heavily that she looked like a black-coated zebra with white stripes rather than the reverse. Don't mind gloom, our guide told us dismissively. Zenith shook her head.
Are there no other zebras here?
The zebra mare shook her head. The other zebra mare, Gloom, turned.
The nightmare moons took them 6 nights ago. They're all dead now. I wish I was.
The nightmare moons took them? I asked. Our host nodded. They came and took half of us. I do not know why. They have never paid any attention to us before. Zenith looked pained.
Was one of the ones taken named Zephyr?
The striped mare blinked at Zenith. Yes. At Zenith's stricken expression, the other zebra turned away, looking instead to Velvet Remedy. She was our doctor. I pushed forward, catching the zebra mare's attention. Which way did they go?
You do not have to try to rescue them just because one of them is my daughter,
Zenith said as I reloaded my guns.
Nor because you feel you need to make up for the cannibal town.
No, I agreed, slipping little Macintosh back into its holder. We need to do this because it's the right thing to do.
Yep.
Calamity agreed, trotting up next to us, clad in his Enclave armor minus the helmet. He'd spent a lot of his spare time since Old Olney jury-rigging a way to fire the Nova Surge rifles without wearing the helmet.
Plus, I hate to say it, but this might be on us.
I stopped. What? I stared at Calamity.
I reckon the goddess ain't stupid,
Calamity responded.
She's figured out she's got a blind spot, and she's experimenting.
This had to do with the memories I had stolen from myself, didn't it? Well, if it wasn't settled before...
I'm going to stay.
I turned to Velvet in surprise. The unicorn shook her head.
These people need a doctor. Not when you come back with theirs, but now. It has been 5 days since the alicorns attacked Glyph Mark, and that is 5 days too many.
I could see it in her eyes. She believed that she had something to make up for, and she wasn't going to turn away from another pony or zebra in need. I stepped forward and gave her a hug. Stay safe.
I should be telling you that,
she replied. Firelight landed on a rusty barrel next to us and hooted quizzically. Velvet gave the beautiful bird a nuzzle before saying,
Go with them, please, Firelight. Keep them safe.
The bird nodded, giving a little salute with one of her wings. Looking to Calamity, Velvet demanded,
Bring them all back without any new holes. I'll do my best,
he said, tipping his hat. I released Velvet Remedy and turned toward Zenith and Calamity. So, do either of you know anything about this place we're headed? Zebra Town? The answer from both of them was an unsurprising no. Once more, we were headed into the unknown. It felt like it had been raining forever. I was panting as we ascended yet another hill, rethinking the wisdom of walking to Zebra Town. Hearing that Zebra Town was only an afternoon's trot away, Calamity had suggested we travel on hoof, and I agreed, suspecting the Sky Bandit would be too visible, and the Alicorns would be looking for it. Now I realized the idea of trotting back over these muddy hills with freed zebras in tow and possibly alicorns chasing us was just stupid. I heard a whistle from the air above us. Didn't help that Calamity wasn't exactly traveling on hoof. Looking down, I saw another little valley with spots of asphalt indicating a nearly vanished road. There was an ancient stone hut down there amongst collapsed sections of fence. The body of a dead bloodwing sprawled over the roof, and a second was impaled on the iron struts of what, until recently, had been a windmill. A figure was galloping towards us from the door of the hut, clad in metal armor striped in applejack red.
Whole big old valley to land in, and you managed to hit the one hut,
Calamity shouted to him, grinning. I raced down the hill to meet him, Zenith following at a more reserved pace.
Watch out,
Calamity warned as I reached Steelhooves.
She's gotten huggy lately.
I seem to recall it was you who hugged her,
the Applejack's ranger retorted, a welcome hint of good humor in his normally taciturn rumble. Several minutes later, we stepped into the little two-room hut to get out of the continuing drizzle.
Whoa,
Calamity said, echoing my own sentiment as he came to a stop, rainwater dribbling off the brim of his black desperado hat. I'd seen enough of the ravages of time and the scattered refuse that was left behind after generations of scavengers. This wasn't it. Pictures were slashed apart, furniture was smashed under hooves, small treasures were defiled. I'd also seen the malicious destruction of raiders. The wreckage in the cottage was much closer to that, but this wreckage was old, bearing all the signs of predating the apocalypse. The torn pictures were so faded with age they were unintelligible. The furniture was rotting. The stuffing in the ripped pillows had turned to dust, presuming they were not stuffed with dust to begin with.
It gets worse,
Steelhooves warned. I stepped farther inside, and the turn of a corner revealed the collapsed remains of a skeleton on the floor beneath a hanging noose. Any physical clue as to whether the owner of that skeleton had hung himself or been lynched had been obliterated by the past. Calamity kicked over a pile of broken chairs, then trotted into the kitchen to see if there was anything worth saddlebagging in the fridge. A minute later, I heard the pop and hiss of an opening cola bottle. Clearly, his search had borne fruit. I poked at a terminal laying amongst the rubble, its screen smashed in by a hoof, then stopped, taking a closer look. It was one of those newer models I had been finding operational everywhere. And upon closer examination, the terminal was still running. Whoever destroyed it had fallen prey to the common yet silly misconception that breaking the screen had any effect on the device's spell matrix. Calamity trotted back in, holding a sunrise sarsaparilla in his teeth and taking a swig. I floated out a few tools and crouched next to the terminal. Steelhooves regarded Calamity.
Are we on a date?
Calamity spit his sarsaparilla, spraying it around the neck of the bottle as he choked.
What now?
He said, dropping the bottle, tears in his eyes. I stopped what I was doing, stared, then collapsed in laughter. Served him right.
I had assumed that you had seen the decoration on the roof and were coming to find me,
Steelhooves noted.
But now I see you're all dressed up.
Beating at his armored chest with a hoof, the Pegasus shook his head, coughing. Once he had his breath again, he answered,
No, we're headed up to Zebra Town to save the hoof full of prisoners from alicorns.
I noticed he didn't mention the prisoners were zebras.
So you with us, mighty alicorn hunter?
I'd almost forgotten that title. Steelhose was strangely silent. I looked at him, wondering if I should be concerned. Was he thinking about Arbu again?
Zebra Town.
Steelhooves voiced slowly. Yep.
I would rather not.
There was an unpleasant tension in his voice. I looked at Zenith, who just shook her head sadly and walked back out into the rain.
But I will.
Steelhooves sounded greatly displeased.
It is what Applejack would have her rangers do.
I nodded, feeling both sorrow and pride in our ghoul companion. I turned back to the terminal, connecting it to my pip-buck and running a quick diagnostic. My eyebrows shot up as I realized the terminal was safeguarded with some pretty heavy magical countermeasures. I was sure I could hack it, but the price of failure would be more than a simple lockout. I turned away from the others and put my full focus on the terminal, hacking it through my pip-buck. After a few minutes, I had to back out and try again. I hadn't encountered a terminal with this level of security since the Ministry of Morale in Manhattan. Now I was intensely curious. Why would the pony or zebra living in such a humble hut have a need for a terminal with security that rivaled that of the mayor of the Ministry of Morale? A few minutes later, I backed out again, just barely avoiding tripping the security spells embedded into the terminal. This was insane! The damn password was 30 characters long. The fuck? I tried a third time, and a fourth. By my fifth try, I was beginning to suspect that the terminal only existed to frustrate the living hell out of me. Zenith returned, several strips of leathery flesh from the Bloodwing's wings dangling from her mouth. She shook, flinging water over the rest of us, then put the strips into her satchel, ignoring nasty looks from a dripping calamity. On my sixth attempt, I finally broke in. The password was Astronomical Astronomer's Almanac. I felt a brief flash of empathy with whoever put their hoof through the terminal screen. The terminal had not weathered the years well, far worse than most similar models, but that was to be expected with parts of its innards exposed. Still, there were a number of files that I was able to download into my pip-buck, including several entries from a journal. From the Journal of Midnight Shower. Day 1. Today is the first day of my mission-imposed exile from the refined walls of Canterlot. I arrived in Zebra Town at the stroke of 8, the royal guards dropping me and my bags off a small trot from the city limits. I did not blame them for not wishing to travel closer, and with Celestia's sun shining above and a cool breeze coming off the mountains, the day invited a walk. My levitation spell is enough to care for my possessions for such a short distance, and prevent the walk from being a burden. Although I admit I was a little concerned for the safety of the priceless heirloom with which I have been entrusted. I would say that this is a fair town by Equestria standards, but Zebra Town does not hold itself to such standards at all, now does it? Still, it's far better than the complete hovel I expected. I had heard that there was a town somewhere out in the dirtier parts of Equestria that the Earth Ponies have built in merely a year. Well, if that is true, then maybe there is a little Earth Pony in the zebras. And I do not mean that in an offensive or seditious manner, for in just a few years, they have turned a poverty-riddled shanty town at the very foot of Canterlot into something rather impressive. Most impressive, I must say, is the elevated aqueduct that runs up the mountain and directly under Canterlot, catching the water which spills continuously from our glorious capital's moat and distributing it, not only through the town, but the farmland beyond. And to think that this entire place was not even a concept not so long ago. But then there was no real need for segregation until zebras massacred our children at Littlehorn. Not that I believe the zebras who are upstanding equestrian citizens should all be moved here, mind you. There are plenty of zebras in Canterlot. I even have a friend who is a zebra. But in the more backward bumpkin parts of the kingdom, with the increasing anti-zebra war sentiment, it simply isn't safe for them to be amongst normal ponies. It really is better this way. That said, I was pleased to learn that the hut which Princess Luna had provided for the duration of my research here is actually a few miles outside of the town proper. As for the hut itself, it is cozy, far from the refinements and luxuries I have been accustomed to in the castle. But I am a scholar, not a noble, and so I have it in my blood to make do, being unburdened as I am with the nobility's allergy to anything plebeian. I have spent this afternoon getting settled in, including the task of troubleshooting the new terminal. Why is it that any new piece of arcano technology always seems to come with more headaches than the one that it replaces? Of course, a fair part of the difficulties may have arisen from the installation of the security spell submatrix, but considering the sensitive nature of my research, it would simply not do to have one of the striped with an unhealthy sense of curiosity go poking around in my affairs now, would it? Tomorrow, I shall trot back up to Zebra Town and try to get acquainted with the town and its citizenry. Being able to establish a degree of good relations will be critical before pursuing avenues of inquiry. What can you tell us about Zebra Town? I asked Steelhooves, having to shout to make my voice heard over the distant roar of rushing water. The Applejack Ranger's response was,
Look up.
I lifted my head, holding up a hoof to shield my eyes from the downpour. The drizzle of the last several hours had thickened, working towards another tempest. Dark mountain cliffs rose sharply above us. As my gaze ascended, I saw Canterlot. The broken majesty of the castle and surrounding city jutted out of the mountainside almost directly above us. I had expected it to be shrouded in a haze of pink, but the rain painted the ornate ruins in the same palette of drab grays as the rest of Equestria. Multiple waterfalls, violently engorged by the rain, plunged down from above with the roar of 1,000 manticores.
Follow the largest of the waterfalls, and it will lead you to Zebra Town.
Steelhooves informed us. I watched the torrent plummeting downward parallel to the sheer cliffs until it met with a multi-arch structure, which reminded me oddly of the Philadelphia roller coaster, washing over it with an unending thunderous bellow. Although a few foothills still blocked our view of Zebra Town itself, the village was very close now. What's it like? I asked. The ghoul responded with a stereotypically laconic yet ominous,
Bad.
And here I expected him to say something even less helpful, like wet.
Steelhooves didn't rise to the bait.
You have been told what happened to Canterlot.
He said.
When the first missiles were inbound, the princesses joined together to raise an alicorn shield over the entire city. The shield was massive. It had to be. They weren't just protecting the castle. There is an entire city up there you can't easily see from below.
I nodded. The royal castle was only the most visible landmark from below. Ministry Walk was in Canterlot, as was Princess Celestia's school for gifted unicorns, and who knew how much more. I could spot fragments of a winding road, switchbacks carved into the mountainside for chariots and carriages to make the ascent. I was picturing it now, the princess's potent shield being bombarded, awash with fire and shaken by explosions. I knew that alicorn shields hampered sound and vision, but I still wondered what it must have been like for the ponies cringing inside.
When the zebra's megaspell went off, the shield filled with the pink cloud, so thick you could not even see the shadow of the castle inside it.
In my mind's eye, I now saw Canterlot replaced on the cliffside by a solid pink bubble, like a gargantuan bubblegum-flavored candy jawbreaker.
Their shield continued to trap the pink cloud for hours while the Steel Rangers and others attempted to evacuate the towns in these foothills. Zebra Town lies directly beneath Canterlot. It was hit hardest when the shield went down.
Steelhooves looked at me.
You may want to consider this as a dry run for Canterlot itself.
From the Journal of Midnight Shower. Day 2. My first attempts to befriend the residents of Zebra Town were met with suspicion and guarded politeness, but no hostility. And considering the state of things here, I regard that as a small triumph on my part. Aside from differences in architecture, and of course the glaring stripedness of the inhabitants, I could almost have believed I was in some extremely poor backwater pony town. Ponyville, perhaps. Of the two things that stood out to me the most, the reluctant geniality of the population was something I could expect to find in almost any hub of civilization that has not yet ascended to the heights of society, where the thinness and chill of the air requires an extra coat of snobbery. The other matter was altogether more telling and more jarring, and that was how the war has left its hoofprint on Zebra Town. Aside, that is, from the mere existence of this place. First, I found none of the patriotic posters or billboards that are beginning to dominate Canterlot. I hardly expected signs reminding the residents how much better and how more virtuous they are than zebras, nor encouragements to join the war effort. But I was surprised not to find a single poster relating to any of the ministries. In fact, the only hoofprint of the ministries in all of Zebraville is the occasional patriotic song belted out by one of those new sprite bots. There are a few of them bobbing around town, and just like the ponies of Canterlot, the zebras pay them little attention. Honestly, a song that inspires patriotism the first 100 times you hear it will inevitably stop doing so within the first 1,000. The other hoofprint is the presence of soldier ponies here. This, I am given to understand, is a very new development. Ever since the assassination attempt on Princess Celestia, the residents of Zebratown have been subject to harassment from ponies in nearby towns. Princess Luna has put her hoof down, stationing some of Equestria's finest in Zebratown for the residents' protection and safety. The road to Canterlot had become a raging river. Calamity held me as we flew over the muddy waves, my horn glowing. Behind us, Steel Hooves and Zenith rode an arched stone bridge which floated through the air behind us, surrounded by the glow of my magic. Centuries of these storms had torn the bridge from its original moorings and washed it onto the valley where I found it half buried in mud. Firelight flew along beneath it, taking advantage of the stone canopy, her occasional breaths of fire reflected by the churning water below. Seeing the river that the road had become, I again rethought our decision to leave the Sky Bandit behind. The little bridge had become my compromise. It was large enough to carry the prisoners we intended to free as well. And if the streets of Zebratown were flooded, the stone bridge was less likely to float away while we were busy rescuing than the passenger wagon. Suddenly, my head began to pound. I felt a terrible tightness in my horn. Strange red tint flooded my vision. My magic wavered, threatening to implode. I tried to focus harder, but the throb in my head rose to a scream. Firelight let out a screaming squawk. I was barely able to hear Steelhooves shouting to Calamity.
Up! Get higher! Fast!
I felt the tug as Calamity grunted painfully, flapping his wings harder. I could hear Zenith let out an agonized moan. Then, as quickly as the torment had come, it was gone. The screaming pain in my head was gone. My hearing cleared. I gasped, blinking away tears and the swimming redness. I wiped the tears from my eyes and then stared at my hoof, aghast at the smears of red quickly washing away in the rain. I had been bleeding from my eyes. What? I felt Calamity relax, his flying shaky. Behind me, Zena's voice seemed to shudder. By the ball sacks of 1,000 star devils who dropped the moon on us. Okay, that's where it was just disturbing. Although her description was as apt as any.
Broadcaster,
Steelhooves said, his voice betraying no hints that he had suffered as we did.
there are probably several scattered about, washed out of Canterlot by the rain.
I glanced behind us at the river we had passed over. The broadcaster was somewhere under the waves. We couldn't have seen it. I couldn't even hear the static over the roar of the waterfalls. There had been no warning until the effect began to kill us. I turned my stare forward again as we crested the last hill. Zebratown sprawled out before us. The ruins had been left undamaged by the war, only to be slowly battered down by the hoof of time and constant floods. Most of the zebra huts had collapsed, leaving not even skeletons. A small maze of crumbling shops and zebra insulae lined the merchant roads, and a few larger buildings formed gray masses shrouded behind sheets of falling water. The largest waterfall from Canterlot, engorged by the storm, crashed into the widening mountain cliff less than a quarter-mile from the edge of Zebratown, its roar filling the air. The pounded aqueduct stood under the onslaught, delivering part of the waterfall's payload directly into the town along an elevated canal. But the structure, which had survived hundreds of years under the falls, had collapsed at several points within the town itself, the water now pouring into the streets, instead of flowing out to the hills which had been the zebra's cropland. As we flew over the streets of Zebratown, I saw veins of pink swirling in the water. The rain proved a double-edged sword, washing the pink cloud out of the air. We could remain outside safely, but we dared not set hoof in the shallow lakes that had once been streets. At least we would be able to keep our armor on. I needed my pip-buck to locate the zebras. I looked up at the Canterlot ruins above us, wondering what the rain was doing to the city above. Clearly, rains like this happened many times before, and the pink cloud always returned. Steelhooves would have told us if it were otherwise. But would entering Canterlot during a storm make our mission safer or more dangerous? From the Journal of Midnight Shower, Day 3. I spent another day in Zebratown, acquainting myself with the proprietors of several of the businesses where I may make later inquiries, as well as presenting myself to the Zebra Constabulary within the Zebratown police station. The local law was quick to inform me that Zebratown operates under the same laws as the rest of Equestria, and that the zebras are more than capable and willing to police their own. They offered to show me their vault of confiscated items and contraband if I doubted their efforts. Believing I had gotten off on the wrong hoof, I swiftly assured them that I was not here on any matter of the ministries or military, and that I was just conducting personal research for a thesis. I received even more suspicious looks at that, as well as a rather rude inquiry as to whether I was researching inherent zebra inferiority. As if any pony would want or need to do such a thing. No, I reassured them, confiding instead that I was doing a study on zebra astrology. To my dismay, this produced an even worse reaction to the notion I was researching zebra inferiority, and it took all my not inconsiderable charisma and social graces to assure them that my studies were benign. Still, I left the encounter feeling a little shaken and slightly alarmed at the task before me. The thoughts I find most particularly disquieting are the images my mind conjures of the locals' reaction should they learn the truth behind my research.
So where do you expect the zebras are being hailed?
Calamity said, as we flew over a large open area dominated on one end by a fountain with a statue in the form of Princess Celestia. Water pressure from the raging aqueduct was causing the fountain to blast streams of water from Celestia's eyes, wingtips, and horn, like they were pressurized hoses. I had my EFS up, but the only lights on my compass were my friends and the occasional pulse of red. I could never get a fix on the enemy, or enemies, that my EFS was picking up before they vanished again. It was making me nervous.
There are not many structures left to hold them in,
Zenith said, the sight of the ruined Zebratown having no apparent effect on her.
I don't believe the alicorns would choose one of the smaller shops as a base,
Steelhooves noted.
It doesn't fit their sense of ego.
That narrowed down the search areas considerably.
On the other hoof, they could be using the Zebratown sewers.
And that just widened it a lot. Sewers, I moaned.
That would explain why the town ain't even more flooded than this,
Calamity appraised.
I'm guessing they built them to handle spring flooding.
Amongst other things.
My compass flared red again as we swept over the broken rooftops of a row of zebra insulae and flew out over what had once been the Zebratown amphitheater, and was now a large inner-city lake. Crumbling walls of columns and archways ringed the old amphitheater. Each column that still remained intact was crowned with stone-carved masks of alien and most unwelcoming designs. I cringed at the thought of attending a performance with those wicked-looking faces staring down at me from every column of the theater. Standing in one rain-shadowed archway was the near-black form of an alicorn. She saw us almost at the same time we spotted her. Then she vanished with a flash. Fuck! It was one of the teleporting ones.
Expect company,
Steelhooves warned. We had to get out of the sky. We were too easy a target. Calamity flew towards the largest intact structure, dropping me onto the cracked rooftop before settling down himself. Firelight darted out from under the stone bridge just before it slammed into the rooftop, spilling Steelhooves and Zenith. The Applejack's Ranger landed in a graceless thud, while the zebra somersaulted gymnastically, ending on all four hooves and turning to stare at the grumbling ghoul with a raised eyebrow and the slightest hint of a smirk. My fault, I called out as Steelhooves pushed himself back up. A loud groan rumbled through the roof underneath my hooves. I knew immediately that it was about to collapse. It had been on the verge of crumbling for decades, and our landing was the final insult. Looking up at my companions, I whimpered, I hate ceilings. Ceilings, roofs, floors, anything that could tumble out from underneath me. In all the fucking wasteland, they were my greatest enemy. I started to focus, intent on levitating myself and my companions, and possibly laughing victoriously. The roof caved in, sending plumes of pink gas upwards at us. My vision blurred, my head throbbed, my lungs fought for proper air. My spell imploded and I fell into the pink. My body hit the floor in a chamber of thick pink gas. The pink cloud had seeped in through cracks in the ceiling and collected here. The medical assist spell in my pip buck started flashing warnings across my EFS as my internal organs began to suffer. My heart felt strained. My lungs struggled to take in enough air. I could feel something terribly unpleasant in my bowels.
There will be pockets where the pink cloud has settled and pooled.
Steelhooves had warned us.
Avoid them if you can, dash through them with all haste if you cannot. While still only a fraction of the potency of the original cloud, such pockets will kill you in seconds.
I pulled up my Pip-Buck's automap, checking my orientation towards the nearest door. This way! I tried to shout, my voice fighting for volume. Follow me! I charged for the door, praying that the room beyond was safe. If it was not, I would likely be dead before I could find another. I hit the door, throwing it open. To my dismay, the hallway beyond was curtained with the same cloying pink. Half of the doors along the way were open, offering no salvation. The pink cloud would kill me before I reached the end of the hall. Galloping to the first closed door, I screamed wretchedly as I found it locked. I was in no condition to pick a lock. I hurled myself at the next, my heart feeling like it was about to explode. My lungs were burning, my vision was getting dark. The door opened. I tore into the next room, praising Celestia as the pink cleared, only to thud against a stone railing. My EFS was still flashing warnings, and the compass was all manner of red. I needed a health potion to reverse the damage the pink cloud had done, and fast before my organs started to fail. With severe alarm, I realized that Velvet Remedy still had all our medical supplies. My vision was dark, but clearing. Calamity shot past me, hovering in the air just beyond the railing. As Steelhooves and Zenith galloped through the door behind me, I heard a crunching sound from beneath. Looking around, I realized we were on a semicircular stone balcony, overlooking a cavernous tiled room flooded in water. Much of the water was shallow enough to wade through, but there were sunken pockets where it was very deep. Streams of pink swam like ribbons all about the floor. The room below us had several small tiers, the steps between becoming waterfalls, and hosted many balconies and exits. A dozen zebras looked up at our appearance with hostile expressions and dead eyes.
Lovely choice,
Zenith intoned, sounding terribly weak.
If we wish to avoid the poisoned water, what better place than a bathhouse?
The balcony shifted under our hooves. Not again, I groaned, throwing my spell around myself and my companions as the tiled floor beneath us canted dangerously. The semicircle of stone tore from the wall, smashing down into the tiled floor below, shattering a hole in it. The four of us hovered over the bathhouse interior, surrounded by my magic. Ha! I yelled down at the ruins of the balcony, ignoring the odd looks I was getting from Calamity. Ha ha ha! In response, a host of voices whinnied strangely from below. Several of the dead-looking zebras galloped towards the exits in the room beneath us. Water had begun to gurgle down into the hole created by the fallen balcony. The air filled with explosions as Steelhooves opened fire with his grenade machine gun, the grenades tearing the bodies of the zombie zebras apart. The room was filled with blasted water and flying chunks of tile and concrete. At least 3 of the dead zebras had made it to the exit, but most died in the onslaught. Zenith cried out as one of the escapees came charging up the pink hallway and leapt out the still open door behind us. Waves of pink mist curling out after it as it soared through the air and impacted with Steelhooves, knocking them both out of my levitation field. The zombie zebra and the ghoul plunged into one of the pools below with a splash.
Well, he could use a bath,
Zenith commented as we floated above the pool, watching the dark figures of the two hoof fight under the water, neither of them able to drown.
Y'all figure he needs any help?
Calamity asked. We both shook our heads. Where's Firelight? I asked, suddenly realizing we were down a party member. Calamity scowled, blushing a little.
Still flying round outside, I reckon. Bird's smart enough not to fall through a roof when she has wings.
For Calamity's sake, I tried not to smirk. The floor around the pools was slowly draining. Casting about, I spotted a row of yellow medical boxes. Salvation! Assuming there were any health potions to be found inside. Telekinetically pulling myself from the others, I flew up to the medical boxes, The first was unlocked, yet still full of medical supplies. Zebratown had not suffered the looting that had emptied nearly every unlocked box in the wasteland. If this is what Zebratown was like, how about Canterlot? I suddenly understood Steelhoof's concerns about distractions. My head was still throbbing. My breathing was painful, fast, and shallow. My gut twisting inside me as something seemed to shift, burning in my bowels. I didn't need the medical assist spell to know I was on the verge of something inside me failing. And I was the first out of the cloud. My friends had to be worse. I floated the healing potions I found inside up to Calamity and Zenith, planning to use the first one I found in the next box myself. The next was locked. My vision slowly darkened further as I focused on the lock. A new red light sprung up on my EFS compass. Turning, I saw a zombie zebra push through a doorway, its seemingly lifeless eyes fixing on me, flaring with unholy light. I whipped out my zebra rifle, sending 3 bullets straight into its head. I could see the flare of orange flame as the corpse's brain burned. The zebra thing stumbled and went down like a sack of flour. Turning back to the medical box, I finally got it open. Celestia lick me like she loves me. There was a super restoration potion inside. I downed it quickly before my vision could fade entirely, and I lost the ability to focus anymore. At once, my vision started to clear. My breathing became easier. My heart started to beat more strongly in my breast. My ears filled with an unnatural grating sound. I turned as the dead zebra was lifted back to its hooves in a swirl of unholy energy. But I shot it in the head with fire. The Canterlot zebra proved just how much it didn't care as it struck out at me with a hoof. The impact bruised through my armor, sending my weightless body flying backwards. My head struck one of the medical boxes, exploding in pain and stars as I collapsed into the water. I could hear Zenith splash down as my magic imploded. I felt a sickly warmth in my mane. The medical assist flashed warnings of head trauma. Between my previous concussion and the weakening from the cloud, I feared I may have suffered permanent damage. The fear washed away as I passed out. From the Journal of Midnight Shower. Day 4. Bearing in mind the extreme security on this terminal and the sensitive nature of the charts and documents already sorted within, I have decided that it should be safe to record the particulars of my assignment and the discussion which led to my being thrust into the cultural wasteland. And by that, of course, I mean any place that is not Canterlot. I wish to do so now, while the words of the princess are still fresh in my head, before time and events further mar the memory. I suppose I could have a memory orb treatment, but such objects are terrifyingly lacking in proper security. Any unicorn could get into them. I should first note that I took this assignment willingly, even eagerly. There are some things that are simply more important to a pony than proper surroundings, proper meals, and proper company. And for every pony, the foremost of those things is their special talent, as magically emblazoned on their flank by their cutie mark. Sadly, there are ponies whose only talent in life is to be a stuck-up boor, or a rock farmer, or something equally as awful. But I had the unique misfortune of having the cutie mark of an event that would never occur within my lifetime. The last centennial meteor shower occurred over Ponyville 10 years before I was even born, and the next is not scheduled to occur until decades after I'm likely to have passed away. So the ability to not only see but actually touch that very thing my cutie mark represents, to hold it in my hooves, was too overwhelming a gift to possibly turn away. Being the royal astronomer comes with many benefits, not the least of which is being within the same orbit as the princesses. I have been in the position to observe them in less than entirely formal company, and have even had occasion to speak to Princess Luna or Princess Celestia in years prior to their beckoning. As such, I believe I have constructed a better assessment of the character of each of the princesses than most any pony other than perhaps their royal guard, each other, and some of the castle staff. For example, Princess Luna is the younger sister. She is also the smaller and cuter sister. As a result of these traits, I have seen many ponies fall prey to the notion that she must also be the weaker and the more innocent of the two. It is a misconception that I have seen the princess herself play on to more than one occasion, usually with devastating precision. If anything can be said of the night princess, It is that she is the darker of the two. In my personal estimation, ponies are often inclined to suspect Princess Celestia is capable of acts that our benevolent princess could never commit, and equally inclined to underestimate what Princess Luna is capable of. It was with these things in mind that many within the castle were fearful of what was to come after the zebras attempted to assassinate Princess Celestia. For days, Princess Luna locked herself away in her chambers, refusing meetings with every pony save her sister. On the fourth day, she called her cabinet to her, and the 6 mayors met with the princesses for the most of that day and the 5th. After they left, I was summoned. To my surprise, Princess Luna was neither wrathful nor cold nor overcome with remorse. She was, if I had to put a word on it, contemplative. She invited me in, offered refreshment, and made sure I was comfortable, which I was aside from being dreadfully nervous. And then she opened up to me, telling me things I do not believe she has likely shared with any other pony outside of her inner circle, if only because it is a subject matter she chooses not to discuss. I shall endeavor to transcribe the words of Her Majesty Princess Luna as best as I recall. If you were to listen to the old pony tales, they would have you believe that the conflict between Celestia and myself happened over the course of an evening, which, after a fashion, I suppose it did. But it was not a typical evening. The way it is told, one would think I threw a tantrum, or that my sister hurled me to a lunar prison at the climax of a breakfast squabble. Celestia did not choose to harness the most powerful magical energies in all of Equestria, and turn them against me either lightly or swiftly. In my insanity, I gave her no other choice, and she still tried every avenue to reason with me, nor was the attack unexpected and unprepared for. What the history books gloss over and the myths leave out entirely is that the morning I rebelled lasted longer than what would normally be considered a week. There are also those who mistakenly believe that because Celestia raised and lowered my moon for 1,000 years, that she is more powerful and that her banishment of me was petty and unnecessary, as she could have just taken control and lowered my moon herself. That is not the case. She could only raise my moon all those centuries because I was not there, as I would be able to raise her sun in her absence. When it comes to the night, to use the ancient term, my power trumps hers. I held my moon high and forced her sun to stay down for over a week's time, and she could do nothing about it. I cannot properly convey the sense of sorrow, bitterness, and remorse that hid behind Princess Luna's voice. Yet regardless of how much private pain this revisiting inflicted, the Night Princess persevered. By the end of it, Equestria had entered a deep winter. The freezing cold was killing plants and wildlife alike, and ponies everywhere were suffering and facing death from cold or starvation. I did not care. I was in a great rage, and I wanted to punish. My wrath did not just spill out onto our lands. Before the end, both the griffins and the zebras had sent agents to assassinate me. But between my power and my protection of my armor, they stood no chance, and I laid them low. Celestia did what she had to do, and even she could not break me of my madness. Even my sister was not powerful enough or pure enough of heart to save me. It took others to do that. There is a spark that is required to power the elements of harmony to their fullest, and it is hard to generate that spark if one is acting alone. Words cannot express the depth of emotion I felt at these revelations. The wonder and the horror of them was beyond expression. Princess Luna gave me time to digest these things and finally to dare ask why she had chosen to confide them in such a lowly pony as myself. To be honest, there was a part of me that feared for my life. Such secrets were not for the likes of mere astronomers, royal or otherwise. I wish you to understand the context that I suspect surrounds the task I must ask you to undertake, she told me. You must understand 2 things. First, that the conflict between Celestia and myself did not happen, dare I say it, overnight. I had planned, made preparations. I had anticipated that Celestia would use the elements against me eventually, and that others would try to stop me even sooner. So I had mystical armor fashioned for myself out of the rarest and most magically stalwart of all metals. What I did not foresee is that my sister would banish me. I had expected her to attempt to strike me down, and my defenses were designed around such an assumption. I had expected my sister to be as cruel as I had become, and thus I lost. With that, she produced a small, plain lockbox. She used her levitation, floating the box at a distance as if loath to touch it. Setting the lockbox before me, she opened it with yet another spell, revealing a charred and twisted scrap of metal. This is a piece of Nightmare Moon's armor. She bade me to take it, examine it. The metal was light and cool to the touch, pale blue with an extraordinary sheen that put silver to shame. I asked her where in Equestria she had found such metal. The metal is not native to Equestria. In fact, it is not native to this world at all. Every 100 years, the skies of our world are graced with a meteor shower. There was one in the year Nightmare Moon was set free, and I was saved. On the longest day of the 1000th anniversary of my incarceration. I can see you have done the math. It is worth noting that on rare occasions, perhaps every dozen showers, not all of the meteors burn up in the sky. There have been impacts. During the meteor shower which occurred in the year I was banished, there was one such impact in the Everfree Forest, not far from the old castle. I believe the zebra's name for this is star metal, and they have considerably more myths about it than we do. I want you to go to Zebra Town. You may take this with you, and learn all you can about those myths. The zebra's reaction to my position has been more extreme than we had anticipated. For the sake of all Equestria, I need to understand why. Reading that passage while I recovered may have been a mistake. I had never envisioned what Nightmare Moon had done before. Never ever tried. Now that I did, the vision shook my soul with horror. I was in a great rage, and I wanted to punish. I felt myself grow pale. I thought of myself tearing through one of the shops in Arbu, telekinetically throwing the ponies inside up against the ceiling so I could see their Arbu marks, then opening fire with the zebra rifle and releasing their burning, flailing bodies to fall to the floor. There it was. I was Nightmare Moon in miniature. But if Nightmare Moon could become Princess Luna again, if she could lift herself from such abysmal depths of monstrosity to become the loving and love-worthy goddess of our worship, then there really was hope for me. The words in the journal gave me the confidence that my hopes were more than just wishful thinking. At the same time, they were a reminder that the stain of my fury-driven murders would never fade away. Steelhooves was right. Like Princess Luna, I would forever remember what I had done. And like the zebras remembered the actions of Nightmare Moon, there would be those to whom I could never be anything but that monster. Zenith gave me the last of the healing potions. The third medical box had been locked as well. But it turns out lockpicking isn't required when one of your friends has a hellhound horn capable of slashing through metal with the ease of slicing an apple. I drank it, watching the medical assist warnings on my EFS slowly die away.
Next zombie zebra gets a missile up its kisser.
Steelhooves grumbled. I had gleaned that the battle in the pool had been frustrating, his armor refusing to allow him to fire his weapons underwater. The mental picture of two creatures who could not die from anything less than massive bodily harm being reduced to throwing hooves at each other underwater struck me as darkly amusing. I didn't think Steelhooves would appreciate it if I snickered. Soon we were moving again. The bathhouse was not the prison we were looking for. The plethora of Canterlot zebras and the absence of alicorns told me that. But the basement of the bathhouse gave us an entrance into the sewers, and as much as I hated the idea of exposing ourselves to the water here, we couldn't ignore one of the most likely places for the alicorns to be holding their captives. Fortunately, since both Zenith and I both landed in the bathhouse water, with no discernible ill effect, I suspected the concentration of pink in the rainwater was low enough to be reasonably safe. Or at least that is what I kept telling myself as soon as we were almost belly deep in flowing rainwater pushing our way through the huge dark tunnels beneath Zebra Town. From the Journal of Midnight Shower, Day 7. Today I availed myself of one of the more unique buildings in Zebra Town. The zebras have made an interesting effort to blend their cultural heritage with a more proper equestrian aesthetic. One of the results is the infamous bathhouses of Zebra Town. Water is piped in from the aqueduct, and several of the pools are boiler heated. Patrons move between hot baths and cool as they mingle and discuss the matters of the day, or enjoy a poolside brunch at the provided tables. As utterly uncouth as bathing publicly is, I must admit that the experience provided by these bathhouses is luxurious, both physically and socially. I was astonished to discover that there were ponies living in Zebra Town. Only a hoofful, I am told. But there are ponies who have chosen to live their lives in this place. On purpose. I had the opportunity to converse with one such pony at the bathhouse, a delightful peasant mare named Daisy. It is Daisy's assertion that she chose to live here because the zebras need to be reminded that not all ponies are, in her words, xenophobic bigots. And on the matter of irrational fears, I found myself the subject of just such sentiments when a zebra mother screamed and pulled her foal from the bath, and soon the bathhouse entirely, upon the mere sight of me. When I endeavored to determine what I had done to provoke this rather extreme response, most of the zebras would not meet my eyes out of embarrassment. One finally explained, her face reddened with shame, that the mark of the 3 streaking meteors on my flank was the source of the zebra's terror. It would appear that the myths of the zebras have such a hold on the psyche of some that my cutie mark alone is cause for much reaction. Upon leaving the bathhouse, I noticed several zebra colts quickly attempting to hide an inhaler, looking for all the land like they had been caught by their parents reading an issue of Wingboner magazine. I am hardly a pony to know about such things, but I suspect they were using illegal zebra-imported pharmaceuticals. Perhaps the constables need to be keeping better watch. Whoosh! Twin missiles shot out from Steelhoof's armor-integrated battle saddle and barreled down the sewer tunnel. More than enough firepower to kill a Canterlot zombie zebra. The rockets exploded against the alicorn's shield with almost no effect. Ahead of us, the cave-like tunnel continued beyond a gridwork of heavy iron bars which blocked our way. Steelhooves and Calamity tried to occupy the purple-coated alicorn as I hacked a wall-mounted terminal that controlled access to a heavy metal door and set in the side of the sewer tunnel. I worked as quickly as I could, hacking through the system, scanning strings of data for possible passwords. The door clanged and slid open as I found and entered the correct passphrase. Not_A_rainbow. We charged blindly inside, Steelhooves hiding a proximity mine on the backside of the terminal before closing the door behind us and plunging us into darkness. Several pairs of glowing white lights flickered in the darkness. My EFS compass was showing 4 red lights. I slipped into Sats and locked onto the first zombie zebra, aiming little Macintosh right for the deadlights of its eyes. Blam! Blam! The powerful little revolver echoed in the metal chamber. Steelhoof's helmet spotlight burst to life, revealing a long amateur laboratory filled with tables of ancient chemistry sets. The zombie zebra I had shot lay dead, most of its head removed. I really hoped it couldn't get back up from that. 3 more stood about the lab, one of them holding a spear in its mouth. Steelhooves opened fire, turning one corner of the lab into a blast zone, filling the room with smoke, heat, and shattered glass. I quickly averted my eyes and bucked over a table, crouching behind from the backblast of Steelhoof's attack. Calamity and Zenith joined me.
Whoa, whoa, whoa!
Calamity yelled out, covering his hat with his forelegs. Steelhoofs, thank the goddesses, stopped firing explosives. A second later, the spear struck into the table, the metal blade gleaming green as it pierced through the table, slashing my shoulder. I cried out, pressing a hoof to stop the bleeding. Calamity flew up, firing up his Nova Surge rifles while Zenith pulled out healing bandages and treated my wound. I heard another explosion, but this was from outside the door. The alicorn had tried to use the terminal and set off the mine. She wouldn't be getting in. I felt a wave of dizziness. My fear of permanent damage to my head resurfaced. But then the dizziness was joined by a gut-wrenching feeling and I doubled over.
Poison,
Zenith said simply.
fear not. I know this brew. You will suffer, but only a little. Then you will be as good as new.
I doubled over in agonizing cramps. I found myself strongly disagreeing with Zenith's definition of a little. I heard the horrible necromantic sound of the zombie zebra I had shot getting back up. Calamity fired again, and I heard it liquefy. The last zombie zebra leapt over the table, turning to face Zenith and me. I tried to focus, aiming little Macintosh, but a tearing, twisting pain in my abdomen obliterated my concentration, leaving me gasping for air and praying for unconsciousness. Zenith moved swiftly, striking the zombie zebra with a hoof. I saw her eyes widen in fear as the monster failed to be paralyzed, taking advantage of her attack and sinking its teeth into her back, just beneath one of her shoulder blades.
Don't touch me!
Zenith screamed, twisting away, her coat and flesh tearing bloodily as she pulled herself from the teeth of the monster. She whipped her head about, the hellhound horn slicing the zombie zebra. Her attacker's head tumbled from its body and rolled, stopping in front of my face, the deadlights in his eyes fading out as it stared lifelessly at me. Zenith screamed again, pounding her hooves against the corpse. A moment later, she speared the dead zombie's head with her hellhound horn and flung it across the room. It hit a box full of inhalers, knocking it over and spilling them across the floor. Zenith collapsed next to me, trembling and breathing hard, blood flowing down her back. From the Journal of Midnight Shower, Day 13. Inquiries are proceeding at an abysmal pace. Very few zebras seem to know much of their homeland's folklore, and I have received more than one admonishment for using that phraseology, the zebras insisting that Equestria is their homeland. It would seem that a large portion of the town's population are either unschooled in their heritage or have chosen to abandon anything that would tie them to the zebras we are fighting, including an adamantly feigned ignorance about any aspects of their homeland's culture and religion. I cannot blame them. There have been a number of small incidents since I have arrived. These have mostly been spray painting, broken flower pots, trampled gardens, and other minor harassments. But I do understand that a constant air of intolerance perpetrated by an insignificant few can have an impact on the general psyche. The soldiers who are charged with protecting the residents from such incursions are more worrisome than the hooligans themselves. I have come to learn that a few of the newly assigned mares and bucks served at Shattered Hoof Ridge. I will be writing a correspondence before the week is out, suggesting that perhaps it would be better to rotate out any member of our military recently involved in battle with the Striped.
Remember this place, little one.
Zenith said softly as Calamity inexpertly applied Zenith's blood-stopping goop and the last of our bandages.
I will want to return here.
I nodded as I opened the laboratory's wall safe. I had hoped for more medicine, but instead found a revolver, ammo, a few decaying books, and a recipe for making dash. I gave the last to Zenith, taking the ammo for myself. I took a moment to mark the lab on my Pip-Buck's automap before trotting up to the wall terminal that operated the door on the opposite side of the labs. This one was a lot easier to hack. The door slid open. Zenith moved slowly, letting the bandages mend her wound as best it could. The zombie zebra had gotten more flesh than meat, but she still needed a healing potion, and we had used all we had scavenged, burning off the effects of the pink cloud. She edged up an intact chemistry set and opened her satchel, pulling out jars of ingredients and strips of bloodwing leather. Seeing that Zenith was preparing to brew, I turned to Calamity. Steelhooves and I will scout ahead. You stay here with Zenith. The Pegasus Enclave weapons had proven the best we had against zombie zebras in an enclosed space. There were 2 puddles of glowing goop on the floor that would never get up again. I closed the door to the laboratory behind us. Now that I knew the passwords, access would be easy, and I didn't want to give our enemies easy access. We moved forward. Water spilled into the tunnel through the countless pipes and gutter holes. Thunder echoed through the sewers for long seconds after each crack from the sky outside. With all the noise, even Steelhooves was almost able to be stealthy. We turned a corner and stopped, seeing the glittering wall of an alicorn shield covering the passage ahead. On the other side of the shield, the water level had built up until it filled the entire passage. 2 dark green alicorns sat motionlessly in front of the shield, flanking the tunnel like guardian statuettes. What in the... With a burst of light, the dark purple teleporter appeared between her 2 green sisters. She was bleeding from wounds caused by the terminal explosion. Steelhooves dropped into a battle stance. I pulled out my sniper rifle, kicking on my targeting spell, hoping I could get a shot off before she put up her shield.
Gotcha.
She grinned wickedly, her horn flaring as she vanished in a flash, taking the 2 other alicorns with her. The shield spell disappeared, and the wall of water came rushing at us. I kicked, fighting to break the surface of the rushing water as it washed me violently through the Zebratown sewers. My head pushed above the water, and I gasped for air in the moment before I was pulled under again. My body twisting about in the swift churning water, my sense of direction torn away. I felt my body slam into a set of iron bars. My head began to throb, a terrible pressure building in my horn, agony filling my ears. I tried to use the bars as a guide to push myself to the surface, lungs burning, desperate for air. Instead, my horn hit the floor of the sewer, sending a spasming pain through my head. I gasped, drinking water into my lungs, beginning to drown. In a panic, I reversed my direction and pushed myself up as hard as I could. My head burst through the water, the rushing underground river pressing me hard against the grating. I coughed up water, my head splitting in pain, my horn feeling like it was about to explode. My eyes were red with bloody tears. Oh, goddesses, a broadcaster! I was pinned. I couldn't swim away. Gasping, my mind crying in the most exquisite pain, I forced myself to dive back down. I opened my eyes, looking around in the murky, fast-moving water, and quickly spotted the skeletons of several ponies, or possibly zebras, who had washed up against the iron bars. One of them had a pit buck on its foreleg. As swiftly as I could, my vision doubling as the pony in my head screamed, I tore the skeletal foreleg away, pit buck and all, and twisted it, pushing it between the bars. The torrent washed the pit buck and its corrupted broadcaster away. I lurched back above the waves, coughing heavily, the pain in my head instantly gone, save for a lingering headache. Through the iron bars, I could see the cold gray light of the stormy day, the water spilling out the end of the drainage tunnel I was trapped in. I panted harshly, letting the water pin me against the bars until the deluge lessened into a breast-high stream. Something hard and metal dug into my rump. I moved and then felt it in the water with my hooves. My sniper rifle. A few minutes later, a single white light cut through the darkness of the tunnel behind me. At first, I thought it was a one-eyed zombie zebra. But then I recognized Steelhoof's helmet spotlight. My friend trotted towards me, splashing in the sewer river. From the Journal of Midnight Shower, Day 23. My research is beginning to bear fruit. Apparently, the most knowledgeable zebra in town regarding old tales is currently being held prisoner in the Zebratown police station. Although the shopkeeper I spoke to is either unable or unwilling to comment on the crimes for which he is being held. I will be attempting to gain an audience with the prisoner tomorrow. Nearly a month into my exile, and as much as I miss the castle, there is something about this strange, dirty little peasant town that is growing on me, albeit not in an altogether pleasant way. The shopkeepers no longer look at me with suspicion, and I enjoyed a crisp hay lunch with Daisy this afternoon. However, it's becoming increasingly clear that despite the constable's insistence to the contrary, this town has a deeply embedded contraband problem. There have been 3 deaths in the outlying farmlands within the last 3 weeks that can be connected to a newly banned drug called Dash. The deaths involve 1 overdose and 2 shootings, the latter both by the same individual who was high on the drug at the time she committed the murders. Combine this with a few of my own observations within the town, and I am becoming confident that Zebratown has its hooves deep in either the distribution or possibly even manufacturing of this dangerous substance. On the way home, I noticed a couple ponies trying to sneak into town carrying what looked like bottles of liquor. Their behavior was suspicious enough that I stopped them and began asking their business in town loudly enough that one of the nearby soldiers couldn't help but take note. Unsurprisingly, the ponies quickly remembered an appointment elsewhere. No more exploring the sewers. At least not until every other possibility had been exhausted. The alicorns had shown just how easily they could turn it into a death trap. Since when do alicorns say gotcha? I asked, standing shakily on the cobblestone street of Zebratown in a few inches of water. After what I had been through, I wasn't so concerned about getting wet anymore, no matter how many ribbons of pink I could see in the water. Higher light circled overhead, seeming happy to see us again. We had managed to get separated from Zenith and Calamity, and I was dreading having to go back down to find them. No, better that I send Steelhoofs to fetch them. At least he couldn't drown. I looked around, realizing I had lost track of my metal-clad companion. The Applejack's Ranger had been standing right next to me a moment ago. Turning, I spotted him standing at the edge of a side road, staring at his hooves silently. I trotted up, asking if he was all right.
I died here.
He said, before falling into a long, strange silence. From the Journal of Midnight Shower, Day 24. I was on my way to meet with the local constabulary when I was forced to alter my normal approach due to several large pony-drawn wagons blocking the street. Not being in a rush, I decided to take the scenic way around, taking the opportunity to locate and browse a store I had heard of nestled in the back corner of Zebra Town, which reputedly sells replica ceremonial zebra masks. I believe the proprietor of such a store would naturally possess a wealth of knowledge about zebra customs and, by extension, beliefs. My plans for the afternoon were disrupted by a quickly muffled call for help. Apparently, a few of Equestria's finest decided to have their way with a rather comely zebra mare. By the time I arrived on the scene, the bucks were on the ground, sprawling before their very angry commanding officer, a sergeant by the name of Applesnack, whom I later learned was one of the soldiers transferred here after Shattered Hoof Ridge. From the way one of the soldier bucks held his ribs as he limped away, it was clear the sergeant had chosen a non-vocal means of intervening in the would-be assault, although he certainly had some choice words for them after he had bucked them flat. What had the greatest impact on me, however, was what happened after. I was taking note of the sergeant's name with intention of recommending some manner of commendation, when the zebra mare, shaken and sobbing, reached out a hoof to thank him. Sergeant Applesnack rounded, pushing her away, and informing her that he stopped those bastards because they were a disgrace to Equestria, and most emphatically not for the likes of her. I feel another letter is in order, this time addressed directly to the princess herself. Steelhoof's gaze was fixed on the stones of the road before him. In the cobblestones I saw 4 hoof prints. They looked like they had melted into the stones themselves. Slowly, Steelhoof stepped forward, placing a hoof into each of the indentations. I felt an odd shudder as I saw they matched him perfectly. He looked upwards toward the specter of Canterlot directly above us.
I was here the day Equestria died,
He said slowly. I stood still, listening.
We knew the end was coming. Applejack and I were here evacuating every pony and zebra we could. Stable 3 was locked behind the princess's shield, but there were others nearby.
He turned to me.
You cannot imagine what it was like to look up and see the missiles slamming into the shield around Canterlot, trying to break their way in and kill every pony inside.
He looked away.
Then we got word that the zebras had wiped Cloudsdale out of the sky. Applejack excused herself and raced to Ponyville.
He gave a shuddering sigh.
I never blamed her for leaving, or for ordering me to stay. There was no pony to blame but myself.
From the timbre in the stoic ghoul's voice, I could tell my friend was actually crying. My heart went out to him, unable to bear hearing my stalwart Applejack's ranger finally unable to hide his hurt.
We had been trying to repair our relationship ever since the night she had seen the darkness in me. I wanted to save us, but the damage was too deep. She could hardly look at me anymore. I didn't understand why she was fighting to keep us together when I didn't deserve her. But then, I didn't know she was pregnant either.
I wanted to hold him, to comfort him somehow. But I knew he wouldn't be able to feel it. That armor of his separated him from the rest of us. All I could do was be some pony who was here and who would listen. Steelhoofs tried to shake off his sorrow.
I remained here. She left me in charge of the evacuation in her absence. I had been in Zebratown before. I knew the place. None of the other troops had the familiarity with Zebratown. I was the logical choice.
He looked up, remembering as he spoke. My mind's eye insisted on painting a picture from his words.
The princess's shield was huge.
He reminded me.
Several hundred yards above the city, the shield bisected the waterfalls that pour down into Canterlot. All that water came down and had no place to go. It pooled in the bottom of the shield as the missiles began impacting from above. Water absorbs the pink cloud all too readily. When the shield collapsed, all that water fell down on Zebratown like a tidal wave from the sky. Except the water was saturated pink. That wave washed over the town and every pony. Everyone left inside it.
He looked down again, stepping back from the indentations in the cobblestones, his voice carrying a pained nostalgia that told me just how much he didn't like being in this place.
I was standing right here.
From the Journal of Midnight Shower, Day 27. My correspondence to Princess Luna continued to go unanswered. I took the star medal into one of the town's jewelers for their appraisal, only to find myself kicked out of her shop and told never to return. This from the same mare who swore not 6 days again that she neither knew nor cared a thing about the old zebra tales. I was just leaving when a chariot raced by, drawn by a very familiar-looking pony, as 2 others hurled burning bottles and shouted anti-zebra epitaphs too foul to sully myself repeating. One of the bottles crashed through the window of the jewelry shop, setting it ablaze. Doing what any good pony would have done, I tried to gallop to the shopkeeper's aid, but she fought me off, tossing a silver tea set at me before fleeing out a back entrance. I suffered smoke inhalation and some minor burns, but nothing serious. The shopkeeper likewise was relatively unharmed. Not all were so lucky. A small zebra filly was caught in one of the fires and remains in the hospital badly burned. The hospital here is poorly equipped and sparsely staffed, but they are doing what they can with healing poultices from zebra recipes you likely won't find in the books of the Athenaeums of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences. The zebra filly shares the hospital with one of her attackers. 2 of the ponies are being held in the Zebratown police station until a transfer wagon arrives. Again, we have Sergeant Steelhooves to thank. The sergeant responded to the attack by drawing his sidearm and shooting the mare pulling the chariot in the leg. I must take a moment to praise Zebratown's firefighting force, who had the flames under control before the fires could spread to nearby buildings. I spent most of the evening with the local constabulary, repeating endlessly my account of events. I attempted to use the opportunity to learn more about the zebra prisoner they have sealed in isolation, my efforts at gaining an actual audience having come to naught. This evening, one of the zebra constables deigned to inform me that the prisoner was charged with smuggling contraband into Equestria, as well as another charge that I believe can best be translated as heresy. When I questioned whether the contraband was related to the increasing number of Dash-related incidents, the constable abruptly denied any connection between Zebratown and the local drug problem, proclaiming the influx of Dash was almost certainly coming from someone associated with the nearby veterinary pharmaceuticals company. Instead, the constable insisted that the contraband, in this case, amounted to a book. When I asked if I might see the book in question, stating that it might shed some light on my research, the zebra informed me that he would be more than happy to oblige me were it not for the unfortunate fact that the Ministry of Image confiscated the book, removing it from their contraband vault a scant few days before. Heresy. I had a very dark suspicion of what that meant, and what book had been taken from the zebra's contraband vault. We were headed into the Canterlot ruins to get that book, that very black book, from Rarity's secret safe at the behest of the Trixie Goddess. I did not know what my plans were from that point, but I had made it very clear to myself that getting the black book to Mary Pony was crucial. Calamity and Zenith had rejoined us, and now we were crouched in the ruins of a nameless shop, staring across the cobblestone plaza at the Zebratown police station. Thanks to the Journal of Midnight Shower, I had gotten the idea that this was the best place to look for the alicorns and their prisoners. I heard a soft ding behind me as Calamity raided the store's bits register. I didn't even bother shaking my head. I pulled out my binoculars, looking the Zebratown police station over. The aqueduct ran right behind the station, and part of it had collapsed, taking about 1/4 of the building with it. The remains of the Zebratown police station stood in 2 separate sections connected only by the basement. I spotted an alicorn on the roof of the larger section. This was the place. I looked at the front door and realized immediately that we would need another point of access. Not because of guards or a lock, but because the metal of the double doors was warped, fusing into each other. I suspected that the collapsing aqueduct had poured a heavy amount of pink water into the police building, causing all manner of mischief. "Which section do you believe they are holding my daughter in?" "Oh, that's easy," Calamity answered for me. "Whichever section we don't try first." From the Journal of Midnight Shower, Day 28. My efforts to find the little shop that sells zebra ceremonial masks have again been thwarted by a combination of obscure local and conflicting directions. To an extent, I could understand and forgive the zebras for the aggravation. Any business steeped in the heritage of their native land would increase the negative perception of equestrian zebras and likely become a magnet for attacks like the one yesterday. I was able to encourage a young buck to speak with me in return for my discretion regarding a transaction between himself and several falls wherein inhalers were exchanged for bits. Not only do I have a possibly more accurate description of the store's locale, but the buck divulged a few slippery tenets of the Stripes' mindset regarding Princess Luna. For example, according to zebra folklore, the Princess Luna's madness and depths of evil could only be explained by, and he said this in a derisive tone, clearly scoffing at such superstitions, external forces. When I queried him further, asking what he meant by external forces, he laughed and responded, "The stars, you silly pony, the stars." In an attempt to engender camaraderie, I suggested that if he really wished to rebel against the foolishness of his elders, he could always get a star-shaped tattoo. To my surprise, he grew upset. His words, minus the unnecessary and rather crude epithets, amounted to, "I mock their old religion because I am smarter than they are, not because I am stupid." After that, I could get nothing further from him. This brings to mind a tangentially related bit of local gossip. The mare who took a bullet to the leg died last night. The official statement claimed ill-defined complications. If the rumor is true, she went into dash withdrawal during surgery. In a small way, the attack was the zebra's own fault. On that topic, I passed Sergeant Steelhose on my way to the markets. The stallion was busily scrubbing down his combat armor. Some pony have vandalized it most egregiously by painting stripes on the protective plates and scrawling "Zebra Lover" on one of the boots. I offered my commiseration. It was completely unfair that he should be suffering ridicule for the stalwart performance of his duties, something I feel the majority of the soldiers here neglect more often than not. Tossing the scrub brush, he spat and told me, "I hate this town, and I'll be happy to leave it. A place like this makes it hard to simply hate zebras and love ponies." We conversed a short while, and during the course of the discussion, I found myself proclaiming the belief that these zebras were equestrian citizens like any pony, and deserved no less love and friendship. After all, it is not their fault that they were born with stripes. They had no choice in the matter. If they did, I'm sure they would have chosen to be ponies. It is not as if they're making a fashion statement. I have always been a very open-minded and egalitarian pony, after all. He replied, "True, but I'm a soldier." He spoke as if it behooves a soldier to only think of zebras as the enemy and nothing more. Perhaps there is wisdom in that, but if so, it makes me thankful that I am not a military pony. "This is the last you'll see of me. I volunteered for a special assignment with the Ministry of Wartime Technology. My wagon pulls out this weekend, and I will never set hoof in this wretched town again. Equestria willing, I will never have to play pleasant with a zebra again either." Zebratown, I suspect, will be worse off for his absence. I stopped reading, my ears perking at the sound of exploding missiles at least 2 blocks away. I whispered a quick prayer for Steelhooves. Surely the mighty alicorn hunter wouldn't have difficulty taking down one alicorn. I hoped. I quickly chided myself for worrying. Steelhooves was the most resilient ghoul pony creature thing in the entire damned equestrian wasteland. I should have more faith in my friends. But still, I worried for their safety any time a plan called for anyone other than me to be the one taking risks alone. Calamity would probably clop me upside the head if he knew what I was thinking. Hell, Homage would. Well, actually, Homage would probably clop me someplace else and make me like it. And I really shouldn't be thinking about things like that at a time like this. Focus, little Pip. Focus. Calamity, Zenith, and I pushed through what had once been an interior door in an upper floor of the Zebratown police station. The collapse had left the door exposed to the outside, giving us our point of ingress. Firelight flew in behind us silently. At this point, our efforts relied on stealth, so Steelhooves had volunteered to draw away the rooftop alicorn as we snuck inside. I found myself struggling to both like and dislike Midnight Shower. I suppose it didn't matter either way. The pony was long dead. Maybe I cared because the royal astronomer had been given the amazing gift of enjoying the presence of Celestia and Luna personally. Or maybe it was because this was some pony who had known Steelhooves at a rather difficult and important time of his life and had made the effort to be at least cordial. However, the pony's civil bigotry continuously jarred me. And to think this was a member of the royal castle. Before leaving him behind, I had asked Steelhooves about his first time in Zebratown, letting him know that the journals from the ravaged hut had mentioned his name.
The attempted assassination of Princess Celestia and the heroic death of Big Macintosh struck deeply at every pony. Amongst those affected, the worst were those of us in Big Macintosh's company. After the Battle of Shattered Hoof Ridge,
Steelhooves had told me,
Princess Luna ordered all the soldiers involved to be stationed closer to the heart of Equestria and away from the front lines for at least half a year. A reprieve from the war combined with the offer of counseling.
His assignment had been in Zebratown, keeping the peace. There were faint hints of pink in the room beyond. The effects were minimal, making me feel vaguely sick, rather than the swift and cloying death that the concentrated pink we had experienced in the bathhouse. Still, we had to move swiftly. I prayed the alicorns weren't keeping the prisoners in a contaminated section.
If so, the zebras we were here to rescue were probably already dead.
The first room opened into a narrow hallway. Calamity spread his wings, only to have them hit the walls on either side.
Well, now that just ain't fair.
He grumped.
Stupid zebra architecture.
He looked at Zenith apologetically.
No offense. None taken.
We crept forward, moving from one room to the next. Firelight and I took the lead, my self-levitation allowing me to clear away the tripwires and disarm pressure plates that the alicorns had set up all over the upper floor. Again, the alicorns' tactics struck me as unusual. I heard voices up ahead, the strangely majestic voices of the pseudo-goddesses. Only this time, the voices were strangely different. I couldn't put my hoof on exactly why. I waved a hoof at those behind me, motioning them to stay back, and I slowly crept forward, listening. "We have enough striped ponies, right?" one of them said. "We have..." She beat her hoof on the floor 8 times. "That many."
No, we have this many,
Another said, hoof tapping 7 times.
The scrawny one died when they went through the pink below, remember?
"All the striped ponies are scrawny," the first complained. "Let us just take those we have and leave this goddess-forsaken place." There was something odd about the way they referred to themselves. Hell, the whole conversation was bizarre. "We hate it here," a third alicorn spoke up. I froze, realizing a whole damn wing of the creatures was in the room right next to me. I started to back up, trying to think of another way around. We couldn't fight them, particularly not in such cramped quarters. We were thoroughly fucked. "This goddess-forsaken place makes us remember things. I hate remembering things," the third voice continued, and all at once I realized why their voices sounded strange. I wasn't hearing them in my head, just with my ears. "Last night I remembered I used to be a book." Luna spanked my withers. The pink cloud was messing with their telepathy. They were cut off from Goddess's influence here. No wonder Trixie needed us as her agents in Canterlot. Then the other hoof fell. The Canterlot ruins were supposed to be full of alicorns. And those alicorns didn't know we were supposed to be friendlies. We were all sorts of fucked. I turned back, motioning the others back down the hall. From the Journal of Midnight Shower, Day 29. Today was an amazing day. After 2 more store owners refused to speak to me about the star medal, I finally located the ceremonial mask shop and met with the proprietor. This time, I was cautious not to produce or even mention knowledge of the medal, instead asking about zebra legends surrounding the meteor showers, explaining away my curiosity with my cutie mark. In return, the old zebra mare told me plenty, albeit in hushed tones, and only after pulling me into a back room and closing up her store. She spoke of how the zebras believe that the stars themselves are the visible avatars of unholy entities so unfathomable that our minds would crack should we perceive more than the notion of them. Being of such primordial and loathsome will that all the evils of our world are no match for their vileness and cruelty. Much of this I had heard before, but not in so chilling a fashion, nor with such utter conviction. Amongst the most interesting of her tales was the story thousands of years old, telling of one of the first zebra cities and how it was destroyed by several meteor impacts during the earliest recorded meteor shower. The city had been the zebra's hub of trade and politics, and its destruction plunged the nation into hundreds of years of tribal civil wars. I do believe that the events of this tale, if true, represent the historical roots of what has become the dominant zebra mythology. I had settled down on a park bench near the Celestia fountain. A zebra's rather hoof-forward way of saying, we're equestrians too, I suspect. When one of those huge new model whirligigs, a Griffin Chaser 5, descended out of Canterlot, landing on the far side of the Zebratown Commons. Now, despite my position as royal astronomer, I had never actually seen one of the ministry mayors. Today, I saw two. Fluttershy, mayor of the Ministry of Peace, emerged from the passenger compartment, along with 8 other ponies, 5 of whom were carrying pink suitcases. Pinkie Pie, mayor of the Ministry of Morale, stepped down from one of the 6 pedal positions and ordered the heavily laden ponies to follow her as she marched through the front gate leading to one of the zebra huts, opened the door, and went inside. Fluttershy politely requested the company of the remaining 3 and departed straight for the hospital. Half an hour later, Pinkie Pie's 5 ponies emerged from the house, stowed their suitcases in the Griffin Chaser, and began going door to door throughout the neighborhood. Not long after, Pinkie Pie herself emerged from the house, closing the door behind her, trotting up to the front gate, and planting something at the base of the gate underneath netting designed to look like dirt, then kicked dirt onto it for good measure. Then, the mayor of the Ministry of Morale proceeded to disguise herself as a trash can. With a fake beard. I must admit that it was amusing. I will admit that I allowed my curiosity to get the better of me. I sat on that bench for over an hour, watching the bearded trash can watch the empty and apparently booby-trapped hut. My patience was rewarded when Fluttershy and her ponies returned, escorting a happily stunned zebra couple as their little filly dodged about their legs. I had not seen the filly until after she had been horribly burned, and it is doubtful that I would have recognized her even if I had, as zebras all tend to look alike. But it was not difficult to deduce who the filly must be. Likewise, it became swiftly evident that the hut invaded by the Ministry of Morale earlier was her home. Even then, I was not ready for the explosion triggered when the little filly stepped onto Pinkie Pie's concealed pressure plate. I suspect they will be cleaning up confetti from the Zebratown Commons for weeks, not to mention streamers from several of the rooftops. The little filly was utterly delighted. After she crawled out from behind her parents' hooves, the blast of trumpets nearly had me cowering under the bench. Zebras poured out of nearby huts, although I was not sure how many did so on account of the invitation, and how many were just trying to make sure the town wasn't being bombed. But the vast majority of them joined in the festivities regardless. It all brought a smile to my face, even if zebra fillies have a very different preference for party music than a proper Canterlot pony. The only one, in fact, who was not smiling was Pinkie Pie herself. But I suspect that may have been because she had thrown such an amazing party and didn't have the time to stay and enjoy it. The 2 ministry mayors and their company were lifting into the air on that 6-pedal pony flyer before the filly had even gotten to cut the cake. I crouched at the lock of the Zebratown police station's contraband vault, thinking as I worked. Pinkie Pie took surprise parties to a whole new level. I found myself thinking of the party trap on the roof of the GRHAS building, wondering what sort of party she might have been setting up. A welcome back, sorry the alligators bit your leg party for one of the hatchery staff, perhaps? Or merely a birthday party for some pony working there? Or maybe just a birthday party for one of the alligators? I shook my head. No, I couldn't imagine even Pinkie Pie throwing a party for an alligator. That would just be silly. The tumblers moved into place and the door opened. I stepped inside, turning on the light of my pit buck and taking a deep breath as I enjoyed the stale but pink-free air inside. My eyes fell on all the weapons and I stopped, stunned. "Whoa, Nellie," Calamity whispered. I could only nod. I was pretty sure the zebras were never supposed to have this kind of armament. If the ponies of Canterlot had ever had any idea that the striped equestrian citizens just beneath them were stockpiling something like this, they was fixin' to fend off an invasion, Calamity said softly. Zenith nodded. Most likely they feared the ponies of Canterlot would eventually come for them. The guns are in real bad condition, Calamity said regretfully. But I reckon I could fix up some right good ones out of the parts. Maybe 'bout 2 dozen. Take them all, I said, suddenly getting an idea. I started unlocking one of the weapons lockers. Everything you can repair into something good. A moment later, I had the locker open and was staring at the thing inside. What is this? Zenith peeked over my shoulder and said simply, "Balefire egg launcher." What? I rocked on my hooves. Sure enough, one of the ammo boxes I unlocked later held several balefire eggs. Taking them, I floated up the BEL. "I'll be right back," I told the others before creeping back into the pink. A few minutes later, I had made my way back to the hall doorway. The alicorns were still talking inside. I stepped around the corner as SATs activated and was pleased to see one of the alicorns was a purple one with a recognizable set of wounds. Gotcha! From the Journal of Midnight Shower. Day 32. I received an official decree from Princess Luna today in response to my latest reports. By this document of authority, signed by the princess herself, the local constabulary is required to let me interview any prisoner in its custody. I noticed an oddness about the town. It was as if the entire place was abandoned. All the stores were mysteriously closed. I proceeded directly to the Zebratown police station, only to find the door shut and locked from the inside. It occurred to me that today must be some zebra holiday. Considering the dark and ominous tones to most of their mythology, it does stand to reason that their holidays would be somber and fearful affairs. Although even then, the closing of the police offices seems exceptional. Ponies would never shut down vital services just because of a date on a calendar. In my dream, I was Little Pip the zebra. I trotted about the zebra city. Not Zebratown, which attempted to blend zebra heritage with equestrian aesthetics, but a real zebra city. A city formed in a hillside forest, the trees themselves molded into homes and buildings after the roots had been tended with the most ancient and sacred of magical brews. The homes were marked with the masks of friendship and welcome. There were no fences, just carvings blessing the home and warding off monsters. Gardens of vegetables and herbs stretched around each home, and flasks hung from the branches. I wasn't sure how I knew this is what a proper zebra city looked like. Be smart. But I knew it all the same. I looked up at the bright starry night and smiled at the moon. My eyes caught a streak in the sky. I blinked, unsure of what I had seen. But then there was another. One of the stars had fallen from the sky. I heard gasps and murmurs from the other zebras around me. I had not been the only one to see it. Other zebras, my friends and neighbors, were staring up into the sky. Their eyes were wide as more stars fell, some of them streaking through the air towards us before winking out. One particularly bright star fell from the heavens and did not wink out. Instead, it slammed into our forest village in a flash of light and sound and dirt, blasting apart homes and shaking the ground beneath us. The stars were attacking us. Another star fell from the sky, tearing a great fiery swath through the city, murdering dozens of my fellow zebras. Now there was panic. The streets were filled with my neighbors as they fled their huts, not knowing which way to run. I felt the ground shake from another impact. The forest was burning now. I looked up, horrified, my hooves refusing to move, as if I was glued to the ground. Another star, the brightest yet, tore from its rightful place in the night sky, shooting down right at me. I awoke with a gasp. I looked around at the rubble. Blowing up the 3 alicorns with a balefire egg was delicious overkill. One of them had even been fast enough to get her damned shield up before I could fire. Didn't help one damn bit. But I had been unprepared for how big the explosion would be. I'd been cautious, aiming for the wall behind the alicorns. That wall was no longer there, nor was the floor or ceiling. The room that the alicorns had occupied, as well as the rooms to each side, had become a gaping maw open to the rain. I had fired and dived back behind the wall. That wall had blown into the hallway, collapsing, trapping me between it and the other. I checked the medical assist spell and was surprised to find that, while battered and bruised, nothing was broken. I was lucky that I wasn't a smear. I looked around. The BEL lay crushed under a chunk of wall. It was worthless now. although Calamity might be able to strip parts from it to repair another should we ever find one. I concentrated, wrapping the concrete chunk in a levitation field and lifting it away. I took the BEL, then used my levitation to make the broken wall weightless and pushed it away. I was dragging myself out from under the floating rubble when Pyrelight landed next to me, Calamity and Zenith not far behind. Calamity was dragging a huge sack full of weapons. From the Journal of Midnight Shower, Day 35. This is no holiday. For 3 days, Zebratown has been like a ghost town for me. For 3 days, I have sought audience with the constabulary, and for 3 days, I have been denied. I know there are zebras here. I can see their shadows moving behind their windows. I spotted one zebra mare pulling her welcome mat inside before slamming and locking the door at my approach. Another hurried her filly indoors, her expression aghast as the foal attempted to smile at me. The horror, the horror. Enough is enough. I have an official decree from Princess Luna herself, and I am going to wait outside this door until I am recognized. We waited at the bottom of the stairwell for Calamity. Our Pegasus friend was using the gaping hole I had blown in the side of the police station to fly out and stash everything he and Zenith had taken from the vault. Calamity had been right. The prisoners were not in this part of the Zebratown police station. I had scouted the rest of it with Pyrelight after assuring my friends that I was not as bad off as I looked. We found a few medical boxes in the station's bathrooms and a few boxes of ammo, but no more alicorns and no zebra prisoners. They were in the other section. To get to them, we had to cross to the other section through the basement. Zenith drank one of the 3 healing potions I had scavenged, letting it work on the zombie bite. She caught me watching her and smiled. "Fear not, little one. I will be fine. It is good that you cannot catch zombie from a bite, no?" I nodded. Still, something in her expression felt off to me. "You do not have to try to rescue them just because one of them is my daughter, nor because you feel you need to make up for the cannibal town." Wait, had she actually tried to talk me out of doing this? I turned to my zebra friend, asking cautiously, "Are you all right with us doing this?" "What do you mean?" she asked, not following my train of thought. "Rescuing your daughter," I said carefully. "You want to do this, right?" Zenith glared at me a moment, but then her expression softened. "Yes, of course I do. I wish my daughter to be safe." Then dropping her voice, she admitted, "I just do not know if I am ready to do this." "What do you mean?" Okay, this place was bad. There were all manner of ways to die here. But this morning I had seen Zenith leap from a flying passenger wagon onto the back of a bloodwing in an effort to save people. It didn't seem like Zenith to be afraid of charging into danger with us. "If I save her," Zenith said simply, "I'm responsible for her again." I remembered all those things I had dismissed as crazy zebra logic. But to my friend, they were not crazy at all. This was how things were in her world, and she was feeling cornered by impending responsibility that she didn't believe she deserved or could handle. "Zenith, we have to," I explained lamely. "We can't let them die, even if rescuing them costs us something we aren't ready to give." "I know that, little one. It does not make this any easier." I nodded. "Then try to put it out of your mind for now. Focus on what we have to do, and we'll deal with the consequences when they come." Calamity returned. I unlocked the basement door and pushed it open with a hoof. The basement was full of pink cloud. Crap. I closed the door again, taking a few breaths, then looked at Calamity, Zenith, and Pyrelight. Ready for this? From the Journal of Midnight Shower, Day 36. I waylaid one of the constables as she attempted to sneak home after her shift. Cornered, the zebra mare admitted that word had spread throughout town. Every zebra now knew that I was in possession of the star medal. Worse, they had somehow surmised that it was a fragment of Nightmare Moon's armor, which I had brought with me from Canterlot. I was immediately anxious, knowing that the proliferation of this information would put the valuable heirloom entrusted to me in great danger of theft. The next words of the striped constable, however, revealed that the reverse was true. No zebra would be willing to venture close to the accursed chunk of meteor metal, nor would they abide my presence due to my association with the heirloom. Insanely, in the zebra mind, my prolonged exposure means that I am somehow contaminated, as if I have contracted a dangerously communicable disease. No stores will do business with me. I am unofficially but quite effectively shunned. It is just a damned piece of metal! Thrusting my papers into the zebra's face, I dragged her back to the station and demanded that she facilitate my access to the prisoner. I will admit to have been perhaps excessively loud and more physically forceful than is befitting a pony of breeding, but my efforts did provoke a response. Finally, the head of the constabulary opened the door, if only enough to poke out his head between the heavy chains that prevented me from forcing the door open farther. He took one look at my papers, agreed to the authority they provided me, but regretfully informed me that the prisoner had slain himself 2 nights before and would not be speaking with anyone, pony or zebra. I was not satisfied. I demanded to see the body for myself. I suspected that the zebra was lying, or worse, I suspected foul play to prevent me from speaking to the captive zebra. To my surprise, the head of the constabulary capitulated. He withdrew and closed the door. I could hear the chains being removed. When he opened it again, all the constables had left the room. I saw them watching from adjacent rooms like nervous foals peering into the darkness under their bed. The head constable led me through the Zebratown police station, unlocking the door into the dimly lit stairwell. We descended, passing by the floor containing the normal cell blocks and plunging farther down until we were in a sub-basement where the iron behemoth of their boiler was held. Beyond it, across from the coal room, was a small room no bigger than a closet, with a heavy iron door. Inset into the door was a small barred window of thick glass through which I could look into the shadowed chamber. I could see the prisoner. The zebras had not moved him. They had, I am inclined to assume, been unwilling to even open the door, much less share a space with the body of the striped inside. I could not make out the writing on the wall, but I immediately knew he had painted the scrawling letters in his own blood. I recoiled as my gaze fell upon him, certain without doubt that the zebra had taken his own life in a fit of insanity. He had chewed through his own forehoofs, continuing to gnaw, muzzle pressed into his own blood, until they were attached to his forelegs by only thin strips of meat. I have no idea what unholy drive allowed him to survive long enough to do the same to both of them. The cell was midway through the basement. By the time we reached it, my heart was threatening to seize and my lungs refused to work. My head was being ripped apart and my flesh felt like it was trying to peel away from my meat. I couldn't make it to the far end and I couldn't make it back, but the cell was free of the pink. All I had to do was unlock it. I fumbled, screaming in agony, and tried again. My companions pressed close, dying. This time, the door opened. We all stumbled inside. The torture melted away, but my EFS was flashing all the worst messages. Without healing potions, we couldn't go back out, and we only had 2 left. 2 of us would have to stay behind, trapped in this cell until the others could get back with healing supplies.
You 2 go ahead,
Calamity rasped, waving a wing limply at Zenith and me. I opened my muzzle to argue, but he pushed it shut with his hoof.
It's your mission more than mine, and it's only proper y'all should be the ones to see it through. Besides, you 2 are the best skilled for jailbreaking anywho.
Zenith wobbled, looking stricken.
No,
Then she stopped, her eyes growing horribly wide, all the remaining color draining from the skin beneath her coat. She wasn't staring at Calamity. Her eyes were locked on the wall behind him. I nudged past my Pegasus friend and looked at the wall. There were words there, scrawled in the rusty color of blood. But the words were strange, the letters in no language I knew. Zenith, what is it?
A prophecy, she intoned softly, in the old language of our people.
Swallowing, she slowly read, a tremble in her voice.
By the light of our stars, we illuminate your end, and shine on the graves of all zebra kind. 100,000 nightmares will descend upon you. The armies of our dark child will fill the skies, and foes from impenetrable cities will fall upon all your lands. shielded by armor crafted from their very souls. Rejoice with us, for every single one of you shall die.
I froze, transfixed to the spot, a slow bubble of horrified realization crawling up into my mind from the blackest abyss. The prophecy was wrong. It was a lie. But surely, as much as the zebras loathed anything they associated with the stars, surely a prophecy like this would have gotten back to the zebras' Caesar and the religious leaders of their land. I'd seen 4 stars. I knew there were zebras loyal to the homeland and ponies loyal to their cause. This would have gotten back. And when the zebras saw megaspells and alicorn shields, would they not have made the same assumption as Fluttershy did about how the spells could be used to protect entire cities? When they learned the Black Book had fallen into Rarity's hooves, and even heard her suggest using soul jars to create invincible armor, would they be able to believe that she would abandon the project? How about the new Pegasi armor? And how would they react if they discovered what Twilight Sparkle was up to? The prophecy was a tailor-made doomsday lie designed to drive the zebras to the worst possible extremes. But how did the zebra know? How could he predict twisted and distorted things that were not even set into motion until after his death? The acquisition of the Black Book, in fact, was set into motion by his capture. How? Okay, it wasn't impossible. I had seen precognition level abilities before. Maybe the stars, or something, gave the zebras something equivalent to Pinkie Pie's unusual senses? Maybe it was some influence from the Black Book, or spells that had been woven into it after it was turned into a soul jar? Maybe the zebra had been on menthols, or something more potent than menthols. The zebras were the ones who created those drugs after all, right? Or maybe it didn't matter. No, not maybe. It didn't matter. The constables here had been so terrified of this insane zebra, they hadn't been willing to unlock the door to remove the body. I looked down, and sure enough, the skeleton was still here. Midnight Shower hadn't been able to see the entire prophecy from the window. Perhaps no one ever did. It was entirely possible that we were the very first people to see the writing on the wall. And the worst part was, it didn't matter. Even if this prophecy never made it out of this room, the zebras didn't need it. The Ministry of Magic had cracked the zebras' bypass magic just a few mere weeks before the end, and already they were using it to create shields that only specific individuals could get through. Twilight Sparkle was starting pony testing of the alicorn creating IMP formula the very day of the strikes. Once those advances happened, it was only a matter of time before Equestria had impenetrable defenses and an army of advanced alicorn fighters, and the zebras would lose. The zebras had already lost. Equestria had won. It was only a matter of playing it out. Checkmate in a predictable number of moves. And if the zebras truly believed there was no possibility of surviving a surrender, that they were facing annihilation or worse under Nightmare Moon, and they did truly believe that, then the only move left was to blow up the board. The zebras didn't see any other choice. From the Journal of Midnight Shower. Day 36 Addendum. I am almost finished packing. There is no point pursuing my research here. I will get no more cooperation from the zebras of Zebra Town. To my dismay, not even Daisy will respond to my knocking. Although I suppose she could legitimately be out of town, it does not matter. I have sent a message ahead to Princess Luna, informing her of my failure and my imminent return. I have ordered a royal chariot to pick me up in just under 2 hours. That should be enough to pack up this terminal and the last of my possessions. I want to be rid of this place and back in my own bed before midnight. And there's a knock on the door. It would appear my ride is early. Well, they will have to wait. I will not make them wait long. And now they have upgraded their knocking to banging. Now I worry that Princess Luna is disappointed with me and wishes to see me before I have time to pack. Or perhaps they have invitations to a soiree in Canterlot and fear I will make them unfashionably late. Doesn't matter. I've decided that I don't really need a lot of this junk anyway. I can always buy new things once I am back in the lap of a society of reasonable ponies. Actually, all I really need are those things already in my bags. as well as the heirloom's lockbox and this terminal. I'll be ready to go as soon as I have finished writing this entry and I have shut. Zenith and I gazed upwards. The entire stairwell on this side of the building had collapsed, taking a fair bit of each floor with it. We were at the nadir of a 4-story pit, looking upwards through where ceilings and floors used to be. 3 floors up, we could see a jail cell and the young adult zebras trapped inside. Barely. The cell was behind a shield being generated by 2 familiar dark green alicorns sitting in front of it like guards, unmoving, unblinking. On the floor above, 3 more alicorns stood watch. Well, at least the pink cloud hadn't seeped into this part of the building and become trapped here. I was still getting nasty medical warnings on my EFS, despite having found a couple more healing potions in the constable's locker room medical box and imbibed one. Zenith drank the other. I felt slightly bad for not saving it, but by the time the 2 of us made it out of the basement, we couldn't have rescued any zebras. If we hadn't found those 2 potions, we would be needing rescue ourselves. I really hated the pink cloud. 5 alicorns, fuck. I should have seen this coming. Alicorns normally work in groups of 3. There were 3 in the other wing, 1 on the roof. That means at least 2 more and 5 made even more sense. How the hell were we supposed to do this? There was no way to sneak up to the cage, and we were hardly in prime fighting condition. I was working on a brilliant plan. I almost had the start of one when I heard Zenith gasp softly. "Zephyr!" I eeped in surprise as Zenith's teeth bit down on my mane and she threw me onto her back. The zebra charged into view of the alicorns, shouting a battle cry. One after the other, the 3 alicorns ignited their shields and jumped down, swooping towards us. Zenith turned and ran, but not far. "Hold on, little one." I wrapped my forehooves around her tightly, wondering what she intended to do. She spun, lowering her horn, and started charging to meet the closest of the alicorns as it sped towards her. "You're kidding, right?" At the last moment, Zenith leapt. The zebra sailed through the air, with me clinging to her back for dear life. Her hooves hit the alicorn's shield and pushed off of it, keeping the momentum, leaping to the next and the third. The zebra landed on the 3rd floor in front of the 2 green alicorns. I was still hugging her tightly, looking back down at the 3 utterly surprised alicorns who had just been used as jumping platforms. Zenith reared and slashed her head to one side, then the other, slicing her hellhound horn through the throats of the 2 alicorns in front of her. The shield dropped. "Open the door, little one," she demanded. "Hurry!" I blinked, still feeling stunned, and slid off her back. I reached out with my magic, picking the lock on the cell door with casual ease. The alicorns below us were shaking off their surprise and soaring back up towards us. "Do you have any more of those memory orbs, little one?" I nodded. "Yes, but they won't fall for the..." But these alicorns were cut off. They might just fall for the same trick. "Stand back," I warned. Zenith dove past me into the cell, pulling off her satchel and dumping its contents before the wide-eyed younger zebra bucks and mares. As I floated out all the memory orbs I had, I heard her say, "The ones like this one. Each of you take one and put it on, swiftly." The alicorns were flying up at us. Staring down through the ruins at them, I flung the memory orbs into the abyss, yelling, "Balefire eggs for every monster! Yay!" The 3 alicorns scattered. Behind me, I heard the young zebras suddenly start crying out in sharp pain. I spun around, turning my back to the chasm in alarm. "What?" I stopped, stunned yet again, not believing my eyes. "And some of the zebras have magic fetishes that can allow them to fly." Rarity's voice chimed sweetly in the back of my mind, speaking to the 3 bucks harassing Rainbow Dash. "If you think it's impossible for an earthbound mare to fly her way into Cloudsdale with the right magic, you have tragically short memories." All 8 of the zebras in front of me, including Zenith herself, had grown large bat-like wings. "Wow, that's... When did you..." My gaze fell to the strange talisman hanging from Zenith's neck, formed in part from an inhaler, and the identical ones worn by each of the other zebras, several of whom were still wiggling and writhing as their wings grew in. I realized what the bloodwing strips were for. Zenith smiled at me with feigned innocence. "You realize those are kinda creepy, right?" I finally said, smiling just a touch. Once again, I was riding Zenith's back, this time with my forelegs wrapped about her neck as her wings flapped to either side of me. Rain cascaded over us, soaking us both. The 7 other zebras were soaring behind us. We had a slight head start, but none of this lot were anything more than the most novice of flyers. The same cannot be said for the 3 alicorns pursuing us. They swooped up out of the Zebratown police station behind us, tossing up their shields as soon as they were airborne. Bright light and thunder cracked the air, and one of the zebras screamed as an alicorn lightning spell struck him. He fell from the sky, trailing smoke. No! I lashed out with my magic, grasping him in a telekinetic net and drawing him back towards us. But the young zebra was already dead. Whoosh! Twin missiles launched from somewhere in the Zebratown ruins below, striking against one of the alicorn's shields. The monster turned her attention to Steelhooves. The Zebratown police station exploded. The blast tore upwards through the larger half of the police station, rending the building apart. The force of the blast slammed into the 3 alicorns, causing their shields to fail and knocking the one diving towards Steelhooves out of the sky. The shockwave hit us, and Zenith lost control. Behind us, I heard Steelhooves taking full advantage of the alicorn's moment of vulnerability. I threw my magic around Zenith, myself, and the 6 surviving zebras, pulling up, trying to soften the crash. We landed in the amphitheater lake with the percussion of hard splashes. I gasped, struggling to paddle my way to the surface, no better at swimming than Velvet Remedy. My head broke the surface once, barely. I sucked in a mixture of air and water as a wave hit across my muzzle. The last thing I saw was a swirling burst of green and gold flashing in the sky over where the Zebratown police station used to be. You did what? Velvet Remedy shrieked. The rain had finally stopped, leaving the wasteland cool, gray, and wet. There were no rainbows, but the air had a fresh smell that was utterly pleasant. It was our 2nd day back. We had arrived late in the evening, just after the rainstorm ended. Our return was heralded with surprise and celebration amongst the zebras of Glyphmark, but we spent the night sleeping and the morning recovering and, metaphorically, licking our wounds. I had wanted a funeral for the 2 zebras that we failed to save, but the Glyphmark zebras didn't want to spoil the first bright moment in their recent lives with thoughts of mourning. Instead, we turned our efforts to helping this town in the ways we could before we left. This time, I wasn't helping those in need only to walk away. Calamity looked up from the military robot he was repairing and tipped up his hat.
I blew up the big old boiler they had in the basement.
Steelhooves worked alongside Calamity, accessing the robot with his magically powered armor through a pip-buck technician tool I had let him borrow. The Applejack's Ranger was reprogramming each of the robots in the Angel lot that Calamity could get working right, turning them into guards for the town of Glyphmark. Velvet Remedy stammered, looking utterly aghast.
Hey, I knew I couldn't make it to either of the exits, but I figured I could make it the 3 yards from the cell to the boiler, throw all the right switches and turn all the right knobs, and make it back to the cell before keeling over.
He grinned sheepishly, adding,
And open the furnace up so Firelight could fly inside.
Firelight cooed happily. Of the lot of us, she was the best for wear, having been nicely incinerated in a fire of her own making.
Why? Well, I figure Lil Pip and Zenith had their saddles full as it was, and we didn't want any pony getting dead trying to save us,
Calamity explained.
So I thought, hey, a boiler explosion is mostly steam, ain't it? And we seen how the rain washes away the pink cloud, so I reckoned a steam explosion would clear the basement of cloud right quick.
But you could have been killed.
Well, the sail looks real sturdy. I figured it would hold.
Calamity grinned, blushing.
Course, we got a hell of a bigger bang than I was expecting. Good thing the blast mostly went straight up.
That's insane. Velvet Remedy stomped, trapped between relief that Calamity was alive and the desire to strangle him for enacting such a reckless plan. The soft voice of Zephyr intoned, "That is the friend of yours whose name is Calamity, right?" Zenith trotted past Calamity with Zephyr and several of the other town zebras in tow. Her daughter stared at the Pegasus as they passed, and Calamity tipped his hat forward and bowed.
Pleased to meet you, Miss Zephyr.
Zenith was leading the group of zebras down into the labs beneath Angel Bunny Pharmaceuticals. I wasn't sure how I felt about Zenith teaching the town of Glyphmark how to manufacture dash, but I had given in to her argument that the town needed something they could sell to merchants in exchange for food and supplies. This was her way of trying to be responsible for them. We were losing Zenith, but only for a short while. She was going to stay behind in Glyphmark, spending some time with her daughter and helping the Glyphmark tribe while the rest of us tackled the Canterlot ruins. The Canterlot ghoul paused in his work, looking up at Calamity.
How did you know the boiler would still work?
Kinda counting on it not working right, actually. That's kinda how you get 'em to explode.
Velvet turned and hissed at Pyrelight. I can't believe you would take part in something so insane. The Balefire Phoenix looked slightly abashed, but no less proud of herself. Velvet Remedy tossed her mane back, stuck her nose in the air, and harumphed. I listened to them, a smile on my face, then turned back to the zebras standing in a line next to me. Each was wielding one of the firearms Calamity had rebuilt from the mess of weapons we had scavenged from the police station's contraband vault. Now watch closely, I instructed, beginning their first lesson on marksmanship and firearm safety. They looked at me intently, eager to learn how to defend themselves and their town. For the first time in the goddesses knew how long, there was a sense of hope in Glyphmark. Footnote, maximum level. Chapter 37, The Shadow of the Ministries.
Come here, stable dweller. There are things you should know.
Finally! At long last, I have reached this point in the story. And at this point, I beg your permission to take a little liberty with the telling of it. It had been a long and winding road getting to Canterlot, and I still have to tell all of the difficulties and discoveries that faced us there. The most vital of those discoveries was the 6 memory orbs, the final memory orbs, which I found there. In those memories, the veils began to part, showing me my true place in this world, my purpose in life, and how everything was going to end. I finally got my first glimpse of my own destiny. That it took so long is probably exasperating, and you might wonder why I didn't skip to this part sooner. In truth, I have skipped over a fair bit, trying to tell you only the parts of my adventures that were important or exciting enough to keep you reading. I have told you these things, I suppose, for the same reason that Princess Luna told her story to Midnight Shower. Context. Only with proper context can you see how meaningful those memories were, and how they set my hooves on the path that ended with me coming here and doing what I'm about to do. For all that, there was a long and brutal journey still ahead of me. I had only seen glimpses. I had not found my virtue. I did not understand my role in this world, and I was utterly unaware of the war about to descend on us all. I did not view them until our time in Canterlot was over. And I feel it would be too much to tell them all at once. Too much for me, at least, to try and relive them all in order like that. So, with your indulgence, I will diverge from proper chronology and scatter my telling of those memories throughout the much longer story of our experiences in Canterlot. Thank you for bearing with me on this.
That's awfully fast,
Calamity commented, staring at the light pink mist that was already filling the streets of Canterlot as we looked down on it from high above. The steady rain had washed the pink cloud out of the air in the days before, and yet the cloud was dense enough to tint the air merely half a day later. Most of the city was built from stone carved from the very mountain Canterlot embraced. Cobblestone streets had been lined with elegant structures formed from stone and mortar or magically molded rock. Most buildings of stone still stood, although cracked and crumbling from the weight of unnatural ages. As we flew by, a 3-story tower, once an upscale inn, collapsed with a deep-throated rumble, sending up curling swirls of pink-tinted stone dust. Everything more susceptible to the entropy of the cloud had been reduced to rust and rubble, smears and stains that once signified objects, and decrepit structures stained pink and falling apart at the seams. Oddly, some of the most preserved things were those which had been alive. The black and twisted forms of dead trees lined streets filled with dark pink rotted bones, many of which had partially sunk into the discolored cobblestones. The only other place that looked eerily preserved was the cluster of buildings that had once formed the heart of Equestria, from a scattering of white stone towers to the royal castle itself. and the colored mist had settled everywhere, faint in the air below us, thicker on the streets and between the still-standing structures.
It will get worse with each passing hour.
Steelhooves warned us.
By morning, the pink cloud will have returned to its full strength.
I pressed my lips together in determination before saying, "Won't be a problem. After Zebratown, I'm not going to spend any longer here than absolutely necessary." One of the things our experiences in Zebratown had made very clear was that the threat posed by the pink cloud was directly proportional to its concentration. We had spent hours in the light haze of cloud that persisted in the Zebratown police station with only minor health problems. Nothing that couldn't be remedied by a health potion and some time in fresh air. The places where the pink cloud pooled thickly, however, were lethal beyond even Steelhooves' descriptions of it. "We're going to land right in front of the Ministry of Image, dash in, and grab what we came in for," I told my companions. "Then we gallop to the Ministry of Awesome, get what we need from it, and go. With any luck, we'll be in and out in under an hour." We had spent the earlier parts of the day helping Glyphmark. Even now, Zenith was still down there, imparting all she could about zebra stealth techniques to the young adult zebras. At least, in such a short amount of time. Now the sun was setting, dipping below the clouds to paint the world in hues of fiery orange and bloody red. We hoped to take some advantage of the impending darkness. "Are you sure this place wasn't hit?" Velvet Remedy asked, observing the level of damage that was evident throughout the city. "Is it all just from age?"
The entropic effect of the pink cloud speeds decay.
Steelhooves noted.
If the city were not made largely of stone, it would have crumbled to dust long ago. Only the mystically protected places are significantly intact.
I reckon a fair bit of damage was done by the explosion when the shield came down, too,"
Calamity commented, as he circled at a safe height, drawing us over the outlying city towards the castle itself. "I thought the missiles had stopped striking after the pink cloud went off."
Yep, that's how I heard it, too. But that ain't the explosion I'm thinking of,"
Calamity explained.
"Remember, the megaspell pumped enough of that cloud into Canterlot to make the air look solid pink. And it weren't like the shield weren't full of air to begin with."
Of course. The air pressure in Canterlot would have been, well, I'm not sure how high, but it would have been pretty high. No wonder the pink cloud seeped into every surface it touched to the extreme which it did.
I expect the moment the shield went down, there was one hell of a... Well, you saw it, Steelhooves. Am I right?
I didn't notice.
Steelhooves said with a morose defiance.
I was a little too focused on the falling wave of pink water.
I reviewed what we had learned from our so-called dry run for Canterlot in Zebratown, beyond the fact that Steelhooves and I disagreed on what dry means. The greatest danger we expected to face in Canterlot was the pink cloud itself, but the interior of the Zebratown police station wasn't much different than Canterlot right now, so I was highly confident that we would be fine, so long as we minimized our exposure. Likewise, while we knew that the pink cloud had the potential to fuse objects to flesh, or each other, that only seemed to be a concern while within the highest concentrations, at which point such fusions were the very least of our health concerns. As such, I announced that I was going in wearing my armor and pitbuck.
"I'm gonna put on my battle saddle the moment we touch down,"
Calamity responded.
That is a foolish choice.
Steelhooves retorted, pointing out.
If you insist on taking the risk of wearing armor, your Enclave armor not only offers a much higher degree of protection, but its magical energy weapons are far more suitable for battling some of the dangers we are most likely to face.
Our Canterlot ghoul's words reminded me of one of the more painful lessons from Zebratown. My combat skills were almost worthless here. The two enemies we were most likely to face were Canterlot zombies and alicorns. None of my weapons were worth a damn against the latter, once they got up their shields, or against the former at all. In order to stop a Canterlot ghoul, I'd not only have to take them down, but then run up and hack off their heads somehow. Unfortunately, bullets don't tend to decapitate.
"Yeah, I know that,"
Calamity responded stubbornly.
"But while I know the chances are mighty slim, I still ain't taking the risk that I might be fused into that damn thing."
He spat for emphasis. Our other environmental concern was the broadcasters. Steelhooves warned that any broadcasting system from pitbuck broadcasters to sprite bots were likely to have become twisted into lethal traps, even those inside. Fortunately, he also assured us that we should normally be able to hear the damn things before we got into their kill zones. Both of the broadcasters I had fallen victim to before had been underwater, preventing me from hearing them. And both times, I had been traveling swiftly enough that I had been thrust into their deadly area of effect before I could react. Hopefully, traveling cautiously would allow us to avoid such death traps while in Canterlot itself. Returning to his previous observation, Calamity mused,
Still, that's a lot of pink cloud coming back awful fast. You sure it's just seeping back up out of the streets as such?
As opposed to what?
Steelhooves queried.
As opposed to, I don't know, being fed somehow?
Calamity offered. Steelhooves flicked his metal-shrouded tail.
You think that the mega spell might still be going?
I felt a chill.
I can't reckon how the pink cloud ain't been washed away if it ain't.
That was a deeply unpleasant thought. Velvet Remedy spoke up.
But that would be insane. If the spell just kept going, it would eventually poison all of Equestria. The zebras couldn't have wanted that.
No, not even they would have. I recalled the rumor Steelhooves had mentioned.
After the shield fell, the zebras launched mega spells to finally obliterate the city. But if that is true, then those missiles never reached their destination.
It's possible, I offered, that they might have designed it to function indefinitely just to ensure it would last as long as they needed it to. And because they expected it to be destroyed along with Canterlot shortly after the shield fell. After it had done its job and murdered the princesses. Pyrelight let out a mournful note. We flew in silence a few moments more. No, I said, telekinetically snatching the Fluttershy orb away from Velvet Remedy as she brought it out of one of her medical boxes. She gasped as the orb floated away from her.
Little Pip, give that back,
she demanded, her voice lowering. I frowned but shook my head. You've been losing yourself in this too much, Velvet. It's really beginning to worry me. I've been letting this go for weeks. After all, her reliance on the Fluttershy orb had seemed to wane after Pyrelight had joined us. But ever since the Balefire Phoenix had been injured and Velvet Remedy had neglected a dying pony to save her, my unicorn friend had been turning to the orb with even greater frequency than before.
Excuse me?
Velvet huffed, telekinetically snatching it back.
I'm pretty sure I've spent nowhere near the amount of time lost in memory orbs that you have,
she pointed out.
And I've been a lot smarter about when and where to do so.
Ouch. Okay, true. But at least I'm not doing the same one over and over and over, I said, trying to sound reasonable. That can't be healthy.
Velvet frowned. Because I like this one. No matter how bad it is out here, I can always find solace in Fluttershy.
I cringed inside.
And yes, it is escapism. So is reading a book,
she challenged.
Would you be so concerned if I read the same book over and over? We all have our own little things that help us get through the day. And at least mine isn't self-destructive.
I could feel her on the verge of bringing up party time mentals, but Velvet Remedy reined herself in, not wishing to cut that deep. Instead, she sighed.
This world is horrible, and I don't seem to be doing a whole lot to make it better. All my friends insist on risking death or dismemberment on a daily basis.
I don't.
Steelhooves interjected.
Yes, well, you're being an entirely different problem, aren't you?
Velvet snapped.
My old home was assaulted. Those I knew slaughtered. And now we're about to dive into poison at the behest of a psychotic despot who would see the extinction of pony kind. So maybe a little escapism is in order just to keep my sanity.
Steelhooves turned towards me but said nothing. I knew my own reasons for wanting to curb her Fluttershy worship, but this clearly wasn't the way.
What is that?
Velvet Remedy asked, changing the subject with the point of a hoof. I watched her tuck the orb away before turning to see what had caught her eye. The setting sun was passing behind a tall, slender white spire that rose up from the city, taller than the highest tower of the castle and flanked by a pair of marble wings easily 3 stories tall. The light of the sun seemed to ignite a nimbus around the spire as its shadow slashed across us and the city below.
The Celestian Monument.
Steelhooves informed us.
Princess Luna had it constructed after Princess Celestia stepped down to honor her and her 1,000 years of peaceful rule.
Of course. That would be why it's taller than the castle. Velvet Remedy nodded. Luna was making it clear to every pony that she didn't see herself as a replacement for Celestia. Beyond the Celestian monument stretched a lifeless field lined with ugly, dead trees that seemed to reach out of the dirt like grasping skeletal claws. The field was bordered by broken cobblestone walkways. In the center sank a huge rectangular pool of pink saturated water. Rising opposite the monument was the royal castle itself, a glorious mass of crumbling spires and cracked white stone. The field was flanked by the silent sentinels of 6 preserved buildings standing across from each other like pieces on a chessboard. The ministries, each now a shadow of their regal and impressive former selves. This was Ministry Walk. That there's a whole lot of alicorns, Calamity whistled, staring down at the dark forms which swarmed around the far end of Ministry Walk. We had been warned of alicorns in the Canterlot ruins, but I had assumed they would be scattered about the city. Instead, they amassed in Ministry Walk. It was almost as if something about the castle drew the alicorns close, like bugs around a lantern.
So much for setting down in Ministry Walk.
They would be all over us before the Sky Bandit touched ground. And alicorns were yet another enemy that my skill with firearms was pretty much useless against. At least as soon as they got their damn shields up. Alicorns were some of the most dangerous and powerful opponents in the Equestrian wasteland. But at least they had been predictable. The encounter in Zebratown changed all that. In the pink, the alicorns lost their telepathy and their connection to the goddess. Here, they were individuals, and their tactics and demeanor radically changed. Logically, I didn't have enough experience to be sure, but my instincts were telling me to expect these alicorns to be more clever than the ones I had fought in Appaloosa and Manhattan. Their individuality would allow for more creative tactical thinking. At the same time, they should be less coordinated. And if my suspicions bore out, less magically threatening. With the exception of what I had come to think of their breed powers, all alicorns seemed to possess the same spells. But the only spell the alicorns had used in Zebratown, aside from their shields, was a lightning bolt spell. And only one of them had used that. If all of them had possessed the full range of spells from normal alicorns, we should have been slaughtered. Instead, I had come to suspect that the alicorns were all tapping into a common pool of spell knowledge, one granted by the goddess. And when they lost their connection to her, they lost most of their spells as well. Too bad the damn shield spell seemed inherent. Okay, new plan, I announced. We land in that cluster of buildings on the opposite side of the Celestian Monument, and we sneak our way in, moving quickly from building to building until we reach our targets. Steelhooves, which of those buildings is the Ministry of Awesome?
The Ministry of Awesome is the smaller building made of glassy black stone, farthest up, right next to the castle and across from the Ministry of Morale.
Steelhooves answered, adding for clarification.
The Ministry of Morale is the one with the mooring tower for Pinkie Pie balloons.
Right next to the castle. Of course it was. I brought up my eyes forward sparkle as Calamity winged us back around the monument and started to look for a good place to land. Directly behind the monument stretched an assemblage of moderately preserved structures adorned with golden rooftops. The buildings were littered over a generous expanse of space that I imagined must have been a park. A small river snaked through it, the water tainted by ribbons of pink, terminating at an inner-city lake.
Here we go, every pony,
Calamity called out as he picked a spot and began to shed altitude. I was thankful for Calamity's warning, even though there really wasn't anything to do to brace ourselves. Velvet Remedy took a deep breath, apparently intending to hold it while we dropped down through the pink cloud. We dropped into the pink. The tint of the sky transformed the sunset into something utterly alien, the red and orange hues shifting into sickly malignant colors. Yay! Well, even with the change of plans, we should be in and out within just a few hours. My eyes forward sparkle flashed a location name sent from my Pip-Buck's auto-mapping spell. Princess Celestia's School for Gifted Unicorns. A cluster of lights flared up on my EFS compass, none of them immediately hostile. I turned my attention in their direction as Calamity flew us down between the rooftops of the tallest buildings. The lights came from one of them. I urged Calamity to fly a little closer. Ivory Tower, my EFS proclaimed as we neared the elegant structure topped with a golden onion. Graduate Studies. One of the uppermost floors of the Ivory Tower had boasted a beautiful multi-story window. During the megaspell attack, mounting air pressure had caused the window to implode, and the whole tower had filled with pink cloud. As we passed, I could see into what had once been a library. The books all long rotted away. The Ivory Tower had become a pooling place. I could see thick wisps of nearly solid pink floating up the stairs from the chamber below. Several darkened reptilian forms slouched about the library, occasionally flexing leathery wings. One of the creatures was curled up in the shattered bowl of what had once been a giant hourglass, snoozing soundly. Dragons. Canterlot ghoulized adolescent dragons. About Spike's age, I thought, as I remembered being trapped in Spike's body, recalling the feel of his wings. They could be his siblings, I realized, trapped forever in underdeveloped bodies that could not grow and could not die. The sight struck a melancholy chord in my heart, a sad note that continued to play even as 3 of their corresponding lights shifted to red. 3 of the Canterlot dragons rounded, watching as we passed, then spread out their wings and launched themselves after us. Steelhooves reacted immediately, dashing towards the back window of the Sky Bandit. "Steelhooves, wait!" I called out, unsure if my actions were wise, but unwilling to make the mistake of shooting first yet again. "Velvet, you're up!" Letting out the breath she had been holding, Velvet Remedy jumped to her hooves, flashing me an odd expression as she passed. It was either her way of silently saying, "About time," or she was still upset with me over trying to take the Fluttershy orb. Velvet's horn glowed softly as Steelhooves stepped aside, making way for her. "Dragons of Canterlot," her voice boomed, magnified majestically. "We are but little pony travelers, humbled to be in your magnificent presence. We beseech you, allow us passage through your territory. We promise our visit will be brief and we will be of no bother."
Really?
Steelhooves rumbled, his tone making it clear Velvet Remedy's diplomacy couldn't possibly work. "No," she whispered back. "Not really." She turned back to me. "Sorry about this, little Pip."
Food!
One of the dragons bellowed. "Great! They ate ponies! Of course they ate ponies! Mr. Topaz had been planning a feast."
Why, yes, of course,
Velvet Remedy replied.
I wouldn't think of passing through your home without bringing something to pay the toll.
With that, she floated out one of the dresses she had bought for me at Timpani Tower. The only one, I noted, which had several pretty sapphires woven into the hems.
I'm afraid I've only got the one gift, so I do hope you don't mind sharing.
She tossed the garment out of the Sky Bandit's back window, and the 3 dragons immediately scrambled after the gemstone-studded dress. Turning back around, Velvet Remedy smiled and suggested,
"Let's get inside before they finish fighting each other."
I leapt from the Sky Bandit the moment it touched ground, levitating our supplies with us. We had left everything but the essentials back with Zenith at Glyphmark. Calamity released himself from the harness. "Hey, look," Calamity said, pointing between the nearby buildings at the rubble of Clip-Clop's clipboards a few blocks away.
"Maybe we should stop by there on the way back,"
he suggested as we all began to gallop towards the closest building.
"Perfect place to get a blade of armor for the Sky Bandit."
No getting sidetracked. Wait, what? I blinked at Calamity in confusion.
Yep. Ain't you noticed all the clipboards laying about everywhere?
Calamity asked, flying alongside us.
Darn things are nigh indestructible.
I honestly hadn't noticed. But then, I didn't scavenge as relentlessly as Calamity did. Still, clipboards as armor? He had to be joking.
Made out of pure compressed obstinate tanium, they is.
Calamity continued.
Bet you not even little Mac could punch a hole in one.
Obstinate tanium? There was no such thing as... Oh, I got it now. Well, sure, the new ones were, but only after they stopped making them out of layered stubbornite.
Careful there.
Steelhooves grunted.
The Apple family had a monopoly on stubbornite mines.
Velvet Remedy chased behind us, a confused expression on her face. I thought they were apple farmers, she whispered to Firelight, who was flying alongside her.
Well, shucks,
Calamity said.
if some ponies hadn't been hogging all the stubbornite for themselves, maybe they wouldn't have run out like they did.
I'll have you know that Applejack never once hogged stubbornite.
Steelhooves countered.
She used every bit that she had.
I blinked, mouth hanging open. Did Steelhooves just make a joke about Applejack?
Wow.
The wave of pain blasted through my head as I reached the steps up to the building door, my EFS flashing the name of the building amidst medical warnings. I felt like there was a vice tightening around my horn. My vision blurred and my ears began to ring. I stumbled back and the pain immediately faded. Whoa! I called out, holding out a foreleg to stop the others behind me. It wasn't fast enough. Calamity didn't stop, flying right over me and slamming through the door. As soon as the door was open, I could hear the static. Calamity was halfway into the lobby beyond when he landed, staggering and spun around. I could see blood beginning to seep out of his ears and the corners of his eyes as he turned to look towards us, his face grimacing in pain. Then he looked up above us and a bit at the air. I could see his bloodied eyes widen as he realized he wasn't wearing his battle saddle. Wobbling, he shouted out, pointing above the door.
Lil Pip, there!
He toppled to his knees. I dashed inside, drawing little Macintosh from its holder, ignoring the explosions of pain in my head and the sudden tint of red in my eyes. I spun around, instantly spotting the school's public address speaker built into the wall just above the bust of the goddess Celestia that looked down at us from above the door. Blam! My first shot missed, digging a hole in the wall near the speaker. My vision was getting rapidly worse, and I couldn't use my targeting spell. It didn't recognize the speaker as a target, and there was nothing for it to lock onto. Blam! Blam! My second shot shattered Celestia's face. The third hit the speaker, which exploded in a shower of sparks. The sound of static softened, but still remained. The pain didn't go away. There was at least one more speaker in here. I looked around, but my vision was swimming in red. I couldn't see anything. The ringing in my ears drowned out nearly everything else. I could barely hear the explosions all around me as I lost my equilibrium and fell onto my side, my vision fading to black. My vision cleared again almost instantly, leaving my ears softly ringing and a comparatively minor headache beating my brain. The others had charged in after me, and from the smoke and debris, Steelhooves had grenade machine gunned the upper walls of the lobby until the static stopped. I groaned and sat up slowly, wiping blood from my eyes.
We have a new problem,
Velvet Remedy informed me, her voice seeming strange and far away. I blinked at her, trying to clear my vision, then looked towards the entrance where she was pointing. A shield spell had descended over the front of the door. Apparently, shooting up the lobby in Celestia's private school of magic triggered defenses. We made it up to the third floor before finding that the stairwell to the next level had caved in, forcing us to cut through the classrooms to reach the stairwell on the opposite side. My plan to avoid detours was off to a bad start. I pushed a door open, checking my EFS for hostiles, then made my way into the classroom. The building was old, but mercifully free of the pink cloud, allowing us to proceed cautiously. We were operating under the assumption that the administrator's office on the top floor would have a terminal capable of shutting off the shields locking us inside. At least, that is what we assumed the large space at the top of the tower was meant to be based on a map, which had decorated the lobby's back wall. A map which had lost large chunks under Steelhooves' grenade barrage. Even in the state of decay, the room was elevated by touches of glass that set it apart from the building's outside of Canterlot. Filigree in the walls and furniture, the tattered remains of rotting banners, the cracked marble tiles of a two-tone blue checkerboard floor. I paused, staring at the globe tucked in the corner, the continents beginning to peel off its surface. Strangely, I had always considered Equestria to be flat. I looked around. The last lesson taught in this room was apparently astronomy, as the chalkboard still bore a diagram of, if I was reading it correctly, the single path on which the sun and the moon circled our world. This was not something the science classes in Stable 2 had covered. We had learned instead about mechanics and robotics, arcane science, and spellcraft. I had sometimes pondered where the sun went when Celestia put it away, imagining it was hidden underneath us, possibly taking a nap. If this diagram was true, then Celestia was sending it to another part of the world to make it day someplace else. I wondered if that was the faraway land where the zebras lived, or maybe the place where dragons originally came from? Did that mean Nightmare Moon had locked them in eternal day, slowly roasting them alive? And how messed up did things have to be now in order for the Pegasi to occasionally see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time? Unbelievable, Velvet Remedy intoned. I turned to see that I was not the only pony distracted by the contents of the room. Velvet had trotted up the steps that ran along the rising rows of chairs on the side of the room opposite the blackboard. At the top, near another doorway, were several posters. Velvet was staring at one which featured a very small filly magically projecting a shield around herself and her family as an evil-looking zebra lowered a stick of dynamite towards her with a fishing pole. They were actually teaching children to use their shield spells to protect themselves from a megaspell attack. Velvet Remedy stomped. From the poster, I gleaned that the spell was one of the first taught to any unicorn who had the capacity to learn it. They might as well have been telling them to hide under their desks. Remedy? There ain't any desks in this room, Calamity pointed out. Velvet Remedy swung around and saw the rows of chairs and the lectern. There was not a desk in sight. She sighed. Not the point. Maybe Celestia just didn't want them to be scared? I offered. I had to imagine that telling the children a lie that allowed them to believe there was something they could do was kinder than leaving them feeling helpless. Or was my belief just born of corrupted kindness? I grunted, hating Trixie. Red lights started to pop up on my EFS compass, several of them converging on the door next to Velvet Remedy. "Velvet!" I hissed, motioning her towards me before pointing warningly at the door. Calamity, now wearing his battle saddle, flew into position covering the door. I whispered up a prayer to the goddess Celestia that ended up becoming more of an apology for shooting her in the face. The door opened, and I felt myself go numb. It was a small, canterlot ghoulized unicorn child. Her school filly uniform melted into her flesh. There were several more behind her, all colts and fillies, locked in the endless routine of going to and from their exams, until they spotted us, and the air filled with a sound more horrifying than any I could imagine. A wordless sound of unadulterated and monstrous aggression from a chorus of achingly childlike voices. No, Celestia, have mercy! I was frozen. My eyes locked on the monster children. I couldn't do this. Calamity fired, the twin bullets from his battle saddle tearing into the filly's head, blasting most of her brains onto the "Remember Your Shield" poster. Turning to the rest of us, he yelled, "What are y'all waiting for?" I knew they weren't really children. I knew they were, at best, feral animals, and that they would kill us if we didn't fight or run. But my body refused to do either. Calamity fired again. Next to me, Velvet cast her anesthetic spell at a young colt, only to moan as the spell had no apparent effect. Even Steelhoof seemed to have faltered a moment, but now I heard the ports of his missile launcher open. Whoosh! Kaboom! 2 rockets fired at an upward angle and exploded against the ceiling, bringing large chunks of it raining down on the creatures, children, below, along with half a row of chairs from the classroom above us. I stumbled back as 2 colts and a filly were crushed under the collapsing ceiling, the little pony in my head sickly wondering if that had killed them or just inconvenienced them even after their lights went out on my EFS compass.
Little Pip,
Steelhooves commanded.
get us up there.
Up there? I felt like I was thinking through sludge.
Now!
He bellowed, snapping me out of my stupor. Calamity swooped past me, firing again as another Canterlot zombie colt galloped through the open door and leapt over the rebel towards us. The twin shot hit the monster child in the side, knocking him back into the chairs. I wrapped my levitation field around the rest of us and levitated us up through the ceiling. Behind me, I heard the sinister warping sound that signaled one of the fallen cloud children was rising back up, filled with necromantic life. I poked my head out of the classroom, looking both ways down the corridor. I kept expecting the zombie children to appear, but there were no hostile lights on my EFS compass. I couldn't tell if they were still trying to get up to this level or if they had ceased pursuing us the moment they could no longer see or hear us. Literally out of sight, out of mind. The hallway provided a new danger. The air was filled with a pink haze which grew thicker towards a ventilation grate in the ceiling. I could just make out the large metal fan behind the grate, warped and fused with the metal of the shaft itself. The dense patch didn't look particularly large, but it was slowly growing. "Steel hooves," I instructed, closing the door. "We need you to scout ahead. Find the shortest path into another cloudless section of the building." The Steel Ranger outcast nodded. I opened the door long enough for him to gallop through, then closed it again. "Hey, Pip," Calamity said, his voice almost a whisper. "I'm pretty sure one of the first Ministry's buildings was the Ministry of Magic. I'm thinking we should pop in there and grab ourselves some proper magical energy weapons, just in case we have to deal with a bunch more Canterlot ghouls." "Here we go," I sighed, groaning inside and forcing myself not to face Hoof. "Well, magical energy guns are a mite better against Canterlot ghouls than what we're packing, Steelhooves aside," Calamity reasoned altogether too reasonably. "And we shouldn't be relying on him to bring down the house every time we face more of the monsters." "And for that matter," Velvet Remedy chimed in, "we really need to stop in the Ministry of Peace. It's right across the way, and we could definitely use the medical supplies, especially if you end up fighting against those alicorns." "Of course we do." I turned to them both. "Look, the more sightseeing we do, the longer and more dangerous this trip becomes. We're already taking longer than I wanted just getting out of the first building." "All the more reason to get extra medical supplies while we can. You know the Ministry of Peace will have supplies somewhere." I nodded. "Somewhere. That's the problem. You're not talking about a brief stop, either of you. You're talking about exploring those buildings." Velvet Remedy nodded. "I know that, and I know it's dangerous, but I'm worried." "No. You just want to see Fluttershy's ministry." Velvet Remedy took a step back, feigning a wounded heart. My expression was unmoving. "Okay, fine. Yes, I do. But I am also worried," she insisted. "About Steelhooves." "Steelhooves?" Calamity echoed. "Why you worried about him fur? The guy can survive anything, up to and including the apocalypse." Velvet Remedy rolled her eyes. "He's immortal, not indestructible. That armor might repair itself, but how do we know he's okay inside? The only things that heal ghouls are radiation and healing potions, and that suit of his is designed to self-administer. Now, the last time he restocked his armor's medicine dispensary was Stable 29, and since then he's been shot through with anti-tank rounds, fallen a few 100 feet, and gone through whatever he was put through in Zebra Town." "Look, Velvet, if Steelhooves was in trouble, he'd tell us," Calamity said. "Would he?" Velvet questioned. I found myself caught, unable to decide which of my friend's flaws were at play here. Velvet Remedy's excessive worries or Steelhooves' stubborn stoicism. I suspected this was the other problem that Velvet had claimed Steelhooves was being. I couldn't blame her for being concerned. Best case, she was a doctor who was being denied the ability to examine a patient. And the Wasteland wasn't in the habit of serving up best cases very often. I was beginning to kick myself for having taken Steelhooves' durability for granted. "Well, there was gummies," Calamity offered. "But that was before he got shot," Velvet Remedy reminded the Pegasus. "Afterwards, you only came back long enough to pick us up." "Damn!" Calamity rubbed his brow under his hat. "I reckon you might be onto something there." Turning to me, he suggested, "Lil Pip, maybe you ought to run a diagnostic on his armor and see just what state our friend is in. For all we know, he might be really torn up under all that steel." I looked at the door, wishing Steelhooves was back already. "Okay, Ministry of Peace and Ministry of Magic. But only the fastest looks, and only until we find what we need. Targeted missions, no sightseeing." They both nodded. Then Velvet Remedy added,
I was actually really hoping we could take a peek in the goddess's castle, too.
I face-huffed. No! I gasped, collapsing against the storage room shelving, the impact sending several boxes of cleaner toppling down onto my head as I fought for breath. My heart struggled in my chest. Velvet Remedy slammed the door closed behind her, the last one in. She crashed into Steelhooves, bouncing between him and the workbench Calamity had curled up onto before falling to her knees.
I can't believe you've done that to yourselves before,
she gasped wretchedly. Velvet began passing around healing potions.
Under the police station was much worse,
Calamity moaned, downing his potion.
Why'd you think I saw blowing up the boiler as a better alternative?
Velvet groaned shakily.
Forgiven?
She floated her own potion to her lips and drank greedily. I drank the potion Velvet passed to me and closed my eyes, waiting for the healing effects to begin to mend my cloud-ravaged body. Velvet passed a second round of potions, and I could see that the stop in the Ministry of Peace would truly be necessary after all. Weakly, I slid myself across the floor toward Steelhooves. "Lay down, soldier," I demanded, hurting too much to perform the social dance that friendship and civility required. Steelhooves obeyed without question, accidentally knocking over a row of plungers with his armored tail. I pulled a tool from my barding and jacked my pip-buck into his armor, running a diagnostic. Steelhooves' displeasure at this invasion of privacy was radiating off of him, but he didn't move or speak. The little pony in my head began to panic when my pip-buck started flashing medical alerts across my EFS. I fought to keep my little pony calm as I worked to strip away the alarms that were probably false. My pip-buck's medical assist spell was not calibrated towards ghouls, much less whatever physiology was normal for Canterlot ghouls. I wished I had Velvet Remedy's understanding of medicine, although considering her reaction to ghouls, that might not much help. The one thing I could say for sure was that Steelhooves' armor was completely out of healing supplies, and apparently had been since partway through Zebra Town. The stallion was keeping himself going on painkillers and combat drugs, most of which were also nearly depleted. What had he been planning to do when those ran out? Hell, one of his legs was broken in multiple places. The armor was holding it together like a cast. "Not okay," I told him sternly, feeling like I was wearing Velvet Remedy's horseshoes. He said nothing. "If you're in trouble like this, you need to tell us,"
I'll be fine,
he finally said, but I noticed he wouldn't look at me when he said it. The damn thing was, he probably would be so long as he didn't get himself killed permanently before we could resupply his armor. Between now and then, however, was a whole world of pain. The painkillers were handling a lot of it right now, but not all of it, and they would be gone soon. This felt like self-punishment. Maybe for what happened in Buckland Bridge, or maybe because of bad memories, wounds, and regrets that coming here into Zebra Town had made fresh again. I could point out that when the painkillers stopped, the pain might hamper him, putting us all at risk. That was the sort of argument I knew he would listen to and accept. But it was also cold and selfish. Steelhooves was our friend, and he deserved better than that. I needed something to say that would show him we cared, and yet would still be persuasive in his ears. I looked to Velvet Remedy for help, only to be reminded of our argument about the Fluttershy orb. Velvet Remedy was escaping. Steelhooves was abusing himself. I looked up at Calamity and wondered if he was doing any better. Calamity seemed fine, but then so had Steelhooves until I took a deeper look. At least Zenith was okay, right? No. Zenith never really seemed okay. After what she had been through, I would be surprised if there was an okay in her world that even vaguely resembled the one in our own. Her freak out at being bitten was still fresh in my mind, but at least she was getting better, I thought, rather than worse. Although, at the time we had left, Zenith had still not admitted to Zephyr that she was her mother. Was that just Zenith being a zebra, or was it a warning sign, something else I had been missing? Steelhooves pushed himself back up, disconnecting his armor from my pip-buck.
I should go.
"Go where?"
Out.
he replied.
To find the next room that is clear of the cloud.
Velvet Remedy tossed up her shield, the shimmering screen of magic filling the hallway just in time for the 3 baby dragons to slam into it. The little wingless creatures growled and clawed at the shield, their eyes glowing, their faces distorted in rage.
Oh, aren't they cute?
Velvet cooed.
She got a resounding no from the rest of us. More trouble at our fore,
Calamity warned. I spun around. From the other end of the hall, several Canterlot colts and fillies emerged from the stairwell. The lead filly had another cloud-ruined baby dragon on her back. I stared at the filly, my eyes drawn to...
Little Pip, what are you staring at?
In black horror, I hissed. Look at her cutie mark! The school filly's tattered uniform gave a clear view of the blob of dark pink that emblazoned the cloud child's flank. I reeled at the implications. The child had gotten her cutie mark after the megaspell, after she had died. That the cloud had transformed the poor little filly into an undying monster was horrific enough, but somehow the idea that it had warped and corrupted her to the point that the pink cloud had stolen from her what should have made her special and replaced it with itself was somehow so much crueler, so much more abhorrent. The child horror lowered her head, her horn glowing a violent pink. Thick wisps of pink cloud snaked out of the air around her glowing horn, swirling as it filled the corridor. The filly was actually conjuring pink cloud. The baby dragon jumped from her back and began charging at us, its little claws tearing at the hallway carpeting. The twin shot from Calamity's battle saddle echoed through the hallway. The baby dragon's body ragdolled against the wall. A moment later, the tendrils of pink began to reach us. Immediately, my head swam, my headache spiking. I backpedaled, trying to get away, only to hit Velvet Remedy's shield. The three baby dragons behind us gave little roars of anticipation and violent desire.
What,
Calamity coughed,
is with the rest of you?
The Pegasus dropped to the ground, unable to keep flying as the pink cloud began to eat at his insides. He fired blindly into the pink.
They're not really children.
I could hear the cloud children galloping down the hall towards us. All I could see was pink and black, the edges of my vision beginning to go dark. My EFS compass was showing nothing but a mass of blurry red. Every breath seemed to shrivel my lungs, making me fight harder to get half the air I could the breath before. Velvet Remedy collapsed beside me, her shield going down. One of the baby monsters leapt at me, claws scratching at my barding and digging wet scratches in my flesh, its teeth sinking into my mane, trying to tear at the back of my neck. Steel hooves opened fire on the hallway. I curled up as I was pelted with concussive waves and shrapnel from the close quarters explosions. The blast left my ears ringing, my sense of direction and balance shot to hell. But they also thinned the cloud. My gut was twisting, my insides felt like they had begun to rot, but my headache cleared just enough that I could focus. I floated out little Macintosh, aiming it at the small monster gnawing on my back, and fired. I felt the creature drop from my back. The poor thing which should have been allowed to grow up to be a dragon. Velvet Remedy was curled into a ball crying. The two other baby monsters were trying to eat her. Her body was a tapestry of shallow, bleeding scratches. I fired twice more, getting them off of her, and stumbled to my hooves. Somehow, dreadfully, it was easier for me to shoot these creatures than the monsters who took the form of children. As if the fact they had never grown old enough to talk or think like people made it more okay to treat them as rabid animals. My eyes forward sparkle was flashing medical warnings. Even thinned, the pink cloud was killing me. I needed to get out before my internal organs started shutting down. Wrapping Velvet in my magic, I galloped as fast as my legs and lungs would let me. A staggering trot, trying to get out of the pink. Behind me, Calamity fired once more, then pivoted and followed, stumbling as he attempted to run. The air filled with that noisome, grating sound as the eyes of the baby dragon Calamity had shot began to glow and it began to growl.
Get to the top.
Our Applejack's ranger called back to us.
I'll hold them here.
None shall pass.
We're down to the last of our healing potions.
Velvet Remedy warned softly, tears in her eyes. I groaned as I drank the potion she floated over to me. We hadn't even gotten to Ministry Walk yet.
And I still haven't had the chance to restock Steelhoof's armor.
I watched as the slashes of red that covered Velvet closed gently, mending themselves before my eyes, leaving her looking unmarred, yet still covered in her own blood. The mare swayed despondently, then curled up next to Calamity on the large bed in the center of the room. The large circular room had no windows, but both the fireplace and the chute provided means for the pink cloud to enter the room. Fortunately, a magical ventilation spell had prevented the cloud from pooling here, leaving the air only the slightest shade of pink. Survivable levels of pink, so long as none of us fell asleep in here. The administrator's room had been lovely once. A solemn room of violets and blues with a mural of clouds drifting along the wall and a delicate ornateness to every feature and piece of furniture. Ghost of that beauty remained in the greasy rot of the carpet, bed, and tapestries. A golden, scroll-shaped stand leaned against one wall next to crumbling bookshelves, filled with decayed books and the residue of dissolved scrolls. Next to the center bed was another golden stand, this one holding a terminal, its screen glowing softly. The door into this room had been one of the hardest locks I had ever encountered. I expected no less difficulty from the terminal.
It just isn't right.
Velvet Remedy choked, leaning against Calamity.
All those children, those little baby dragons.
Calamity wrapped a wing around her as she began to sob again.
They didn't deserve this. It's so unfair.
It was worse than unfair. This was evil. I felt a bubbling rage simmering in my beating heart. But there was no pony to be angry at. I couldn't be mad at the victims, and the zebras, and possibly ponies, who created and deployed the mega spell were long dead. No, I was furious with the pink cloud itself. How dare it? I began to hack, trying to focus, not wanting to take out my frustrations in the terminal, lest I make a mistake and get locked out.
Little Pip,
Velvet said softly.
If the mega spell is still working here, still pouring out this poison.
Her eyes closed, her trembling voice finding determined steel.
We need to stop it.
I nodded. The password was, apologies.
The apple orb.
My host was checking his watch. The little hoof pointed to 7. The big one just a few minutes past the hour. It was either late morning or less than an hour from midnight. I had no way of knowing. The hallway was a cold gray metal with no windows, yet it felt like night. A soft chime from behind drew my host's attention. He turned as the elevator doors opened, party music playing over the speaker in the room. The elevator seemed empty. My host stepped away, watching cautiously. The elevator doors closed, cutting off the sound of music. I could barely hear the soft hum as the elevator began to descend. My host looked to his left. Empty hallway. No doors. Ending with the heavy steel door of a vault. He looked to his right. A magical field of blue light shimmered in front of an iron gate. The room beyond was filled with humming mainframes.
I apologize for running late,
An exotic voice said from the nothingness, sounding slightly muffled. First, the head of the zebra appeared as she pulled her hood back, then the rest of her.
I did not mean to make you wait.
I felt my host press his lips together.
That's all right, Zecora, but you'll have to hurry. Security will cycle any minute now. When it does, we've arranged for the shield to drop, but it will only be down for 4 minutes. You'll have to get in, get the data, and get out.
I saw my head turn away as I fished a key out of the pocket of my security uniform.
This will get you through the gate. You know which system you're looking for, right?
Zecora nodded. A sad look formed on her face.
I ask if this is worth the cost. The lives of ponies will be lost.
I felt a frown etch across my host's muzzle.
We have to be willing to make sacrifices if we are going to end this war. Your success here will get you the Caesar's trust, and that will allow you to get close to him.
My host stepped back.
But if it helps, I'm sure they will arrange for the weapons factories and those schematics to have minimal staff when the zebras hit them.
My host's frown turned into a grimace.
Unfortunately, we've had a small complication.
Zecora raised an eyebrow.
They've installed some sort of new gemstone detector. Something from the Ministry of Image, of all places. It is designed to detect zebra talismans like your cloak, and it's not part of the normal security system, so we can't shut it down without raising alarms. You'll have to remove your cloak before going in.
I will not need it once in there, so I will leave it in your care.
Zecora slipped out of her cloak, now wearing only a satchel. She looked strangely naked without the jewelry I'd seen her wearing before. The shield of blue energy suddenly went down. My host sucked in a breath.
Quickly, strike me down, hard.
Zecora spun and bucked at my host. One hoof caught him squarely in the chest, cracking at least one rib. The other sank hard into the soft flesh of his neck. Zecora's eyes widened as I collapsed, choking, fighting for air. She had clearly not intended to land a possibly fatal blow. My host waved her on, coughing and fighting to remain conscious. Zecora galloped down the hall. I heard her unlock the gate and pull it open, but my vision was blurring. I sat there, fighting harder and harder, trying to breathe, air struggling to get through my throat and into my chest. I heard the chime behind me. The door opened, and an apple-green stallion in tuxedo Barding stepped out, looking around. Apple Snack. The moment he saw me, his eyes widened, then narrowed, taking in the discarded zebra cloak nearby.
Damn it, I knew something felt wrong.
He looked up, observing the open gate and the disabled magical shield.
Hold on, Buck. I'll get...
Apple Snack froze, his voice silencing abruptly as Zecora rounded the mainframes heading back.
You!
Apple Snack stepped into a battle stance as Zecora stopped short.
You!
Apple Snack called out, fury in his voice.
Apple Snack,
Zecora said, failing to rhyme, her eyes growing wider.
She trusted you. She let you into our house, and you betrayed her.
Apple Snack was striding slowly forward.
I opened my heart to you because she wanted me to. I even began to trust you, to like you. A zebra. How could I have been so stupid?
Apple. My host wheezed, holding up a hoof.
Don't!
But there was almost no sound to my voice. We struggled to get up, but our hooves wouldn't work. I realized we really were dying.
She thought you were a friend. You broke her heart.
Apple Snack was roaring. I suddenly knew. This was what was hurting him. I remembered Steelhoof's denial when I told him the truth about Zecora, and the painful resignation that seemed to follow.
I would prefer she had killed these monsters with cold-blooded calculation.
Steelhoofs had told Calamity, regarding my rampage in Arbu. It wasn't the killing he thought was bad. It was the blind rage.
And now you come back, tonight of all nights, to hurt her again?
Zecora crouched down submissively.
You have caught me. I do not fight.
She intoned.
I am your prisoner tonight.
Apple Snack stooped, shaking, then screamed, bellowing,
No! Zecora, that is not how you say died. Resisting, arrest!
No, oh no, Steelhooves, don't do this! He charged, turning and bucking at Zecora. She didn't try to dodge. At least not the first time. She did the second, and the third, and the fourth. My host flailed as darkness began to seep into the edges of his vision. The fight for breath was getting harder, and he was losing. His whole body felt weak and distant. I didn't feel the hum of the elevator at all. But we heard the chime. As the door slid open, an oddly familiar song floated into the hallway.
How can I shield you from the horror and the lies when all that once held meaning is shattered, ruined, bleeding? And the whispers in the darkness tell me we won't survive.
It was the song that had played in Steelhoof's shack the morning I first really met him. The song he became strangely lost to. My host struggled again, trying to get up, trying to make any part of his body work now. We weren't getting any air anymore. Down the hall, I saw Zecora strike out, trying to defend herself. Apple Snack ducked under the kick and brought up one of his own, striking her underneath and sending her body flying against the wall. Zecora hit the wall with a meaty smack, leaving a splash of blood as she fell to the floor. From within the elevator came a horribly familiar voice. Nuts and shrews! I know the boy's planning on proposing tonight, but if we're missing our song 'cause Sergeant Steelhooves has become Sergeant Coldhooves... Oh no! Oh no, 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 no! Don't come out here, Applejack. Don't see this. It will hurt you if you see this.
We had been trying to repair our relationship.
Steelhooves had told me.
Ever since the night she had seen the darkness in me.
Not learned about, seen. Applejack, wearing a little black dress that was clearly a Rarity original, stepped out of the elevator. She looked to her right, seeing an empty hall ending in a vault door. She looked left. Her eyes widened, pupils dilating to pinpoints as she saw Apple Snack, bloodied, his torso heaving with each breath, standing over the very bloody corpse of Zecora.
There's a secret passage from the basement of the examination building to the royal treasury.
Steelhooves asked in disbelief as we galloped towards the Celestian monument, our weapons and most of our supplies floating in tow behind me.
Yep. Don't make sense to me neither. Seems that would be the sort of place you wouldn't want secret ways into,
Calamity responded, gliding along beside us.
but that's what the map on the terminal said.
I was still reeling from the knowledge of whose office I had set hoof in, whose terminal I had managed to break into. Velvet and Calamity had laid down in her bed. After her sister Luna had taken the throne, after Littlehorn, she had spent a lot more time at her school than in the castle. As we reached the monument, we slowed our pace. Most of the alicorns were on the far side of Ministry Walk, but my EFS was picking up hostiles close enough to worry about. Even in the ruddy, fading light of dusk, we needed stealth now. The Celestian monument was magnificent even after centuries of decay had taken bites out of its structure, leaving patches of framework bare. I stopped a moment to stare in awe, then bowed before it, sending up a prayer to the goddess. I heard the sound of static. It was growing steadily louder. A sprite bot was approaching from the front side of the monument, its speakers broadcasting white noise and necromantic death. My vision fuzzed, my head beginning to throb for what seemed the infinitieth time that evening. We were just on the edge of the effect now, and we started stepping back to keep from being engulfed. I was useless against the ghouls and zombies created by the pink cloud, and nearly as helpless against alicorns. But this was a threat that I alone was equipped to handle. I was the only one with the ranged weapon that was quiet. I floated out the zebra rifle, peering down its sights, tracking the approaching robot by its friendly light on my EFS compass, waiting for it to float into sight. The sprite bot dropped to the ground, internal circuitry burning, its broadcast dying with a pop of ozone. We trotted past it, ignoring the scrap. Well, most of us did. Calamity picked it up and offered it to Steelhooves, remembering the Ranger's armor used scrap metal to repair itself. The outside grounds of Celestia's school had been blissfully vacant. Any pony outside had fled to safety of the buildings when the pink cloud came. Not that the buildings had proven sufficiently safe. As we rounded one of the mighty wings of the Celestian monument, we saw that Ministry Walk had not fared so well. There were skeletons scattered all about the field, sticking out of the ground like black weeds. Ponies had filled the park when the pink cloud consumed it. A stallion whose bow tie and collar had become permanent parts of his neck. The twisted framework of a baby carriage with the skeleton of the baby Pegasus pony welded into it, the infant's mother laying half inside the cobblestones nearby. A mare who had been sitting on a park bench in a most peculiar fashion, her skeleton now melted into the bench itself, holding her to that pose forever. Two ponies fused together in an internal embrace, their skulls tilted upwards in the direction that the pink horror had descended upon them, snuffing out the twin flames of love and life.
This is too much,
Velvet Remedy moaned. Then she gasped in horror, stopping dead, staring ahead of us. The Ministry of Peace. The Canterlot hub of Fluttershy's ministry had been built into a grove of magically grown trees. 200 years ago, it would have been a heartwarming vision of natural beauty. But the pink cloud had murdered the trees, turning them into twisted black terrors, the whole building looking like a haunted house. Small objects littered the cobblestones and lifeless planters that circled the ministry. Scissors, ashtrays, metal picture frames. All objects sucked out of rooms whose windows had shattered. Parts of a terminal lay smashed on the steps just outside the front doors. A ceramic butterfly had shattered into 6 pieces scattered across a row of dead hedges. As we crept forward, Velvet Remedy hesitated.
I don't think I want to see it anymore. I don't want to know what this poisoned place has done to Fluttershy.
Velvet Remedy paused to look at a corner diorama featuring Fluttershy sitting in a forested field surrounded by gentle animals. I could guess she was struggling against the urge to shatter the display and steal the full-sized Fluttershy for herself. Are you okay?
I just can't take her away from all her forest friends.
Velvet whined softly. The Ministry of Peace had suffered severe internal damage when the trees that formed most of its outer walls had twisted in their unnatural death throes. Pink cloud had seeped into all but the most interior rooms. To our further dismay, the Canterlot Hub seemed to be less a place of healing and medical research than a public front and administration center for the other MOP hubs. We were coming up empty-hooved in our search for medicine. The only upside is that nothing in the Ministry of Peace had attacked us yet. Everything in this place was dead. I approached a set of double doors and nudged it open. Velvet Remedy, looking over my shoulder, whinnied in dismay. A haze of deep pink filled the massive room, which had once been an auditorium. Rows of rotting seats descended towards a dilapidated stage beneath the last dangling threads of cloud-eaten curtains. The walls, formed from even more trees, were blackened and dead. Velvet Remedy inexplicably pushed past me and galloped into the poisoned room.
Velvet, what you doing, girl? Get yourself out of there!
Velvet paid us no attention, charging up to the stage and jumping onto it. I saw her waver as she landed, the pink cloud beginning to get to her. I shouted for her to come back. Beside me, Pyrelight cried out, calling to her beloved Velvet.
What in tarnation does she think she's doing?
Calamity demanded. Velvet stumbled, turning and standing before the podium. She put a hoof on it, and it broke apart at her touch. I could hear her sob. The auditorium still had great acoustics. Seeing her standing on that stage, wearing her yellow medical boxes, I suddenly realized this wasn't just any auditorium. That wasn't just any stage.
Hello?
Velvet Remedy said meekly, reciting from memory.
Can I have your attention, please? If you don't mind.
Oh, goddesses!
Hold on, Lil Pip. I'm gonna grab her.
Thank you.
Velvet was saying.
Now, I know every pony is really, really busy, so I'll try not to take too much of your time.
Calamity, wait, I said, holding up a hoof. Firelight fluttered at the edge of the pink, hooting in agitation.
Wait!
He spun to me fiercely.
She's gone plumb off her rocker. She'll die in there if we wait.
I focused, wrapping Velvet Remedy in my magic. I'll pull her out, I think maybe she needs to do this? She was risking her life to do this, and I couldn't tell if she was on the road to catharsis or catatonia.
Needs to do what?
Calamity demanded. Firelight didn't wait. The Balefire Phoenix soared into the poison, flying to Velvet Remedy. Below us, Velvet Remedy continued, her inflection perfectly matching Fluttershy's.
Princess Luna has given us, that is, she's allowed us to. We have a new project.
Velvet paused, looking out over the crowd that only existed in her mind as Firelight landed by her forehooves and rubbed against her, nudging her to move.
This is bad.
Steelhooves told me. Velvet cringed slightly.
Please, it's okay. I know we're all overworked, and every pony has so much to do already. And you're all doing just wonderful.
She gave a most beautiful smile.
Oh, what in the hay?
Calamity moaned. Firelight began to cough. I extended my magic around her too, feeling increasingly anxious. Did she need this? Would she ever forgive me if I pulled her out, denied her this? Did it matter?
But this is really important. I've been talking with Princess Luna and...
Velvet fell to her knees, coughing, her voice getting weaker as she struggled to breathe.
I really want to do this project. I'm behind it.
She coughed again.
Completely. And I really hope you will be too. This horrible, terrible war has gone on far, far too long. And hurt so many people.
I could hear the sadness and hurt in Velvet's weakened voice. Sweet, merciful Celestia, I could see her tears.
Enough of this,
Calamity growled.
Lil Pip, get her out of there now.
I nodded, blinking back tears of my own. From your lips to Celestia's ears, I whispered as I levitated Velvet Remedy and pulled my friend from that gas chamber. Velvet Remedy was barely in a condition to move, much less walk. even after I had fed her our last healing potion. We left her in the care of Pyrelight and Steelhooves.
Mind telling me what the hell all that was about?
Calamity asked angrily as he flew along above the maze of office cubicles I was wading through.
The Fluttershy orb,
I told him. I heard a crunch and felt a sharp pain in my left forehoof. Looking down, I saw that I had stepped on the skeletal remains of some small creature. I stopped, leaning against a cubicle wall as I telekinetically pulled a thorn-shaped bit of broken bone from my hoof, which beaded with blood. There were other little skeletons all over this floor. That auditorium, that was the room where Fluttershy was talking to her ministry ponies in the orb's memory. Velvet Remedy was reciting it, or reliving it, or something.
And that struck you as something we ought to let her keep doing?
Calamity snapped. I don't know. Velvet is a performer. I don't think that was... I hope that was just her doing a performance. Her one chance to be on Fluttershy's stage, but... I turned to my Pegasus friend, the first friend I really ever had. Fluttershy's ministry created the megaspells, Calamity, I admitted to him.
Whoa! Calamity stopped in midair, hovering. Say what now?
They were originally intended as mass healing spells. She never meant for them to be used as weapons of death.
Calamity groaned. Velvet.
She doesn't know yet, but sooner or later she's going to find out. When that happens, do you think it will be any easier if we had denied her the chance to do whatever she was doing?
Fuck!
Calamity bucked one of the cubicle walls, punching his hoof through it. We moved on. The office is quiet except for the background music of Calamity rummaging through desks and filing cabinets. The air in here was clear, if musty and old. Yet it felt like the pink cloud was all around us, eating at my friends, its corrosion seeping even into our friendships. We made our way through the floor without talking again, past the cubicles and the smaller offices, until we reached a curving yellow hallway. On the inner curve was a simple wooden door, the frame around it covered in little birdhouses. Along the bottom of the door were several smaller doors, as if designed for little creatures to move in and out as they pleased. Along the outer curve were two pairs of stately arched double doors made of polished mahogany. These too had a little animal door built into them. The far set was open, but all I could see of the room was part of the wall. The curve of the hall prevented me from seeing the far end, but I didn't need to. Just beyond the open doors was a sign mounted on the hallway ceiling, the glass plate reading, "Elevators," still backlit by a slightly flickering light. I checked my EFS for any signs of hostility, but the whole floor was dead. Nudging Calamity, I suggested, "Let's finish this up. I want to get out of here. You take that door." I motioned towards the small, peculiar inner door. "I'll take these." Calamity nickered unhappily, but flew ahead to the smaller door. I was wagering that an office designed to allow small animals was less likely to have dangerous defenses. Not that I was expecting anything threatening from either room. The Ministry of Peace had been entirely, even eerily, peaceful. I watched as Calamity opened the door to the inner office. It wasn't even locked. I then shifted to the closest set of mahogany double doors. Inside was a meeting room, dominated by a rich table crafted exquisitely from the same mahogany as the doors. Chairs were overturned, papers and folders were scattered. The opposite wall was dominated by a huge picture window that stared out over the pink-tainted ministry walk. The room held a single skeleton, that of a mare whose body dangled from the window, a forehoof melded into the glass. There were imperfections radiating away from her hoof. Cracks in the window which had fused back together before the pressure outside could grow enough to blow the window in. A once beautiful saddle purse hung rotting from her bones, the bottom having torn way, dumping its contents on the floor. Was that Fluttershy? My heart sank, a knot forming in my throat. I stepped closer, eyes fixed on the skeleton, only to run into the table. Somehow, part of me was sure it was Fluttershy. That she had... No, wait. I felt a flood of relief as I realized it wasn't the kind yellow Pegasus after all. It couldn't be. No wing bones, a horn. This was a unicorn. Probably a secretary or a nurse, possibly a caretaker of Fluttershy's animals while she was away. But not Fluttershy herself. As I walked around the table to get a closer look, I spied the far wall, where a chalkboard hung between two monitors. The meeting room had been designed for multimedia presentations. Amongst the strange diagrams, the chalkboard bore 4 words written in bold yellow chalk, save that the first letter of each word was pink. Communally, assured, reciprocal, existence. I felt weak. Oh, poor Fluttershy. I stumbled and sat in a chair. The chair promptly fell apart, dumping me onto the floor. Blinking, I found myself looking between the table's legs at the hind hooves of the dangling skeleton and the collection of rubbish that had fallen from her purse. Amongst the decayed garbage lay a statuette, still pristine, of a yellow Pegasus pony surrounded by birds and butterflies, a small family of chipmunks and a white rabbit. She was smiling at them sweetly from behind the curtain of her pink mane, a look of gentle caring in her eyes. I got up, walking closer until I could see... Be pleasant. The final of the Ministry Mare statuettes. I now had a full set. Only I wasn't going to keep this one. I knew a unicorn who needed her more than I did. Besides, wouldn't it be wrong for corrupted kindness to be carrying around the statuette of the bearer of the element of kindness? Wouldn't I be dishonoring her somehow? So it was with every intention of giving the Fluttershy statuette to Velvet Remedy that I wrapped it in my magic. And everything changed. I felt a surge of magic, much like with the others. But this time, it was accompanied by something more. Something greater. As I lifted the Fluttershy statuette before me, I knew that I was going to keep her. Not out of selfishness. Not because it was something I wanted or felt I deserved. The statuettes wanted to be together. The Ministry Mares needed to be together. They were meant to be. Fluttershy, Rainbow Dash, Pinkie Pie, Twilight Sparkle, Rarity, Applejack. They were stronger when they were together. Better. Separating them had been the worst thing any pony could have done to them. I knew that. And now that I had brought them together, I knew I couldn't separate them again. Calamity dumped out the medical supplies he had found.
I found Fluttershy's personal office,
he told Velvet Remedy.
And no, before you ask, she wasn't there. But she left us all this.
Velvet Remedy's smile touched her eyes, making them sparkle. It was as if Fluttershy herself had left the supplies we would need just for us.
Cabinet weren't even locked,
Calamity commented. Velvet began sorting through the medicine. Calamity had simply grabbed everything. I recognized super restoration potions and healing potions, enough to get us through 3 Canterlots with some to spare. Painkillers, too. Most of the rest, however, were beyond my ken.
Veterinary medicine,
Velvet Remedy explained, dividing the pills for animals from the drugs for ponies. Then she took a few of the former pile.
For Pyrelite, just in case.
Pyrelite gave an exaggerated hacking sound and then shot Velvet a challenging look.
Oh, you'll take your medicine if I give it to you,
Velvet shot back, eyes narrowing but smiling nonetheless.
I have enough problem patients with these ponies. Fluttershy's office was more like an office for a doctor than the head of a whole branch of the equestrian government,
Calamity mused.
There was even an eye chart on the wall, but with nuts.
He placed a hoof over one of his eyes, mimicking
acorn, almond, walnut, cashew, peanut, another acorn.
Velvet wrapped the healing potions in her magic and divided them amongst us.
Keep these with you. In a place like this, it makes no sense for only one pony to be carrying all the medical supplies.
She then scooped the rest into her medical boxes, save for a selection that she had set aside for Steelhooves. Turning to the outcast ranger, Velvet cautioned,
Now, I'm going to give you what I can, including about half the painkillers. But Fluttershy didn't stock up on combat drugs, so I'm afraid you'll have to do without Buck and Dash and whatever else you've been pumping into your body.
She tisked.
And we still need to find you a radiation pit as soon as we can, before you go tussling with anything too nasty.
Steelhooves nickered but said nothing, letting Velvet Remedy access the medical dispensary in his armor. Calamity pulled out a few cans and boxes of food he had scavenged from a wall-mounted vendor. I felt a rumble in my gut and realized I was starving. 200-year-old snack cakes didn't sound too appetizing, but what Calamity put before us was all we had. We had left all our provisions with Zenith and the starving zebras of Glyphmark.
Y'all will be thrilled to know that Fluttershy and her ministry were apparently all vegetarians too,
Calamity quipped. Velvet Remedy shot him a look.
Calamity, I can't believe that even after Arbu you would still even think of eating meat.
She pointed a hoof at me.
Even little Pip has learned better.
Gee, thanks, I muttered. Calamity shrugged.
Spoken like some pony who ain't never tasted bacon.
Damn, I had to admit I was going to miss bacon. But after unwittingly eating another pony, I didn't think I could stomach it. Velvet neighed, eyes narrowing as she stepped towards the Pegasus, bringing them almost muzzle to muzzle.
You know, sometimes I think the reason you didn't have as much trouble with those cannibals as we did is because you like meat, and you don't see eating ponies as very far removed from eating radhog.
Calamity whinnied back, eyes narrowing in return.
And sometimes I think the reason you stable folk get all uppity about eating meat is 'cause you can't see it being more than a step away from eating ponies.
So much for eating. I watched helplessly as the two lovers glared at each other.
Ponies are supposed to be vegetarians. Eating meat is a perversion. Every time you do it, you let the wasteland win a little. Nonsense, it's survival,
Calamity countered.
Hell, even eating ponies is a victimless crime. After all, they're dead. They don't care. It's only when pony folks start killing other ponies like the bastards in Arbu did that I reckon they've done anything wrong.
More glowering. The air between them was so tense, I was waiting for something to explode, giving equal odds to them shooting each other or kissing. Finally, Velvet Remedy suggested in a low voice,
Let's say we back away and just go to the next building before one of us says something he will regret. I reckon y'all will say something you'll regret first. On the contrary.
Enough! I shouted, unable to take the tension. I magically scooped up the uneaten food and dumped it into my saddlebags. Seriously, both of you, I stomped. To the next building. Calamity, you're with me in front. Velvet, you're in the back, I grumped, floating up all our weapons and supplies. Goddesses, I can't take you two anywhere. Higher Light landed on Steelhoof's battle saddle. I swear that bird was laughing. We were halfway between the Ministry of Peace and the Ministry of Arcane Sciences when the Alicorn spotted us. She was standing on the roof of Twilight's ministry, staring down into the walk below. At first, I had mistaken her for a carved statue. The whole ministry building had a vaguely Alicorn motif. The knight on the ministry walk chessboard. The dark blue stone was probably meant to honor Luna. The wall that encompassed the base of the building was of smooth marble with silver inlays and embedded diamonds in the form of the constellations. The sort of display that you would expect from a tastelessly ostentatious observatory or a really bad dress. Even with the red light on my EFS, I was legitimately surprised when what I thought was part of the architecture launched itself into the air and swooped down towards us, her magical shield flickering to life around her. Krapow! I collapsed, clutching my ringing ears as the shot from Spitfire's thunder pierced the Alicorn's shield and tore through her neck, splattering her blood against the inside of her shield behind her. The shield flickered out as the Alicorn plowed into the ground at our hooves. Velvet Remedy moved to me, dipping her head to nip my barding, helping me back to my hooves. As soon as I was standing, she backed away, saying something, but I couldn't hear her over the ringing in my ears. Comprehending my blank expression, she pointed a hoof up the field of ministry walk. I twisted, and my EFS compass filled with red lights. The shot had brought a lot of attention. Alicorns were beginning to look this way, a few of them already taking flight. Steel hooves galloped past us, ignoring the ministry buildings completely, firing missiles and rapid-fire grenades at the cluster of Alicorns. The field of ministry walk erupted in dirt, smoke, and flame. Krapow! Krapow! Calamity fired Spitfire's thunder as quickly as the massive weapon would allow, taking aim at the shielded Alicorns while Steelhooves dashed through the thick pink pool, tearing apart those too slow to react with his patented level of massive overkill. One of the Alicorns on the far side of the pink water reared up. I'll bring the head of the Pegasus to the Night Seer myself! She launched into the air, her shield sparkling to life around her.
You've what now?
Calamity asked indignantly, his muscles still biting down on Spitfire's thunder. Krapow! The shot passed through the heart of the flash of light where the alicorn had been an eye blink before. At the same instant, the dark purple monster appeared in another flash right behind Calamity. I charged, Velvet Remedy galloping beside me as I fired Little Macintosh, the bullets sparkling as they ricocheted off the alicorn's shield. The alicorn's horn glowed. I slid to a stop, gasping as I watched blood from the crashed alicorn corpse beside Calamity float up, wrapped in the purple alicorn's magic, and begin to take shape. Calamity spun around, but the alicorn was too close. The barrel of Spitfire's thunder struck the shield, knocking it out of Calamity's teeth. Velvet Remedy skidded to a stop, pressing her glowing horn against the alicorn's shield as she cast her anesthetic spell. The ball of light manifesting just inside the shield and striking the alicorn. The alicorn collapsed inside her shield, her body paralyzed but her magic still unhindered. The blood from the dead alicorn next to us solidified into a ruddy blade. The blood sword flew at Calamity. He reared back, the blade slicing past him, leaving a shallow cut below his neck that wept blood. I could hear the whoosh of Steelhoof's rockets and the continuous thunder of his grenade machine gun. From the sound, he had switched to high-explosive grenades in an effort to beat down an alicorn's shield. The blood sword circled around, diving for Calamity's face. My Pegasus friend clamped down on the bit of his battle saddle, firing. The sword burst as he shot it out of the air.
"Y'all run ahead," Calamity shouted. "I've got this one."
He kicked up Spitfire's thunder and snatched the muzzle bit in his mouth. The paralyzed alicorn looked up at him from inside her shield, eyes widening. Krapow! Velvet Remedy urged me towards the Ministry of Arcane Sciences, then began galloping towards it herself. I quickly followed, Calamity covering our backs, and Steelhooves seemed to have forgotten the rest of us completely. He was just being the mighty alicorn hunter, steel-armored scourge of monsters in the Equestrian wasteland. Calamity spun around as two more shielded alicorns dove out of the darkening pink sky. He lifted Spitfire's thunder, taking aim. Click!
"Oh, crap!"
Calamity's eyes widened. Deciding there was no time to reload, the Pegasus turned tail, flying after us. The two alicorns swooped over the pool, their shields skimming the pink water. They swerved broadly around Steelhooves, giving him a wide berth. Steelhooves tried to turn towards them, but he was far enough into the Ministry Walk's reflective pool that the watery pink sludge was impeding his movement. The alicorns left him behind, chasing after Calamity. I heard multiple cracks of thunder, and the air lit up with bright flashes as several alicorns fired bolts of lightning into the reflective pool. Steelhooves let out a deep-throated scream as arcs of electricity lashed over his armor, then collapsed into the water, vanishing beneath it. Damn it! I changed course, dropping our supplies behind me and running towards the water, dodging as I tried to make myself a difficult target. I searched for Steelhooves with my EFS, but there was no light. Either he was dead again, or the super-saturated pink water was impairing my Pip-Buck's targeting spell. A wing of alicorns took flight, soaring over the violently sundered corpses of several of their sisters. A fourth cast another lightning bolt, the flash momentarily blinding. I could feel heat and smell ozone as the bolt ripped through the air less than a yard from my body. I reached the edge of the pool and jumped, wrapping myself in magic and telekinetically flying over the pool, swerving as much as I could while keeping my head down, looking for any trace of our fallen metal paladin. If I could just spot him, I could wrap him in a levitation field and... My head exploded, my horn feeling like it had cracked apart. Even as I screamed, I knew there was a broadcaster hidden in the water. I dropped, all four hooves splashing down into the thick pink sludge before I caught myself. My head was splitting open from the effort. My horn felt like it was trying to screw itself into my head. I was certain that the necromantic energies were somehow focusing on the source of my magic. I had to find the broadcaster and get rid of it. No, I had to go up. Get away. I somehow noticed, awareness, that the alicorns were holding back. This was the same spot the others had veered around before. I had thought they were avoiding Steelhooves, but even as I screamed in agony, I realized, be smart, that they had been avoiding the broadcaster. I could feel a new agony, a terrible burning in my hooves and legs. My magic imploded and I dropped into the viscous pink pool with a splash. Now my whole body was burning. I clamped my muzzle shut, thrashing involuntarily from the pain. If I drank it, even a little, I was surely dead. I forced myself to focus past all the pain. I no longer wanted to get myself away from the pink pool or the broadcaster. I could no longer comprehend moving. Now, in utter desperation, I tried to get them away from me. With all the concentration I could manage, I wrapped the entire pool in my magic and floated the water, the skeletons, everything that wasn't me, up as high and as fast as I could. The supersaturated pink water of the reflective pool flew into the air. I looked up, gasping as the pain in my horn and head receded. The burning faded, lingering most heavily around my right foreleg. I stood, shaking violently, flinging the pink water off my body until I almost felt dry. Then I dared to open my eyes. The alicorns had flown back away from me and the suddenly flying pool of water overhead. They stared and murmured to each other in voices I could best describe as concerned. I looked up. In the last rays of twilight, I could see hundreds of small coins and bottle caps glistening along the bottom of the water. I could see skeletons floating in it, many of them fused together. I spotted Steelhooves, his metal-shod tail dangling down out of the liquid pink. I gingerly separated him from the liquid mass above me. I looked the way I had come. Calamity, Velvet Remedy, and Pyrelight were all staring, with expressions trapped between screaming and cheering. I tried to gallop towards them, taking Steelhooves with me, but searing agony shot up my right foreleg and I fell onto my face. My body had been through too much. It didn't want to cooperate anymore. But even through the dull pounding in my head, I was able to focus enough to wrap myself in magic. The pain in my head spiked, the throbbing jumping an order of magnitude. But I slowly pushed myself back towards the edge of the pool and my friends, Steelhooves in tow, releasing more and more of the cloud-saturated water as I went. The liquid pink poured down like a curtain behind me. I felt myself starting to pass out. The effort of self-levitation was too taxing, and my body was screaming from abuse. Suddenly, I felt warm forelegs wrap around me. Calamity had flown out underneath the floating lake of pink and was taking me to safety. He soared over the edge of the pool just as my spell collapsed completely. I heard Steelhooves drop onto the field with a metallic thump. Velvet turned and galloped towards him, her horn glowing. Calamity didn't stop. Flying towards the entrance of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences.
Hold on, Pip,
he encouraged as he flew through the front doors. And was gone. I felt a moment of freefall. I think I even felt myself hit the floor. Then blackness.
The butterfly orb.
The yellow carpeted floor raced under my feet. I could feel my nerves on edge. I found myself trapped in a small, utterly alien body as it darted between the hooves of scrambling, panicking ponies. A constant rumbling thunder filled the air, mingling with cries and shouts from the ponies I was scampering through as I raced down the aisles between a city of cubicles. A magenta pony spilled a shower of papers in front of me as she fled the room. One of the sheets slapped me in the face as I barreled through them. I made it through the offices and found myself charging down a huge curving hallway, my little heart pounding in my chest. I heard a mare screaming from beyond a set of mahogany double doors. The voice was filled with rage and tears.
How could they? How could they do this?
I dashed for the little door built into the bottom of the larger one, a little door just my size.
They ruined everything. They've killed everyone.
The meeting room looked like it had been hit by a tornado.
And it really had. A yellow and pink tornado in the form of Fluttershy.
I burst into the room just in time to see her hurl a terminal through the glass of the seemingly gigantic picture window, shattering a large hole in it. The sound of impossible thunder amplified. Outside the window, I could see the sky shimmering and rippling with explosions as zebra missiles pounded against the princess's shield. Each impact brought a flash of fiery light splashing against the shield, the surface rippling outward like water around a dropped rock. Fluttershy stood on the table, shaking, stomping, her face streamed with tears and contorted in rage. She looked around for something else to throw, something else to break.
I gave them life, and they.
I knew this room. I had just been here. The window had already begun to repair itself, the shattered hole growing smaller as the spiderweb of cracks thinned and shrunk. Ministry magic. The building was alive. It healed. I leapt up onto a chair, and from there onto the table, rushing to Fluttershy's side. The poor Pegasus sobbed horribly, trembling on the verge of collapse.
I did this. This is all my fault.
I reached Fluttershy, wrapping myself around a forehoof, hugging her tight, trying to comfort her.
Oh,
She looked down at me, and I felt her tears splash onto my forehead.
oh, Angel, what have I done? Every pony, all the helpless little critters, they're all going to die. And it's all my fault.
Fluttershy toppled onto the table, burying her face, wailing. Beyond her, I saw that fateful writing, communally assured reciprocal existence. I held Fluttershy, stroking her anxiously, trying to help, feeling terrible. She didn't deserve this. This wasn't her fault. Outside, the pounding thunder and violent light show continued. With a bang, the second set of mahogany doors at the front of the meeting room slammed open as a white unicorn burst into the room. Her gorgeous purple mane and tail looked frazzled, and a beautiful saddle purse hung next to the 3 diamonds of her cutie mark. "Fluttershy!" Rarity called out, looking around and spotting the crumpled weeping Pegasus. Oh goodness! Rarity trotted up hurriedly. "Fluttershy, darling, we have to go!" She prodded at the sobbing, broken Pegasus. "We only have half an hour before they're supposed to seal up Stable 1. We need to get inside." I couldn't tell her that it was probably already too late.
Leave me,
Fluttershy whimpered.
You go, Rarity. Save yourself. I deserve to die.
Rubbish! Rarity put her forehoofs under Fluttershy's head, lifting her tear-streaked face. You deserve to live. Probably more than most of us. I won't let you die here.
Rare?
A tear dripped down one of Rarity's cheeks. I love you, Fluttershy. And I'm not going to let you stay. Rarity smiled softly, but her voice brooked no argument. Now pull yourself up and come with me, or I'll drag you all the way with my teeth. I looked between Fluttershy and Rarity, one paw still petting the yellow Pegasus gently. Whoop! All 3 of us turned towards the window. It had almost repaired itself, the hole now the size of a baseball. Outside, the shield continued to fluctuate under the massive fiery barrage. Then we saw it. A thick, pink mist rolling over the city. It consumed block after block, flooding down alleys and boiling over the tops of buildings. Rarity let out a gasp as the thick pink mist splashed against the towering Ministry of Image, breaking around it as the same wave of pink rolled over the Ministry of Arcane Technology, drowning it completely. I blinked, and the ministries on the opposite end of Ministry Walk were gone. Then the trees were gone. The pink cloud washed over the grassy park, the reflecting pool, and all the panicked, terrified ponies below. The wall of pink rushed at us. The park was gone. Rarity gasped again, this time spotting the hole in the window. She threw herself towards it. The trees were gone. Rarity slammed a forehoof over the hole. The wall of pink hit the Ministry of Peace. There was nothing outside the window anymore. The cracks that remained in the window began to warp and melt, fusing together. Rarity groaned in pain, but she held her hoof firm against the hole, not letting the cloud get inside.
Rare?
Rarity's eyes opened wide. She gazed at the window, whispering with a low tone of comprehension. This is necromantic. Rarity turned to Fluttershy, who was staring at the window in horror. Forget Stable 1, Fluttershy. I'm getting you to safety. And with that, she focused, her horn glowing. A flash of light burst around Fluttershy, and the yellow Pegasus was gone. I felt the worry and anger etch across my face. I scampered up to Rarity and kicked at her. She looked down at me, her horn glowing again as she opened her saddle purse. Don't worry, Angel. I've sent her someplace safe. I kicked at her impatiently. Ow! Okay. I have sent her to Zikor's old hut in the Everfree Forest. Well, At least, I got her very close to it. The zebras are attacking pony population centers. There are no ponies in that forest, so it is the only place I am sure they will not attack. She smiled as she drew out a memory orb. Don't worry, Angel. I will send you to her, but first I need to leave a message for Twilight. Rarity stared down at me. Twilight, darling, I've sent Fluttershy away, and if I can, I'll be going too. I don't want you teleporting around town looking for... Oh, this is bad. Rarity faltered. I could see even this small contact with the pink cloud was beginning to kill her. Don't look for us. Don't stay in Canterlot, but there is... Oh! Rarity thudded against the window weakly. Her hoof would have dropped away, but it couldn't anymore. It had become part of the glass. Listen, Twilight, in my desk, in my office, there is a very special book. It's hidden in a secret compartment. You may have to tear the desk apart to get it, but don't worry, I won't mind. Twilight, it's a spell book. And... Rarity began to cough violently. And I believe it has a spell that can be used to defeat this necromancy. You must get that book. Rarity leaned against the glass, her hoof supporting her weight now. Still, she floated the memory orb close to me. I realized suddenly why she had been talking to me like I was Twilight Sparkle. My memory was going to be the message. Her horn glowed. Don't worry, Angel. This won't hurt. And as soon as I'm done, I'll send you to I groaned. My whole body hated me for still being alive. My headache had ratcheted up to the point where it was hard to think straight. My right foreleg itched horribly beneath my pit buck. Everything else just hurt. Too much physical trauma in too short a period of time. My body was crying out for me to stop. I'd lost count of how many times I'd been shot, beaten, poisoned. Wounds that would normally take weeks or months to heal. Instead, I drowned myself in potions of magical healing, letting them mend everything, and then throwing myself back into the fray. Pain had become as much of a companion for me as my friends. But these things, the broadcasters in the pink cloud, were so much worse. They tore me apart in ways a bullet never could, attacking everywhere at once, attacking my magic, attacking my brain. Even with potions of healing and restoration, I couldn't help but feel that deep and permanent damage was being done. I wasn't going to live to a ripe old age. One day, everything I had been putting my body through would catch up to me and I would die young. Part of me wanted to quit while I was ahead, but every part of me knew that I could never quit. Quitting was surrender. I couldn't even rest as much as I knew I should. Every day I rested was a day that others whom I could have saved would die. If I had rested even an extra hour, the young zebra would have been slain by those bloodwings. If I had rested an hour less, I would have been able to save his friends as well. Pain I could handle, as long as I was alive and still able to make a difference. I wondered if this was how Steelhooves felt. I'd saved him. He hadn't been moving, but I knew he couldn't be dead. The lightning may have rendered him unconscious or knocked his armor spell matrix offline. Either way, if I hadn't gotten to him, the alicorns would have. The broadcaster wouldn't have saved him, although it definitely bought him time. Thank the goddesses I had at least managed to levitate the liquid pink sludge away before I had inhaled any of it. Thanks Celestia and Luna that I'd drunk healing potions minutes earlier and didn't fall into that pool with open wounds from those Canterlot dragon hatchlings. I couldn't tell if I'd been supremely lucky or supremely unlucky. And, now that I thought of it, I'd come out of it with a new weapon against the alicorns. Granted, one that was indiscriminately lethal, but it had to be possible to use the broadcasters to my advantage. But first, I needed to... Where the hell was I? Calamity? Velvet Remedy? I was alone. Steelhooves? Firelight? Completely alone. I was laying on a soft, cushioned bed. I tried to sit up, and a thunderclap went off in my pounding head, knocking me back down and leaving tears in my eyes. I brought up my eyes forward sparkle, not remembering turning it off, and scanned the medical warnings. I needed to drink a super restoration potion, possibly several, and painkillers. I needed painkillers. I didn't have any. I didn't have anything. No weapons, no supplies. I vaguely remember dropping our weapons and supply packs when I went chasing after Steelhooves. I groaned at the thought of little Macintosh laying abandoned out in that field. I felt like I'd lost a friend. Hopefully, Velvet Remedy grabbed everything before following us. But doing so would have been taxing for her limited telekinesis. And I couldn't imagine her prioritizing weapons when she had Steelhooves to care for. But I wasn't wearing my utility barding either. And I definitely didn't strip down before my unintentional swim. I felt truly naked as I realized I didn't even have my hacking tools. Looking around, I was in a library. No, an Athenaeum. And a big one, bigger than Twilight Sparkle's Athenaeum in Timpani Tower. I remembered the recording that Homage had played for me, Rarity talking to Twilight. I've just heard my ministry is about to purge the Ponyville Library of ideologically incompatible books. And I knew right away that you'd want to keep them for yourself. I know the Ministry of Magic on Ministry Walk has a much bigger library, but we can't get away with diverting these wagons to Canterlot now, can we? If only I could spare the time to just sit and read.
Ah, you're awake.
The voice startled me. It was Urbane, the voice of a gentle stallion. I quickly looked around, wincing as the pain in my head amplified from the sudden movement, blurring my vision.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning? Oh, goddesses, I'd been asleep all night? And no pony had found me? This was unspeakably bad. Who are you? I asked the mysterious stranger. Where am I?
Wordsworth at your service, ma'am. You are in Twilight Sparkle's Athenaeum, ma'am.
I blinked away tears, turning my head more slowly as I began to mentally hone in on the source of the voice. There he was. Or it, rather. A mechanical owl. A much fancier version of the one I'd seen following the merchant who had set up in the remains of Trixie's cottage. I remembered fighting owls similar to this one in the Ministry of Morale Hub in Manhattan, too. But this one looked more sophisticated. And more lovingly crafted, down to the bronze filigree of feathers. What are you? At least this mechanical owl didn't seem hostile.
Wordsworth, ma'am. Twilight Sparkle's junior assistant.
How did I get here?
Well, ma'am,
The owl said, sounding embarrassed.
when a mare and a stallion love each other or have made certain binding contracts.
I interrupted quickly. Into this room, I mean. The pony in the back of my head was blinking. Certain binding contracts? But then this was Canterlot, home of royalty and nobility.
You were teleported here, ma'am. Security protocols. The ministry was under lockdown. All visitors and staff are teleported to their proper areas, and intruders are remanded to secure containment areas.
Cells, he meant. The itching under my pit buck was driving me crazy. Further questions revealed that the lockdown had been running constantly since the environmental catastrophe over 200 years ago. Furthermore, all the teleportation zones were inside the ministry building, but Wordsworth couldn't tell me where any of the others had been sent. Neither could the owl give a satisfactory explanation of how I had raided teleportation into Twilight Sparkle's private library. I got the sense that the security system wasn't functioning quite the way it was supposed to. It had degraded under centuries of continuous operation. I was probably lucky I hadn't been teleported into a bookshelf or a wall. And what about my clothing?
All foreign objects bearing trace amounts of toxins were teleported to sanitation.
I really hope that didn't mean incineration. I would like them back, please.
Certainly, ma'am, Wordsworth responded pleasantly. Sanitation has been completed. They will be returned to the wardrobe immediately.
Another fear shot through me. If this magical security system stripped me of my armor, then would it try to strip Steelhooves' armor off of him? Or would it recognize something melded to him as integral? That was, assuming Velvet Remedy was able to get him to the safety of the ministry building. My mind conjured the alarming image of Velvet running into the ministry, levitating Steelhooves behind her, only to be teleported away, leaving Steelhooves helpless outside on the doorstep. If he was inside and still alive, for those definitions of alive that include Canterlot ghouls, then he was separated like the rest of us. My friends could be anywhere in the building. Again, I remembered that they had all night to try and find me. The fact they hadn't most likely meant they were in bad shape. I moaned and tried to sit up again. My EFS was still flashing health alerts at me. I lifted my pit buck to check the auto map, wishing all my friends wore pit bucks so I could just locate their tags. Of course, that's exactly the problem that got me into this whole mess a month and a half ago, wasn't it? I looked at my foreleg and stopped breathing. I wasn't wearing my pit buck anymore. Where the metal device should stop and my flesh should start, they didn't. Instead, they melded seamlessly into one another. I felt sick looking at it. I had been so casual to dismiss the possible danger before, but now that it had actually happened, I felt a sense of violation and loss that I couldn't explain. I wasn't me anymore. I dropped back onto the bed, curled up, and cried. Wordsworth, I whimpered several minutes later as I tried to fight back the hollow feeling in my heart. I need medical supplies. Any painkiller, healing, or restoration potions you can give me.
Would you not prefer to use the autonomous healing booth, ma'am?
The what now? Okay, yes. Where is the healing booth? Never again. I felt better physically than I had in weeks. Psychologically, I was shaken to the point of collapse. The healing booth was a solid metal tube barely bigger than a pony. Stepping into it had been like stepping into my own coffin. The air had been stifling even before the door slid closed behind me, plunging me into darkness. I had never felt claustrophobic before. If anything, I was prone to sudden onsets of agoraphobia. But in that metal casket, in the absolute darkness, with the sounds that horrible thing made. And then I had started to feel the magical energies probing me, washing over me like some sort of slimy alien massage from an invisible and horrible creature. Never, ever again. Even though my body felt better, I knew I would have nightmares for weeks. I could already anticipate waking in cold sweat, feeling the dream terror of being trapped endlessly in that autonomous healing station. It had worked perfectly as it was supposed to, and yet manticores couldn't drag me back into one if I was at the edge of death. I shuddered to imagine the horror one of those things could inflict if it wasn't functioning properly, if it malfunctioned or suffered degradation from the cloud. I felt myself shiver. The walls were covered in a soft velvety cloth, burgundy in color with sparkling accents. That gave the hallway a rich, luxurious feel. Oil paintings hung on the walls. I passed a spot where a large oval of darker cloth betrayed the removal of what had probably been a portrait. Ahead of me, the hallway ended at the door marked Spell Testing. Some pony had scrawled the words Spell in a Box on the door in what looked like dried blood. From the end of the X, the blood streaked down to meet a dark stain on the floor. Not a good sign, I muttered to myself. I was appropriately creeped out. As I approached, I could faintly hear the hissing sound coming from behind it, like 100 dying snakes. I stopped, psyching myself up, taking deep breaths, and opening the door from a distance with my magic. Through it, I could see another door at the far end of a laboratory. One more deep breath, and I broke into a run. I galloped through the doorway and into the lab, my ears filling with the sound of static. The headache that the healing station had rid me of returned with a passion, accompanied by a familiar pressure in my horn. I didn't have a firearm, no way to take out the speaker. I just had to get through the lab and out of its range before it could kill me. Blood began to tint my vision as I reached the opposite door. It was locked. I telekinetically fumbled at the lock, the pain in my horn escalating, the deadly effect of the broadcaster tearing at my brain. I had spent nearly an hour in the healing station, and for the first time since leaving Timpani, I had actually felt healthy. I had been allowed to enjoy that sensation for less than 40 minutes. I unlocked the door and pushed it open, stepping out of the lab and outside of the speaker's kill zone. I panted, leaning against a railing, blinking away blood and tears. Then I looked down into a grand hall lined with sweeping staircases. Below me was a fountain similar to the one in Homage's foyer. Only the statue here was of two identical unicorn mares frolicking. On the walls of each side were oil paintings, including a royal portrait of a smiling green-coated unicorn mare with a darker green mane. Hanging opposite was what appeared to be the same mare, only with the colors of her coat and mane swapped.
Velvet,
I called out.
Calamity? Any pony home?
My voice echoed in the stately and empty corridor. At the end of the grand hall, in the crux of multiple stairwells that spread out like butterfly wings, was a very important-looking high-arched set of double doors, flanked by unicorn busts. I was unsurprised that they were locked. I was very surprised when the moment I started to pick the locks, 2 magical energy turrets dropped down and started shooting at me. I was immediately thankful that my armored utility barding had been returned as I spun and dove over the railing of the nearest stairwell, catching myself with levitation as soon as I was behind cover. I suppose I should consider myself lucky that my barding hadn't been submerged in the pink pool long enough to fuse to my body, and that my hacking and repair tools had likewise not been fused together or otherwise warped into uselessness. Having my pip buck melted onto my arm was a brutal enough blow, and I had never wanted to take it off. Yeah, that would have made my relationship with Homage really difficult, my little pony teased. I shushed her, annoyed, and turned my focus to unlocking the door from safety. It was proving a tough lock, but I had faced one tougher already today. I saw a purple flash from above me and heard a crackle. This door had magical defenses beyond just the turrets. If I had been trying this with my trusty screwdriver and a bobby pin, I would be in a bad state. Click. Yes! I eased myself to the floor, turning my focus to the fountain. The glow of my magic washed over the pooled water. I lifted the water into the air, using it to shield me overhead as I galloped back up the stairs. The magical energy turret spotted me and started to fire, each shot evaporating part of my shield in a puff of steam. By the time I got through the door, there was barely enough left to fill a wastebasket. I was so thankful there weren't more turrets waiting inside. Instead, I found myself in what I quickly deduced was the head researcher's office. Bookshelves, filing cabinets, tapestries, arcane spellwork tables. The room was laid out symmetrically around a carpet with an intricate star pattern of alternating colors. 2 rather impressive desks faced each other, with oil paintings of the same green ponies hung on the walls behind them. Not portraits this time, but full paintings, which allowed me to see their matching cutie marks, spiraling magical sparks intertwined with each other. On each desk sat a terminal next to a glass placard, with a name sealed inside, made out of sparkling glitter. Gestalt and Mosaic. Trotting around the desks, I spotted a weapon display case and several ammo boxes. Inside the display case was a magical plasma rifle and a multi-gem magical energy shotgun. The latter reminded me of God's gun. It took me less than a minute to make them mine. I was tempted to run back upstairs and shoot the damn death speaker. I wasn't very good with magical energy weapons, but I was sure I could take out a stationary target at close range. Moving to Mosaic's terminal, I drew out my tools and began to hack into it. Mercifully, the pink saturated water that bound my pip buck to me did not seem to impair its functioning. Stapletech didn't fool around when they made pip bucks. The devices had a durability somewhere between steel hooves and a soul jar.
Velvet?
I asked as I pushed open the door I had just unlocked. The chamber inside was pitch black, and my voice echoed off walls both far and strange. Little Pip, a voice called back from the darkness, sounding weak and relieved. A light flared, illuminating Velvet Remedy's horn, then her eyes, mane, and tail. Her charcoal coat seemed to blend into the void around her. Over here! I lit up my own horn, guiding her to me. She got up shakily and trotted quickly towards me. Thank the goddesses, she whispered as she reached me, nuzzling my face. I was trapped in here for so long. Alone. Trapped. She'd said that twice. I didn't need explanation. My lovely songbird friend had once again found herself caged and alone. She was trembling.
It's okay, Velvet. I'm sorry it took so long to find you.
What happened? Where am I? Is Calamity okay? Is Firelight? What happened to Steelhooves? I had him right with me. I lifted a hoof to her muzzle, quieting the flood of questions, then wrapped her in an embrace. I wasn't surprised by how she folded into it. I was surprised how quickly she regained her composure, pushing me away.
Thank you, little Pip. But the others are who are important now.
I nodded and began to fill her in. Thanks to the terminals of Mosaic and Gestalt, I had a pretty good idea of where every pony was now. Velvet Remedy had been trapped in one of the megaspell casting chambers that filled this entire floor. Steelhooves was somewhere in the Arcane Technologies research labs, 2 floors below us. Calamity was somewhere in the basement, which included prisoner containment, ministry security, high security storage, and, incongruously, the ministry's kitchens. Firelight had never been registered as entering the building. Either she never got inside, or the security system had a phoenix-sized hole. Something had apparently gone seriously wrong in the basement. All the security systems had been rerouted to the terminals of Mosaic and Gestalt, and communication with the basement had been severed. The Unicorn Twins had not only been the head researchers for the Ministry of Arcane Sciences in this hub, but for the Ministry as a whole. It appeared they were regularly left in command of the Canterlot hub, particularly while Twilight Sparkle was away at the Ministry hub in Manhattan. As best as I could tell, they weren't actually in the Ministry when the lockdown started, but I was able to lift it by issuing simultaneous commands from both their terminals. Thank you again, telekinesis. As I finished telling Velvet Remedy what I knew, she looked at me curiously.
Why didn't you have Wordsworth send you all of our equipment?
I blinked, then face huffed.
Because I'm not a clever pony.
We had to find sanitation as well. Damn it, this just got worse and worse.
Well, why don't we run up and ask him to before heading down farther?
Oh, yeah, that would be easier, wouldn't it? I dropped everything I was floating except the 2 magical weapons and dashed into the lab, the static boom of several broadcasters ripping apart my head and driving spikes into my horn. It was a repeat of the 3 floors above. Only this time, I had a magical shotgun. I spun, looking around for speakers, radios of skeletons with broadcasters attached to their civilian model pip-bucks. I fired at the pip-buck-clad foreleg of a unicorn skeleton. The short-range multi-blast of magical energy turned bone and broadcaster to slag. One shot missed the table radio completely, hitting a chemistry set 3 tables over, causing an explosion of glass and colored steam. The second slagged the radio, killing its lethal output. Still static. One more. My vision was red. I could feel blood trickling down my ears. Grenades were going off inside my head. I spotted the second broadcaster and lifted the multi-gem magical shotgun, pulling the trigger. Nothing. The damn thing was recharging. In a panic, I fled to the far side of the lab. I pressed myself into the corner, breathing a sigh of relief as the vices crushing my horn and skull vanished. That last yard of space was outside the danger zone. I floated up the magical energy rifle, took careful aim, and fired. And continued to fire, reloading twice until I finally hit the little fucker. Safe now, I called out. Velvet Remedy entered the lab and began to search it as I slumped in the corner and waited for the headache to die down more. She was wearing her medical boxes again and started gathering supplies from the identical yellow medical boxes on one wall.
So, I gasped, what exactly were you trying to do down in that auditorium?
Velvet nickered.
I already got this lecture from Calamity.
She floated bottles and vials out of a medical box, pausing as she lifted out a multi-tubed injector.
Rage? Why would this be down here? Rage is a zebra-made combat drug.
Not a lecture, Velvet. I want to understand. You scared the hell out of us.
Calamity said that too, although louder.
I hadn't been present for that particular argument. Calamity had flown ahead of me, rushing back to Velvet and Steelhooves after raiding Fluttershy's office. They had been given plenty of time to argue, too. I'd been lost in thought, contemplating the ministry mares, and had managed to get lost in the cubicles.
Please, Velvet,
I sighed, fighting to keep my voice gentle even with the throbbing of my head. I floated out another painkiller syringe and gave myself the shot. Almost immediately, the throbbing dulled to an ignorable level. I worried that I was seriously risking addiction to painkiller. As if to drive home the worry, Velvet Remedy floated a tin of Mentols out of the last medicine cabinet, opened it, flipped it upside down so the pills fell to the floor like heavy snow, and then began stomping them to powder. She turned to me with an exasperated stare. Fluttershy was right there, little Pip. She had stood right at that spot, saying those very words. Right on that stage, Fluttershy had tried to stop the war, stop the bloodshed and horror that ended up ruining the entire country. Her voice hitched. The entire world. She turned away from me. You wouldn't understand. Alpha Technologies, the sign claimed. The heavy metal door slid back, revealing the most secure laboratories in the Ministry of Arcane Sciences. Steel hooves! Velvet Remedy and I dashed inside. Our friend was laying on a circular platform, surrounded by a magical shield. At our entrance, he stood up. I think I even detected a whinny of relief. Velvet stopped just outside the shield, looking it over before asking him if he was okay. Clearly, the alicorn's attack had knocked him unconscious after all, but he had regained it hours ago. 5.3 hours ago, according to Steelhooves, who had nothing better to do than watch the timekeeper on his visor's EFS count away. Even if his weapons could disable the shields, the explosions would have torn him apart in that confined space. Not even Steelhooves could survive dismemberment. I found the terminal which controlled the magical field and began to trick my way through the security. Soon, I was looking at the control system for the lab's several layers of security, as well as a series of project reports. I turned off the field, smiling to Steelhooves. Welcome back. Velvet Remedy gave him a hug that I knew he couldn't feel, but somehow made him look uncomfortable anyway. I've collected some more medicine for your dispensary, she chimed, and immediately he looked less uncomfortable. I chuckled and directed my attention to the terminal screen, perusing the reports, starting with those which had been subdivided into a category called Ghost. Report 347. Mosaic, or was it Gestalt, passed down a new project for Alpha today. Apparently, after over 3 years of pure failure from the mayor's up-and spellcrafting, the Ministry Mayor has given up on the Ministry's efforts to reverse engineer Zebra invisibility magic into spell form. Given our success with the stealth buck, she's passed the project on to us, requesting that we design a sustainable magical device capable of indefinite invisibility. Our own version of the Zebra stealth cloak. This new project comes right on top of losing a member of the Alpha herd. Although from what I understand, that may make things easier on us. Officially, all I know is that Beaker has been suspended without pay. Unofficially, word had leaked down that Beaker is under investigation for accepting contributions from some pony within the Ministry of Technology in exchange for hampering the development of magical energy weapons. Sounds to me like there's a pony or two in the building next door who is more concerned with iron-shod firearms market dominance than what's best for all the good ponies of Equestria. Report 397. Another day, another pointless daily report that no pony ever reads. The shipment of drugs finally arrived from the Ministry of Morale, 3 weeks late and accompanied by 2 of their pink suitcase ponies, who insisted on monitoring how the restricted drugs were used. I hear there were some hard words between one of the Magic Twins and the Morale officials. You'd think, after all, the work we put in on talismans for their ridiculous balloons, they'd be more cooperative. End result, even though the shipment is actually in the building, we are going to have to wait at least 3 days while administration pushes through the new paperwork before the drugs will be cleared. And we can finally start the next round of tests on our prototype Steel Ranger medical dispenser. Continued efforts in improving the design and duration of Stealth Buck seems to have hit a wall. The MG Stealth Buck 2 is the most advanced design we have managed, taking advantage of the same recharging magical properties we have introduced into some of the newer lines of magical energy weapons, and processing 4 times the duration of our original design. However, recharging takes hours, and the duration still falls far short of our goal marks. Gestalt, or was it Mosaic, visited Alpha today to review our progress. After explaining our difficulties, she suggested we pursue a new avenue of experimentation. A stealth suit which takes advantage of multiple stealth buck array. While one stealth buck was providing invisibility, the others could be recharging. I've passed her idea on to the rest of the Alpha herd, and we've started some preliminary sketches. This looks promising. Report 444. Today was a good day to be in Alpha Labs, or more precisely, to not be 2 floors above. Somehow, the mayor of the Ministry of Peace got wind of the sorts of megaspell ritual chambers the ponies in spellcrafting have been designing. For such a soft-spoken and pleasant old girl, she's apparently a right terror when she gets angry. And there aren't enough bits in the royal treasury to make it worth facing an angry ministry mayor. After spending a month calibrating the new array, the Ghost Mayor suit is ready for the first live test. As well as the test turrets, I brought Wonder into the office today. I figure if the Ghost Mayor suit can get by my cat, we have a winner. Twinkle and Daybreak have been particularly snippy with each other again today for no apparent reason. I suspect those 2 bucks are having an affair. If so, I hope they keep it quiet. Personally, I think they would make a cute couple. But we have fraternization rules for a reason, and the last thing I want is to lose one of them because the Magic Twins decide to put them on separate floors. Report 445. Wonder was a big hit in the office. Every member of Alpha Herd gathered around and utterly spoiled her with attention. A few are even insisting that I bring her back again. I'll run it past the Magic Twins. Maybe I can spin having a lab cat as being good for morale. Sadly, the Ghost Mayor suit was not as impressive. Not only did the suit fail to pass the Wonder test, we discovered that the array was draining power from all the stealth bucks while just one of them was running. The latter is technical design problem, I'm sure of it. The former is more worrying. We ran 3 members of the herd through the test gauntlet with just stealth bucks alone, and Wonder didn't catch any of them. Something in the suit, or maybe something in the array, is weakening the invisibility spell somehow. Fortunately, we have time to try to fix this before the next review. Nobody's paying attention to us down here with that big mess upstairs. Apparently, Fluttershy went to Twilight Sparkle, and now the Magic Twins are cleaning house. I don't get the politics involved here, but I do get that 24 unicorns have been fired already. And this is just the first day. Another dozen have actually quit, taking up an offer from the Ministry of Peace. I have even heard rumors that they might be planning to dismantle some of the chambers or redesign them for purely defensive spells like the Ministry of Peace is demanding. But I don't put any stock in that gossip. Equestria isn't going to disarm itself in the middle of a war, especially not after the zebras successfully tested a megaspell of their own last week. Report 489. Thanks to Wonder, we have finally gotten insight into one of the issues plaguing the Ghostmare suit project. Apparently, the magic of zebra stealth cloaks is also designed to mitigate sound and smell. During the development of the stealth buck, we had noticed the difference in the muffling effect between the zebra's artifacts and our own devices. We had written this off as an acceptable loss, particularly since the cloak's original sound dampening effect was relatively minor to begin with. We had not, however, noticed the olfactory effect. This was apparently of greater concern to the zebras, possibly on account of the plethora of dangerous wildlife rumored to exist in their homeland. Further proof that the zebras are innately crazy. Could you imagine living in Equestria if it was full of roaming monsters? While the original stealth buck still retains at least a fraction of this effect, the MG stealth buck 2 does not, or more precisely, does not after its first use. For reasons still a mystery to us, the element of the spell refuses to function after the Stealth Buck 2 recharges. Twinkle let something slip today about he and Daybreak getting a cat. I made a seemingly off-hoofed comment about cats having a tendency to reveal things that should be kept secret. I hope he got the hint. Report 512. The Ghostmare suit project suffered another setback today. I'm amazed at how something so simple in concept can be so resistant to proper execution. I spent all last month solving the mutual depletion problem, only to find that the new array can't pass the stress test. The Ghostmare suit isn't worth anything if it can't sustain invisibility after a 1-yard fall. A few of the other researchers in the Alpha Herd have begun referring to this as Project Frustration. With other projects beginning to pile up, I'm going to have to take most of my ponies off of this one, down prioritizing it until things look a little more promising. Fortunately, Gestalt and Mosaic are out of Canterlot today, having an on-site meeting with Twilight Sparkle at a new facility out in Splendid Valley. Honestly, I breathe a little easier when they aren't around. I personally find the Magic Twins a little creepy, particularly the way they finish each other's sentences. Doesn't any pony else get shivers when they do that? It's as if Mosaic and Jestile always know exactly what the other sister is thinking. Like they are not so much twins as one mare stuck in two bodies. Okay, no more reading ghosts, goblins, and ghoulish figures on my break time. Report 550. Twilight Sparkle paid a surprise visit to the Alpha Lab today. To my dismay, she asked for an update on the Ghost Mare Suit project. She'd apparently hoped we were much further along, and had wanted to bring in Rarity, the mayor of the Ministry of Image. What the hell? For a consultation on the suit's aesthetic design. Seriously? The suit's supposed to be invisible. Who the hell cares what it looks like? Twilight Sparkle asked me to put up with the nuisance anyway and give Rarity our full attention and respect. Afterwards, Daybreak suggested Twilight Sparkle was looking for a way to cheer up her friend, saying something afterwards about Rarity having been a dressmaker. Honestly, I have no idea how dumping more work on some pony in that position, particularly if it's pointless work, could possibly cheer a pony up. On the other hoof, the idea that one of the ministry mayors might be suffering wartime distress order is terrifying. So I told Daybreak to keep that opinion carefully under wraps. While Twilight Sparkle was clearly disappointed with our progress on that particular project, at least she was understanding. And she was considerably more pleased with our other projects, such as the multi-gym heavy infantry battle saddle. Alpha Labs has continued to show a great deal of success in other projects, so I don't think we'll face any serious repercussions. She did, however, ask if there was any pony I believed we could spare to join the spellcrafting lab above us. Apparently they are researching something called a bypass spell, and have reached the point where they need a fresh mind. I told her I would get back to her on that. Tomorrow I'm going to have a talk with Daybreak and Twinkle. I prefer to keep both of them on as they're excellent members of the herd. But if I'm going to end up losing one of them, I would rather it be done this way. I stopped skimming the reports. There were dozens more in Ghost alone and half a dozen other categories. Getting up, I looked around at the lab, opening locked storage containers and equipment lockers. Oh, Calamity would be sorry he was missing this. There were tools in here I couldn't even guess the purpose of. I checked to make sure Velvet was still busy with steel hooves, reasoning that it wasn't sightseeing if I had to wait anyway, and then levitated a duffel bag from under one of the tables. Pulling it open and dumping out the empty cat carrier inside, I started scooping random tools and equipment into a duffel bag. Ready to go, little Pip? Velvet called out. Just 1 minute, I called back, cutting my scavenging short. But there was still one storage container that I wanted to raid before we descended into the basement. The one where I'd spotted the prototype Ghost Mare suit, or at least parts of it. The project had clearly never been completed and was abandoned in the middle of a complete overhaul. Now, digging back through the container, I found something that was worth taking. One MG Stealth Buck 2. With a grunt, Steelhooves forced open the elevator doors, and the three of us looked down the dark shaft. Midway down, a field of blue energy cut horizontally across the shaft, blocking our way down. I sighed, unsurprised. We tried the stairwell to the basement already, only to find a thick metal door had slid into place, cutting off access. The entire basement was locked down tight. The only way in was to be teleported there by the Ministry building security, and I had yet to find a way out. Look at the cables, Velvet whispered. They go right down through the shield. I nodded. I had figured that the shield had just closed around them, although it was a little surprising that they hadn't been severed. What are you thinking? Bypass spell, she responded. For the cables? For the whole elevator, she suggested. I know that's a long shot, but... Steelhooves nickered disbelievingly.
You think they put a security barrier in the elevator shaft that the elevator could go through?
I bit my lower lip and thought. Actually, that's not as silly as it sounds. The elevator would be programmed to move to the bottom when the basement was locked down, but they wouldn't want to trap any pony, so they set the barrier to allow the elevator through. That way, the barrier can activate instantly, while the elevator has time to deposit any passengers on the floors above. I was talking out of my tail side, but it made at least some sense. Once the elevator reaches the bottom, power is cut to the whole system, and the elevator is locked into position.
So what good does that do to us?
Steelhooves asked. Velvet almost purred. They weren't planning on little Pip now, were they? I knew what she was getting at. Levitate the elevator up to us, get on, and down we go. Only one problem. I need schematics of the elevator's mechanical system, I told them. Velvet looked at me oddly. Why? The locking mechanism is at the bottom where I can't see it. She continued to look at me blankly. I sighed. Look, I need to know what I'm doing before I can do it. I looked at them. Of course they didn't understand. Steelhooves had no clue about magic at all, and Velvet Remedy's levitation magic was comparatively foolish. It's the same reason I can telekinetically fire a gun or pull the power supply from a turret even if I can't see it. But I can't use my magic to squeeze some pony's heart or build a rifle while blindfolded. If I can't see what I'm doing, I need to be able to picture it in my mind with a fair amount of accuracy or the magic won't manifest. I explained, hoping I didn't sound patronizing. I at least need a place to start if I have any chance of doing this. Like with the star spawn. Until Pyrelight set part of it on fire, I didn't have any place to begin. In this case, I have no idea what kind of locking mechanism I might be not seeing. I need the schematics. Velvet Remedy and Steelhooves both nodded. One schematics for the elevator coming right up. Oh, goddesses, Velvet Remedy whimpered. Little Pip. I was studying the elevator schematic Steelhooves had found on my Pip book. Velvet had been watching me, and I realized what she had just seen. I looked at her, then looked away and nodded. I didn't have anything to say. Steelhooves whinnied. I put up a hoof, signaling for him to say nothing. I didn't know if his words would be an "I told you so" or a guilt-laden apology, but I didn't think I could handle either. I had saved him. It had cost me a bit of my poniness. What was done was done. I couldn't say I didn't regret it, but I could say I would do it again, even knowing the outcome. Really? I said, feeling a hitch in my throat. It's not that bad. I hardly notice the itch anymore. I shifted my attention to the shaft in the elevator below. I focused, reaching out, attempting to manifest my magic on the far side of the shield. This was a bit of a new trick, but there was no reason it shouldn't work. I remembered the super alicorn from the Philadelphia crater, whose shield was so powerful, she couldn't manifest magic through it. This shield was nothing compared to that one. I thought of Velvet Remedy casting her anesthetic spell inside the alicorn's shield. I could do this. I was satisfied to see the glow of my magic surround the elevator car. I focused on the thick yet simple clamps beneath, rotating the screws that held them together until I heard them fall apart. Concentrating, I slowly lifted the elevator car upwards, pulling it towards the energy shield. I held my breath as the top of the car reached the field of blue light. Moment of truth. Was Velvet right? The car continued to lift, gliding through the field as if it was nothing but a film of water. I exhaled gratefully. In moments, it was hovering in front of us. I pushed the car's clattering gate open. "Fillies and gentle colts," I announced with a sweeping bow, "your chariot awaits." As I floated the elevator car down towards the basement, Velvet Remedy and I rode alone. The three of us had barely gotten onto the elevator when we realized the problem. With Steelhooves' extra bulk, there was barely enough room for the three of us. There was no way we would be able to fit Calamity in too, or maneuver, as Steelhooves pointed out, if there was a turret waiting for us at the bottom. Instead, we had left our Steel Ranger outcast standing guard over Calamity's packs, the duffel bag, and most of our weapons. Calamity would just have to wait to put on his battle saddle again. I tapped my forehooves together tentatively. I stared at the door of the elevator. Finally, I asked Velvet, "Little Macintosh?" Velvet Remedy hissed, "Wrong question." I was startled by the vehemence in her voice. "You should have asked about Pyrelight." Oh, I felt a twinge of guilt. Pyrelight's not in the building according to the security system. She never got trapped in. I stopped, feeling a sinking sensation that chilled my heart and stole my breath. The elevator car stopped moving with a jolt as my eyes widened. If Pyrelight never made it inside, that meant she was still out in the pink. A whole night in the cloud meant death. I asked her to get our things as I brought Steelhooves inside.
Velvet said morosely. But I got magically thrown in that prison, that chamber, before I could prop the door open for her. Velvet looked at me with a heartbreaking expression. I have to imagine she gathered little Macintosh and all your precious weapons, hoarded them someplace, then sat outside and waited for me. I cringed, a whimper strangling in my throat, but Velvet shook her head. Hirelight's a smart bird. She's a survivor. I have to believe that she wouldn't wait too long. That she'd fly out of the cloud, out of Canterlot. Maybe all the way back to Glyphmark in Zenith. She turned away, but I saw the drops fall from her, making damp spots on the floor. As long as the pink cloud didn't get worse too quickly, as long as she wasn't taken by surprise. I have to believe that.
Speaking with confidence I didn't really have, I assured her that she was right. I started the elevator downward again.
Tell me where it is.
The mayor's voice called out, grating across my brain. My ears had popped. Clank. No! The Trixie-like second voice echoed in my head. The air shimmered around us. My lungs fought for breath. Clink, clink. Unchain us! Your goddess demands it! Velvet Remedy and I slithered across the tiled basement floor, pushing aside toppled boxes of grain and shattered plates, dropped kitchen knives and leaking packages of flour. At first we had crouched to be stealthy, but now we did it just to breathe.
No, if I unchain us, you'll kill us both.
You're trying to kill me already! Better we both should perish! Clink, clink, clink. I coughed, my abused lungs struggling for air. The sound was high and tight, not like a pony's cough at all, and that worried me. I coughed again, and Velvet Remedy did the same. Her cough's more like a newborn squeak toy than any noise which should come from Velvet's throat. We both froze, ears perking and swiveling, as we prayed the kitchen's other occupant hadn't heard us.
We must throw the party. Our goddess demands it.
The alicorn hadn't heard us. She was too busy arguing with, as far as I could tell, herself. I reached the end of the counter and peeked around it cautiously. The forest green alicorn was wrapped in heavy chains that bound her to a thick set of pipes in the ceiling. She stood there, looking around frantically, searching for something, a frightened but intelligent look in her eyes. Suddenly, her demeanor changed. Her eyes locking forward with a glare and her face contorting in rage. She lunged, throwing herself against the chains that bound her. Clank, clank, clink. I am your goddess! The Trixie-like voice raged. It wasn't the actual voice of the goddess, but some strange, pale imitation that echoed through my head. I realized her mouth wasn't moving. Everything I was hearing was in my head. All of it. But how was that possible? The pink cloud hindered the alicorn's telepathy. I was sure of it. It cut them off from their goddess, allowed them to regain some of their individuality again. Granted, while the kitchens were full of some sort of gas, it wasn't pink cloud. But there was pink cloud all around this building. Even as I thought that, my eyes drifted to the alicorn's flank and caught there. The alicorn had a cutie mark. It looked odd, like maybe a mist of stars, but I couldn't be sure. The mere fact that the alicorn had one at all shook my conceptions. The alicorn's flanks quivered with effort as she lunged again, the chains pulling taut, holding her back. I followed her gaze. It looked like she was trying to get to the ovens. I helped you. I was there for you when she was silent. I whispered to you when you couldn't bear the silence in your head. I coddled you. Me, not her. The not Trixie voice ranted. And you betray me. I will kill you for that. Without the goddess, I had surmised that the alicorns were cut off from their collective pool of magic. That they were left with just their inherent magics, the alicorn shields, and maybe a spell or two. I had to revise that theory. Or not. Purple alicorns teleport. Blue ones turn invisible. The green ones do that weird statue thing. But what if that was part of a broader gift? The green alicorns were the telepaths. Even cut off from the goddess, they still had their gift. If anything, the goddess probably borrowed that magical talent from them. I felt Velvet Remedy slide past me, slipping ahead. I looked back at the alicorn.
This was our mission.
The original voice was back. The alicorn stopped struggling and resumed her search. I froze again as she looked right past me and missed me. The alicorn was showing Raider tier obliviousness.
We are so close. I will not fail now.
I watched her muzzle, but her mouth never moved. This whole argument was taking place in her head, and by extension, in ours. Then I saw something that rocked me. The alicorn's cutie mark had faded away. Reminded me of a filly in my class back in Stable 2 who tried to have her father conjure up her cutie mark early using magic. Each time, a new mark would appear, only to fade away. Just like this. Only the alicorn's cutie mark didn't just fade away. A cutie mark of a flask with bubbling green liquid replaced it. The alicorn's new cutie mark struck a chord of déjà vu. I'd seen it before. A moment later, the alicorn's demeanor changed again, and as I watched, the bubbling flask cutie mark faded, and the starry mist resumed its place.
Why? Why go back to her?
I'm better. I'm here only for you. Always. Clank, clank, clink, clink, clank, clink. I began to crawl away, shaken and a little freaked out by what I had seen. Your cutie mark is an integral part of you, a symbol of your special talent. How could it change like that? Even when you were depressed, even when you were at your worst, you were still you. Your cutie mark never abandoned you. And I'm better at magic, too. She said it couldn't be done. No small rodents of any kind, she said, but I did it. I am the one who found the spell. I am the one who cast it while you whimpered in a corner. Calamity was curled up in the far corner of a small cell behind both a magical shield and a locked gate. I had to hold my breath while I hacked the security terminal that dropped the shield. At even a yard up, the air became impossible to breathe. Cracking the computer took me several tries. It was difficult to concentrate, especially with the alicorn's telepathic argument being broadcast non-stop into my head. The moment the shield vanished, Velvet and I scrambled on our bellies to his cell. Velvet reached her hooves between the bars, touching them to his as he slid close. "Don't!" he squeaked, seeing me eye the lock. I froze, not from his warning, but the high-pitched squeaky voice that had come out of his muzzle.
"Hydrogen,"
he squeaky warned.
"The air is full of it. One spark from your gun or your horn, and we're all roast."
It was like listening to a small woodland creature, only cuter and sillier. I snorted, trying to hold in a laugh. I tried to distract myself with the seriousness of our situation. You'd think, the terminal entry had said, after all the work we put in our talismans for their ridiculous balloons, they'd be more cooperative. The Ministry of Magic had created hydrogen talismans for the Ministry of Morale. There was probably one in the high-security storage down here, and it had been activated. But if I couldn't use magic or weapons, how was I going to get Calamity's cell open?
"Better figure out something fast, Lil Pip,"
the woodland critter voice coming from Calamity insisted.
"This place is gonna become unbreathable give it another hour. I reckon the only reason it took this long is 'cause this place is huge."
I covered my muzzle with both forehooves, tears in my eyes.
"I caught mention of there being a hangar down here,"
he added squeakily. That did it. I couldn't hold it anymore. Despite my difficulty breathing, I found myself laughing so hard I was rolling on the floor. The high-pitched sounds of my own laughter just made me guffaw harder.
"Yeah, yuck it up, why don't you?"
Calamity glowered at me. And now even Velvet was laughing.
"But would one of y'all kindly get the damn key and get me out of here? Before that alicorn drives me crazy?"
He was hilarious. I stomped a hoof on the floor, dying.
"Sing something first,"
Velvet Remedy suggested, her own voice even higher. Calamity snorted. "Thank y'all," Calamity said as he slipped something pink into his pack. I blinked, realizing he'd managed to pilfer something even under these conditions. "Now let's get out of here before the crazy lady downstairs manages to blow this building up to the enclave," Calamity suggested urgently as he shrugged on his battle saddle, his voice almost back to normal. Velvet Remedy looked fretfully back at the empty elevator shaft. I wish I had a way to help her," she said softly. "What? Help the crazy alicorn? Why?" Velvet Remedy gave Calamity a stern look. "She's obviously suffering. Can you imagine having someone in your head as a constant companion for lifetimes and then suddenly losing her?
I saw her cutie marks.
Marks? Calamity asked.
As in plural?
Velvet nodded.
One of them was from one of the ponies on those videos the goddess showed us. I believe that alicorn was one of the first. She's had the goddess in her mind for centuries.
Velvet looked back to the elevator again.
Then, to come here and suddenly lose that? I'm not surprised she was traumatized. I'm surprised more aren't.
Calamity raised his eyebrows.
So the pink cloud is making alicorns insane? That settles it. We need to go to the castle.
What?
I'll explain later. Let's get out of here.
Within minutes, we were galloping through the lobby. Panting, I stopped and looked out of the wall of pink cloud. It wasn't lethally thick yet, not like the places where it was pooled, but it was bad enough to filter out most of the light. It was past dawn, and it looked like it was past dusk.
Was there anything you could have said, maybe?
I wondered, seeing how distraught Velvet was beginning to look. Firelight was nowhere in sight, which was a good thing realistically, but it had to be feeding her distress. The pretty unicorn mare shook her head, her white mane with its colored stripes whipping about.
No, little Pip. The only way to help the poor thing now is with years of therapy,
she said, looking at me sadly.
You can't heal true psychological trauma with a super restoration potion, or with a quick conversation of pretty words and psychobabble.
I was right,
Calamity announced.
I hate to say I told you so. Now, after that singing bit, I'm downright happy to say I told you so.
He landed at the front doors to the Ministry of Arcane Sciences and stared at us.
So, I told you so.
Told us what?
Velvet asked politely as we trotted up to him.
What's singing?
Steelhooves questioned. I found myself snickering again. Calamity nickered, rolling his eyes.
The zebra's megaspell. It's still going. Sorta.
I stopped snickering. Where is it?
What do you mean, sort of?
Velvet questioned.
We should leave this building.
Steelhooves reminded us. Calamity nodded to him.
Right, I'll tell you when we get next door.
It was morning. We'd lost a good chunk of a day, and the pink cloud was going to be thick enough that we wanted to take the rest of the journey in small bites. Next door to the Ministry of Technology, then across to the Ministry of Image. Finally, from there to the Ministry of Awesome. Hopefully the rest of the ministry buildings would be more like the Ministry of Peace than this one. We opened the door and charged into the pink cloud. The distance we had to cross was less than a city block. I was sure we could make it easily. No distractions.
Look,
Velvet shouted, pointing to one of the garbage bins alongside the building. There was a smear on it that looked like a flame. I groaned inwardly, rolling my eyes, and trotted over to it. Calamity was faster and already had it open by the time I got there. Inside were our weapons and gear. Firelight had stashed them in the bin and marked it. With bird shit. Not wanting to risk leaving anything behind, I floated the contents of the garbage bin out and carried it with us, refuse and all. The alicorns were on us, their shields up before we made it halfway. Steelhooves turned and opened fire. But Spitfire's thunder was somewhere in a mass of rotten rubbish floating behind me, and none of the weapons we had at the ready could penetrate those shields. So we ran, panting, galloping for the doors of the Ministry of Technology as fast as we could. The doors were glass. The entire front facade of the ministry was glass, a matrix of clear panes that rose 3 stories high. The rest of the building had an elegant simplicity, stately, functional, with an almost masculine grace. The king on the chessboard. I hoped the glass was enforced somehow. Otherwise, the alicorns would just plow through it. The steps up to the ministry building were piled with skeletons of long-dead ponies. I raced by a unicorn stallion, whose hooves had sunken into the concrete steps, and jumped the body of a younger mare whose bones had taken on the pattern of the dress she had been wearing the day of the pink cloud. I noticed the jumble of skeletons blanketing the marble floor inside the ministry's grand foyer as well. But I didn't think anything of it until I telekinetically pulled open the glass doors and charged into a flood of static. I screamed as fresh but familiar agony skewered my brain. I stumbled and turned towards the exit, only to see my friends race into the room and all but Steelhooves get slammed to the floor. Outside, the alicorns landed, closing the doors, and stood there, holding them closed with their shields. We had been herded into a trap. I looked around, dropping the garbage I was carrying onto the skeletons of several dead ponies as I frantically searched. I almost immediately spotted 3, and before I could focus enough to pull up a weapon, I'd spotted 2 more. There are dozens, Velvet Remedy squealed, clutching her head, blood running out of her eyes and ears. Lashing out with my magic, I tried to wrap all of the skeletons, intending to toss the whole contents of the room up into one of the mezzanines above. Excruciating torture ripped through my horn, blackening my vision. Somewhere I heard a voice shouting, "Shut them down!" Then, for the second time in half a day, I passed out.
The Star Orb.
I was locked into what seemed like the longest, most boring memory ever. My host was skimming over sheets of paperwork, non-disclosure contracts, agreements to drug and loyalty testing, acceptance of possible mandatory relocation, and so on. Each sheet bore an emblem of a large star ringed by smaller ones and circumscribed by a horn and wings. Each had the header of an official Ministry of Arcane Technologies document. My host was either a speed reader or she wasn't really reading that closely. Occasionally, she would look up, glancing sheepishly at the bored mare sitting behind her desk or watching the door beside the desk. The first time she did so, I realized I knew where we were by the fanciful design of the door and the ornate lighting. This was Timpani Tower. My host never looked up long enough before returning to the clipboard filled with paperwork. Every so often, she would levitate a quill, dipping it in ink, and sign her name. Trixie. We looked up, Trixie and I, when the door opened and a smiling Twilight Sparkle stepped out. Trixie, I'm very happy you could make it. I wouldn't have missed this opportunity. We quickly signed the last page and floated the clipboard to the mare at the desk, who was now sitting at the sort of alert attention that only comes from ponies who are slacking just before their boss walked in. Please come in, Twilight said, standing aside. Slowly, almost humbly, Trixie stepped through the doorway. Inside was a nice office, not ostentatious in the slightest, mostly filled with shelves holding books and various knickknacks of magical or personal importance. As Trixie's eyes wandered over the room, I spotted a jar with several delicate purple-spotted lavender shards floating in preserving liquid. The jar was labeled Spike's Egg. Twilight Sparkle walked in behind us, closing the door, and moved around to sit at her desk. She looked over her desk with a slight frown and, apparently deciding it seemed too formal, walked back around the desk and sat on a floor cushion, offering another to Trixie. "Miss Sparkle," Trixie began. I could feel her nervousness. "Oh, please. Call me Twilight," she beamed. "So, tell me, been working on any new tricks lately?" I felt my host stammer a moment, then draw herself up, breathing deeply. With a prideful voice, she boasted, "Why, yes. In fact, the other day, I invented an invisibility spell. Would you like to see?" Twilight Sparkle blinked. "You? Invented an invisibility spell?" "Indeed. Have you ever known another unicorn who could do this?" I felt the surge of magic as my host cast her spell. Twilight Sparkle gasped. "You, Trixie, you're actually invisible." Twilight reached out, prodding us with a hoof, making sure we were actually still there and hadn't teleported away. "That's amazing!" I felt the spell ebb, then collapse. It clearly wasn't long-lasting. Still, Trixie sat up smiling broadly. "See? Am I not still the great and powerful Trixie?" Twilight gazed at her. As seconds ticked by, I could feel sweat bead on my host's forehead. "And you invented this spell yourself?" "Why, yes, All at once, Trixie seemed to deflate. "No." She stared at the floor, scuffing it with her hoof. "I mean, yes, I created the spell. But only after I got a hold of one of those new stuff bucks and figured out how to cast the magic myself." Twilight's expression softened. "Thank you for being honest with me." Trixie nodded. "I'll see myself out." "No," Twilight said swiftly. "No, it's all right. I'm still really impressed. Those stealth bucks were created by my ministry." Trixie winced. "And we reverse engineered them from zebra magic. But none of my unicorns have been able to recreate it in spell form. I have a whole division in Canterlot who have spent years trying to do what you just did and failing." Trixie looked up again, surprised. I felt a burning in her eyes. She was holding back tears.
What you have done is incredible.
You should be proud. And don't be nervous, you've already got the job. Twilight Sparkle smiled. That is, if you still want it. I hope all that out there didn't put you off.
Oh, no, not at all.
Trixie said hurriedly.
I really want to work for the ministry, your ministry.
Then in a softer voice,
And I need this job.
oh dear. Twilight's eyes widened. Trixie, what happened?
Well, you know,
She sighed.
things did not go well for me after Ponyville. I'd lost my home. Word spread about how you defeated that Ursa Minor and how
She shook her head.
I was a laughingstock. Only I was too proud and blind to see it. My show started bringing in jeers instead of cheers. And then they stopped bringing any pony at all. Money ran out. No pony would hire the great and powerful Trixie. I had to take unpleasant jobs.
Trixie looked aside.
Things actually got better for me when the war started. Pony stopped caring about my reputation. It was long enough ago, and they had other things to hate.
Oh, Trixie, I never knew. Trixie looked into Twilight's concerned expression, then at the floor.
Honestly, I'm surprised you would want me here.
Twilight smiled. Well, I remember you as a skilled and talented unicorn with an impressive repertoire of spells. And I'm happy to have you with us. I have a new project and I need volunteers. She paused. There is one thing. You will have to allow us to record one of your memories. Trixie's eyes widened. You want to see my memories? Twilight Sparkle shook her head. Just one of them. And the memory of this meeting will do just fine. Trixie looked askance. This one? Well, that's not so bad then. But why? This war, Twilight Sparkle explained, will be won by the side with superior magic. We're working on a potion that will transform a normal pony into... She paused, then spit it out. Into an alicorn. Trixie gasped. And no, I'm not joking. We're ready to test it. And I wanted to ask you to be the first. Twilight Sparkle looked nervous. She understood the gravity of what she was asking of my host, even if Trixie really did not. An alicorn? You mean like Princess Celestia? And Princess Luna, yes. Twilight's tone was very serious. This is transformation magic of the highest order. We need a memory of yours for comparison, before and after. We don't think that being changed into an alicorn will affect your psyche, but we can't be sure. With that, she put a hoof gently on Trixie. We've taken every precaution. I wouldn't ask any pony to do this if I wasn't absolutely sure it would work and that it would be safe. But still, I know it is asking a lot, too much. This potion would change who you are, what you are. Trixie gulped. If you don't want to do this, you can back out at any time. Twilight Sparkle smiled. And I promise you'll still have a job with the ministry. I'll make sure of it. Trixie was silent for a long time. I could feel a tremor pass through her. But then slowly and softly she said, I'll do it. I don't mind being changed. I am not the greatest fan of who I am anymore. Haven't been for a long time. Maybe this way I'll actually be able to be who I thought I was. Twilight Sparkle's eyes danced with joy. Then welcome to the Ministry of Arcane Sciences, Trixie. If you don't mind, I'd like to get started right away. Twilight Sparkle stood up abruptly, moving towards the door. Are you free for the rest of the weekend? I'd like you to come out to Mary Pony with me. I've got a couple ponies who I really want you to meet. She let out a little squeak. Oh, I can't wait to see their faces when you turn invisible! Who? Trixie asked, as my host got up, trotting after her. Twilight turned back with a smile. Gestalt and Mosaic. They're my head researchers, twins and some of the most amazing spellcasters you'll ever meet. With a sheepish grin, next to you and I, of course. I normally leave them in charge at my ministry hub in Canterlot, but they're at Mary Pony now, overseeing final preparations. You'll like them. They have a cute way of finishing each other's sentences. Twilight grinned. And you want to hear something really impressive? I've seen them finish each other's spells, too. Finish each other's thoughts and each other's spells? the foundations for telepathy and spell sharing. An epiphany washed over me. I suddenly understood why there were 3 breeds of alicorn, why they had the abilities they did, even why all the alicorns were female. Dozens of ponies were absorbed into what became the goddess, but it was Trixie's mind which became dominant. The behavior of my host wasn't much like that of the goddess, but there were shadows of her there. The goddess was lurking in some part of her psyche, waiting to be tapped. But it wasn't just Trixie who held power. There were 4 ponies within the amalgam that formed the goddess who were powerful enough to exert influence over the alicorn creation process. Blue is invisibility. Purple can teleport. The greens are telepathic and can work together to create greater effects with their shields. 4 ponies, all mares. I wondered, if the goddess consumed me, would the new breed of alicorns begin with extra powerful telekinetics? Would Red Eye only be able to create alicorn stallions? My thoughts were interrupted as Trixie stopped, asking nervously, "And they'll be impressed with me?" "Oh, I guarantee it." I kept my eyes closed, holding to the peace of rest just a little while longer. I was alive, and I felt uninjured. Even the headaches had gone away. I wanted to stay like that just a little while longer, because waking up meant returning to my life, and that meant pain. It also meant friends. I had no desire to stay asleep forever, just a little while longer. A few minutes. That was all I wanted. The noises around me were strange. Gravelly voices, the clopping of hoofsteps, and the high-pitched whine that had been ever present throughout my childhood. The alicorns had set a trap, a scarily clever one. When I had fallen into the reflecting pool, the alicorns had observed how I dealt with traps by using my telekinesis, and this time they had not only anticipated it, but used it against me with a trap that attacked me faster through my magic. The realization was terrifying. I had no idea why it didn't work. They should have killed us all. My eyes opened to the overly familiar sight of a stable clinic ceiling. Wait, what?
Welcome to Stable City,
rumbled the voice of a stallion standing nearby. His eyes glowed as his rotted body shambled towards me, the filthy evening cloak on his back having melted into his skin. I looked around. The architecture hit all the familiar stable notes, but every pony around me was a Canterlot ghoul. The ghoul stallion stomped, drawing my attention.
Now we have treated you and your friends. Consider that on the house for the show your party put on yesterday. We in Stable City are willing to extend the benefit of the doubt to any pony that those monsters hate so much.
He reached up a fetid hoof and tapped my horn warningly. I could see he wore a pit buck. It was melted to his flesh like mine, only his had a broadcaster attached, one that had been mercifully switched off.
But only so far. The broadcasters out in the foyer keep those monsters outside. Most of us have taken to wearing them as well, in case we need to step out.
He saw my eyes widen.
Don't worry. None of us keep them on while we're inside. The static is highly annoying. Unless we're on guard patrol. Or unless you give us reason to. One wrong step, and every citizen of Stable City becomes walking death to you living folk. So you and your breather friends behave now, clear?
I nodded. Very clear.
Now, I believe there's someone who has been waiting.
The ghoul stallion began, only to be cut off by the sound of a squeal from Velvet Remedy somewhere nearby.
Ah, it seems to have found your other unicorn first.
The ghoul concluded, but I had already jumped down and was racing through the clinic, dodging between ghouls. I slid to a stop as I spotted Velvet, then trotted forward, feeling a warm smile break across my muzzle. She was sitting up in a medical bed, her face full of joy, with higher light dancing gleefully through the air around her. Good day, gentle ghouls of Stable City, you miserable rotting slabs of ambulatory meat. The floating robot called out, greeting random citizens of Stable City as they passed it in the hall. Calamity walked beside me, having found the hallway of the stable too confining to fly in. The ghouls gave us odd and curious looks as they passed.
Lil Pip, you lost part of yourself,
Calamity was saying. I looked down at my pit buck foreleg, and a pained frown immediately swept over my muzzle. I forced myself to smile. More like had something at it, actually.
Don't go using specific details to muddy the issue.
Calamity warned.
The truth is, a loss like that pains a pony, and I'm not talking just physically. And it ain't brave to pretend you ain't hurtin'. It ain't smart neither.
I stayed silent.
When Velvet Remedy lost her leg,
Calamity recalled.
she was a right mess even after she got it back.
Sorry, Calamity, I chuckled wryly. But I don't think I'll be indulging in the same therapy.
Don't be a manticore's backside, Lil Pip,
Calamity said crossly.
When we get out of here, you need to go back to Timpani Tower, and y'all need to spend—
No, I barked. I looked at Calamity, his wings up and eyes wide, clearly taken aback by my abruptness and the strength of my refusal. More pleasantly, I complained, "We've become experts at not getting what we need to do done. After Canterlot, we go right to Splendid Valley. No more delays, no more side quests, no more distractions. We get the damn job done." Calamity didn't speak for a while. In the background, I could hear the robot saying,
"Hello, ma'am. I do hope the morning finds you in good health, as if that could ever happen."
We rounded the corner and found ourselves looking at a stable atrium. The place had been renovated to hold a plethora of shops and small stands where Canterlot ghouls traded goods and services for bits and wares. As we started down the stairs, Calamity asked me softly,
"Are you okay, Little Pip?"
It was a stupid question considering the conversation immediately prior, but I ignored that as I heard the concern in his voice. "I'm weary, Calamity. I'm getting worn out," I admitted dourly. "I need this job to be over. To get out from under this threat, this mission." I looked up, scanning the stable city marketplace. "Then, after that, I can rest. Maybe when this is over, I'll just lay down and take a nap for a century or few. But not before." We reached the bottom of the steps. The place looked like a right lively little necropolis. The only thing that struck me as missing was any sort of diner or foodstuffs vendor. I supposed ghouls didn't really need those. I was suddenly keenly aware of how hungry I was and how long it had been since I had eaten. "How about you?" I asked in return as we approached the store labeled Calibers, Guns, and Ammo.
"Me? I'm doing—"
He paused as I turned to him and pointedly raised an eyebrow.
"'Tain't fair, throwing my own words back at me."
"I didn't say anything." He neighed. Then, brushing his brow beneath his desperado hat, he admitted,
"I'm not doing so good, actually. I've been thinking about those bandits back at Arbu and the ponies up at Buckling Cross."
He frowned.
"Now, the bandits I can rightly live with. According to the old man, half of them came from Arbu, but they were still bandits. They were still ambushing a merchant."
He looked at me.
"I know y'all think being a bandit is a downright noble step up from being what the folks in Arbu were. But from my perspective, the moment those folks in Arbu started killing folk for their meat, they weren't no better than bandits."
I nodded. My own feelings were considerably different, but my horrific actions in Arbu voided any validity those feelings might have had.
"But Buckling Cross, that's another matter."
Calamity shook his head, nickering bitterly.
"We went there demanding something and ended up killing them for it."
"That!" My jaw dropped. "Calamity, that's not how it went down at all. We tried to negotiate. They fired first. We were trying to get something they didn't need to give to ponies who were suffering without it. We had something to trade and were trying. They risked their elder's life. We weren't raiders."
"Ain't it?"
He asked me, clearly unsure.
"Ain't it just a little how that went down?"
I stomped, shaking my head. "No." Still unconvinced, Calamity stepped up to the door of the weapons shop.
"If you take from the rich and give to the poor, you're still just a raider,"
he said as the door slid up. "No," I said firmly. "You're not. A bandit maybe at best, but not a raider. And you know better." I couldn't believe my kleptomaniac Pegasus was arguing this. Some would call you a hero. Buckling Cross had to be disturbing Calamity deeply for his thoughts to have plunged into such uncharacteristic and messy logic. Maybe Velvet was right, and we all needed years of therapy. Stepping into the store after him, I put a hoof on his shoulder. Then, not knowing how else I could help, I hugged him.
"Not in my shop."
The little dead colt behind the counter coughed in disgust.
"If you're looking for that, it's 2 floors up."
The Colt shoved the missiles across the counter to Calamity.
One or two of these anti-armor missiles are pretty much guaranteed to take down an Alicorn shield and make a very pretty mess of the winged bitch inside.
He looked at what Calamity was offering in return. Leave it to Calamity to not only retrieve all our weapons and supplies, but to go through the garbage for anything else that might be good for a trade.
This all will get you these 5. Toss in one of those magical energy weapons and I can give you all 8.
Calamity raised an eyebrow. He was no Velvet Remedy, but he had fair bartering chops of his own, and I could tell he thought he was being snookered.
3 missiles don't equal a top-of-the-line magical energy weapon. Not even if and they're all as fancy as you claim they are.
The Colt bit.
Oh, they are. One of the benefits of living in the Ministry of Wartime Technology. We have all sorts of toys you living folk haven't even heard of.
I was willing to bet he was right. I was also willing to bet most of it was either in questionable prototype stages or stocked in too limited supply to sell. If these work so well against Alicorn shields, then why haven't you used them against the Alicorns? I asked reasonably. It had not been hard to glean that the ghouls of Stable City had been fighting with the Alicorns since they started showing up in the Canterlot ruins about a decade ago. From the impression I got, the ghouls were losing and were now effectively contained in the ministry they called home. The Colt frowned.
8 missiles aren't much against a few dozen of those winged bitches. That magic rifle on the other hoof can rack up quite the kill count over a couple of years of sniping.
Calamity whinnied.
Well, then sounds to me like the rifle is worth all 8. But I'll give it to you for 6 and we'll call me the element of generosity.
The Colt made the trade, although from his expression, he'd be calling Calamity quite a few other things shortly after we left.
Now, what do y'all have for rifle ammo?
The Colt shook his head, giving a snorting chuckle.
Sorry, but I can't help you. If you want ammo, you'll have to look elsewhere.
Calamity blinked, then made an exaggerated act of reading the store sign.
I thought the name of the store was Caliber's Guns and Ammo. How do you not have ammo? You only sell 2 things. Ha ha,
the little ghoul said dryly.
My ammo's all stored in an ammo vendor for safekeeping. Only the damn thing is busted and I can't get it to the Spence. So, no ammo.
Calamity began to smile.
Oh, I bet I could fix that for you. For what, say, a 10% discount on ammo?
I thought Velvet Remedy would have been so proud. The Colt ghoul's eyes lit up, literally, as he asked.
Definitely, if you're sure you can do it.
Calamity laughed.
With the number of times I've broken into them things to pilfer 'em, I reckon it might just do my karma some good to be fixing one up for once.
He gave me a wink. Our earlier conversation still hung in the air, but it was good to see Calamity in brighter spirits. Calamity rubbed his hoof on the Colt's head.
Don't worry, Uncle Calamity will have it all taken care of.
He flew over the counter and trotted back towards the modified Ironshot's Ammo Emporium vending machine, leaving the ghoul Colt staring at him in disdainful amusement.
I'm a century older than you.
So what can you tell me about this place? I asked Caliber, the 12-decade-old Canterlot ghoul in the body of a Colt as we watched Calamity work. He had half the machine taken apart already and occasionally graced us with an "a yup" or a "dag nabbit."
It's a gun shop,
Caliber snarked.
I sell guns, and usually ammo.
I meant about Stable City, I clarified. We're new here. Caliber put on airs of false surprise.
Really? You mean there haven't been 2 breathers living in Stable City that I just hadn't noticed?
I brushed it off, asking, how did a group of ghouls end up living in a stable? Caliber sighed, quickly giving up on deflating my desire to pester him with questions.
Stable 1 was built to protect the princesses, the nobility, the government officials, and the higher-ups of the ministries. Or at least that was what Stable Tech told every pony. They built Stable 1 into this building because apparently the top ponies of Stable Tech and the Ministry of Wartime Technology were real chummy.
Well, yes, they were sisters.
Anyway, when the pink cloud came, a whole bunch of ponies from all around, mostly from the castle and the ministries, tried to gallop over to Stable 1, hoping they could get in. After all, while they were safe from the pink cloud in any of the ministry buildings, except possibly for the Ministry of Peace, only Stable 1 had a long-term food supply. It was come here or starve. Of course, all those ponies had to run through the cloud to get here, and a whole lot of them didn't make it. Those who did found that the fuckers already in Stable 1 had closed it early. They were once again trapped in a safe haven without food, but then most of them expired overnight, having suffered just enough exposure to turn them into ghouls. They didn't need food anymore after that, so it all worked out. Karmic justice, since Stable Tech pretty much killed all the ponies in Stable 1. The ghouls had already started a town inside the building by the time it opened up. When they added the resources of Stable 1, the town became Stable City.
I listened intently. How about you? I asked Caliber once he thought he was done.
Ugh,
He groaned.
are all breathers this nosy?
Yes, I said just because I could.
Fine, I was born in Stable 3. Stable 3 was constructed underground.
He looked at me expectantly, then sighed when it became clear I didn't know how big a deal that was.
You think the pink cloud out there is bad? That's nothing if you go underground to any of the sewers or maintenance tunnels or under rails, and you'll see bad. Then, being a breather, you'll die. It's solid pink down there. Down there, the pink cloud is alive and hungry. It was only a matter of time before it found its way in.
That got a jump from me, followed by a look of disbelief.
Of course, ponies like you scoff. The one alicorn who ever tried talking to us instead of attacking us scoffed too. But I tell you true, the pink cloud is alive down there. I've heard it breathing.
Caliber shrugged. Then the cult rambled off in breathless rapid succession.
Anyway, the pink cloud got me. I died, became a ghoul. So did my parents. The pink cloud ate Stable 3, so we came here. Then the alicorns came, killed my parents. Now it's just me. Which is fine because I'm old enough to be your grandfather's great-grandfather. I run a gun store. I sell guns and ammo. Usually. Ta-da! We've come full circle. Question time over.
Calamity had stopped his work and was looking at me with a knowing expression. While Caliber wasn't looking, he mouthed, "We need to talk."
Dragon?
Yup.
Calamity claimed as we trotted towards the open door of Stable 1.
A big, mammoth, behemoth, super old dragon.
Just beyond stretched a large open area of the ministry building which had once been used for processing. But the ghouls had converted it into a sort of liberal arts common room. A two-pony band had started playing, one on a glass harp and the other on a glass harmonica. The music that floated in through Stable 1's entrance was beautifully haunting, crystalline and strangely disorienting. It was the music of Ghost.
How is the pink cloud a dragon?
I asked, confusion overcoming my initial shock.
It's not, exactly.
Calamity struggled.
It's weird, okay? Look, you know how the zebra balefire bombs work, right? They take a balefire egg and weave it into a megaspell, talisman thingy, or something. Anyway, the pink cloud megaspell was the same way. They took a bunch of those things they used against Littlehorn, which best I figure are essentially like water talismans only for pink cloud, and wove them into a megaspell thingy.
Okay.
I said, nodding. I was fairly sure I was following what Calamity was saying better than he did.
But how does that...
Well, if you want to build a talisman that's gonna last a long time, or at least long enough to kill someone who's really hard to put down, what do you make it out of?
Oh, I had a sinking feeling in my gut. You use gemstones. I paused as we reached a water fountain. Stable 1 had a functioning water talisman. I tested the fountain, holding my pit buck leg close to it, but there was no sign of contamination. I ran it a bit, but there was no hint of pink.
Yep.
Calamity said as I gulped down water from the fountain. It was not a true substitute for food, but it would do.
This pink cloud megaspell talisman was just chock full of gemstones.
I saw where this was going.
The dragon ate it, didn't he?
Yep. And the dragon's a she. The dragon that guards the royal treasury, to be exact.
As we reached the entryway, I paused, observing a glowing terminal. My curiosity got the better of me. Hold up, I asked Calamity. I poked at the terminal and was surprised to find that it had already been hacked and the information on it was freely available to any pony who was interested. That information consisted of a single audio file. I downloaded it into my foreleg. Turning back to Calamity, I commented,
Okay, now the secret passage makes sense.
How you figure?
Well, Princess Celestia's school was obviously using baby dragons for something. They had come from somewhere,
I reasoned.
I think the princess had some sort of arrangement with the dragon. She got the biggest hoard in Equestria, and the princess got, well, her children.
The royal treasury dragon was Mommy. Calamity nodded.
Well, seems the dragon digested the megaspell or something. It changed her, became part of her. Right now, she's asleep in the treasury, and she's snoring Pink Cloud. Well, fuckity fuck.
I now understood how Canterlot's Pink Cloud survived after centuries of week-long rains, and why the cloud was so dense in underground passages. The cloud would have gotten into the secret passage, started eating away at its walls, and from there it would have gone everywhere. Sewers, tunnels, you name it.
She probably doesn't look a thing like a dragon anymore, neither,
Calamity mused.
You gotta figure she's fused to her hoard. The whole damn treasury.
He kicked at the metal railing next to the steps leading out.
So much for dreams of looting the royal treasure. Such a waste.
I rolled my eyes, then asked,
How do you know all this anyway?
Calamity turned to me.
'Cause while y'all were vacationing, I was stuck down in the hole with Crazy Alicorn Lady. Y'all just got a few minutes of Looney Town. I had that damn argument running through my head nonstop all damn night.
He let out a loud whicker.
I picked up a few things from all of that.
A sign hanging on the wall next to the stable's gear-shaped maw read, Artistic Commons. No broadcasters, please. We stepped out through the open gear-shaped door and paused, hearing the music more fully now. I felt the urge to move aside somewhere, lay down, forget about dragons and necromantic clouds and everything else. To just listen as the ethereal tones moved strangely through my soul. Calamity and I were still in the Artistic Commons, lulled by the music, when Steelhooves found us. The armor-clad ghoul trotted up heavily, stopping for us just long enough to demand,
Come with me.
He was trotting back through the crowd of Canterlot ghouls before I even fully registered his presence. I struggled to my hooves, feeling sluggish, relaxed, and strangely off balance. Calamity stretched out his wings, giving a few lazy flaps before lifting himself into the air. The ceiling of the processing area was 3 ponies high, giving him just enough room to maneuver between the maze of ghouls, easels, and displays below, and the light fixtures above. Steelhooves kept a brisk pace, weaving dispassionately between the residents of Stable City. I had to wonder what this was like for him. He had anticipated nothing but poison, death, and monsters in the Canterlot ruins. And while those existed in great abundance, we had also found a pocket of civilization, a community composed of Canterlot ghouls like himself. As we started climbing one of several flights of stairs, my stomach rumbled, again protesting my lack of proper breakfast or lunch. I distracted myself by putting in my earbloom and playing the audio recording from the Stable 1 terminal. The voice was very familiar, which made the beginning of the recording all the more jarring. There was wetness in her voice. She had clearly been crying, but no more. Now, while the bitterness and sorrow remained, the hurt was gone, and a cold anger had nested in its place. Hello, and goodbye. My name is Scootaloo. You probably know me as the Vice President of Stable Tech, the company who designed and built the stable you have taken refuge in. But right now, I'm talking to you as one of the very, very many ponies you fuckers have murdered. You! The ministries, the heads of Equestria, the princesses, if you're in here. You killed us all with your stupid, senseless war. And now I'm returning the favor. I'll admit, I gave a lot of serious thought to just keeping the door of Stable 1 from sealing properly and letting you all die from whatever horror you hid yourselves from while the rest of Canterlot's ponies and the rest of Equestria perished. All the ponies that we were unable to save. But that's the whole point of the stables. Above and beyond everything else, the stables are meant to save people. Yes, people. I'm happy to report that one of the stables has been built to save as many of Equestria's zebras as possible. The ones that you fuckers shoved into a dump and tried to forget about. And Stable 14 is currently housing many of Equestria's griffins. But the stables were mostly built to save ponies. Even ponies like you. It is for that reason alone that you're all going to live out the rest of your natural lives in Stable 1, as will your children, regardless of the conditions existing outside. I have seen to it that Stable 1 will not open so long as even one of you is still alive, which, if the princesses are in there, might be a very long time. No matter how fast Equestria heals, not a single damn one of you is going to get to profit from what you have done. Equestria is something you ponies don't deserve. I hope your souls rot for eternity. Steelhooves led us to the border of Stable City, a once rather drearily officious room labeled Ministry of Wartime Technologies, Subsidy Application Center, which had been converted into a defense position, complete with turrets, armored wall reinforcements, and barricades with murder holes, and to a door that had been canvassed with welded armored plates. Steelhooves stopped, raising an armored forehoof and banging it against the door in 4 impatient raps. He waited a moment, nickering softly to himself.
Steelhooves, what is this about?
I asked, disquieted by the mood radiating from him. I noticed he was carrying a saddle satchel that he had never worn before. He didn't answer, still nickering. Just as I began to suspect he was counting, he stopped. Steelhooves opened the armored door and barged outside, passing a displeased-looking Canterlot ghoul who stood guard. Calamity and I followed. I waved to the guard as we passed, observing his battle saddle, armor, and the pip-buck on his leg. His broadcaster was turned off. I realized quickly the purpose of Steelhooves' knock. The guard did not return my greeting. Feeling a wave of depression, I noticed his pip-buck was not part of him. I suspected most of the pip-bucks worn by the ghouls of Stable City had been acquired from Stable 1, or the residents therein. Without the right tools and knowledge, it was impossible to open a pip-buck and lock it onto a new body. However, the pip-buck technician stall in Stable 1 should have had both the tools and the documentation the Canterlot ghouls needed. I tried to buck up. Feeling morose about my leg wasn't going to help anything. The emotion didn't even make sense. As we moved forward, I found myself staring out at a wall of pink. We had exited on an upper mezzanine overlooking the atrium. Dim, pink-tinted light flooded the once grand atrium. The cloud was thick enough outside that we would need to drink healing potions after making the run between each ministry building now. Down below, we could hear the sea of static from dozens of broadcasters hidden amongst the skeletons that littered the floor. But we were high enough to be out of danger. Feeling a flood of déjà vu, I moved up to the railing and looked down. I had been here before. From this very spot, I had looked down into a much sunnier lobby as Applejack spoke openly with her old zebra friend Zecora. I had watched, and my host had plotted Applejack's demise. I shied away from the railing with a shudder of disgust. Steelhooves was looking back at me from several yards ahead.
This way.
The place our Applejack's ranger led us to was an odd little alcove underneath a sweeping stairwell. The door had long ago been removed, and a simple stained curtain hung in its place. Warm light poured out from underneath the hanging drapery, as well as above it and along the sides. Steelhooves knocked on the wall beside the curtain, this time almost reverently.
Star,
He rumbled gently.
it's Apple Snack. I've returned with as many of the things you asked for as I could find, and I've brought my friends.
Although I had counted Steelhooves amongst my friends for weeks, to hear him refer to us this way was surprising, strange, and poignant.
Oh, bless you.
An elderly mare's voice rasped from inside, followed by an odd squeaking.
Please, step inside.
Steelhooves pushed past the curtain without hesitation. With a mixture of caution and wonder, I stepped in behind him. The room under the stairs was small, lit by a couple old sparkle cola lamps sitting on old metal boxes. There was a clean-looking toilet in the near corner with several pristine coffee mugs sitting on it and a few shelves. The back half of the room was sectioned off by a once beautiful hanging curtain, originally of rich hues of scarlets and purples, now faded and fraying. Much of the wall directly opposite the doorway was taken up by a rusty ventilation grate, the fan behind it slowly turning. The only other notable furniture amongst the clutter was an ancient phonograph sitting beside a player for more modern audio recordings. I immediately pictured this room as having originally been a little getaway for some janitor or maintenance pony, a place she could sneak off during her shift to smoke, relieve herself, or do other things. Living in this secluded and somewhat sad place, outside of Stable City yet still inside the ministry building itself, was a mare who had been elderly even before the pink cloud made her undying. She was a unicorn, her body fused into the wheelchair to which she had been largely confined even before. My first assumption upon seeing the curtain was that the next room held a mattress, but I realize now that not only did Canterlot ghouls not sleep, but this mare was not even able to lay down and rest. Still, she greeted us with a smile, her eyes wide and glowing.
Thank you, Apple Snack.
She beamed at us.
It has been so long since I've had visitors.
Steelhooves set the saddle satchel on the floor.
I am sorry that I could not find everything, Star.
A violet light manifested around the unicorn ghoul's horn and enveloped the satchel.
Oh, this is lovely,
Star said, floating out several records and a few audio recordings.
You have saved this old mare, Apple Snack. Truly you have.
Books levitated out next.
I was going to go insane if I had to read the same dusty old books one more time.
She gasped as she pulled out a few boxes of old snack cakes.
Oh, how thoughtful.
The elderly ghoul's smile was somehow beautiful despite the condition of her decayed and warped body.
I may not need to eat, but it is so wonderful to occasionally taste sweetness.
I looked at Steelhooves. His stance was almost bashful. I could almost feel a warmth radiating off the normally dour and stoic ghoul. The elder mare paused, a ghost of a tremble passing through her lower lip. She swiveled away, turning the wheels of her chair with her magic, likewise magically tugging at the curtain to dab at her left eye. The chair squeaked as she rotated. I noticed that the larger wheels were still functional, but the smaller ones had fused rigid. The movement of the curtain revealed the wall behind was plastered with posters and images. I couldn't make any of them out, save that lavender seemed to be the dominating color, and one of the posters boasted the word read. As the curtain fell back into place, I realized two things. First, I had no idea why the old ghoul had emotionally reacted to what my mind had labeled a shopping run. And second, she had been unable to wipe away the tear with a hoof because her forelegs were melted into the leg rest of the chair. I felt an involuntary shudder, trying to imagine living forever unable to move. I immediately wanted to help this poor mare, and I felt very proud of Steelhooves.
But where are my manners?
Star asked abruptly, turning back with a big smile on her face as she floated the contents of the satchel away.
And where are yours?
She said without a hint of malice.
You haven't introduced your friends.
Steelhooves whinnied, then turned to look at us. Calamity had been staring at him with eyebrows raised so high they nearly pushed off his hat. But now he broke into an almost smug grin.
Yeah, Apple Snack. What say you introduce us and quit hogging this pretty young gal all for yourself?
Calamity shot Star a warm smile and a mirthful wink. She rolled her eyes, smiling.
Star, this is Little Pip.
He said, nodding to me.
And the Pegasus is Calamity. Little Pip, Calamity, this is Star Sparkle.
Howdy, Miss Sparkle,
Calamity said. My smile of greeting faltered a moment. Wait, who?
She's living here outside Stable City because she's being shunned,
Steelhooves said, his voice carrying an edge. I blinked. Canterlot ghouls needed neither food nor clothing, and the Ministry Hub provided shelter, whether in Stable City or not. But I had learned that ponies need more than these things. Ponies needed companionship and some sort of social framework. And that is what Stable City provided them. As much as water, ponies thirst for friendship. And shunning Star, the ghouls of Stable City had taken from her the one thing they could, the one thing she probably needed most.
because the ghouls of Stable City believe her daughter created the alicorns.
Was always proud of my daughter.
Star Sparkle told us firmly as she magically drew back the curtain which bisected her humble living space.
And nothing that those monsters outside have done will ever change that.
Twilight Sparkle was behind the curtain. Every inch of wall space was covered in images of her. Everything from ministry posters to ancient and yellowed home photographs, all of which seemed to be of Twilight as a young filly. There were open scrapbooks of newspaper articles featuring Star Sparkle's daughter. A large oil painting of a smiling Twilight Sparkle hung in a decorative oval frame on the center of the back wall. Ministry Mayor Twilight Sparkle tchotchkes filled small shelves and crates. And in the center was a precious Twilight Sparkle statuette, her base reading a familiar, "Be smart."
Golly,
Calamity breathed.
but when the alicords started appearing in Canterlot, and they began killing us, the other ponies of Stable City decided I was no longer welcome among them.
Star Sparkle explained sorrowfully.
They said I posed a danger to the city. The alicorns have never paid me unusual attention, but...
She looked away.
Well, maybe they're right. Sounds to me more like they were looking for some pony to take it out on.
Calamity grumbled. Star gave Calamity an aching smile.
Please, don't judge them too harshly. After all, they have allowed me to still live in the building. I've never been harassed. Maybe once a year some pony will even bring me things.
She smiled warmly at Steelhooves.
Like Apple Snack here. Such a sweet young buck.
You deserve better.
Steelhooves asserted. My heart echoed the sentiment, filling with an aching sadness. But the little pony in my head found the scene in front of me more than a little creepy. Standing beside her daughter in the face of public persecution was admirable. What I saw before me was more like a shrine. I felt I was looking into the face of obsession. Star Sparkle seemed to read something in my expression or body language.
Your friend thinks I'm crazy,
she told Steelhooves. I opened my muzzle to protest.
Don't fret, dear,
she said to me kindly.
I understand. It looks like a lot when all of it is in such a small space.
I shut my muzzle, sharing a glance with Calamity before lowering my head with an apologetic expression that was not entirely sincere. This would seem excessive even if spread over multiple rooms twice this size. Star Sparkle let out a sigh, looking over the Twilight Sparkle shrine.
No, you're right, but it's not what you think.
She bit her lower lip, closed her eyes.
I loved my daughter, more than life itself, as did my husband.
She opened her eyes, looking at the oval oil painting.
And I admired her. The princess's favorite pupil, the bearer of one of the elements of harmony, the mayor of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences. I was so proud.
I heard a tremble in her voice. Her gaze lowered to the floor.
But I was afraid of her, too,
Star Sparkle admitted slowly.
We both were, although my husband less than I. Just once, when she was very young, she lost control. She changed me into a potted plant entirely by accident. If it hadn't been for the princess...
The mare who had given birth to Twilight Sparkle looked up at me, her eyes again damp with tears.
I know I shouldn't have been, but I was frightened. And even though I never stopped loving her, I let myself grow distant.
She frowned.
Some mother. My daughter received more correspondence from the princess herself than she did from me. I never visited her all the time she was in Ponyville. I never met her friends.
She shook her head.
She never forgot us, though. When they built Stable 1, my Twilight made sure my husband and I were amongst the first to be guaranteed a place inside. We were on the way there when the cloud overtook us. My husband died on the steps just outside the ministry, making sure I made it through the door.
She looked away, softly muttering,
Of course. They'd sealed the stable early.
I found myself looking at her wheelchair and thinking of the stallion's skeleton outside, with his hooves sunk into the concrete. I was suddenly very angry with the ponies of the Ministry of Wartime Technology.
How dare they seal up the stable, trapping good ponies outside, family and loved ones who the stable was supposed to save? They deserved, well, what they got.
I suppose I've been trying to make up for all the distance I let fall between us when my daughter was still alive.
I looked at the shrine with fresh eyes. This wasn't obsession. It was overcompensation.
I come in here and talk to her.
Starsparkle told us.
Sometimes I tell her how my day was, although not so much anymore since all my days are pretty much the same. Sometimes I read to her. She did so love books.
Star smiled sadly.
Sometimes I just tell her I'm sorry and that I love her.
She looked away, a few tears escaping to drip from her cheeks.
Sometimes,
she admitted softly,
I even think that I hear her say something back.
We are taking her with us.
Steelhooves stomped. We were standing on the mezzanine as we waited for Velvet Remedy and Pyrelight to join us.
We are not taking her with us,
I stomped back.
She deserves better than that.
Steelhooves insisted, pointing his hoof in the direction of Starsparkle's hovel.
She doesn't deserve to face what we have to,
I argued, shaking my head.
Where we're going next is too dangerous.
I was cut off by a majestic hoot as Pyrelight landed on my head, her talons pricking my scalp through my mane. I turned to see Velvet Remedy trotting up, a rather large package hovering behind her. Steelhooves nickered angrily.
Well, of course we're not taking her with us now. The alicorns will be waiting for us right outside. I'm not trying to get her killed.
I might have something to help with that,
Calamity interrupted, pulling the case of new missiles out of his pack and setting it before Steelhooves.
Ooh,
Velvet Remedy sang.
We're giving presents. Perfect, because I have one for little Pip.
I blinked.
A present? For me?
She floated the package over to me as she joined us.
I just had to get you something new to wear,
she chimed.
Especially after throwing your dress to the dragons.
I tried not to grimace. Of all the things I was worried about right now, a pretty dress was really not amongst them. I had rather given up on pretty dresses. The equestrian wasteland favored a more rugged and armored look. Still, maybe it would be something to look nice in for homage? But when I opened the package, I found that Velvet Remedy had surprised me.
Canterlot Police Barding,
Velvet Remedy told me as I pulled out the old uniform. It was in amazing condition.
Some of the best light barding in Equestria.
She whinnied theatrically.
You wouldn't believe how hard it is to find anything practical in your size.
Wow!
I blinked. It was a wonderful gift. Yet at the same time, I had grown rather attached to my armored stable utility barding. Although, thankfully, not literally and permanently. Ditzy-Doo had armored it after all. Velvet Remedy seemed prodded.
Go ahead, put it on.
Almost as if she had read my mind, Velvet said.
I know your old stable suit has been a constant companion, but haven't you put it through enough? That suit has been torn up and mended as often as you have, and it deserves a rest. Wouldn't you agree?
I nodded solemnly and started to disrobe.
We're still not taking her with us,
I said firmly.
Taking who?
Velvet asked.
Starsparkle,
Steelhooves told her.
Who?
Take her where? Calamity asked.
Timpani Tower.
Steelhooves said empathically.
Do you really think they'll just let her, a Canterlot ghoul, live in that posh stuck-up?
Yes, they will.
Steelhooves slowly intoned in a low voice that told me it would be very bad for the citizens of Timpani Tower to refuse her.
She was Twilight Sparkle's mother. Remember what Timpani Tower is. They will.
I nodded. I agree, I stated, suspecting that the Twilight Society would go to great lengths to have a direct relative of the Ministry Mayor in the tower.
I'm sure the homage would help, and
I chuckled, shaking my head. I can set her up with a place. I own a cheese shop. Both Calamity and Velvet Remedy looked at me oddly.
You have a what now?
As I pulled the stable utility suit over my head, I informed Steelhooves,
but we're not taking her with us. I tossed my stable utility barding onto the floor and stared at it. It was ragged, so patched up it looked like it was sewn from rags. There were deep stains, not all of which were blood. It was repulsive. Not now. I looked to Steelhooves, who was still snorting impatiently. We'll come back for her, though, I promise. Until then, she's safe here.
Why not?
Steelhooves asked insistently. Because we're not going to Timpani Tower. As soon as we're done in Canterlot, we're going straight to Splendid Valley. No more delays.
After we pick up Zenith,
Calamity reminded me. Okay, one delay. After we pick up Zenith, I added. Splendid Valley. I leveled a look at Steelhooves. You know what's there. I'm not taking Twilight Sparkle's mother anywhere near that place. I'm not taking her anywhere until the goddess has been dealt with. Steelhooves seemed to accept that answer, backing down with a nod. I folded the barding up as best the armor plates would allow and slipped it into the duffel bag filled with tools for Calamity. Oh! I looked up, floating my old armor and the stealth buck 2 out of the duffel bag before passing it to Calamity. I've got a present for you, too. Calamity took one look inside and let out a whinnying squeal of glee. I started putting on the Canterlot police barding, which really did fit quite well, and... oh, what was that feeling? Oh yes, I remember now. It's the feeling of wearing something clean. Steelhooves walked over to the nearest Stable City guard and spoke with him, getting a nod. I trotted in place, getting used to the feeling of the new armored barding. Thank you, Velvet. This is... nice. I paused, noting the color. How does it look? Does it go with my mane? Steelhooves neighed, returning as the guard trotted over to the railing of the mezzanine.
Honest opinion? Can't picture it on you. Not enough bloodstains.
I gave Steelhooves a dirty look. Give her time. I shifted my attention to the guard, ignoring them both. The guard's horn began to glow. Sparks of magical light floated down and spread about the skeleton-covered floor below. The static from beneath us stopped. How?
I shut them off,
the guard said simply.
I'll turn the broadcasters back on after you leave.
Shut them off? My hoof slapped my face as I remembered cowering in a corner in the Ministry of Magic lab, shooting frantically at a broadcaster. Of course you could just turn them off. I was not a clever pony. I was, in fact, a very stupid pony. As we walked down the steps and made our way through the sea of bones, I stopped and pulled one of the broadcasters from its pit buck, turning it over, familiarizing myself with its design.
Well, ain't this obviously an ambush?
Calamity said dryly, looking out into the pink.
Where do you think they all went?
There was no sign outside of even a single alicorn.
Hiding up on the roof around the side of the building?
Maybe the one they called Nightseer got tired of losing alicorns to us and called them back?
Velvet Remedy suggested hopefully. Something in the tone of her voice betrayed that she didn't really think that was possible either.
So,
Calamity looked to me.
What's the plan?
The balloon orb!
Pinkie Pie's office, Ministry of Morale, Manhattan. Only... not. As I pushed open the door with a pink hoof, everything seemed off, distorted. It was as if the normal color scheme of the world had become a twisted painting of grotesque pastels. I felt awful, and yet I felt horribly alive. A buzz ran through my nerves and up my spine. My ears itched. There was a tremor in the back of my right hind leg, and an odd burning sensation was growing in my left forehoof. I knew this feeling. My host was riding the razor cliff of a party-time Mental's high. The edge before the awful crash. But it was more than that. This was... wrong. The world tasted funny. Smelled funny. Like peppermint and rotted cabbage.
Stupid bitchy-witchy Twilight! I'm fine! I'll show her!
My host looked around, scowling. It was as if even she realized something was terribly out of place, but couldn't put her hoof on what.
I know! I'll record my memory and send it to her. A nice long one. She'll see there is nothing wrong with me, and she won't even be able to leave until she's done seeing.
No, Pinkie, you are not fine. Nothing about this is fine.
Leave her be.
A voice whispered from beside me.
If she wants to throw you away because she doesn't like your parties anymore, then good riddance.
The voice was female, and it was coming from the plant? Yes, one of the potted plants in Pinkie Pie's room was actually talking to her. I saw the plant move, the leaves rustle as the voice drifted up from it.
You don't need her. You don't need any of them.
My host barely gave it a glance.
I thought she was my friend.
Indeed,
Came another voice from a marbled paperweight on Pinkie Pie's desk.
none of them see what you can see. They don't understand the pressure you're under.
No, Pinkie Pie agreed. No, they don't. Oh, goddesses. Pinkie Pie was having a mental break. I was seeing what she was seeing in her head. Pinkie Pie continued to look around, then stopped, staring at a tall, thin object concealed by a sheet.
Where did you come from?
She plodded over and grasped the sheet in her teeth, pulling it free. Before her stood a mirror. I saw my host staring back at me. Pinkie Pie, but not as I was used to seeing her. Her coat's color was off. Her mane hung straight and limp. Her expression was cross and dour. This was Pinkie Pie right after her last party. There was a ribbon wrapped around the mirror with a note on it. Dearest Pinkie, thought this might help you find your way. Rarity. Pinkie Pie scowled as she read the note.
I'm not lost.
She grasped the ribbon in her teeth and tore it away, then stared at herself in the mirror.
You too, Rarity.
She mumbled.
Are all my friends going to abandon me?
Can't trust any pony anymore.
The paperweight grumbled. Pinkie Pie trotted to a nearby intercom, pressing her hoof against a button.
Hey, there's a mirror in my office that isn't supposed to be here. Call some pony to pick it up.
Yes, ma'am. A mare's voice crackled over the intercom, sounding oddly distant. Where is it supposed to be?
I don't care. Take it to one of the fun farms or something.
Pinkie grumbled.
Just get rid of it.
My host trotted back up to the mirror, staring. She reached out a hoof, touching the surface, and jumped back at the shock of cold. The image in the mirror changed abruptly. Now looking back at us was Pinkie Pie, smiling, cheery, objectionably pink, poofy-haired Pinkie Pie.
Oh, hey!
The Pinkie Pie in the mirror called out happily.
Hello, Pinkamena! Ooh, you don't look so good. Which is bad because you're me, and that means I don't look so good.
She had enchanted a small mirror. To look in it, you would see your reflection, just as with any mirror. But if you touched it or focused your magic on it, then a spell within the mirror took a picture of your soul. Then a second enchantment allowed the mirror to show that image. The mirror Pinkie Pie looked at my host with concern.
What's wrong with us? Who the hell are you?
Pinkie Pie, my host, grumbled. Goddesses, this was bizarre, if not downright creepy. I decided to think of them in different names, just to keep my thoughts straight. Although part of me worried that was buying into this insanity.
Why, I'm you, of course.
Pinkie Pie giggled.
I'm the real you. Which is weird, since I'm totally high, too.
The reflection was high on PTMs? Or was it that Pinkamina's high, warping the reflection that can't really be having this conversation in the first place since reflections can't talk? Just like paperweights in potted plants.
This is a trick,
Pinkamena hissed.
You mean like a practical joke? See, they really do still care about you.
Pinkie Pie paused, then brightened.
Oh, hello, little Pip.
Hello? The conversation had taken a left turn into Weirdsville.
Little Pip says, hello,
Pinkie Pie proclaimed, beaming.
Wait, what? Now Little Pip says, wait, what?
Pinkie Pie giggled. This was impossible.
You remind me of our friend Twilight Sparkle, Little Pip.
She's not our friend, Pinkamena sighed.
Not anymore.
Pinkie Pie's eyes widened.
She is so our friend. If she wasn't, she wouldn't be trying to help us.
Pinkamena opened her mouth, but Pinkie Pie shook her head.
And don't try telling yourself you don't need help. I know better. And that means you know better. I'm just trying to make ponies happy,
Make them happy?
Little Pip has a point.
Pinkie Pie said seriously.
You can't make some pony happy. You can only help them find happiness.
Pinkie Pie pointed at the window.
Look out there. Do they look happy?
No, Pinkamena mumbled, looking any place but the window.
They're not happy.
Pinkie Pie admitted sadly.
I think they're actually scared of us.
This was what led to Pinkie Pie realizing she needed help. This conversation that somehow, insanely, I was a part of, was what pushed Pinkie into...
Shush!
Pinkie Pie scowled at me from the mirror.
You have to keep secrets, Little Pip.
What? No, if there was any chance I was somehow communicating, then there were things that Pinkie Pie needed to know. I could warn her. I could save...
Not listening!
Pinkie Pie said, covering her ears theatrically.
You can't tell, Little Pip.
But everything ends so horribly.
No, it doesn't.
Pinkie Pie shook her head fervently. Then, suddenly, she was smiling again.
Everything will end in sunshine and rainbows,
she announced gleefully. I was struck by the strangest sense of déjà vu. She pointed a hoof at me, or was it at Pinkamena?
As long as you're willing to face the fire, that is. What fire?
Pinkamena asked.
Don't listen to her,
the potted plant insisted.
She just wants you to fail. No,
Pinkie Pie insisted.
We have to do what is most important first. We have to save the other ponies before we save ourselves. You know what I mean, with those bad ponies at 4 stars. But then...
Pinkie Pie smiled sadly.
Then we do have to save us, don't we?
Sunshine and rainbows. I wanted to tell her how absolutely impossible that was. Hell, the two things this world didn't have anymore were... Pinkie Pie grew very cross, glaring at me through the mirror.
Sunshine and rainbows!
Pinkamena dropped to the carpet. She began to cry.
How can I fix this? How can I giggle at the ghostie when I am the ghostie?
If a hug could heal pain, then laughter could heal fear. But the ministries cast a big shadow. There were many ponies who needed to giggle.
We need to stop,
Pinkie Pie said solemnly.
The whole Ministry of Morale isn't helping. It's hurting ponies, and we need to stop. We need to get clean, then record this memory for Little Pip, then the whole ministry,
Pinkamena moaned.
We need to tear it all down. A big going-away party. The biggest ever.
Ahead of us loomed a tall, curving building of feminine grace, adorned with large gemstones and crystalline latticework. If the Ministry of Wartime Technology building was the king of Ministry Walk, the Ministry of Image was clearly the queen. Everywhere else, Ministry of Image preferred to keep itself invisible, a shadowy hoof supporting all the others from behind the scenes. The Canterlot hub of the ministry was a showpiece, the name of the ministry wrapping around the facade in diamond-studded letters. Rarity, the mayor of the ministry, had never appeared in any publication, poster, or product of the Ministry of Image. Here she stood proudly before her ministry as an alabaster statue lording over a fountain of crystal glass and diamond dust. My plan, which had largely amounted to run, seemed to be working. Velvet Remedy and Steelhooves galloped beside me as we passed between the dead trees that lined the park. My lungs were burning, fighting for breath. My head pounded and my vision blurred. I could feel the strain on my heart and muscles as the pink cloud attacked every part of my body, inside and out. Still no harassment from our enemies, but I had 2 red lights on my EFS compass.
Look sharp,
Steelhooves called out, his visor giving him the same warning. I didn't see any pony. Either they were invisible or they were hiding in the draped alcoves of the ministry. Calamity beat his wings, soaring upwards, wary of alicorns on the roof. It all happened in less than 3 seconds. We charged around the Rarity fountain and right into the trap. Beep, 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 beep. Proximity mines, a lot of them. Many of which were magical energy-based, virtually paved the space between Rarity and the front door of the Ministry of Image. Many of them had already begun to flash as Velvet Remedy and Steelhooves drew to a stop next to me. My horn was already glowing as a field of levitation magic swept over the mines. The two alicorns stepped out of their hiding places and sat down, becoming statues as they instantly erected an alicorn shield around us, trapping us inside with the mines. Firelight, who had been keeping pace with us, smacked into the inside of the shield and fell to the ground amongst the mines, dazed. Beep, 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 beep. I parted the sea of beeping mines, shoving them into piles against the shield right next to the alicorns as I magically switched on the broadcaster, which I had attached to my pip-buck. Velvet Remedy telekinetically pulled Firelight back and wrapped us in her own magical shield. My head exploded in agony. My vision swam in red. Beside me, Velvet started to scream as the broadcaster's deadly necromancy attacked her as she held the spell. The alicorns jerked, opening their muzzles in a twisted cry of anguish, their shield dissolving. The mines exploded in a cavalcade of fire, shrapnel, concussive force, and magical energy. Blam! Blam! The turret exploded as little Macintosh sent 2 armor-piercing bullets through its innards. A twin shot from Calamity's battle saddle took out the last of the 6 security turrets. Compared to the security systems we had run into in other buildings, this had been almost too easy. I stumbled into a plush bench, face planting into the cushions, and caught my breath. The others settled down, imbibing healing potions. The pink cloud had harmed us more than the alicorn's trap and the turrets combined. I could smell something foul from the cushion, but I didn't care. Even at a glance, I could see that much of the Ministry of Image was succumbing to rot and decay. The furnishings and decor had been chosen for appearance, not longevity.
This don't bode well,
Calamity said with a grimace. I looked up wearily, pulling out a healing potion of my own. Shoving myself away from the blissful cushionness of the bench, I moved to where he was flying. Calamity was looking behind the lobby greeting counter. Steel Rangers. Dead. More than half a dozen of them.
Sent by Cottage Cheese to retrieve the Black Book.
Steelhooves noted solemnly, joining us.
Yep, but what killed him? And who laid them out like this?
I shook my head. Not a good sign indeed. I turned away, tipping the potion and letting its healing liquid pour down my tongue and throat. Calamity was flying over the bodies, pulling ammunition from their battle saddles. Velvet Remedy was looking over the image directory hanging on a wall between 2 columns of twisting marble.
Where were we expecting to find this book?
Velvet questioned. Rarity's desk. A secret safe in her office. Velvet nodded.
There's an executive elevator. For once, we might actually be in and out as quickly as little Pip keeps hoping.
Calamity coughed into his hoof. A cough that sounded a lot like a comment about liking mares. Rolling my eyes, I checked the map and started towards the elevator. It was just down the right hoof hall and around the corner. The hall was hung with backlit posters and gilded frames, each boasting the merits of the other ministries. I pulled up short as I rounded the corner. The executive elevator was between 2 progress posters, one of which was the familiar image of the glee-filled mare and her hover robot. The other, a group of ponies staring in awe at a glowing terminal. The elevator itself was richly designed, gilded with gold, and stuck open by the dead body of a Steel Ranger Knight. The body of a scribe lay crumpled inside, slowly rotting. Her horn and the top of her skull had exploded, painting the back of the elevator car. Soft static poured out of the speaker on the roof of the elevator car.
Maybe we shouldn't take the elevator?
Velvet suggested as she caught up with me. As we rove through the maze of terminals, monitors, and meeting tables that seemed to make up a large bulk of media oversight, I was struck by the lack of skeletons or other signs of dead ponies. Not just in the Ministry of Image, but the Ministry of Peace and Arcane Sciences as well. Perhaps it was the site in the Ministry of Wartime Technologies atrium that had reminded me that something was missing. The only dead here were Steel Rangers. Other than one message written in blood, there was no indication of pony death in Twilight's ministry either. The lighting in the room flickered on the verge of giving out. When we had switched them on, 2 of the light fixtures had exploded. Steelhooves paused, looking at a line of dust-covered mainframes along one side of the building.
This room alone could have killed them,
he commented.
just by seeing all the technology preserved here and knowing they were only here for a book.
I glanced at a nearby terminal, this one still glowing. Curious, I drew out my hacking tool. It was an extremely easy terminal to access. The password was glitter. Media Oversight Intra-Office Memo number 57. Just a reminder and clarification for ponies new to Media Oversight's Division of Imagery. All pictures of ponies, including multiple non-specific individuals, are required to have at least a 2-to-1 ratio of ponies with bolder pastel palettes to ponies whose coat and mane bear neutral colors such as brown, gray, or tan. A 3-to-1 ratio is preferable. The only exemption to this is for ponies with white coats. White is Celestia's color and is always permissible in any amount. Likewise, be sure that any planned photography be coordinated with at least one of Imagery's Pegasi. We want the image of Equestria to be one of glorious sunny days and bright starry nights. Overcast skies are to be strictly avoided unless required for effect. Color correction may be employed to make the sky over Equestria an even deeper blue. In addition, remember that all images of zebras are to be monochromatic. Color photography should be rendered black and white or pass through a desaturation and palette correction spell. Attached is a list of appropriate tints for zebra imagery, but a good rule of hoof is any coloration that gives the image a demonic or sickly appearance. Personal memo. Dearest Shutterbright, while I do appreciate your artistic thinking and I agree that a bright and beautiful Equestria is a most desirable aesthetic, I must decline your proposal that all imagery of Equestria display a sunny day. Please remember that Princess Luna sits on the throne now. Let us not set policy designed to wound her. Sincerely, Rarity. Media Oversight Intra-Office Memo number 162. All ponies with media oversight are required to attend the mandatory employee meeting tomorrow, starting promptly at 8. In this meeting, we will be giving you an overview of our new radio override system. Thanks to assistance from the Ministry of Awesome, we have been able to establish an Equestria-wide system for emergency interruption or enhancement of radio broadcasts. All ponies in media oversight will need to be familiar with the basics of this new system and how to access the ROS from either the Media Oversight Office or the base station in any of the MAW towers. The meeting is expected to last 2 hours. Lemon cakes and tea will be served.
Lil Pip?
Calamity said, staring at a dead monitor. Across it, some pony had painted a message. They eat your soul.
Can we just go home now?
The Pegasus moaned. I didn't blame him. We continued on, even more alert and cautious than before.
A dragon?
Velvet Remedy gasped, echoing my own sentiment. Pyrolite let out a worried hoot.
Yep.
Calamity asserted as he flew over the book bins and tables of restricted publications. The rest of us had to walk around them. From what I could discern, the very long table I was passing had once been where a small legion of unicorns had magically converted books to new editions. There were bins for books beside each workstation, one labeled inappropriate and the other labeled corrected. A poster on a nearby bookcase showed a dark blue earth pony reading over a book, with more stacked on each side. The poster read, "Be diligent, we check your work." We had passed through the book review office to get to this room.
That makes this much more difficult,
Steelhooves commented.
I do not believe we have the firepower to kill a dragon of that age.
Velvet Remedy frowned.
You ponies do realize this is probably Spike's mother we're talking about, right?
She nickered.
Show a little compassion.
I winced. But right now, she was a threat to Equestria, a giant, living, pink cloud factory.
I don't think we have to,
Calamity stated.
Kill her, I mean. The crazy alicorn lady already solved the problem for us.
She's already dead? I exclaimed in surprise. Calamity shook his head.
Seems that the alicorn got hold of a spell that'll turn Big Mother Dragon into something small that doesn't breathe cloud. Or, at least that would only breathe tiny puffs of cloud. A field mouse, I think.
Velvet Remedy stopped, staring.
A spell that turns a dragon into a field mouse?
Yep.
And how do we cast this spell? She queried. I'm pretty sure it's outside of my scope of spellcraft. And we know it's outside of Little Pip's.
Rub it in, why don't you? I am the one who found the spell, the not Trixie personality had said. I'm the one who cast it.
Taken care of.
Calamity grinned.
Crazy alicorn lady already cast the spell. Well, sorta.
Sort of, Velvet prompted. I wasn't sure if she was asking what he meant or correcting his grammar. Calamity assumed the former.
Way I hear it, she used something that the Ministry of Magic came up with for the Ministry of Morale. A way to cast a spell and hold the effect on a trigger.
Calamity rubbed a hoof against the back of his neck.
To be precise, a way to cast a spell into a present. The spell goes off when the present is opened. She had a quirky name for it.
Spell in a box? I guessed.
Yup,
Calamity said as he landed next to a set of cages labeled sanitation.
that was it.
I ducked under the table between us and trotted up to him, glancing at the clipboard which hung next to the cages. For processing of dangerously seditious materials, please read instructions carefully. From what I read, the empty cages once held trained parasprites, which had been ensorcelled to eat the words off of pages. I wondered if they only ate specific words, or if they rendered the whole book blank and thus gloriously sedition-free. Makes sense, I thought aloud. With the thickness of pink cloud down there, she probably couldn't actually approach the dragon and cast the spell herself, so she had to cast it into a spell in the box. I wonder how she got it down there to Mother, though.
She made a deal with a couple of the Canterlot dragons,
Calamity said.
Oh dear,
Velvet said.
no wonder her personalities were in crisis. She really was on the verge of rendering half of herself obsolete.
How do you know all this?
Steelhooves asked.
all fucking night.
I take it the present hasn't been opened yet? I looked to Calamity expectantly. So that's what we have to do? That would mean sending Steelhooves into the treasury. There wasn't another of us who could survive it. Open her present without getting transfigured into a field mouse?
Not exactly.
What? I stared at Calamity in disbelief. We had gone up a level and were working our way through the brightly colored educational reform floor as Calamity explained the plan that the alicorn in the Ministry of Arcane Sciences basement had devised. When Calamity was finished, I felt all reason had fled from the world. Who the hell ties something this important to the start of a gala? I huffed. That's insane. Calamity fixed me with a level stare. Behind him was a poster of happy foals playing in a cheerful-looking schoolyard under the arch of a rainbow.
What part of what you saw down in that basement screamed sanity to you?
I groaned, pressing a hoof to my face. Okay. Let me see if I've got this. In order to stop the continuous replenishment of the pink cloud, we have to trigger a spell in the box that will turn the treasury dragon into a field mouse. The trigger for the spell in the box has been rigged into the fireworks display for the Grand Galloping Gala. I remembered Pinkie Pie's endorsement on the Philadelphia Fun Farm poster in Steelhooves' shack. Everything the Grand Galloping Gala should have been every day forever. In Equestria's final year, Princess Luna had given over the Grand Galloping Gala to Pinkie Pie. The fireworks had been rigged up in one of her instant party systems. But the gala had never happened. The megaspells rained down and life in Canterlot had ended. No more parties. And the trigger to set off the fireworks is in Princess Luna's private chambers in the royal castle? I understood now why Calamity had said we needed to go to the castle. I was so frustrated I could just scream. Why wasn't anything ever easy?
How would we know if it worked?
Velvet Remedy asked. Asking Steelhooves to wander into a dragon's lair and check had clearly never crossed her mind. Calamity pulled something out of his pack and spit it onto his hoof.
With this.
He held up a large pink gemstone with a flaw deep within it, an artificial flaw in the shape of a rune.
Spell in the box goes off, this little darling lights up.
I wondered if this was the it that the alicorn had been searching for.
You stole that on our way out of the basement, didn't you?
Velvet asked rhetorically. A blob of red light appeared on the edge of my EFS compass. I spun, trying to spot the source. My ears perked, catching a low, unearthly hum. It sounded similar to the warping, grating sound of a Canterlot ghoul reviving, only softer and caught on a single note like a broken recording. But there was nothing there. Just a short, colorful bookshelf carved and painted with hearts and rainbows and prancing pony children. The bookshelf contained equally colorful books. The paint was peeling now, and 2 of the shelves had rotted through, spilling their contents onto the floor. Above was a chalkboard with a story problem. In Sunshine's home of Ponyville, the reward for turning in zebra sympathizers is 500 bits. Sunshine reported her bad uncle yesterday, 2 zebra sympathizers today, and will report another tomorrow. If half of the ponies she reported are proven to be zebra sympathizers, how many bits will she receive at the end of the week? A dark shadow formed on the blackboard, then bulged, pressing through it, a shadowy cloud that reached through the wall like a grasping claw. I froze, trying to process what I was seeing. The shadow cloud grew, moving towards us, splitting into multiple flowering tendrils. The unhallowed hum was coming from it, growing louder. The lights began to dim, like the thing was devouring the illumination in the room. One tendril curled down, passing through a desk, totally insubstantial. The tail of it pulled out of the chalkboard, the thing fully in the room with us. I tried to kick on Sats, but my targeting spell faltered, unable to lock on. Whoosh! The rocket from Steelhoof's battle saddle arrowed past me, moving through the shadow cloud as if was really just a shadow. The rocket struck the far wall in a loud explosion of fire, dust, and colorful debris. The blowback knocked me down, toppled bookshelves, through a table. The shadowy cloud barely reacted, its tendrils still reaching out towards each of us. I skittered back, away from the snaking shadow, certain of what would happen if it touched me. They eat your soul. Our weapons were useless against this creature. No armor would stop it. I was no longer surprised that all the Steel Rangers who made it this far had perished here. Velvet Remedy cast her shield, wrapping the shadow cloud in her magic. It pressed its tendrils against the wall of the shield, the shadow molding over the surface, unable to get through. Velvet Remedy had contained it. No, them. The shadow was a swarm of tiny jet-black necrosprites. They could pass through solid objects, but not through magic fields. I shuddered, shakily releasing a breath I didn't realize I was holding. "I'll keep them contained," Velvet said. "You go on ahead." Pyrelight landed on her rump, looking insistent on staying. We nodded and ran off, leaving her holding the swarm. The book was here, in this room. I could feel it. I had been in Rarity's personal office before. It was much the same, although gnawed on by the teeth of time. A dress pony stood in one corner next to an ornate chest. There was a note attached to the chest, written in Rarity's elegant script. Thoughts on the dress? The goal is to create elegant yet functional armor of a moderate weight and classic style. I've chosen a color scheme of amaranth and gold that harkens back to the dress that my beloved friends created for me for that first gala so long ago. In honor of my dearest and closest friend, I am drawing on my best skills at haute couture. The armored plating, particularly over the breast, will still draw inspiration from the armor worn by the royal guards. I have woven a little magic into the dress. Although only the metal plating will stop bullets, cloth should hold well up against bladed weapons, as well as being resistant to the wear and tear and general dirtying that I have come to expect from a battlefield or a gala. I jested I might make the final version indestructible, but it was only a joke. I did, after all, tell Applejack that I would do no such thing. And besides, the reaction from my top magician would have been enough to put me off the idea, even if I had been serious. He was right, of course. With what I have done, I most likely do not have enough of a soul left to spare even a little of it. Anyway, I am very pleased with my first pass. But the final dress needs to be even better, beyond mere perfection. The Grand Galloping Gala is still months away. So, even with all the insanity here, I do have plenty of time. It is my most sincere hope that most, if not all, of my friends will be at the event this year. If so, I hope to convince them to allow me the honor of fashioning each one of them with a similar yet unique, elegant Ministry Mare armored dress. Normally, the gala would not be the venue I would choose to show off the first in what I hope will be a new line of fashionable armor.
But this year, Pinkie Pie is finally living her dream and has been put in charge of the event. So really, all bets are off. I floated out my screwdriver with a bobby pin, picking the lock on the chest with relative ease. Opening it, I laid eyes on the armored dress. It was beautiful.
I thought you said the book was in the desk,
Calamity said, flying up from behind me.
Whoa, Nellie!
Yeah, I whispered, pulling the armored dress out and looking it over.
Lil Pip?
Calamity said timidly.
Could I have that?
I didn't know you liked to wear dresses.
Steelhooves intoned as he joined us. Calamity spun around in the air.
I don't,
he insisted.
It's for velvet.
I snickered as Steelhooves neighed mockingly. Of course you can, Calamity. She'll look exquisite in it. I passed the dress to Calamity and moved to the desk. I closed my eyes, drawing on the memory of how Rarity had opened the secret compartment. One of the gems embedded in the front of the desk concealed the lock. Opening my eyes, I extended my magic over the desk, moving aside the gem. I began to pick the lock, this time using just my magic. The lock was deceptively easy to pick, almost like the compartment wanted to be opened. I slid open the hidden compartment. There, laying amongst the papers and the detritus like a sleeping dragon, was the dark tome, perfectly preserved, its ancient pages filled with the most powerful and forbidden magic between covers of the blackest leather. I reached out with my magic. I felt a cold shock as I touched it with my meager ability, the book promising to unlock greater powers and mysteries than I ever dreamed of. I didn't have to be a one-trick unicorn anymore. With this book, I could be magic if I wanted to, powerful enough that I was worthy of being a bearer of that element. It was mine. Velvet Remedy made her way to us slowly. Her horn was still glowing, and beads of sweat fell down her forehead. She was pouring most of her concentration into maintaining her shield, even though it was out of sight. Once we were outside, she would release it. The Necro Sprite swarm hadn't left the Ministry building in over 2 centuries. We were hoping it wouldn't now. I gave equal odds that either the magic woven into the Ministry walls that kept the pink cloud out also kept the swarm inside, or that the swarm had remained here, drawn to the presence of the Black Book like moths to a lantern. I turned to stare at the pony-sized poster on the wall. I had seen it before on a massive billboard in Manhattan. I hadn't liked it much then. I liked it less now that I actually knew a zebra. Ponies love laughter. Zebras do not understand joy and fear it. Ponies are honest. Zebras tell only lies. Ponies are loyal. Zebras will knife you in the back. Ponies are generous. Zebras are selfish and greedy. Ponies care about each other. Zebras care only about themselves. Okay, here's the plan, I said, knowing the others would not like this. Every pony else runs to the Ministry of Awesome. I'm going to slip into the royal castle and set off the gala fireworks.
Alone?
You're gonna what now? Not a chance.
The response as I expected.
No, Lil Pip,
Calamity said as he swooped close to me, backing me against a wall.
I should do this. I'm faster. I'm more maneuverable. And I called it. This is my mission.
I slipped out the MG Stealth Buck 2 and floated it before him. I can get in undetected, but it has to be me. Just me. I was the only one with a pit buck. There was no room for discussion.
Pony feathers,
Calamity spit, bucking his hoof through the pony-sized poster.
If you find the goddesses,
Velvet Remedy said slowly, still concentrating. I frowned. I didn't want to find the princesses. My mind conjured nightmare images of their skeletons fused together in the throne room, and my heart stopped. Just for a moment. I wasn't sure I could handle finding them, seeing where they died. I certainly didn't want Velvet Remedy to bear witness to such a devastating horror. If I find the bodies of the princesses, that won't mean I found the goddesses. They're transcendent souls. I ignored Calamity's snort.
But you will tell me what you find,
Velvet Remedy insisted. I really didn't want to.
Promise me.
I only nodded, feeling a tear form in my eye. I prayed to the goddesses that I wouldn't have to either honor that promise or break it. I begged them silently that I would find nothing. Calamity flew up to me again, this time with the pink gem in his teeth. He tossed it to me.
Now you gotta promise me something,
he said softly.
You gotta promise me you're gonna do this. See it through.
I looked at him with surprise. I quickly nodded. Of course I would.
I'm serious, little Pip. I really want it to be me.
He lowered his head, looking ashamed.
I know it in my heart, but my head needs convincing that we're still the good guys. I need this.
I floated up the pink gem with its rune flaw.
Then maybe you should hold this,
I offered. That way you'll know when it's done.
Calamity shook his head. As much as I'd love to, y'all might need it. Without it, how else will you know it's worked and y'all can come back?
He looked away.
No way I'm gonna leave you hanging just to satisfy myself.
I nodded again and tucked the gemstone away. Calamity flew ahead silently. We moved into the stairwell and descended. The black book radiated an unpleasant coolness through one of my saddlebags. I was beginning to question whether I was really intending to give this to Trixie. Maybe my plan, whatever it was, needed revision. Or maybe there was something inside the book that would take care of Trixie once and for all. What was it that Rarity told Applejack that the black book contained? Magic to tear souls apart. Maybe I could even save Twilight Sparkle. Ah! I hurled the black book against one of the pillars in the royal throne room. I floated out another healing potion and downed the contents, hoping it would relieve the pounding in my head and the tightness in my chest. The royal castle was filled with pink cloud, thicker than outside. It had rotted away the tapestries, turned the carpets and draperies into greasy residue, cracked and discolored the stained glass, and decayed the once royal furniture into collapsed heaps of debris. The golden fountain pools at the front of the royal throne were tarnished beyond polishing and stagnant with thick pink sludge. At least there were no bones in here, no skeletons of Celestia and Luna. I knew I shouldn't have paused. I needed to keep moving. If I dallied, the pink would kill me. Or the stealth buck too would die and the alicorns would kill me. But still I had stopped, my curiosity strangling me, threatening to kill me with razor claws if I didn't at least look inside the book. Just a peek. I had stopped, telling myself I would just crack the cover open, that I was just making sure that the Parasprites hadn't eaten the words off the pages. The black book was written in archaic zebra glyphs. Every damn page. The book wanted me to read it. I was sure if I studied it, the answers would come to me in dreams. But that didn't help me now. The little pony in my head was throwing a tantrum. Red lights moved about on my EFS compass. I clamped my muzzle closed, biting my lower lip. Stupid, stupid, stupid! I dashed over, retrieving the book, shivering at the frosty surge I felt from it whenever I touched it with my magic. 2 alicorns stepped into the throne room, their shields up. As far as I could tell, the alicorns in the castle never dropped their shields. They seemed more resistant to the pink cloud, but they were not immune. And with the cloud's concentration here, they were limiting their exposure. I crouched behind the throne, hiding even though I was invisible. I could feel the cloud eating at my insides, gnawing at my muscles, clamping down on my lungs and heart, seeping into my bowels. I already wanted another healing potion, but I had to hold off or I would run out. Princess Luna's private chambers couldn't be far. I could probably make it in a short gallop if these 2 would just leave. Or at least move so their shields weren't blocking the Celestia-damned doorway. I don't see anything, one said, turning to her companion. But I feel something. The room feels colder than it was before. What the hell? Was the black book a damn refrigerator? No, that made no sense. The safe it was in would have been freezing. Was the alicorn sensing something metaphysical? I suddenly wondered how Pinkie Pie would have responded to the proximity of the black book.
I feel nothing different,
the other said, at least partially confirming my suspicions.
We should inform Nightseer.
She will know what to make of your sensitivity." The alicorns took one last look around. One of them walked up to the throne, tilting her head and looking straight at me, through me. "There is nothing here," she said, turning back and rejoining her sister. "We go." The door to Princess Luna's chambers was sealed, with a lock almost identical to the one which had secured Princess Celestia's room back in her school. A very tricky lock, but familiarity helped me open it swiftly. I pushed open the door with a hoof and stepped swiftly away as thick pink cloud rolled out into the hallway. The cloud was pooled here in lethal concentrations. I could barely make out the ceiling, which I noticed formed a once beautiful mosaic of a light blue sky with wisps of clouds and a cheery sun. I couldn't make out the far wall at all. I fluttered out a healing potion, drinking it. I felt it repairing my heart and lungs, taking the edge off the thudding in my head. My stomach settled. I took a deep breath. I charged into the room, my horn glowing to provide light. I was looking for the pressure switch for the gala. Immediately, my heart tried to seize. My lungs lost their cache of air as I began to choke. I felt like 1,000 tiny spiders had hatched in my intestines and were spreading throughout my insides. I found her bed, closet, dressers, but I didn't see the switch. I dashed for the doorway as those spiders started to bite and sting. I slammed the door closed behind me, pulling out 2 healing potions and downing them. As my mind cleared, I realized I had only 1 healing potion left, plus a super restoration potion. And I needed to make at least 1 more run through the room. I nudged open the door, stepping back again. I lowered myself, preparing to run. A spot of red appeared on my EFS compass. I moaned, shaking. I hoped the invisibility spell would hold out. The last thing I wanted right now was a fight. Come out, my little pony." The alicorn's majestic voice rang in my head, as well as my ears. I turned and watched as she ascended the staircase behind me and stepped into the room with me. She was one of the forest green alicorns, but her coat was so dark it appeared sheer ebony. Her mane and tail flowed behind her like plasma, rippling in a non-existent wind. She wore armor made of bones, a saddle fashioned from a pony's ribcage, with wing bones splayed out across her own. From her neck hung a pony's skull with an exceptionally long, slender horn. Thick wisps of pooled pink cloud rolled along the floor from Princess Luna's chambers behind me, curling around my hooves. I felt myself trembling. The alicorn stopped, looking right at me, then looked about the rest of the room. Her horn glowed as she slid a small knife out of her armor. The knife hovered a moment before whipping around, slashing 2 deep cuts across her own shoulders. The alicorn began to bleed. My eyes widened, but I couldn't stare at her self-inflicted wounds. My eyes were pulled back to the pony skull with its long, slender horn. The alicorn cast her spell, and the blood from her wounds began to drip upwards, flowing out into the air, swirling and pooling. Her eyes glowed as the twin pools of floating blood forged themselves into wicked, curving blades. I felt myself trembling again, not with weakness, but with horror. I knew that horn. I had seen it before in a memory. "Sister, you called for me?" The twin blood swords launched through the air, spinning, slashing at me. One glanced off my barding, bouncing away. The other cut a deep wound across the left side of my neck. Blood began to pour down over my armor and left foreleg. I hissed in pain, staggering. "Oh yes, I see you, my little pony." The alicorn laughed from behind her shield. "Did you really think you could hide from the Night Seer with your pathetic little invisibility toy? What a silly little pony." The blood sword spun back through the air at me. I felt another chill as I pulled out the black book, deflecting one of the swords with it as the other struck against my armor with enough force to bruise. The first sword disintegrated into flakes of ruddy powder as it rebounded from the book. "Oh, well, what do you have there?" the alicorn purred. "What do you—" I grunted, feeling a wave of weakness and nausea. I was losing blood. I needed to take the healing potion before I bled out, but the other blade of blood slashed around. I cantered out of the way, the edge barely missing my muzzle. I floated the black book up, trying to strike it, but the blade dodged away, returning to its mistress. I tried to keep my eyes locked on the blood sword, but my gaze slid from it, latching again to the sight of that skull, that slender horn. This is going to be the Luna Academy for Young Unicorns? A magical school of my very own, just like yours. The ribs, the wings, the skull with its slender horn. I knew they were all from the same pony. The blade straightened out and shot straight at me, aiming between my eyes. At the last moment, I magically tossed the book in front of my face. Red mist poured about its edges, the sword dissolving as it struck the black leather cover.
I believe I'll be taking that.
Nightseer focused, wrapping her magic around the book. Her shield faltered for a moment as she felt the cold shock of the book's aura, but only for an eye blink, not long enough for me to take advantage.
You dare!
I was trembling even harder now, but not from weakness or horror. The alicorn took the black book, easily prying it from the grip of my telekinesis, but I didn't care. The black book was nothing to me, not compared to what Nightseer wore around her neck like a trophy.
And now you die,
she said casually, almost yawning as she took the book for herself. Motes of magic formed about her, fashioning themselves into eldritch knives. My legs gave out. I dropped to my knees. They splashed into a thin pool of my own blood that was becoming saturated with pink. My lungs were burning, my head throbbing harder. I didn't care. Be unwavering. I focused on that skull with its long, slender horn. The host of magical knives darted through the air at their target. Nightseer glanced downward as she felt her necklace shift. With a telekinetic thrust, I drove Luna's horn through the soft tissue under the Nightseer's muzzle and up into her brain. She twitched once, the spark of life remaining in her just long enough for her eldritch knives to strike home. Most evaporated against my new barding, but several sunk in deep before vanishing along with Nightseer's shield spell as the alicorn crumpled to the ground. No healing potions left. No super restoration potions left. Almost every unarmored part of my body wrapped in healing bandages. I faced Princess Luna's private chambers. The room filled thickly with pink. The black book was once again in my saddlebags, but my sense of obsession was fading, overpowered by other emotions. Just like the chill from the book was overpowered by the heat of the fire behind me. I had stripped Luna's bones from the Nightseer, and I was burning them. It was the only semblance of a proper burial I could offer. I faced Princess Luna's private chambers, and I continued to pray. The smoke from the fire behind me curled around me, black and acrid. The pink cloud floated out of the doorway in front of me in wisps. The smoke pushed its way inside as more of the pink cloud flowed outward, forcing me to slowly step back until I could feel the heat of the fire breathing against my tail. I jumped as I heard a boom of thunder from inside Princess Luna's chambers. The ceiling mosaic had changed, the puffy white clouds growing thick and dark. A moment later, it began to rain inside Luna's room, the sudden deluge washing the pink out of the air. I heard it gurgling out small vents in the floor. Shaking, I began to laugh. I looked upward and shouted, "Thank you!" The goddesses had heard me and answered my prayers. Either that, or this was the most peculiar design for fire protection ever. Galloping into the pouring rain, I looked about. Finding the switch was easy now. I threw my hooves against the pressure plate, then spun to face the chamber's only window, jumping up on the dilapidated remains of Luna's bed to keep my hooves out of the pink water that flooded the floor. Outside the window, I could hear pops and bangs. A ribbon of glittering golden light shot into the air and burst into a prismatic spray of light. I fished out the pink gemstone just in time to see its soft glow fading. Success! The gem's light died, and I saw the rune inside had burned out, replaced by a blackened smear within the stone. I jumped on Luna's bed, squealing with glee as another light exploded outside the window, showering down on Canterlot with all the colors of Celestia's flowing mane. I knew that there were more fireworks going off that I couldn't see. Many more. For a moment, the thunderous explosions rivaled the sound of 100 steel hooves firing away, then exceeded it. I shifted away from the window, eager now to get back to my friends. On the opposite wall, I saw them, a collection of Ministry Mare statuettes. All 6 gathered together, just like they should be, lined up in a crystal display case. I realized that only Luna and Spike had kept intact collections. Even Rarity had separated the ponies in her set, giving herself to her sister Sweetie Belle, keeping Fluttershy with her wherever she went. I wrapped my magic around the case, taking it with me.
Will you look at all of this stuff?
Calamity said with a tone of awe. Watcher had told us that the Ministry of Awesome had been repurposed as a warehouse, but I had never pictured this. The interior walls had been knocked out. The entire building was a gigantic black void filled with seemingly endless rows of crates, filing cabinets, and metal boxes. The rows were divided into clear sections that stretched the length of the building, each section filling with containers painted a single color. Small diamond-shaped lights hung from the ceiling at intervals, many of which had burnt out. The effect was like staring down the length of a rainbow under a black sky sprinkled with stars.
Are y'all seeing all of this? Yes,
Velvet Remedy said, staring.
Can we just...
No, I answered. It would take forever, and there was no way we could carry it all.
How about just one row?
Calamity pleaded. No. I looked about. What we are looking for is behind a shield, and behind defenses. I don't think it's in this room, which means it's probably below us. Fan out and look for a way down.
Well, shoot, y'all are no fun.
Calamity complained as he flew off. Firelight swooped into the air, a streak of emerald and gold between the rainbow and the darkness. Velvet, hold up, I said as she and Steelhooves began to trot down rows in the yellow section and green section respectively. Velvet stopped, turning towards me. Then, unable to help herself, she struck a pose.
Admiring it,
she cooed.
Isn't it just lovely?
She was wearing the armor Calamity had given her. When I first saw her in it, my heart had skipped a beat. Now that she was posing, my heart skipped another. She grinned, watching my expression.
Or do you prefer this?
She dropped down into a sultry, pouty pose, and my heart threatened to stop altogether. I felt suddenly hot. Wow! She beamed. Damn it, this wasn't fair. I wasn't supposed to be thinking like this about Velvet Remedy anymore. I needed homage.
So, how do I look?
Lickable, I whimpered. She blinked innocently.
What was that?
Pretty, I coughed, blushing. Very, very pretty. And armored, which is good. Good that you finally have some armor. She gave a charming laugh, getting up.
Why, thank you, little Pip.
Looking up at the spot of air Calamity had recently occupied, she purred.
I hope I can get the same response from our flybuck.
Our barded bard, I said, gazing at her. Velvet Remedy face-huffed and shook her head.
I was waiting for some pony to say that. It had to be you, didn't it, little Pip?
I started, realizing that I had forgotten why I called her to hold back. I have a gift for you, too. She blinked, putting down her hoof.
Really? You'd think it was my birthday.
She watched as I pulled out a wrapped bundle, with a slightly chiding tone.
Is it a weapon?
No, I said, slightly wounded. But this is very, very special, and you have to promise not to take it apart or remove anything from it, ever. Velvet Remedy now looked curious and slightly worried. Promise, I required. It's important.
All right, little Pip. I can see that it is. At least to you. I promise.
I floated the bundle over to her, unwrapping the crystal case from Princess Luna's bedroom. Velvet Remedy gasped, her eyes going immediately to Fluttershy. She reached out with her magic to take the case, and I heard a sharp intake of air as the magic of each of the statuettes flooded over her at once. Back in the royal castle, picking up the case had not had any effect on me, but then I already possessed a full set. They were already giving me what they had to give. I kept a net of levitation magic beneath the crystal case, just as a precaution should the gifts of the statuettes be overwhelming. Velvet Remedy's eyes widened.
first with alarm and then understanding.
Where?
She asked, her voice trembling a little. There were tears in her eyes.
Princess Luna's private chambers. These were hers. Now they're yours.
And did you find?
Just bones, I said sadly. Their spirits have gone elsewhere.
I didn't say more.
Lil Pip, you're 4.
Calamity shouted as I emptied little Macintosh into the body of the Ultra Sentinel, penetrating its armor but failing to take it down. It rolled closer, moving fully into the aisle of the orange boxes and cabinets. I spun, terrified to see another of the rainbow-painted robot tanks bearing down on me from behind, the turret of its main gun locking onto me. Wrapping myself in a field of levitation, I kicked off from the ground. Both Ultra Sentinels fired at me with high-explosive anti-tank guns, slaying each other. Woo-boom! Boom! 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 The next aisle over, Steelhooves was facing at least 2 more, opening up with his grenade machine gun. The tanks were taking the battering, firing back with a multi-gem rapid-fire magical energy gun. The scream of the magical energy weapons dampened as one of the tanks went down. The flickering orbs of energy above my head and Calamity's popped as Velvet's disintegration ward saved Steelhooves from being turned to ash. Steelhooves fired several more grenades, then retreated around the corner, smoke curling off his armor. Several plates of armor were gone, taking melted flesh with them, leaving egregious and gaping wounds that seeped with the dark fluid that formed a Canterlot ghoul's blood. He stumbled in pain. The missile launcher in his battle saddle was half disintegrated. More than just a diet of scrap metal would be needed to repair the damage. Calamity started to reach back for Spitfire's thunder, but I waved him on. My EFS compass was completely red, solid no matter which direction I turned.
There's got to be 100 of these things in here, Calamity.
And this was only the first line of defense. The goddesses knew what else was in here.
We aren't going to fight our way out of this. You need to find the controls and shut security down. You're the only one of us who can.
I whipped out my sniper rifle, loaded with magically enhanced bullets, and floated over the top of the shelves of crates, taking aim at the badly damaged tank bot which had sent Steelhooves running. The multi-gem magical energy weapon swung upwards on a universal joint, aiming all of its barrels at me. We opened fire together. My new armor took the first 4 of the 5 shots it got off in the space it took me to fire once. The 5th blast of magical energy struck me like a ball of molten steel, burning into my chest. Unbearable agony exploded in my chest as my ribcage saved my heart, but at the cost of one of my ribs disintegrating completely. My magic imploded as I dropped. Simultaneously, the bullet from my sniper rifle struck directly into the center of the tank bot's magical energy weapon, ripping through to its core matrix. The top of the Ultra Sentinel exploded in a flash of multicolored energy. My body hit the shelf full of orange metal boxes like a rag doll, bouncing off and landing hard on the floor amongst the jagged shards of the slain tank bot. I felt one shard slice into my armor, jabbing into my stomach, but not deeply. An odd, static-like detonation echoed a few rows over. Steelhooves let out a scream, more of rage than pain, as I heard his metal armor collapse to the floor. I groaned, an indescribable pain in my chest. I was having trouble breathing. "They're changing tactics again," Velvet Remedy yelled from somewhere further away. The air filled with the sound of crackling explosions. A wash of charged energy flooded the aisle, bathing me, making the hairs of my coat and mane stand on end. My eyes forward sparkle winked off. I twisted about slowly, lifting my pit buck. It was dead. Matrix disruption grenades. That meant Steelhooves was immobile, and my pit buck was just a metal part of my leg until I could reboot it, which might be tricky without Steelhooves' armor to reboot it from. I heard the metallic whine and rumble as another Ultra Sentinel rolled into my aisle. I tried to float my sniper rifle around to fire at it, only to realize I didn't have it anymore and wasn't sure where it was. It must have fallen into the other row. This rainbow-painted tank bot had a grenade launcher as its primary weapon. Probably the one that had just sprayed the area with matrix disruption grenades. The secondary weapon was an integrated high-powered rifle, and it was swinging around to aim at me. I focused, the glow of magic surrounding dozens of crates and metal boxes on each side of the aisle. I couldn't dislodge the tank bot's spark batteries before it could fire.
But I could float enough crap into its way to act as a shield. The tank depowered.
Yeehaw! And that's how we do it up in the sky.
The shimmering field of magenta magical energy surrounded about 1/4 of the basement. The shield was easily as powerful as the Super Alicorn shield in Philadelphia. Velvet Remedy took a deep breath, looking a little nervous, then stepped forward. The direct descendant of Sweetie Belle passed through the shield unharmed. It didn't even frizz her mane. She turned back to us, letting out a breath, looking relieved. This part was easy. Actually explaining to Velvet what she needed to do to disable the generator was more difficult than bypassing the shield itself. I motioned her on with my hoof. At this point, the only thing that could go wrong is if she ran out of air inside there before deactivating the generator. Not something that seemed remotely likely. A few minutes later, the shield melted away. Velvet stood at the depowered generator in the center, looking accomplished. And here were the greatest secrets of the Ministry of Awesome. I turned to Calamity, who was prancing in the air like a filly who just got her cutie mark.
Hate to do this to you, Calamity, but would you please go get the Sky Bandit?
His face fell. I actually felt bad for him.
What? Now? But all...
Steelhooves can't move. My Pip-Buck is dead. We can't go back the way we came. We need to risk a landing right in front of the Ministry of Awesome.
This was insane, but I couldn't think of another way. Fortunately, we had seriously thinned out the alicorns out in Ministry Walk, and the fireworks had scattered most of the rest. There was no telling for how long, though. Calamity looked disappointed, almost grievously wounded by my request. I looked at him seriously.
You're the fastest and most maneuverable amongst us, and the only one who can bring our ride. Get the Sky Bandit and position yourself up above the cloud. Take my binoculars and keep an eye out for us. The moment we're out, swoop down and get us.
All right, dang it,
he said dejectedly. I floated up the pink gemstone with the scorch mark inside.
This is yours. It's done.
Calamity smiled wanly.
Thank you, little Pip. I owe you one.
He slipped the gem into his pack, looking a little better. The orange-maned Pegasus in the Desperado hat pivoted and flew away, casting one look back at the treasures he was being denied.
I hope sacrifice is a virtue.
I rotated and looked at the crates and cabinets before me. On one end of the previously shielded area was a mainframe and several terminals. In the center, under a spotlight, was a stand with a small lockbox, the sort used to hold memory orbs. I gasped as I saw the symbol emblazoned on the lockbox. A burning hoof. Minutes later, I was laying on the floor of the Ministry of Awesome, staring at the contents of the burning hoof lockbox. 6 memory orbs. Each sat in a plush velvet indentation with a symbol pinned underneath. An apple, a butterfly, a star, a balloon, a cloud with a bolt of lightning, and finally a diamond. I took a deep breath, then leaned forward and touched my horn to the first one.
The lightning cloud orb.
I felt my host swallow nervously as she walked into the darkened circular chamber. Huge arched windows stretched upwards, giving a breathtaking view of a brilliantly starry night. A circular window above the arches perfectly framed the moon. Moonlight fell through the chamber to illuminate a large round table. There were 7 chairs, 6 with emblems emblazoned on their backs, one which was taller than the others and inlaid with obsidian and lapis lazuli. My host strode up between the chairs, looking at the table. The chairs were cushioned in red. The same emblem from the back of each chair was also inlaid on the table before them where a dinner plate might be set. To my host's left was an image of gears and sparks, bisected with a blade, the symbol of the Steel Rangers in the Ministry of Wartime Technology. To her right was the image of a large star ringed with smaller ones, a tall horn above them and wings to each side, the symbol of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences. Directly across the table, I could see a cross overlaid with a butterfly. My host didn't look at the others. The rest of the table was taken up with a map of Equestria. There were markings indicating battle lines where the zebras had managed to push into the country. Most of the war, however, was being waged in the zebras' homeland and in the seas and lands between. My host's gaze lingered on a small part of Equestria that had been lost, including a crescent-shaped canyon, Little Horn Valley. All over the map of Equestria, tall mushroom-shaped models had been placed. At first, I thought they marked balefire bombs, but then I realized they were white, and their stalks were tall and needle-thin. Towers. Some pony flew overhead, picking up one of the towers in her teeth and moving it half an inch. "The Philadelphia Tower should be on that side of the city," Rainbow Dash said as she landed on the opposite side of the table, sitting down in one of the chairs. The symbol in front of it was almost identical to her cutie mark, but with purple wings lined in black. I had seen that symbol on one of her Shadow Bolt's uniforms. "Where should I see it?" my host asked, her voice holding a reserved country twang. Rainbow Dash shrugged. "Why not sit in your sister's chair? I'm sure AJ wouldn't mind." Apple Bloom's eyes widened. "I couldn't do that." A door opened and Princess Luna strode into the room. I felt a javelin skewer my heart. Apple Bloom and Rainbow Dash both bowed as the princess took her chair at the head of the table. "Good night, Rainbow Dash. Welcome back, Apple Bloom." Apple Bloom gulped. "Please, up." I didn't want her to stand back up. This was painful. I was in the presence of Luna, my goddess, living and well, not an hour after having burned her bones, after having seen her defiled by an alicorn. I wished for Apple Bloom to remain bowed, or at least look away. Apple Bloom stood back up, realizing Rainbow Dash had already been standing, and turned her attention to the princess. "It is good to hear you are finally doing something with the ministry I gave you, Rainbow Dash," the princess said, chiding a little. "Now, tell me about this new project. It seems vast." "Oh, yeah," Rainbow Dash grinned, flapping her wings. It seemed she couldn't remain seated long. "Remember how you told me you wanted my help building the Equestrian Sky Guard? Well, here's my answer. The Single Pegasus Project." "Sounds impressive," Princess Luna said patiently. "What is it?" "In a word, weather control." "That's 2 words," Apple Bloom whispered to the Cyan Pegasus, who shot her a look. The Single Pegasus Project was weather control? Well, I guess that made some sense, if the Enclave was able to alter the tower so that they could plant crops in the clouds. "Weather control?" Luna said, tilting her head curiously, echoing my thoughts, then taking them in a whole different direction. "So this project will allow us to rain lightning down on enemy positions, mire their convoys with torrential downpours, drive them back with hurricanes and hail?" Rainbow Dash's jaw nearly hit the floor. She closed it, zipping around the room. "Oh, yeah! This is even more awesome than I thought. I mean, I knew it would be awesome, but I never even realized just how awesome it would be." Princess Luna chuckled. Oh, goddess, I loved that chuckle. I was in awe of it. "Then what were you thinking of using it for?" Rainbow Dash stopped in mid-loop and hovered, turning back to the princess as she shook off a blush. "Well, way I see it, this war will be won through air superiority. No offense to Twilight, I mean. We have it, they don't." She flew up to the table. "Problem is, we don't have enough combat flyers, especially now that the zebras are using dragons. There simply aren't enough Pegasi because they're all too busy already keeping control of the weather. And the ones we do have often have to leave for other obligations. Hell, even I have to abandon the war once a year to help Ponyville wrap up winter." "Surely some other Pegasus," Princess Luna started to say, but Rainbow Dash interrupted her. "Not a chance. They need me. I won't leave Ponyville hanging." Princess Luna looked cross for just a moment, then smiled and nodded. "Of course." Looking back at the map, she bid, "Continue." "Well, with the Single Pegasus Project, we're gonna finally automate all of our weather making and weather control systems. The towers you see here will control the weather over each area." The wild rainbow-maned Pegasus grinned broadly, almost dancing with anticipation. "Check this out." Rainbow Dash pulled out a little switch and tossed it. Both Apple Bloom and Princess Luna jumped as a crack of thunder roared over the table, and black rings of smoke expanded out from each of the model towers, crackling with energy. "That would start rain." Having seen a downpour from Princess Luna's ceiling, I was mildly surprised when miniature clouds didn't form and start flooding the table. "I designed it after the contrails of the Wonderbolts." Rainbow Dash boasted. Everything about the Single Pegasus project goes through me. It doesn't get my hoof of approval unless it's cool. I felt my host roll her eyes. And it will be under the management of one single Pegasus in the Rainbow Dash hub of pure awesome. We're still deciding on a name, Apple Bloom quickly interjected at Princess Luna's chagrined expression. Rainbow Dash looked a little put out. Hey, it's my project and my ministry. Anyway, Apple Bloom said, ticking over, the pony in the central hub will be placed into a sorta induced coma. Induced coma? Princess Luna said, sounding shocked. We haven't exactly worked out that part yet either, Apple Bloom admitted. But we're really close, Rainbow Dash interjected swiftly. Apple Bloom's company is working on modifying a life support pod, and I'm going to be talking to Twilight and Rarity to see if they have any ideas that could help. I see. The princess didn't sound fully convinced. I had hooked up to one of our new Crusader computers, Apple Bloom continued, only to have Rainbow Dash interrupt again. Yeah, but none of that download your brain nonsense. I had him disconnect all that stuff. I want a living pony running Equestria's weather, not some machine that thinks it's a pony. Apple Bloom sighed, then continued once more. The pony in the life support pod will be mentally linked into the Crusader, which will allow her to manage running all of Equestria's weather. Does it have to be a Pegasus? The princess asked. Yes, Rainbow Dash proclaimed. Well, no, not technically, but it should be. Princess Luna looked over the map and all its towers, at least 4 dozen in all. You have given me a lot to think about. This would be a massive expenditure of resources. But totally worth it, Rainbow Dash pushed, sounding hopeful. Princess Luna nodded. Most likely. She agreed with a smile. And I believe the Ministry of Morale and Image each have proposals that could be integrated into this. The princess stood. And the central hub will be a prime target for assault. So it will need the best defenses that the Ministry of Arcane Sciences and Wartime Technology can devise. But it will still be my project, right? Rainbow Dash asked. It'll still be the Ministry of Awesome? Of course. Velvet Remedy and I trotted back down the red row, steel hooves floating along beside me, our weapons and supplies floating behind. I winced, holding a hoof to my chest. Velvet Remedy had done the best she could for me with her magic, rebuilding the rib I had lost, but it hurt like hell, and I was still having trouble breathing. The damage had weakened me, and it would take time, and potions, before I would regain my endurance. I planned to ascend, Red Eye had told me. Some pony will have to take up the tasks that the princesses and Pegasi left to run wild, after all. Some pony will have to regulate the weather, to raise the sun and the moon. Weather control. Now I knew how he intended to pull that off, just as I knew how he was going to become a god capable of doing Celestia and Luna's tasks. And I realized he would be able to move the sun and moon too, since neither of them stood in the way to, as Princess Luna had told Midnight Shower, trump his efforts. I wasn't sure on the details, but by now I had learned enough to know that Red Eye had a plan, even if I couldn't see it. That cyber pony knew exactly what he was doing. After hacking the Ministry of Awesome's terminal, I had been able to review the specifics of the Single Pegasus project. Unfortunately, without my Pip-Buck, I had no way of saving a copy of any information or schematics. It occurred to me that I may need to have the memory recorded so I could review it later. What I didn't know, what I didn't learn until a lot later, was that accessing that terminal had set off alarms someplace far away, and that the war was coming. Several things were clear. The Single Pegasus project was indeed designed for Equestria-wide weather control. The center hub for the SPP was located above the clouds and had some of the most fearsome defenses I had ever imagined, including a shield that put the one in the Ministry of Awesome to shame. There was a bypass spell on the shield, but I had no idea who it was designed to allow through. My guess was Rainbow Dash. The suspended animation pod from which the entire Single Pegasus project was supposed to be run was unoccupied. It had never been activated. A dull rumble shook the Ministry of Awesome. The lights above swayed, dust showered down, and poorly stacked boxes thudded to the floor throughout the building. I looked up, shocked from my reverie. I turned to Velvet Remedy as another tremor vibrated the floor. We trotted faster, my chest beginning to ache badly as we picked up the pace. We flung the doors open, and were greeted by chokingly thick pink and flames. My lungs collapsed and I fell to the ground, my magic imploding, dropping steel hooves. I felt myself dying, the pink cloud tearing me apart like I was filled with Philadelphia parasprites. Velvet Remedy collapsed next to me with a weak cry. The basement of the Ministry of Arcane Sciences had exploded. The suffering Alicorn had finally lost her battle, or perhaps the clinking chains had let off a spark. The whole ministry was on fire, as were the dead trees. All of them, including the ones that formed the Ministry of Peace. I could hear the building groaning as it began to buckle. The basement had been huge, stretching under about a third of Ministry Walk. And when it blew, the explosion breached the tunnel between the Royal Treasury and Princess Celestia's School for Gifted Unicorns. The remains of the field were filling with an instantly lethal concentration of pink cloud. Setting off the gala fireworks and turning the mother dragon into a mouse had not made all that cloud magically disappear. It was more diffused here, but that just meant we had seconds more to live. Maybe a full minute, and most of that without consciousness. My vision blurred and darkened. I felt Pyrelight thump down limply on my back. I barely saw the shadow of the Sky Bandit dropping out of the air above us. Velvet Remedy shoved all 3 of the super restoration potions she was still carrying into my muzzle, making me drink, then fell into unconsciousness. I felt my body jolted alive as the overdose of healing magic flooded through me. I was alive to the point I was burning up. My nerves were on fire. But I was conscious, and that was enough to levitate every pony and everything around me. I tossed us all onto the Sky Bandit, shouting for Calamity to fly as fast as he could. Already I was beginning to weaken, the cloud clawing at me. The pink cloud was hurting Calamity too, and fast was not very fast at all. I could hear him grunt, straining to keep us aloft, whinnying with the effort. I pulled open Velvet Remedy's medical boxes. We were out of super restoration potions, but maybe she had a healing potion left? Nothing. I closed it and crawled around to her other side, but before I could open the box, Calamity fell unconscious. The Sky Bandit began to fall. I tried to focus, but my brain felt like it was being beaten with a sledgehammer. I screamed with the effort. My lungs were hot coals in my breast. Tapping into reserves I shouldn't have had any more. Be strong, be unwavering, be awesome. I enveloped us with my magic, my horn flaring with an overglow. The strain was excruciating. The Sky Bandit drifted downwards until it splashed into the river, heavily ribboned with pink, which formed a moat around the front of Canterlot. I was tossed forward, falling on top of Velvet Remedy. The Sky Bandit seemed willing to float, the magic that allowed Calamity to pull it through the air with all of us inside apparently making it buoyant. Or maybe the goddesses were again showing us mercy. Either way, I released my magic, falling weakly to the floor of the passenger wagon. I pressed a hoof against Velvet Remedy's neck and checked Pyrelight's breathing. They were both unconscious, but alive. I prayed neither of them were in a coma. The passenger wagon began to turn lazily into the flowing water. My ears perked as they caught the roar of the waterfall. Oh no! So much for the mercy of the goddesses. I didn't even waste the energy of getting back to my hooves. I threw my magic around the Sky Bandit and prayed. The passenger wagon reached the edge and began to tip. My horn flared again, enveloped by another overglow, as I struggled to keep us from somersaulting. The water continued to shove us over the outcropping. We burst through the pink cloud. We were falling. I pushed us forward, as far away from the falling water as I could while we fell. I kept us from flipping and slowed our fall, but I didn't have the strength to stop our fall completely, or even really guide us. Canterlot was a long way up the side of the mountain. Velvet Remedy was thrown from the passenger wagon when the Sky Bandit hit the Zebratown aqueduct with a jarring thud. It was almost wide enough for the passenger wagon to slide down broadside. Her body landed in the aqueduct and was swept away in the rushing water.
Whoa, Nellie!
Calamity jerked conscious, flapping his wings hard as he could. I dodged Steelhoof's sliding body and jumped out after Velvet as Calamity struggled to get the passenger wagon under his control. I heard a pealing metallic scream behind me as the Sky Bandit scraped against the walls of the aqueduct, Calamity trying to pull up. Ahead of me, I saw Velvet's body. I lashed out with my telekinesis. Water splashed into my muzzle. I wheezed, fire igniting in my lungs again, worse than before. My magic faltered on the edge of burnout. I focused harder, kicking with all 4 legs as I battled to keep my head above the water while concentrating on Velvet Remedy. I had to get us out of the water before she drowned. I cast out my magic again, and this time I caught her, lifting her up out of the water even as we both rushed down the aqueduct. I began to draw her closer, reel her in. Now I was merely struggling to keep from being pulled under. It was a losing battle. I was not even an adequate swimmer. My head went under and my lungs took in water. I broke the surface again, coughing violently. My magic had imploded, and Velvet had fallen back into the water 2 ponies' lengths in front of me. One of the collapsed sections of the aqueduct loomed just ahead. I kicked, this time propelling myself forward. I reached out, hooking my foreleg around Velvet's, trying to grab a hold of her, wishing I had talons rather than hooves. I got my other foreleg around her neck. We twisted about in the water, rushing towards the edge, as I tried to keep either of us from drowning. I fought to wrap us in magic, but I was too overstressed and exhausted. The spell wouldn't manifest. We washed over the side, plummeting towards the broken blocks of the aqueduct below. Calamity caught us, and promptly splash landed at the edge of the lake, which had formed beneath the broken aqueduct. Velvet Remedy and I flew out of his forelegs and hit the mud, sliding to a stop. I struggled to get up, to crawl over to her and make sure she was still breathing. I would have settled for squirming through the mud if it got me closer, but my body wouldn't respond at all. It had quit. Too much trauma, too much stress, in too short a period of time. Enough.
The diamond orb.
The wash from the landing Griffin Chaser 4 tugged at my hood and flapped my cloak behind me. I watched as Rarity stepped off the flying machine, her head bundled in a fashionable scarf to protect her mane from the wind. She trotted towards me as the pony-pedaled whirligig lifted back into the brilliant blue sky. I basked in the light and warmth of the midday sun, such a rare and precious gift, as my host watched the beautiful white unicorn approach.
There you are!
She smiled as if my host had been lost.
Is everything ready?
Yes, Mistress Rarity.
My post said in a naturally husky voice.
If I may ask, who will be the victim of this spell?
Rarity cocked her head, looking at my host oddly.
Why, me, of course.
I felt my host's jaw drop.
I wouldn't dream of doing something like this to any other pony.
Oh, of course,
my host said, clearly taken aback.
Then, if I may ask, how many?
The Griffin Chaser 4 was now far enough away that the wind had died. The squeaking sound of the machine was fading into the distance. Rarity motioned with a hoof for my host to follow, walking towards a set of glass doors on a quaintly nondescript building. My host galloped forward and tipped his head. I felt the casual flow of magic as he opened the door for the ministry mare.
Why, thank you,
she beamed at him.
Such manners.
Rarity gave my host a soft kiss on the horn. He turned and followed her inside, watching her reverently. She was gorgeous, sexy in a way that transcended her age, regal. And my host was male. Yet the only stirring was in his heart. He was a perfect gentle stallion, and not just in appearance. I found he was a male I didn't mind having as my host in the slightest. And I felt ashamed, remembering what I had done weeks ago while sick in Steelhoof's shack. My host was a better pony than I.
42,
Rarity announced. My host stopped dead, his heart skipping a beat, and not in a good way. His muzzle gaped, his eyes widening in shock, if not outright horror.
42?
My own mind was reeling.
Well, actually, 43,
she said whimsically.
I do wish to keep a small part for myself.
You...
My host stood there shaking.
You want me to cut your soul into 42 pieces?
He said weakly.
I mean, 43?
Yes.
She nodded primly. Rarity smiled, walking up to my host and putting a hoof on his shoulder.
Don't worry, I know you can do this.
My host blinked.
I'm always telling ponies that my top magician is the absolute master when it comes to magic and cutting things.
she said encouragingly. And that, Snips, is you. My host, Snips, swallowed nervously and nodded. Now, is the chamber ready? You've had enough time with the Black Book. Snips nodded again.
But, Mistress Rarity, 43, I can't be sure you'll survive. Or what you'll be like afterwards.
Rarity's smile faltered, revealing a deep sadness behind her mask. I'll survive. We all will. She pulled her warm, confident demeanor back on. Now, I've sent Snails the soul jars. He'll be doing the guidance, so don't you worry about that. From what I've read, the shards will seek out the vessels themselves, so it's practically idiot-proof. She patted me on the shoulder. Just worry about the cutting.
Shards of your soul,
my host said softly. Pieces, a lot of pieces, began to fall into place. Yes. Rarity took a deep breath. Now, I'll be right down. I need to freshen up a bit first. She began to trot off, then turned and looked beseechingly at my host. All pretense of being happy or worry-free had evaporated. She looked scared. Snips, will it hurt? Her voice was almost like that of a filly. Snips swallowed hard, frowned, and admitted,
Mistress Rarity, it will probably redefine torture.
Rarity gave a little shake and strangled back a soft whimper, then pulled herself together, lifting her head high. Well, at least it will be quick. She disappeared down the hall. My host watched her go until the shadows of the hallway enveloped her. Then he turned, using his magic to push a block high in the wall. A grating sound filled the hallway as stones slid into stones, revealing a hidden stairwell that descended into blackness. Minutes later, my host was standing in a darkened ritual chamber. The only light was from a few glowing gemstones set within a set of strange glyphs that shimmered with crimson liquid and a single candle. The candle illuminated a stand upon which the Black Book rested. The air in the room was exceedingly chilly. I could see my host's breath.
43 snails, my host moaned. Rarity wants me to cut her soul into 43 pieces. I don't know if I can do it. 43?
The other, taller-robed unicorn asked slowly.
But there's only 42 soul jars. I counted twice, just in case I messed up the first time. Yeah, she says she wants to keep one piece for herself. What? She's giving the rest away as gifts or something?
Snip shook his head.
I don't know.
He looked up.
Hey, Snails, you okay? Yeah, the other unicorn said slowly. I just hope I won't mess anything up.
I felt Snip's sigh.
Hey, you won't mess it up. Mistress Rarity wouldn't entrust something this big to ponies she thought would mess it up.
He gave Snails an encouraging smile.
Remember what Rarity always says about you. That I'm tall? No, the other thing,
Snips urged.
That I may be slow, but I always get there eventually,
Snails said, his voice building in confidence.
And that's better than she can say for most ponies. That's right,
Snips clapped.
Now, go to the soul jars and be ready. This is really going to happen. Well, we always wanted to see awesome magic,
Snails reminisced.
And this is the most awesomest. Yeah,
Snips said, sounding a little nervous again. The room was dark and cold and still. The light of the candle flickered as the candle slowly burnt down. It felt like forever before Rarity came down the stairs. When she did, she was wrapped in a black, hooded robe, like she was attending her own funeral. Without a word, she walked into the center of the chamber, standing in the midst of all the softly glowing gems. Snips turned towards her, levitating the Black Book in front of him. Carefully he read the alien words. Words from a long-dead zebra tongue, born of madness or possibly born of the stars. I felt my host concentrate, pouring all his focus into the spell. I felt power wash over me, not only from within, but from without. Power drawn from strange, black places. The magic was vile and repulsive. I felt violated. Rarity lifted from the floor, beginning to float upwards as a small magical vortex pooled beneath her. The vortex of eldritch energy rose up and began to wrap itself around the unicorn mare,
curling around her like a cocoon or a constricting snake. Her expression was one of mounting worry, edging swiftly toward panic, but never getting there. Instead, the screaming began. I wanted to pull out of the memory orb. I couldn't bear to hear those screams. Not just of pain, but of nightmarish mental anguish. I remembered my hellish ride in the autonomous healing booth. What the spell was doing to Rarity was orders of magnitude worse. The black magic washed over Snips, pulling at the tip of his horn, then taking flight. A sphere of pure void blacker than absolute darkness took flight from our horn and collided with the eldritch energy spinning about Rarity. There was an explosion as darkness turned to light, and the eldritch energies transformed into a prismatic legion of shattered lights, streaking over Snip's head, leaving bright plasma trails behind them as they homed in on their receptacles. Snips never turned to watch. He never even looked at the soul jars. The unicorn buck only had eyes for Rarity, and he dashed to catch her as she fell, unconscious to the floor. But then, he didn't have to. I already knew what they were. How far would you go for your friends? How much would you give up for them? With all I had seen of Rarity, I knew her deepest fear and greatest pain was losing her friends. Seeing them drift apart, fracturing. Oh no, I'm fine. It's just, sometimes it feels like we're pulling apart, and I can't stand to see that happen. I really must do something about it. What did I know of soul jars? I knew that they were virtually indestructible, eternal. I knew that you could hang other spells on them, allowing those spells to last effectively forever. But if you touched it, or focused your magic on it, then a spell took a picture of your soul. I remembered being Spike as Rarity led all her friends down a hallway to see Rainbow Dash's new armor. I recalled the strange carpet we had walked across, and the sudden chill when Spike had stepped on it. Twilight Sparkle had reacted to it as well. Of course she had. Twilight had felt that particular chill before, from Rarity's mirror. I even suspect she was about to call Rarity on it when Rarity distracted her with Rainbow Dash. Then a second enchantment allowed the mirror to show that image. The reflection of the soul, of who you truly were deep inside. A picture is only a picture. But a picture with that spell placed upon it would be more than just an image of the pony. It would radiate with an aura of her true soul. And Twilight? Pinkie Pie had asked in that final message, the one Twilight Sparkle had never received. Do you think, maybe, you could go with me? I'm kinda scared. And it isn't the sort of scared that goes away with giggling. I mean, I have you with me now, so you'll kinda be with me anyway. I should be there for her. Like she's with me. Some ponies should be there. Scootaloo said, coughing violently. Just want Dash to know. We didn't all. She's not alone. 42.
Only 42 were ever made.
Watcher, Spike, had told me. 7 sets of 6. 1 for each of the Ministry mares, and 1 for Princess Luna. Concentrating, I opened my saddlebags and floated out Rarity's soul jars, setting them before me. Altogether, they were stronger, better that way. Be strong. Be pleasant. Be unwavering. Be smart. Be awesome. Awareness. It was under E. Footnote, maximum level. Quest perk added, My Little Ponies. You have collected 1 of each of the 6 Ministry Mare statuettes. Stronger together than they are apart. They have granted you +1 luck, in addition to their normal benefits. Chapter 38. Peace in Our Time. Be good, or I'll shoot you dead. Enough. My abused body was through. My nerves didn't even have the will to scream at me anymore. My muscles ached dully, my insides hurt, my pip leg itched. I could feel the mud slowly squishing in between my armor and coat, seeping through the hole the Ultra Sentinel had burned in my chest. I didn't care. My friends needed me. Velvet Remedy was unconscious. Oh, please, just let her be unconscious. I had tried to save her from drowning, but she'd gone under more than once, and now she was just laying there, unmoving. A few yards away, the Sky Bandit was half sunk in the lake, the front end thrust upwards over the muddy shore. I heard a grunt from the air to my left where Calamity hung from the Sky Bandit's harness. Ugh. Calamity's legs kicked circles in the air.
Oh, pony feathers.
My attention was focused on Velvet Remedy. I was desperate to get closer to her, to see if she was all right, but my body ignored me. I tried to pull her close, but my magic flickered over her limp form and died. Too much strain. She wasn't breathing. I could see no lift and fall from her body. Oh, goddesses, Velvet Remedy wasn't breathing. Calamity! I shouted hoarsely, terror surging through me. Velvet's not breathing. Help her!
I'm trying,
Calamity shouted back, suddenly thrashing in his harness.
I can't get down.
His wings flapped and his hooves kicked. My mind was exploding in panic. Every second she was dying, and I still couldn't get to her, couldn't even crawl. My horn flared with the surge of adrenaline. There was not enough in me to wrap around Velvet, but that flush of power was enough to pull apart the clasps of Calamity's harness, dropping the rust-colored Pegasus into the mud. He scrambled to Velvet's side and began pumping his hooves against her breast, pausing only to breathe for her. Behind him, a groan rose up as the Sky Bandit slipped further into the lake. With a start, I realized Steel Hooves was still in the back of the passenger wagon, paralyzed in his dead armor, unable to move as he sunk into the water. I knew he couldn't drown, but the thought of being trapped in a watery grave had to be horrifying. My mind immediately conjured memories of my nightmarish imprisonment in the healing booth. Calamity continued fervently, trying to bring life back to Velvet Remedy. Tones of gray bled into my vision. My whole self cried out for rest, begging me to just let go, just go to sleep. But I fought the cool embrace of darkness, the little pony in my head kicking and screaming, telling me that if I let it overtake me, I would never wake up again. If I lost consciousness now, I could slip into a coma. And somehow, I knew it wouldn't be a peaceful sleep. All the nightmares of the healing booth awaited for me down there. I heard a choked, sputtering cough from Velvet Remedy. My panic lifted, my heart crying out, "Oh, thank the goddesses!" The grip of panic eased my heart and mind, and blackness rushed in like a surging ocean. I think I heard Calamity fire his battle saddle and yell something, but he sounded too far away. Then, nothing. Visions of my life in Stable 2 passed before my eyes. Boring, dull, safe, gray. Devoid of any real life, empty of friends or of purpose. A job where I was helping no pony. Out of a sense of responsibility and a hope, I braved the possible nothingness beyond the stable door, leaving that peace behind, trading it for pain and horror as I searched for her. I remembered my first day and how the daylight seemed so strange to me, beautiful yet odd and unhealthy, strained by the curtain of clouds above us. I saw how stupid and foolish I had been, plunging headlong into places like iron-shod firearms in Stable 24, repeatedly risking my life and later those of my friends, driven by curiosity and a need for answers. I was lucky to still be alive. My friends swam before me. My fearless first friend, Calamity, always by my side, always ready to catch me when I fell. I owed him my life over and over. Velvet Remedy, the real mare, not the one of my foolish fantasies, with the caring heart who tended to me while I was sick, and who took my burden when the return home was too much for me to bear. Steel Hooves, met in battle with a flurry of explosions. I had seen him conquer his own demons to fight alongside Zenith, and to finally step up to lead a new force for good in the Equestrian wasteland. And Zenith herself, pulled from Red Eye's hell of industry and slavery, a tortured mare, a survivor who became our guide in Old Olney, one of the most grim and deadly places the wasteland had to offer. My mind filled with voices. The voice of DJ Pone 3, broadcasting out of Manhattan, bringing messages of warning and hope, and making us out to be heroes. I remembered that first real voice from the past, that message from Scootaloo, a hello from one of the ponies who had shaped the world and watched it fall. From them, I learned of virtues, of sacrifice, and of failure. Even though they were gone, they had become my family almost as much as my living friends. I was no longer alone. I recalled moments of joy, times I had almost forgotten. Breakfast with God at Junction R7. My water fight with Homage in the pouring grain. My head filled with shadows. The horribly damaged Pinky Bell with her balefire bomb she was saving for fireworks. The accidental shot, blam, on Buckland Bridge. I dreamt that I was drowning in blood, a crimson river from all those whom I had slain. The memory of Arbu transformed that terror into reality. Of all the things I had struggled against, raiders and slavers, zombie zebras, and even a dragon, the greatest threat had always been from myself. The darkness and the rage that hid within me. Addiction and failure. My soul was weary. I needed rest. Hadn't I been through enough? I had tried to do good. I had tried to help. I had pushed myself through torture and horror. Death awaited me, and I could hear the sweet, cajoling song of the Grim Reaper pony, offering me final respite. I wanted to go to her, let her wrap me in her cloak of blackness and unending sleep. But even here, the little pony in my head fought with me, reminding me that there was still so much to do before I could allow myself peace. There were still ponies who needed me. Red Eye still threatened Timpani Tower and my beloved Homage. There was still a goddess out there bent on the extinction of pony kind through unity. As long as you're willing to face the fire... Well, fuck. My little pony was right. As much as I yearned otherwise, I had to return, to regain consciousness. I moaned, rolling onto my side. My body was covered in a sickly sweat. Unpleasant warmth rushed through me, and my head and stomach churned with nausea. I itched from dried mud. I was laying on a filthy cot in a ramshackle wooden structure that stank of damp wood and rot. I tried to push myself up, my legs trembling weakly before giving out. The effort caused my gut to rebel, and I found the strength to roll over and vomit. Mercifully, there was an old mop bucket next to the bed, seeming to exist just for the purpose of being filled with my sickness. My throat burned, the inside of my mouth turning horrid. The stench of my throw-up made my eyes water and drove my stomach to churn and release even more. I collapsed back, tears in my eyes. This had happened before. Illness brought on by physical overexertion, mental turmoil, and the nastiness of the wasteland. We needed to go. I didn't have time to be bedridden again for days. Canterlot had been physiologically brutal, the pink cloud and the broadcasters putting my brain and insides through a grinder. The loss of a rib was traumatic and terrifying. The scar there, like the one on my neck, would never fully heal. My pit buck had fused to my coat and flesh. Was it any surprise my health was falling apart? The memory orbs had been emotionally gut-wrenching. Part of me screamed to gallop back to the Ministry of Peace just to give Rarity a proper burial. But even before we had left the Ministry of Awesome, the fires and cloud had made that impossible. The heart-rending blow of watching Applejack step out of that elevator and realizing that Applesnack had intended to propose to her that very night, and she was anticipating it. Oh, goddesses! I fought to get up, only to fail again. I must not be this weak. My sickness could be costing lives. Goddesses, where was I? My eyes moved slowly over the filth. A few empty bottles, rubbish, a doorway without a door, and the stained sheet that covered it. Not Steelhoof's shack. Now, let's get you up just like that. I heard Calamity's voice drift in from the next room, followed by a loud thump of metal against splintering wood. I felt the urge to call out to him. The gal was fine enough to let me rent this here set of magically powered armor long enough for us to reboot you. Should have you mobile in no time.
Are you sure you know what you are doing, Calamity?
Steelhoof's voice followed his.
Maybe you should wait for little Pip.
And leave y'all stuck like this?
Zenith's voice chimed in.
Is it wrong that I want to stick him in poses?
Even feeling as wretched as I did, I had to bury my muzzle into the mattress to stifle a snicker. I felt better knowing 3 of my friends were just on the other side of that filthy curtain.
Try it and I will hurt you.
Steelhoofs warned, grumbling.
Calamity, hurry.
So, which end do I plug this into again?
Calamity asked, feigning confusion. The levity in his voice betrayed him.
Just hurry before the zebra gets any other ideas.
Thank you, Steelhooves, Zenith said quietly, for helping my daughter's village. I know it must be hard for an old soldier to help zebrakin. I mentally grasped at that through the swimming in my head. We were in Glyphmark. Through the doorway, I realized the next room had fallen still.
Applejack was afraid of zebras.
Steelhooves finally said.
It took her little sister to show her that they are people just like ponies. Good folk, most of them.
I listened, surprised as Apple Snack opened up to Zenith.
She never forgot that. Not even in the blackest hours of the war. Not even when her closest zebra friend betrayed her.
His voice seemed to freeze. Steelhooves' low, rumbling voice impossibly dropped even lower.
Or, so we believed.
Again, the room beyond mine filled with the pregnant quiet.
Applejack would have wanted her rangers to protect all good people, not just ponies.
I loved Steelhooves a little more at that moment. After a moment, Calamity spoke up, changing the topic. How are they? Neither has woken. Zenith's voice turned solemn. Neither? Velvet Remedy is still unconscious? I once again felt a twinge of panic. How long had it been since Canterlot? Although Little Pip moans and mutters fevered things in her sleep.
Little Pip is awake.
Steelhooves announced.
She's probably eavesdropping.
I also hated Steelhooves just a little bit right then. Go ahead and put him in silly poses, Zenith. I was shivering when Zenith came in. Somehow, my body had gone from overly hot to unpleasantly cold. The metal ghoul was right, Zenith intoned casually. You are awake. Well, what about Velvet? She still slumbers, Zenith informed me. I have given her what salves and remedies I know, but only she can find her way back to us as you have done. She will, I assured her. Velvet Remedy's stronger than she looks. So are you, the zebra said as she placed a hoof on my forehead just below my horn. I groaned. Well, that's easy when you look pathetic. Zenith smirked ever so slightly. We need to go, I started to say, trying a third time to stand. I forced my forehooves under me, lifting myself just enough to reach the mop bucket as another wave of nausea swept over me. Zenith watched as I vomited. You are sick, she said grimly, and quite unnecessarily. You need to rest. I will not allow us to go until you are well enough for the journey. Another day at least, maybe 2. How long? I asked, spitting into the bucket of sick, trying to clear the acidic foulness from my tongue and teeth. Less than a day, Zenith told me. Calamity has been negotiating with your trader friend to get the things you need. And he has been putting armor on our flying vessel. If there is one thing Glyphmark is not poor in, it's scraps. I had wondered when he was going to get around to that. Nodding, I tried to reason with Zenith. One night, but then we have to go. I'll prop myself up with crutches if I have to. No, Zenith said flatly. I decide when we go. And I say, not until you are at least able to walk on your own and hold food. Only then will I consider it. Assuming that the medical pony hasn't woken up by then and had you chained down until you are fully healthy. I moaned, slipping back onto my bed. We couldn't wait that long. Especially if Velvet Remedy did decide to chain me down until I got better. Something Velvet was more than capable of. Zenith might not realize that, but then the zebra wasn't there when Velvet shot me. I can recover on the ride to Splendid Valley, I told her, recalling having said something similar to Velvet Remedy after Arbu. But the mere thought of riding in the Sky Bandit made my head whimper and my stomach twist unpleasantly. Okay, once I can hold food. I wasn't going to subject the others to a ride in the passenger wagon with me while I spent the whole trip with my head in a bucket. My mind wandered a moment, trying to retrace the days. How long ago had Velvet Remedy shot me with my poison dart gun? How long since I had left Stable 2? My whole life was condensed into, 8 weeks? Over a month and a half, not quite 2 months. The equally miserable little pony in my head pointed out that between now and Steelhooves' shack, I'd used up all my sick days, and soon the master pip-buck technician would have to dock my allowance. I found myself giggling.
Laughter, Zenith mused, a sure sign of regaining health. Or slipping into insanity.
That just made me giggle harder for no good reason. Zenith got up, taking the mop bucket's handle by her teeth. The stench from it had begun to permeate the room. I felt simultaneously thankful towards her and embarrassed at my disgusting frailty. I was sorry to be the reason she had to do something so unpleasant. My mic caught on something as she started towards the filthy curtain. Zenith, how is your daughter? And have you told her yet? The zebra stopped. She set down the bucket of vomit and turned to me.
Zephyr is doing well. She is the doctor for these townsfolk. Implies her craft well. She is very thankful for what we have done here.
Zenith sat down, staring off into the air.
She and the others of her village have released me from my responsibility, so I am free to go.
She looked at me sternly.
As to your second question, no. And I wish that you would not tell her.
I nodded. But shouldn't she know? And Zenith, you deserve to be reunited with her. Zenith smiled sadly.
She is her own mare now, not the little girl I knew. I would rather she keep that strength than submit to being my child again.
She looked away again.
And to be truthful, I cannot be responsible for her. I do not know how. Plus, you need me. More than she does.
With that, Zenith stood back up, taking the mop bucket once again, and walked out, the curtain waving in her passing. I laid there for some time, unsure how to feel. Part of me was happy that Zenith would be with us again. Another part of me, the part which deeply wished for a happy ending for my friends, was softly crying. I wasn't even sure why. My own mother, as much as I loved her from a distance, was not as important to me as my friends, and I would not wish to sacrifice my time with them or the good I was trying to do for a reunion with her. So why did my heart desire for Zenith and Zephyr to be together? I shivered again. Part of me wanted to pull down the disgusting curtain and wrap myself in it. But a better part of me shuddered at the thought. And I knew that, if I did, I would just become too hot again. Instead, I curled up. A wave of weariness passed over me. We needed Zenith. I needed her. We were stronger together, better. I would need my friends. Soon, as soon as I was well enough to function. We would be enacting my plan, whatever that was, to deal with the goddess. I moaned as another shiver quaked through my body. Suddenly, I felt nervous, scared. I was about to risk our lives with a plan I didn't even know. I was trusting myself, which was beginning to feel awfully stupid. They all trusted me, but why should they? I hadn't told them what I was doing, just their specific parts. No one knew what we were doing. This was insane. I've got a plan for dealing with the goddess. I've told every pony their parts, and just their parts. I'm the only pony who knows all of it. And then I took that knowledge from myself and locked it away in orbs sitting far away in Timpani Tower. What was I thinking? Literally, what was I thinking? I told every pony their parts and just their parts. Every pony... Oh! Because the goddess couldn't read zebra minds. A smile broke across my muzzle. Hoo-hoo-hoo! I was a clever pony.
She did what?
Calamity gasped, startling me from the near sleep my aching body had fallen into.
Damn it, Lil Pip promised me.
Oh no, what did I do? I immediately felt awful for whatever I had done to upset Calamity.
Calm yourself.
Steelhooves commanded softly.
Everything was fine.
Was Steelhooves mobile yet? It didn't sound like he had moved. The idea that he might still be paralyzed within his armor was horrible. I thought of how he had been trapped helpless under the water and prayed to Celestia and Luna that he had been pulled out quickly.
Fine. I was gone, you were immobile, and Lil Pip goes poking her head into a whole heaping mess of memory orbs right in the middle of the Canterlot ruins? Calamity roared. Damn it! I know that mare ain't got no sense at all sometimes, but I expect her to treat a promise better. What did she expect Velvet to do if y'all were attacked? Or if the cloud got in?
Turn on the shield.
Steelhooves said simply. Calamity stopped mid-rant. What now?
We were inside the Ministry of Awesome, within the shielded zone. If anything happened, Velvet Remedy could have protected us with the throw of a switch.
Steelhooves informed him, adding the jab.
Or don't you trust Rainbow Dash's defenses?
I could hear Calamity let out a defeated sigh.
Fine, okay.
She's not responsible for Velvet Remedy's condition.
Steelhooves added.
In fact, she risked drowning to save her.
I know that. And I'm not mad at her 'cause of... Hell, I'm not mad at her. I'm just mad.
Calamity admitted.
Feels better than being worried sick.
I heard a crack of wood and dust shifted down from between the ceiling boards as the small building shook from Calamity's kick.
I could understand the sentiment. Hell of a time to let every pony down, Calamity.
What?
I seem to recall you saved them.
My thoughts echoed Steelhooves' sentiment. Calamity had caught us. And then he saved Velvet when I couldn't.
Yeah, well, they wouldn't have needed so much saving if I'd just blown us out of there. My fault we ended up in the moat. Hell, I don't even remember touching down.
Calamity! I called out weakly. Stop! Just... not your fault. That was all I had the energy to shout, and it left me panting. The orange-maned Pegasus poked his head through the curtain, hovering a pony's height off the floor.
Lil Pip, I'm sorry. I thought you were asleep.
Part of me regretted letting him see me like this. I was drenched in sweat. My coat was matted to my skin beneath. I hadn't bathed since being dropped in the mud. I shook my head, then weakly hoof-waved him in. The Pegasus landed to pass through the doorway, stepping up to the old stained mattress that served as my bed.
Can I get you anything? Water? A blanket?
He frowned.
Not sure we got any of those. And the water here ain't exactly the best neither.
I wanted both, but I asked for neither. Calamity, thank you, I said, smiling as best I could. Velvet and I both owe you our lives. You were... awesome. He shook his head.
Thanks all the same for saying, but...
But nothing. It's been hard and hurtful on all of us. Sometimes I just want to stop. I trailed off ashamed. I felt like I wanted to stop a lot lately.
I know what you mean. A lesser pony would have called it quits a long time ago.
Calamity laid down next to me. He pulled out the pink gem and set it between us.
Thank you for this, Lil Pip. I got right messed up in the head after Buckling Cross. I hate what happened there, and it was sending my mind into dark places. You gave me something to remind me that we are the good guys. We don't always get it right. Hell, sometimes we mess it up real bad. But we keep trying, and there are folk better off thanks to us.
I nodded, staring into the gym.
I hate this plan of yours,
Calamity told me bluntly.
Once again, you're going into someplace insanely dangerous alone. And once again, you're the only one who can do it. I hate that.
I'm going in alone? The idea of going into Merry Pony, or worse, all of Splendid Valley, alone terrified me. I no longer liked the plan either. On the other hoof, it didn't surprise me. I knew myself too well. Any chance to spare my friends the danger, any way I could make it my burden alone, and I would take it. I had done it again.
Y'all remember what that place did to us last time?
Calamity reminded me.
And we were together then.
Calamity? I asked, worried now. What can you tell me about the plan? Calamity blinked. His eyes widened as he realized what I was asking.
What? Y'all don't know? I mean, I know that you had your memories removed, but you really know nothing about the plan?
Now I was beginning to panic.
Didn't you even leave yourself any notes?
Notes? Where would I stopped. Damn it, of course, my Pip-Buck. How could I have not thought of that before? Slowly, I lifted my right foreleg, my gaze sliding to the dead screen of my Pip-Buck. Calamity? You rebooted Steelhooves' armor, right? Is he able to move again? I felt supremely stupid and foolish. Calamity winced.
Actually, no.
My eyes widened. Steel Hooves had been immobile this whole time?
Turns out it ain't as easy as it looks. I ain't a certified pit buck technician and toaster repair pony after all.
Then I started to pull myself off the mattress, determined that Steel Hooves not remain paralyzed a moment longer. My forelegs trembled and my stomach shot me a queasy warning. I looked around, but the mop bucket wasn't back yet. I laid back down, putting a hoof over my muzzle, and tried to force my insides still. Could you bring him in here, please? My head was swimming again. Trying to remember just what I needed to do was like slogging through belly-deep sludge. I needed tools, the Spell Matrix Master Key, and something to reboot him from. And could you please fetch my utility barding and... You borrowed magically powered armor from some pony?
I'll do my best,
Calamity said, looking chagrined.
He's kinda heavy.
I nodded, wondering how they got Steel Hooves inside in the first place. Or out of the water. My eyes widened as I remembered something else. There was a shot. Calamity started, jumping up and looking around.
Where, you sure? I didn't hear nothing.
I shook my head, whimpering slightly at how sick the sudden movement made me feel. No, before. At the lake, you shot something. Calamity visibly relaxed.
Oh, that shot. That was catching the griffin's attention. Apparently, some folks tend to notice when a passenger wagon falls out a canner lot.
Steel Hooves sat silently by my side. I was feverish and having trouble focusing, but I was finished. I started disconnecting my pit buck from his armor, glancing once more at the set of badly damaged power armor laying in the corner. I'm sorry, I told him, wiping a sick coat of sweat from my face. We should have had you moving faster. I felt so tired. Steel Hooves said nothing, but it wasn't a damning silence. His tail shifted. I pulled my tools away. Done. I cast another look at the armor Calamity had rented for this and winced. Sometimes things were just unfair. It was Steel Ranger armor, torn up, but with a still functional spell matrix that I had been able to use to restore my pit buck, and then use my pit buck to restore Steel Hooves. There was still traces of pony blood on it. I had chosen to restore my pit buck first, not merely because it was easier, but because I felt Steel Hooves would rather not be connected directly to the other armor. The magically powered armor had been taken from the body of one of the rangers we had killed in Stable 2. From the damage, it was a pony whom Steel Hooves had put down himself. Steel Hooves stood up. He tested each leg, then stretched.
Thank you,
he said solemnly.
Now, rest.
I curled up, part of me hating that he saw this but unable to properly care. I really wanted nothing more than to sleep, and hopefully not dream. I watched him as he turned towards the doorway. He would just walk out as if everything was concluded. But it wasn't. Apple snack, I whispered, but I knew he heard it by the way he stopped. I wasn't sure if this was what I should do, but no more secrets. I saw you.
You see me often.
In one of the orbs. In the ministry, I told him. It was the memory of a guard. He was assisting Zecora on a mission to help her get closer to Caesar. Steel Hooves said nothing, but the temperature in the room seemed to drop. You were going to propose to Applejack that night. I looked at him, my heart squeezing in my chest. I'm so sorry.
Closer to Caesar?
Steel Hooves repeated.
To do what?
I closed my eyes. I don't know. Spy on him, I think.
Or assassinate him?
I shook, feeling a chill that was more from sickness than reaction to his words. I don't know, but I don't think so. I wasn't sure why. Maybe it was the way Zecora had worried about pony deaths, or how her inexpert fighting skills caused her to likely kill my host by accident. But I just didn't feel like Zecora was that kind of killer. I cringed as I realized I was. She was a spy.
Simmer down, Sally. Zecora ain't no spy.
The world was filled with sharp-edged irony. Steel Hooves stood there, as unmoving as he had been all day,
Finally, he said,
It wouldn't have mattered. Killing the Caesar wouldn't have stopped the war. The Legatus Legionii would have simply stepped in. And if anything, he was worse.
I swallowed, my mouth tasting filthy. Steelhooves, apple snack. I'm not judging you. I'm saying... What was I saying? I fought for words. I'm saying I understand now. I know what you meant when you said I made it easier for you to live with yourself. And I'm sorry. He nickered. Applejack never knew the truth about Zecora either, I told him. And she loved you. She tried to fight for your relationship because she loved you. And I think because she understood. Not approved, but understood. Steelhooves walked out. I was trapped, buried alive, encased in a coffin of metal. There was no air. I couldn't breathe. Sounds horrible, horrible sounds came at me out of the darkness. Warping, unearthly tones. Rending sounds. The sounds of saws. I tried to back away, but there was no room. My backside hit a smooth surface, not metal, but glass, and I felt a shock of cold. My hooves splashed into the sticky warmth of blood. I could smell the sick, coppery stench. My healing booth coffin was filling with it.
You cut a bloody swath through them. How many ponies are dead tonight because of you, little Pip?
Velvet Remedy's voice echoed accusingly, provoking a sickening déjà vu.
How many ponies have you slaughtered?
The blood was the blood of Arbu.
It sure didn't take you long to become a mass murderer, did it, little Pip?
The sound of the saw was getting closer. It intended to cut me apart with ragged teeth, to slice open my head and take my brain. Strange symbols appeared, floating in front of me. Alien glyphs of ancient zebra design. But unlike the sounds and voices in darkness, their pulsing lines of crimson and black were soothing. They shifted in odd dimensions, offering to unlock themselves, to protect me. I knew these, and they were blasphemous. I turned away. I was facing the mirror. I stared back at myself, bleeding, dying. Little Pip the Raider. My expression was grim, hateful. The stream of blood was pouring out of the mirror, the blood of Arbu coming from my body, mixing with my own. The saw was getting closer. I could feel the wind from its gnarled spinning teeth blasting my mane. It was going to cut out my heart, rip me open and wrench out my spine. It would hurt so badly, but I wouldn't be allowed to die.
Let us help you,
The glyphs whispered.
You have no power. You have no purpose. Let us give you purpose.
I have a purpose, I shouted at the raider little Pip in the mirror. I'm not the wasteland survivor, Homage, I heard myself saying. You are. You and them. I'm just the one who clears the way.
You could be the savior,
The glyphs whispered, floating in the air around the mirror. I realized I could almost understand them.
Let me show you secrets.
I don't want your secrets, I shouted at the glyphs. But I was lying. I'd seen the blackness that the book held, the horror. But
You've seen how much good we can do in the hooves of the right pony. You cannot deny.
I whimpered, faltering. I knew that was true. Even the blackest magic could be used for good. But I'm no rarity. I'm weak.
I could make you stronger, better.
Don't! My gaze locked on the raider in my soul. She trembled, dying from blood loss. She was grotesque. Horrible. I'm not this, I cried out. I have a purpose. It's not us, is it? I heard my voice cry. We're not the right group of friends. We can't bring Equestria back.
No.
Spike's voice laughed at me.
You're not.
The saw was so close now. If I didn't take the glyphs for protection, it would start cutting me.
Let me show you so many secrets.
No! I screamed, crying. I wanted those secrets. I tried to fight, but I really, really wanted them. The saw was gone. The noises stopped. The healing booth was no longer a coffin, and I was no longer alone. Enough of this, Rarity said, stepping forward. She glared at the glyphs. You leave her alone. When? How? The beautiful white unicorn gave me a sad frown. I was not that strong either. She stared back at the glyphs as the other ministry mares walked up from the darkness behind me. The Black Book preys on you when you're weak and alone. But you're not alone anymore. How? 'Cause you brought us together, didn't you? Applejack smiled. It's what you do. I think I know who you're looking for, I remembered telling Spike. It's happening differently this time, isn't it? Twilight Sparkle's voice was curious. Well, duh! Rainbow Dash hovered over her. Do you think it was the same when it was just Celestia? Same as boring. I reckon it's different every time. I was confused, yet comforted. I didn't know how, but they were with me. And with them, I had the strength to refuse and fight. But you don't want to fight, do you? Let me give you a taste of what I have to offer.
Hey, Pinky! This is a great party, but I've got something that will make it even better.
Pinkie Pie said dourly, her expression cross. She was staring at the floating runes, but I didn't think she was seeing quite what the rest of us were.
You've got to try these! Just take one. They'll blow your mind!
Her hoof stomped. Another voice echoed out of the darkness. Have you given up your principles for the greater good yet? Red-Eye asked. I see you've already become a monster. Or did you think I wouldn't hear about Arbu? The blood began to rise. I don't like this feller, Applejack hissed. And look at that, Red-Eye's voice mocked as I felt a burning in my right foreleg where my pip-buck had merged with my flesh. You're becoming more like me every day. I'm not like you, I asserted, lying again. And I'm not a monster. I knew I was. I could see it in the mirror. Corrupted kindness! Trixie's voice accused triumphantly, her image floating above the mirror. Fluttershy stepped forward.
How would you know?
I'm the goddess! I know everything!
Hush now,
Fluttershy commanded, staring.
Quiet now.
The image of Trixie faded, looking abashed. Power, the Black Book cajoled.
Purpose. Together, we will unlock the world.
Don't listen to it! Rarity strengthened. Applejack rested a hoof on my shoulder. You already got a purpose. You're the bringer of light, ain't you? I don't even know what that means. I shook my head. I don't have a purpose. I'm lost. I have no idea what I'm doing. Now listen here, Applejack said sternly. What I'm telling you is the honest truth. You do have a purpose. You're the one that brought 'em together, she said as images of my friends floated at the edges of my vision. My living friends. Calamity, Velvet Remedy, Steelhooves, Zenith, even Pyrelight. They were here with me too. I felt tears. You find the good ones, draw 'em out. Clear the path and light the way. Applejack smiled gently. There's a name for that, you know. I wanted to believe her so badly that I was trembling. But I turned back at the mirror, to the shot-up, bleeding, dying little Pip in cobbled-together, gore-stained raider armor, barely standing as she faced down her next kill. Little Macintosh floating in front of her, pointing upward. But this is my soul, isn't it?
Of course it is, silly,
Pinkie Pie said, hugging me suddenly and pointing at the mirror.
You're just looking at it wrong. Look behind you.
I awoke with a gasp, sitting up suddenly, then collapsed back onto the mattress. I felt awful, damp with sweat and caked with mud. Filthy, almost too tired to move. My mane was clumped and stringy, but the nausea was gone and my fever had broken. I was not alone in the room. Zenith? The zebra who moved closer wasn't my companion. Zephyr, I said, recognizing her. Where is every pony? I mean, everyone. Zephyr pulled a wet sponge from a tin pot filled with water. Your other friend woke up an hour ago. she told me as she began to wipe my forehead. They are all with her right now. I wished I could be too. Zenith is my mother, isn't she? Zephyr asked. I froze, unsure how to answer. Zenith had asked me not to, and I wanted to do right by her. But if Zephyr already suspected... I thought so, Zephyr said as she continued to sponge me down, removing some of the illness sweat from my coat. She has tried to hide it, but how many zebra mares named Zenith does she think this wasteland holds? Smart girl. I shivered a little under the cool dampness of the sponge, but was immensely thankful for every stroke of it. I wanted a bath so bad it hurt. I would have given my left forehoof for a day at the Timpani Spa. You will be going soon, Zephyr gleaned. You will be taking her with you. Yes, I'm sorry. I will be happy to see her go, the young zebra mare told me bluntly. I'm not ungrateful for all she has done, but she would not have done it if you had not led her. I winced. No, that's not true. Yes, it is, Zephyr said, accepting no argument. I love her, from a distance. I felt an odd chill as the zebra's words echoed my thoughts from the evening before. But she is not her own mare, and she never will be. I will not be like her. Zephyr continued to sponge bathe me in silence. Your father? I began to ask. My father, the young zebra said bitterly, was Quarl Deafhoof, leader of our parents' tribe until that slaver Griffin killed him. Stern, I was sure of it. I was just a little foal, but I remember how he treated Mother, and how he ran the tribe. I am not sorry he is dead. I knew I shouldn't be moving. My body wanted nothing but more rest. But I had to see Velvet Remedy, and I didn't want to go back to sleep. There were things waiting for me in my dreams, and not all of them meant me well. The ramshackle shack, it would be generous to call it a building, was Glyphmark's attempt at a clinic, and possibly the largest old house in town. The floors were broken, the roof was sagging, but it housed all of us. Velvet Remedy was being kept in what had once been a bathroom. The old tub, water-stained and brown with traces of pink, was the only intact object in the room full of debris and shattered porcelain. I thought I lost you, Calamity was saying as I approached. I stopped, backing out of sight, not wanting to interrupt. My legs cried out that this was a good time to lay down, or at least lean against something. They were weary and tired of bearing my weight, and if I refused to sleep, the least I could do was get off them. Now you know how I feel every time you go off and do something reckless, Velvet Remedy replied without malice. I don't think I could take this anymore without you, Calamity told her. I'm struggling here, Velvet. It feels like all my friends are falling apart, and I'm trying to be the strong one. But I ain't doing so good. I remembered what I had heard Calamity mutter to himself as we entered Stable 2. I gotta be strong for them, not go crazy. I can't just charge in and kill every armored bitch I see. I need to be strong. Need to watch for 'em. Need to protect 'em. I can do this. What's wrong, love? Velvet asked gently. What's eating you? Buckling Cross. I winced. I've tried to make peace with it, but... Come closer, Velvet said in response. Let me hold you. I could hear Calamity's throat hitch. We were bullies, Valve. Nothing better than bullies. We went in demanding something that we knew they wouldn't want to give, and it all ended in blood. Those young knights didn't deserve to die. My friend was crying now. I felt a lump in my throat. My heart twisted in knots. I should have stopped us. I knew better. And that makes it my fault. Hush now, love, Velvet cooed. She knew there wasn't anything she could say, so she wisely said nothing. I imagined she was holding him as he cried into her mane. And I'm terrified that I'm losing you too, Calamity said brokenly. What? No, love, Velvet soothed. You're not losing me. That crap you pulled in the Ministry of Peace says different, Calamity asserted. There was strength in his voice. I could tell he had pulled back from her. No, don't say anything. I understand why you did it now, I guess. But you're too wrapped up in Fluttershy.
Ain't right nor healthy putting all your faith in a pony you hardly know.
I know Fluttershy, Velvet insisted softly.
Yeah, but there are things you don't know.
Calamity replied, and all sorts of alarm bells started going off in my head.
Oh,
Velvet asked, and I swore the question sounded like poison.
like what?
Calamity faltered.
Well, I don't rightly know. Lil Pip's seen things in those orbs and...
I could hear from the timbre of his voice that he knew the hole he was digging. So he changed back.
Just remember what DJ Pone 3 always says is the one big truth of the wasteland. We all done things that we regret, and, well, sounds to me like Fluttershy had some regrets too.
And little Pip is keeping what she knows secret, isn't she? To protect me, no doubt.
Velvet hissed out a sigh. I guessed that Calamity had nodded.
What a surprise. Little Pip keeping secrets from her friends. I swear, if there was an element of frustration...
Velvet, please,
Calamity said softly.
Don't be mad. She means well, really.
And do you think she's right? Do you think I need to be protected from whatever this is?
I don't know.
Calamity struggled.
After the Ministry of Peace, maybe.
He found more solid ground as he told her.
I just know you shouldn't get so wrapped up in trying to be your idol.
I had a sudden flash of Pinky Bell, and I bet Velvet Remedy did too.
You're a wonderful, loving, caring pony all on your own. Just be yourself.
I slipped out the front door, not wanting to interrupt the quiet moment Calamity and Velvet Remedy were sharing. I blinked in the odd daylight, once again recalling how strange the air seemed without the healing light of the sun. Ditsy-Doo waved at me. I blinked again, taking in the sight of Ditsy-Doo's delivery wagon. Absolutely everything. Yes, I do deliveries. She'd picked up a new companion, I noticed. A Griffin bodyguard in Talon armor. Now I knew who Calamity had rented the Steel Ranger armor from, and which Griffin he'd been signaling. Zenith had given Glyphmark a buck to the town's economy, and Ditsy-Doo had taken only days to start trade with them. That was amazingly fast for word to have gotten out. I suspected a little of Homage's hoofwork. A little lavender filly with a blonde mane trotted up to me. She was smiling, a piece of parchment in her mouth.
Here, Miss Little Pip,
Silverbell said, her voice almost singing.
I painted a picture for you. See? It's you and Homage.
I floated the parchment up and gazed at the painting. It was a crude child's painting, and it was the most beautiful picture I'd ever seen.
Oh, you're crying? Don't you like it? I tried really hard.
I love it. I knelt down and hugged the filly gently. I wondered what I had done to deserve such an innocent and wonderful gift. With deep shame, I remembered that I had once intended to steal from this little filly. Thank you, Silverbell. Ditsy-Doo had trotted up beside us. As I let Silverbell go, I noticed that Ditsy had a couple of little chalkboards dangling around her neck. She set one of them down, pulling out a piece of chalk, and scribbled, "Hello." "Hello, Ditsy-Doo," I replied, floating the picture up next to me. I would have to find something waterproof to keep it in until we returned to Junction R7, where I intended to put it up in a cherished place right next to my bed. Silverbell had somehow really captured Homage and made her look absolutely adorable. Ditsy-Doo erased the board with a hoof, then wrote, "Can a horn grow back?" She looked at me with an urgent smile, right eye rolling upwards disturbingly. I blinked. I don't know. I thought about it some more. A horn is a bone, right? Minutes later, Velvet Remedy was kneeling next to Silverbell, the older mare's horn glowing as Ditsy-Doo, Calamity, and I watched.
Now, I've gotten a lot better at this spell,
Velvet cautioned, snarkily adding,
thanks to an abundance of practice. But all I can do is help the physical horn grow back. I do not know if her magic will heal, or how long it might take.
Thank you, Miss Velvet Remedy,
Silverbell chimed softly, understanding. Her eyes drifted to Pyrelight, widening along with her smile. The majestic Balefire Phoenix began to sing to Silverbell. Her song was rich, sadly nostalgic, and overwhelmingly beautiful. Velvet Remedy smiled gently and stretched out her magic. The scar on Silverbell's head, where she had cut off her own horn, began to glow.
That's all, Zipsters! Like and subscribe.